Chapter 201. Did Bardos provoke you? Do you want to press him to the ground and rub him? In other words, if I want to press Bardos to the ground and rub him, I will need hundreds of millions of years of experience, right? Luo Tian took a breath. It is said that Bardos's level has reached the height of level 68. According to Linglong's calculation, it is difficult to defeat her without hundreds of millions of years of experience. It seems that my wish is difficult to achieve. Did Bardos provoke you? Do you have to press her to the ground and rub her? Linglong rolled her eyes unhappily and stared at Luo Tian angrily. In order to achieve this goal, I have to practice harder. Luo Tian ignored Linglong, his expression became more serious, and patted Mel's on the shoulder again. By the way, Mels, what are you doing to the phoenix? Mels felt heartbroken at the time. Didn't I tell you a few days ago? I'm level 50. Mels answered with a smile. I thought you had upgraded again after these few days. Luo Tian shook his head. Mels didn't want to talk anymore. Why do I feel like you are the real angel every time I am with you? I am a fake angel. Namek. Lord Kai said that the Dragon of Earth has fulfilled the wish just now. Sun Wukong explained hurriedly, the Namekians who died here before should all be resurrected. Thank you so much, I do feel that my children have come back to life. The elder bowed deeply to express his gratitude to Sun Wukong and others. You're welcome, you're welcome. To be precise, we should thank you. Sun Wukong laughed. The elder said no more and immediately contacted Mulai in a distant position through telepathy. My life is running out. From now on, you are the elder of Namek. The elder said in a heavy tone. Yes, Elder Mulai's expression also became serious, but a touch of sadness appeared in his eyes. The elder is planning to live and die with Namek. I will guide our Namekians to the light. Mulai said in a deep voice. I feel relieved with your words. Get ready. Porunga will send you to a brand new Namek soon. It will be your new home. The voice of the Great Elder sounded again. Okay, Great Elder. Mulai replied. Then the last wish. The Great Elder took a deep breath, looked up at the dragon Porunga and said, Porunga, please transfer all the Namekians except me to a planet suitable for our Namekians to survive. Let's name that planet New Namek. Wait a minute, Porunga, Great Elder, the Namekians mentioned by the old man do not include me. Piccolo shook his head. Neither do I. I want to stay and fight. Neru said in a deep voice. And I can also play a role. Dandy said with gritted teeth. Porunga immediately looked at the Great Elder. Okay. The Great Elder was silent for a moment and did not object. Then let it be. The dragon Porunga nodded, and the divine power in his eyes emerged again. Swish. All of a sudden, all the Namekians on this planet except the Great Elder and others were transferred to the new Namek in just a moment. And the new Namek is almost extremely similar to this planet, and it is completely suitable for Mulai and others to live there. Your wishes have all come true, goodbye. Porunga was about to leave after he finished speaking. Wait a minute, where is my regeneration ability? Vegeta was anxious, is it still delayed? Porunga ignored Vegeta and turned into a golden stream of light. In an instant, he flew into the universe and flew towards the direction of New Namek. The Great Elder had abdicated and gave his position to Mulai. Therefore, the 7 Dragon Balls followed the new Great Elder to the New Namek. The sky became bright again. Vegeta? Why is it still delayed? I don't feel that my body has changed at all. Will it be delayed for so long? Hey, Great Elder. How long do I need to delay my regeneration ability? Vegeta couldn't help it anymore, so he turned his head and asked the Elder. The Elder didn't know how to answer this question. This thing has no delay at all. But I can't bear to hit you. What a poor guy. When I first came to Namek, I didn't get a single wish. After more than 20 years, I came to Namek again but I still didn't get a single wish. I think you shouldn't be called Vegeta anymore, it's more appropriate to call you Tragedy Tower. The Elder even felt a little sympathetic towards Vegeta. Damn it. Is this dragon reliable? Vegeta asked angrily, gritting his teeth. However, at the moment when Vegeta's phantom fell, he suddenly saw Frieza standing on a hill in the distance. Frieza is currently in the second form, standing on the hill, looking coldly at the people present. You did a great job, turning my dream of immortality into a bubble. Frieza's face was cold, and his eyes showed endless murderous intent. I originally wanted to destroy this planet with my own hands, but after thinking about it carefully, I felt that letting you die so easily in the universe was a bit too easy for you. Today I will tear you apart one by one, and none of you can escape. Swish. With that, Frisian no longer hesitated, and swung his big hand upwards, and an invisible energy instantly covered Sun Wukong and others. Boom! A huge explosion occurred at the scene. Swish! Frisia appeared in front of Niru in just a moment. Puff! Frisia's big hand swung forward violently, directly piercing Niru's body, and the big hand stretched out from behind him. You are the first one. Frisia snorted coldly. Niru. The elder looked stunned. Gaku and the others didn't even have time to react. By the time they came to their senses, Niru had already been hit. Hey, Frisia, your opponent is me. Gaku shouted loudly. Krillin was trembling with fear. Kale was so scared that he hid behind Gohan. Gohan gnashed his teeth with hatred. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Damn it! Why do I feel that my body still hasn't changed at all? Damn it! You are not allowed to bully Namekians. Piccolo was furious and was about to rush up to help. Snap! The elder pressed Piccolo's shoulder. What are you doing? Let me go. Piccolo looked back, and the elder shouted, he's dying. Don't worry, Namekians have strong vitality and won't die so easily. The elder smiled. Pico, is it appropriate for you to say this at this time? The moment Luo Tian restored my youth, I had already decided that I would assimilate with you, become a part of your body, and provide you with wisdom and special abilities. The elder looked at Piccolo with a loving and determined face. Pico was silent. Hurry up, there is no time. The elder smiled, after assimilating with me, you will immediately assimilate with Niru, and your strength will definitely exceed that of Frisian now. Namekians are a peace-loving race. Although I hope you let go of your hatred, I hope that we Namekians can solve this demon ourselves. Pico? Pico was a little confused. Didn't you say that Namekians are a peace-loving race? You asked me to let go of my hatred, and at the same time, you asked me to solve this guy Frisia myself? I am confused by you. Put your hand on my chest. The elder immediately ordered Piccolo. Thank you for your kindness, I just want to be myself. Piccolo gritted his teeth and shook his head firmly. The elder, don't you understand? Don't be stubborn anymore. Do you think you can defeat Frisia now? Niru is your lesson. The elder sighed. He breathed a sigh of relief. Nero, I'm almost beaten to death, what you said is a bit too much, great elder. Don't use me as a negative example, okay? Let him go. Sun Wukong was furious, and quickly rushed up and started a fierce battle with Frisia. Frisia threw Nero to the ground like throwing away garbage. No time. What are you still hesitating about? The great elder shouted, don't worry, you are still yourself, I just provide you with wisdom and ability. Are you sure you are not lying to me? Piccolo said in a deep voice. Forget it, if you don't want to assimilate, forget it. I still want to see the birth of a great Namekian. The great elder shook his head. Pico, okay, I'll try it. If I don't feel any changes, I will kick you out immediately. Piccolo gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. The great elder suddenly didn't want to assimilate with this guy. However, thinking that Luo Tian would let Piccolo become the king of the worlds, the hesitant heart of the great elder took another step forward. Put your hand on my chest quickly. The great elder urged, do you want to watch your companions being killed one by him? Bang! As he was speaking, Frisia whipped his tail and immediately pulled Sun Wukong down from the air. When Sun Wukong was about to approach the ground, he immediately stopped and rubbed his shoulder that was hurt by the whip. Focus on it and don't look around. The great elder said in a deep voice. Piccolo retracted his gaze. The Namekians will release their brilliance because of you. The great elder smiled with relief and suddenly shouted. Suddenly, a bright light burst out from the great elder's body. The light quickly entered his body along Piccolo's hand. In just a moment, the great elder had completed the assimilation with Piccolo and became a part of his body. Piccolo silently felt the changes in his body. As expected, the energy has increased a lot, at least twice as much as before. That is to say, Piccolo's combat power has now reached at least 60,000. Although the energy increase is considerable, there is still a big gap compared to Frisia's second form. However, what surprised Piccolo the most was that a lot of knowledge emerged out of thin air in his brain. The speed of the brain, how to describe it? It may have been equivalent to a 2-core processor before, but now it has at least reached 8 cores. The reaction speed has also been greatly improved. Is this the effect after assimilation? The elder really didn't lie to me. Luo Tian didn't lie to me either. I thought that after assimilation, I would control this body together with the assimilated person. It seems that I was overthinking. Then, Piccolo turned his head and looked in the direction of Niru. Niru fell to the ground, his whole body twitching, and it seemed that he was dead. Dandy quickly stepped forward and was about to treat Niru. Dandy, no need. Niru shook his head gently. Dandy? Dandy was slightly stunned, looked at Niru in confusion, and asked, but if you don't treat it, you will die. If you treat me in this position, Frisia will definitely find you, and he will kill you mercilessly. Niru said in a deep voice. I'm not afraid. Dandy gritted his teeth. Pico, come here. Niru no longer paid attention to Dandy, turned his head and looked in Piccolo's direction. Pico flew up quickly, landed beside Niru, and looked down at him. You should know what I mean, right? Since it is the wish of the Great Elder, it also represents my wish. Niru smiled and showed an expression of fearlessness. Got it, assimilate with you, right? Piccolo took a deep breath. Put your hand on my chest. Niru nodded gently. Piccolo was slightly startled, and found that there was a bloody hole on Niru's chest. You have a hole here, is it appropriate to put your hand there? Piccolo asked. It's okay, Niru gritted his teeth. Piccolo slowly put his hand over. Niru was in so much pain that he couldn't stop grimacing. Piccolo, it doesn't hurt, does it? Piccolo asked. Niru didn't want to answer this question. Do you think it hurts? You must defeat that guy Frisia. Revenge for the Namekians who died and were reborn again. Niru said in a heavy tone. The Great Elder said Namekians are a peace-loving race. Piccolo retorted. Niru, anyway, do what you want to do. Niru took a deep breath, and like the Great Elder, a bright light immediately burst out from his body. Swoosh! The light instantly entered Piccolo's body. Piccolo was stunned, and at that moment he felt that his body had extremely huge energy. And the energy intensity has increased by more than 10 times? At least 20 times. That is to say, Piccolo's combat power has reached at least 1.5 million. Just against a combat type Namek. Assimilation of aliens, has my energy increased to this level? It's amazing. This power is really terrifying. The assimilation of Namekians, the strength has increased so much. Myers was a little surprised after seeing it. Yes, yes. Luotian nodded. I still think for the current team, what they are challenging is equivalent to the difficulty of Purgatory level if this is likened to a game. Mr. Sun Wukong and Mr. Vegeta, with such a low level, skipped the novice village you once mentioned and directly entered the Purgatory map, and even directly faced the ultimate boss. Myers sighed helplessly. Myers, your description is getting more and more appropriate now, and you can combine the game with reality. Luotian smiled. So, what are you going to do? Let them continue to fight Frisia? Myers looked at Luotian in confusion. Myers was really puzzled. If the battle continued like this, wouldn't the final result be a group annihilation? Why did Luotian do such a thing? Although Mr. Sun Wukong has comprehended the entry-level Ultra Instinct, the gap between him and Frisia is too big. Myers shook his head and still didn't think highly of Sun Wukong. Even if Mr. Vegeta has also comprehended destruction, it's a pity that they are only at the entry level, isn't there, Kale? She is the legendary Super Saiyan. Luotian smiled. Yes, but Kair is still young after all. According to the combat power of Frisia and others, her current combat power is only 3 million at most. Compared with Frisia's true strength, it is not a little bit worse. Myers gave an analysis. Let's talk about Mr. Sun Wukong. His entry-level Ultra Instinct has a combat power of only 3 million at most, and it can only last for a short time. And Mr. Vegeta is weaker than Mr. Sun Wukong. In addition to the strength of the destruction that can reach 3 million combat power, his own combat power is less than 50,000. Myers shook his head gently while speaking, and determined that if he did not intervene in this team, the final result would be that they would be eliminated one by Frisia. I don't think so. The Saiyans will only break through their limits and reach higher heights when they are on the verge of despair. Luotian expressed his opinion. If you don't believe it, just watch it. Sun Wukong and others will definitely win. But they may pay a heavy price. Heavy price? Are you sure we won't intervene? Myers asked again. There is no need to intervene. For angels, the real death is the disappearance of the soul. Luotian smiled. No matter who dies, the worst that can happen is to go to the underworld to get them back. It's such a simple thing. Mels, you make so much sense that I don't know how to refute it. And sometimes, death may be a kind of growth for them. Luotian added. Mels was speechless. Death is a kind of growth? How come you say this? I feel that only after dying once can there be better growth. But at least you are right about one thing. For angels, Only disappearance is the real death. The death of the flesh is not really the real death. Okay, I'll listen to you. Mel's nodded with a smile, but if the whole team is really wiped out at that time, I'm afraid Frisia will be very tragic, right? Be more confident. Whether the whole team is wiped out or not, Frisia will be very tragic. Luo Tian smiled lightly. Mels, poor Frisia, when did you provoke Luo Tian? I remembered that about 20 years ago, Broly tore your son in half with his own hands. Frisia, you are the most tragic cosmic emperor in history, right? The battle below is still going on. Kale, you stay, I'll go up to fight. Son Gohan said, and was about to rush up to fight. No, I can fight too, I'll go with you. Kale gritted his teeth. Son Gohan didn't say much, and immediately rushed up and punched Frisia. Frisia slightly turned his body to avoid the fist that Son Gohan attacked. Bang! Then, Frisia's knee suddenly pushed up and hit Son Gohan's abdomen. Puff! Son Gohan spurted a large mouthful of acid from his mouth. Kale was about to rush up, but after seeing Son Gohan's miserable appearance, the fighting spirit that had been raised with great difficulty was dispelled by cowardice. Terrible too terrible. Kale trembled with fear. Mels, this little girl looks a bit like Gohan a month ago. Luo Tian said with a smile. Mels was speechless. Although the new god of destruction I found has the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, she is too timid. With your current fighting power, you can completely defeat Frisia in this state. Go ahead. You are the legendary Super Saiyan. If it were Broly, he would have fought to the death this morning. Mels felt a little frustrated. However, after thinking about it carefully, he was relieved. Although Kale is also a legendary Super Saiyan, she is a girl after all, and it is normal for her to be timid. Son Gohan, the mixed blood, is still a boy. As Luo Tian said, I was also a coward a month ago. So there is nothing to worry about. As long as you participate in a few more battles, your courage will improve. Bang! Frisia smiled contemptuously and slapped Son Gohan in the face, knocking him down from the air. Son Gohan fell to the ground all of a sudden, grimacing in pain. Brother Gohan. Kai rushed over and asked worriedly, are you okay? It hurts. Son Gohan got up from the ground with gritted teeth. It's so scary. That monster Kai became even more timid, and his body trembled more violently. Humph, this is just the beginning, the good show is still to come. Frisia smiled coldly. Destruction! Vegeta suddenly shouted, waved his hand, and a sesame-sized destructive energy whizzed towards the direction of Frisia. Swish! Frisia slightly turned sideways, looked at the destructive energy coming at a high speed, and slapped it fiercely. Bang! In just a moment, Frisia slapped away the destructive energy released by Vegeta. Swish! The destructive energy hit a small island far away. Pop! The entire island instantly turned into nothingness, and the lake water backflowed, causing layers of waves. I knew you liked to sneak attack, Vegeta, so I was prepared. Frisia sneered, don't worry, Vegeta, I will save you and kill you last. Vegeta looked stunned, and his face was even uglier. Then, Vegeta immediately turned his head to look at Piccolo, glaring at him, where is my regenerative physique? Why haven't I felt any changes in my body yet? Piccolo ignored him and flew slowly towards Frisia's direction. Sun Wukong flew to Piccolo's side, intending to fight side by side with him. Sun Wukong, let me do it. Piccolo smiled. Piccolo, I can clearly feel that your energy has increased a lot. It's amazing that you can get powerful energy through this method. Sun Wukong nodded and sighed. Piccolo didn't say anything. Who should be killed first? Why do I feel that there are fewer people? Did the name Qian who I killed disappear directly? Frisia suddenly found that the number of people on the scene was a little wrong, and he couldn't help muttering. However, at the moment when Frisia's voice just fell, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis spreading from behind him. Frisia was shocked and took off immediately without any hesitation. Swish! A Chi-Yuan slash came quickly from a distance, brushed Frisia's body, and directly cut off one of his tails. Frisia screamed in pain and immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the release of the Chi-Yuan slash. Then, Frisia saw a little yellow head wearing orange clothes. It's that little bastard. Didn't I pierce his body and almost kill him? Who saved him? Frisia was so angry that his teeth itched. Humph, since you don't play cards in order, let me eliminate you first. Energy slash. Without any hesitation, Krillin threw out 4 energy slashes in one breath and waved them in the direction of Frisia. Frisia was horrified and dodged quickly. Lolala Krillin stuck out his tongue at Frisia from a distance and made a few faces. Frisia was furious and quickly chased after Krillin. Krillin turned around and ran without any hesitation. However, Frisia was faster and caught up with Krillin in just a moment and appeared right in front of him, blocking his way. Krillin was horrified. You are so lucky, you dare to cut off my Frisia's tail. This time I will tear you into pieces and make you unable to recover. Frisia snorted. Krillin took a deep breath. Good opportunity. He is so close to me, he will definitely not be able to dodge if I release a Sun Fist. Then I will kill him with Chi Yuan Zhan. Luo Tian said that the stage of Namek will be dominated by me. Sun Fist. Krillin put his hands on his cheeks without any hesitation. Suddenly, the dazzling light radiated around with Krillin's head as the center. Frisia was caught off guard and was hit. On my eyes! Frisia exclaimed. Chi Yuan Zhan. Krillin raised his right hand upwards, and for Chi Yuan Zhan whistled towards the direction of Frisia. Wakaka. Let me, Krillin, save the entire universe. Call me the savior of the universe from now on. Krillin was laughing secretly, his mouth stretched to his ears. The moment Frisia was hit in the eye, he clearly felt the impending crisis of death. As the emperor of the universe, it would be too embarrassing if he couldn't even sense this crisis. Snap! A protective shield flashed on Frisia's body. Tips: vote for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets every day to develop a good habit of reading. Chapter 202 Whis, you came if you wanted to, why did you bring a gift? Swish swish, the Chi Yuan Zhan slashed on Frisia's protective shield, making a series of piercing and strange noises. However, the Chi Yuan Zhan was easily blocked by the protective shield. The Chi Yuan Zhan brushed the protective shield and flew into the distance, and soon disappeared. Krillin, damn, you are a scoundrel. You still put up a protective shield? No. I have to run away quickly. Krillin hurriedly took this opportunity to quickly escape from the scene. I have to find a way to develop a Chi Yuan Zhan that can break the protective shield in the future. Frisia's eyes gradually recovered, and he immediately looked around for Krillin's actions in anger. This little bastard. I am really angry, I was almost killed by him just now. If I am killed by a scumbag earthling, I, the Emperor of the Universe, will definitely be embarrassed. Frisia took a glance and quickly found Krillin, who was fleeing. Swish! Frisia chased Krillin quickly. Swish! But someone was faster and appeared in front of Frisia in an instant, blocking his way. Namek! Are you coming here to avenge your companions? Frisia snorted. Not only the companions just now, but also the innocent people you killed. Piccolo said coldly. Oh? Really? Frisia looked a little serious, frowning and looking at Piccolo. You seem to be different from other Namekians, but you are not my opponent. Let me fight him one-on-one next, don't interfere. Piccolo called out to the people present, this is the grudge between our Namekians and him, I want to settle accounts with him here. Is this the assimilation that Luo Tian said? Krillin breathed a sigh of relief, since Luo Tian said so, I think I can definitely defeat Frisia. Uncle Luo Tian said let Uncle Piccolo assimilate all Namekians. Uncle Piccolo only assimilated the Great Elder and Niru. Son Gohan lowered his voice and said. You're right, let's see first. Krillin nodded, without arguing. This guy Piccolo, his aura has improved a lot. Son Goku sighed. Vegeta, this guy named Piccolo, just absorbed those two tribesmen, and his combat power increased to this extent? A strange race like Namek actually relies on this method to improve their combat effectiveness. Wait a minute. Where is my regenerative physique? Why hasn't my body reacted yet? Isn't this delay too long? Let's go down. Piccolo smiled at Frisia and fell from the air first. Frisia landed slowly in front of Piccolo, with a mocking smile on his face. You idiot, do you think you can avenge your companions? Frisia snorted coldly. Ha! Piccolo shouted, rushed up quickly, and punched Frisia in the face. Frisia was hit and flew backwards. Piccolo chased up and appeared right above Frisia, clenching his fists and hitting him again. Frisia reacted very quickly, dodged to the side and avoided Piccolo's fist. Bang! Frisia kicked Piccolo down from the air. The moment Piccolo landed, he stomped his feet hard on the ground and flew into the air. Bang! With a muffled sound, Piccolo hit Frisia's chin hard with his head. Frisia grimaced in pain and swung the remaining half of his tail violently, hitting Piccolo's face. Piccolo fell from the air again. Frisia pressed his big hand down, and a Qigong wave fell from the air, whistling down in the direction of Piccolo. Looking at the falling Qigong wave, Piccolo gritted his teeth, waved his hand violently, let out a roar, and forcibly knocked the falling Qigong wave away. Frisia was shocked, and he never expected that this name Kian was so brave. Hey! Pico waved his big hand, and a huge ball of energy sprayed out from his hand to cover Frisia's body. Frisia's face changed again and again. He had no time to dodge and was instantly covered by the energy. When the smoke dissipated, Frisia's body began to smoke. Such an amazing scene shocked Son Goku and Vegeta at the time. So amazing is this Piccolo after assimilation? Son Goku kept exclaiming. It's amazing that he can be on par with Frisia. Krillin was surprised. Damn. Not only that. He even gave Frisia Vegeta was unwilling. What's going on? Just by absorbing the other two Namekians, has this guy's combat power increased to this level? One of the two Namekians has a combat power of about 40,000, and the other is not a combat type Namekian. If you really want to calculate his combat power, it is only about 1,000 at most. Just by merging with these two people, has his combat power increased to 1 million? It's incredible. Great, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan was very excited. Kale kept nodding beside Son Gohan. This green man is really powerful. He beat the monsters so badly. What a pity, he only had the upper hand for a short time. That's all. Mel saw it and sighed slightly. You're right. Luo Tian nodded. However, just as Luo Tian finished speaking, he suddenly sensed a familiar breath in a relatively distant star field. It was the angel power that Luo Tian was familiar with. It was an angel, in a starry sky tens of thousands of light years away. It seems to be Brother Weiss. Mels also sensed the existence of the angel power and analyzed, it seems to be coming towards us. The distant starry sky. Whis was traveling rapidly in this starry sky with the prophecy fish. Originally, Whis was going to take the prophecy fish back to the destroyer realm. After all, Broly had already left with those destroyer gods. And this time, it was the other destroyer gods except Broly who suffered, and Beerus beat them up in his sleep. Whis was very pleased and felt that Lord Beerus was really strong. He could sleep so well. I have to say that Lord Beerus's ultra instinct has been greatly improved. Whis said to the prophecy fish with a smile. Whis, what is the difference between the ultra instinct that Beerus practices and the ultra instinct that Luo Tian practices? The prophecy fish asked curiously. Lord Beerus practices ultra instinct, and he comprehends the evasive ability of ultra instinct. Whis explained, Luo Tian comprehends its core when he practices ultra instinct. You can understand that what Beerus Sama comprehended was only the appearance of the ultimate self, while what Luo Tian comprehended was the inner nature of the ultimate self. So he can cultivate the power of angels, right? The prophecy fish understood. That's exactly the reason. Whis nodded, looked into the crystal ball on the scepter, and added, right now Luo Tian and Mers are near Namek, and there is a fierce battle going on Namek. Do we want to go and have a look? Let's go and have a look. I like to watch other people fight. The prophecy fish nodded vigorously, revealing a hint of disappointment. It was quite boring on that planet just now. We are not in a hurry to return to the destroyer god realm, right? You're right, let's go and have a look. Whis smiled. Whis took the prophecy fish and flew quickly towards Namek. A distance of tens of thousands of light years is not too far for an angel. It only takes a few minutes. Swoosh. Weiss appeared beside Luo Tian and Mels with the prophecy fish. Brother Weiss. Mels immediately bowed. It's Weiss. Luo Tian also greeted politely, you came, and you brought a gift. Weiss? I didn't bring a gift. It's just that the fish you brought is a little too small, not enough to eat. Luo Tian said, grabbed the prophecy fish, stuffed it into the fish tank and rinsed it. Prophecy fish, the heart of the prophecy fish almost collapsed. What do you want to do? Suddenly, the prophecy fish was choked by several mouthfuls of water. Weiss, Mels, the two were also speechless. This poor prophecy fish. Although the sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs. Just eat it. After all, it is a gift from Weiss. Luo Tian said, preparing to scrape the fish scales. Ahem cough. The prophecy fish coughed a few times and spoke, wait a minute, I'm not a fish to be eaten. I'm a prophecy fish. Oh? Can you talk? Don't think I won't eat you just because you can talk. Luo Tian said, pretending to continue scraping the fish scales. Weiss, say something quickly. The prophecy fish was angry. Why don't you say a word? If you don't say anything, I will be eaten by him. Oh, my Luo Tian is joking with you. Weiss had a smile on his face. You figured it out. Luo Tian sighed, you are worthy of being Weiss. No, no, as long as you pay attention to the subtle changes in expression, you can still see the trick. Weiss showed a confident smile. Mels, learn more from your brother. You don't think I really want to eat this fish, do you? I have eaten all kinds of fish, such a small fish, it doesn't taste good at first glance. Luo Tian said to Mels with a smile. Prophecy fish really wanted to curse. How can you joke like this? You almost scared the shit out of me. And you called me a little fart fish. How hateful. Cough cough cough. Prophecy fish coughed hard a few times, and waved its fins hurriedly, saying, Are you kidding me? You can easily scare fish to death by joking like this. Why are you coughing? Are you choking? Luo Tian asked curiously. Even if it is a fish, it will be choked by the water if it enters the water unexpectedly. Prophecy fish protested. Really? I don't believe it. Luo Tian shook his head and asked Mels again, Do you believe it? Mels didn't know how to answer this question for a while. There are many fish on Namek. Catch one and try to see if it can choke. Luo Tian suggested. Mels, prophecy fish, can I be the same as ordinary fish? The prophetic fish shouted. I just made a joke with you. I'm really sorry if I offended you. Luo Tian bowed to the prophecy fish, and behaved politely. Forget it. The prophecy fish didn't know what to say. Others have apologized, it's not good not to forgive. Weiss, why do you have time to come here to play? Luo Tian asked Weiss. Come and take a look. Weiss replied, with some emotion, Oh my, isn't that Mr. Frisia? There are really many people who fight against him. Frisia had slowly appeared in front of Piccolo at this time, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his smile became more and more evil. And at the corners of Frisia's mouth, dark blue blood flowed out. Seeing Frisia's evil smile, Piccolo was slightly startled, and suddenly had a bad premonition. Hey! Frisia hit Piccolo's face with a fierce elbow. Suddenly, Piccolo's face was distorted. Bang! Frisia slapped Piccolo again, knocking him to the ground. Sun Wukong and the others were all shocked. Has Frisia not shown his true strength yet? Frisia punched him hard again. Piccolo dodged Frisia's fist and quickly flew into the air. Swish! Frisia quickly chased after him and soon caught up with Piccolo. He clasped his fists together and hit Piccolo hard again, knocking him down from the air. Boom! Piccolo fell on the island below. The whole island was shaking violently. Frisia smiled triumphantly. After the smoke gradually dissipated, Piccolo got up from the ground, gritted his teeth, and looked extremely ugly. Hehe, I'm really sorry for making you suffer a little. You are stronger than I thought because you absorbed the other two Namekians, right? Frisia snorted coldly, Namekians are not simple. They can improve their combat effectiveness in this way. Puh! Piccolo spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly took off his cloak and hood. Bang! When the cloak and hood fell to the ground, there was a metallic crisp sound. Frisia looked at it with some surprise and showed a little shock. I didn't use my real strength either. Piccolo shook his head and looked at Frisia with a smile. Ya, what did you say? You said you didn't show your real strength? Just because you fought me in heavy clothes. Frisia snorted, do you think you can compete with me, Frisia, by removing the heavy equipment? Piccolo is really amazing. It turns out that he has been wearing this kind of equipment all the time. Sun Wukong kept sighing. It seems we have a chance to win. Krillin was pleasantly surprised. Great! Uncle Piccolo is worthy of it. Sun Gohan was very excited. Yet. Kair nodded vigorously, worrying about the brave green man. Vegeta was a little confused. Wearing that kind of clothes to fight? No. These are not the point. The point is that this delay is too long, right? Why do I feel that my body has not changed at all? Or my body has actually changed imperceptibly, but I just don't know it. So do I have the ability to regenerate? Should I try to remove one arm? What if I remove my arm and can't recover? That's a tragedy. Vegeta was a little hesitant for a while. I want to let you know the anger of the Namekians. Piccolo shouted. Uncle Piccolo will definitely win. Son Gohan clenched his fists, his expression becoming more and more excited. You bluffing fellow, do you think this is my real strength? Frisia sneered. What did you say? Piccolo was stunned. You just saw me transform, didn't you? Frisia snorted, then I'll tell you one more thing, so that you can feel the endless despair. Every time I, Frisia, transform, my combat power will be greatly improved, and I have 2 more transformations of this kind. Do you understand what it means? Ya, what did you say? Piccolo was shocked, his face suddenly changed, extremely ugly. What is he talking about? The distance is too far, I can't hear it clearly. Krillin hurriedly asked Sun Wukong. It's terrible. Frisia said he can transform twice more. Sun Wukong had a headache. Vegeta's face changed again and again. Luo Tian was right. Is Frisia's real combat power really 120 million? How terrifying this guy must be. Can he transform twice more? Is he a monster? Krillin was frightened and pale. Brother Gohan, I'm scared. Kair shivered even more violently, tightly grasping Son Gohan's arm, as if this would make him seem less scared. Take a good look, you should feel honored. Frisia laughed, except for the gods in the God of Destruction contest of the 12th universe and the humans in other universes, you will be the first to see my true face. Son Goku and the others were all stunned and couldn't say anything. Next, I will transform into the second stage. Frisia sneered and screamed. Pa! Pa! A sudden explosion appeared on Frisia's back. Long barbs. At the same time, Frisia's mouth was stretched several times longer, and his head became much longer. It felt like Frisia had turned into a strange creature among the aliens. This time, Frisia's transformation felt more like a monster. Piccolo was frightened and pale. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Let's continue the second round of battle. Frisia looked at Piccolo with a smile. Oh my, isn't that Mr. Frisia's third form? Whis looked down and said with a smile, as far as I know, Mr. Vegeta below is a member of Mr. Luo Tian's clan, right? Yes. Luo Tian nodded and told the truth, I plan to train him into a powerful god of destruction like Broly. Whis, do you think it's feasible? Whis, this is a very large project. How many years will it take to complete it? Whis sighed. Do you see the little girl below? Luo Tian pointed at Kair. Weiss nodded slightly, but did not use the scepter to scan Kair. After all, she is a girl, and it is very impolite to use the scepter to scan her body. Weiss, don't you know her? Luo Tian asked again. Weiss, want to get to know her? Weiss said with a smile. Not impossible. Luo Tian nodded. Mel's covered his forehead and was speechless. I can't keep up with the pace of your two conversations. To put it simply, she is the new intern god of destruction that Mel's found. Luo Tian smiled, couldn't help but sigh, and a little helpless. It is worth mentioning that Mel's lost to me in the last choice of God of Destruction. I am a little embarrassed to win. Mel's, are you embarrassed? So this time, Mel's did not play by the rules and actually found another legendary Super Saiyan. Luo Tian sighed. Mel's was silent, and suddenly felt a little guilty. How come you said that? I feel like it's a bit unfair to find another legendary Super Saiyan. Oh my, it turned out to be her. Whis suddenly realized, I've heard about this. The latest trainee god of destruction that Myers found is also a legendary Super Saiyan. Yes, brother Whis. Myers nodded. Compared with Broly, she seems a little more timid. Whis gave an objective evaluation, but this problem can be solved through experience, and her future achievements should not be much different from Broly. Thank you, brother Whis. Myers thanked. So you mean that her future achievements should be better than Vegeta? Luo Tian asked with a smile. If she is guided well, at least in terms of talent, she is better than Mr. Vegeta. Whis pondered. Myers breathed a sigh of relief. Since brother Whis said so, there must be no big problem. Then I'll be relieved. If you calculate it this way, at least in the choice of God of Destruction this time, I should not lose to Luo Tian. The King of the Worlds may not lose. You trained an angel, not a King of the Worlds. So, I won. Although the win was not glorious. Hey? Why do I feel a little shameless? Who did I learn this from? Did I learn it from the High Priest? Mel's quickly denied this idea. It must have been Luo Tian who led him astray. But then again, so many people challenging Mr. Frisia will probably be wiped out. Whis analyzed the gap between the two sides, sighed, and added, the premise is that we don't intervene. Do you also think Vegeta and the others will be wiped out? Luo Tian asked. At least that's the current situation. Whis nodded. Whis, how about a bet? Luo Tian chuckled. What do you mean? Whis asked. I think the one who will win in the end may be Sun Wukong. Luo Tian pointed to Sun Wukong below. Weiss looked in the direction of Sun Wukong and subconsciously prepared to scan with the scepter. This Mr. Sun Wukong is really amazing. He has cultivated the power of angels, but it is not the same as Mr. Luo Tian's. Myers added on the side. Wes was also a little surprised and immediately scanned Sun Wukong carefully with the scepter. It's really amazing. Is it getting easier for humans to cultivate angel power now? Weiss sighed, but after all, it started too late. Judging from the current situation, although Mr. Sun Wukong has indeed cultivated the power of angels, it is only a very weak existence. Compared with Mr. Frisian now, there is still a big gap. So, do you want to gamble once? Luo Tian suggested, I like to challenge high difficulty. Let's gamble. Weiss nodded gently. Wes the prophecy fish was about to say something but stopped. Shut up, I know you can predict. Luo Tian scolded. The prophecy fish, what is Mr. Luo Tian going to bet on? Weiss asked with a smile. Tell me your request first. Luo Tian replied. My request is not difficult. Prepare 10 sumptuous meals for me, and each meal must make me very happy, otherwise it doesn't count. Weiss pondered and stated his request. That's easy. Luo Tian readily agreed. Mels hesitated. Brother Weiss, have you never been to Earth? I feel that the food on Earth is very good. Okay, I won't talk. It's not appropriate for me to talk now. What does Mr. Luo Tian want? Weiss asked. My request is not high. Luo Tian nodded and pondered, just let your sister marry me. Weiss, you still call this a low request? Weiss felt that he was at a disadvantage. How high a request is this? Mels was speechless. Oh my, I can help Mr. Luo Tian propose marriage, but whether my sister agrees is her business. Weiss immediately threw away his own pot. Okay, you go to propose marriage. Luo Tian did not object, I'll do the rest. It's a deal. Weiss agreed and extended his hand to Luo Tian in a friendly manner. Luo Tian and Weiss shook hands, indicating that the bet was established. By the way, which sister of mine are you going to propose to? Weiss asked curiously. Kes, Bardos, Margarita. Luo Tian replied. Weiss? Oh my, do you mean to propose to my 3 sisters at the same time? Weiss wiped his sweat. Luo Tian nodded vigorously. You have to see if the high priest agrees to this matter. Weiss said with a smile. No, this is a bet between you and me. Luo Tian shook his head. Then I'm missing 10 meals. Weiss suddenly felt that it was not worth it to exchange 10 meals for the marriages of her 3 sisters. Then 100 meals. Luo Tian generously increased the price by 10 times. Deal. Weiss nodded in agreement immediately. Mels was laughing and crying on the side. Brother Weiss, you actually exchanged 100 meals for the marriages of Sister Bardos and others? Will the high priest beat you if he knows? According to the agreement, if Frisia wins, I will get 100 sumptuous meals, not a single meal less. Weiss smacked his lips, feeling that he would no longer have to run around for food. It was a very good deal to have someone find food for him. I believe that the food Luo Tian finds will be excellent. If Sun Wukong wins, as the younger brother, you will decide to marry your 3 sisters to me. Luo Tian answered seriously. Chapter 203 If you are the god of destruction, then I am the high priest. Yes, that's it. Weiss agreed. At this moment, Weiss suddenly felt that 100 sumptuous meals were more important than 3 sisters. Anyway, I can't make the decision. I'm just setting you up. Such a good deal, why not try it? Weiss was secretly happy. Luo Tian naturally knew Weiss's little thoughts. However, it doesn't matter. Let Weiss make a stepping stone first, and then slowly get Bardos and the others to his side. Although their skin color is a little weird, it doesn't matter. Ling Long kept rolling her eyes in Luo Tian's body, expressing deep contempt. You have a big appetite. Not only do you like Bardos, you don't even want to let go of Kes and Margarita. Ling Long snorted. You are playing with Ling Long. Luo Tian sighed. What do you mean? Ling Long was stunned. I'm not only attracted to the 3 of them, I'm attracted to you too. Luo Tian said confidently. Ling Long was speechless for a moment. Then let's wait and see. Weiss smiled, with confidence on his face. Mels quietly appeared beside Weiss, lowered his voice, and asked in a voice transmission, Brother Weiss, are you serious? The bet has been established, of course I'm serious. Weiss nodded and replied in a voice transmission. If I lose, Brother Weiss really helps Luo Tian to propose marriage in person? Myers wiped his sweat. Luo Tian is too shameless. I treat you as a friend, but you actually want to be my brother-in-law. If I lose, it's nothing more than talking to Bardos and the others. As for whether we can get married, it has nothing to do with me. Weiss smiled and said, besides, Myers, do you think I will lose? I don't think so either. Myers shook his head. Prophecy fish, what about you? Weiss asked the prophecy fish again. No prediction has been made. The prophecy fish shook his head. What did you want to say just now? Weiss asked. That's it. The prophecy fish replied. Weiss, it started, you two stop whispering, and watch it carefully. Luo Tian said to Weiss and Myers. Weiss and Myers said no more, and looked down. Take off the heavy clothes and go into battle easily, so it will be faster, right? Frisia looked at Piccolo with a smile, it seems that you are quite confident in your speed. Then let me see your speed. Piccolo clenched his fist. Swish. Frisia rushed towards Piccolo quickly. Piccolo did not hesitate at all, and immediately took off and rushed into the sky. Frisia followed. Swish. Piccolo disappeared from the spot in a flash and appeared in another sky. Although I am not as strong as you in energy, I will definitely not lose in speed. Piccolo gritted his teeth. However, at the moment when Piccolo's voice just fell, his pupils shrank sharply and his face became extremely ugly. Because Piccolo suddenly found that Frisia had appeared right in front of him without knowing when. Piccolo was shocked. Hey! Frisia pointed his finger at the air, and an invisible energy hit Piccolo's knee directly. Ah! Piccolo screamed, and there was a bloody hole on his knee. Hey! Frisia pointed his finger at the air again, and an energy shot straight to Piccolo's forehead. Piccolo was shocked and shook his head to avoid it. The invisible energy rubbed Piccolo's face, leaving a long blood mark on his face. Piccolo felt endless despair at that time. What a fast speed, I can't avoid it at all. He. Frisia kept spraying invisible energy at Piccolo with both hands, like a machine gun, leaving several holes in Piccolo's body. Piccolo screamed. Pico! Sun Wukong couldn't help it, and shouted hurriedly. However, someone was faster than him. Stop! Sun Gohan was furious, let go of Uncle Piccolo. Swoosh! Sun Gohan quickly rushed in the direction of Piccolo. Just as Son Goku took off, he was grabbed by Vegeta. Vegeta, what are you doing? Son Goku was stunned and asked. Kakarot, I just saw that you can heal. Vegeta gritted his teeth. I know a little bit, but that kind of healing technique consumes a lot of energy. Son Goku replied, it took so long for my energy for that kind of healing to be fully restored. I can't care so much, you beat me half to death right now. Vegeta clenched his fists. Son Goku? This is not good, Vegeta, although I don't like you, I don't hate you very much. Son Goku shook his head. Vegeta, don't you know it yet? Kakarot. Vegeta snorted and said with a dark face, when Saiyans are reborn when they are on the verge of death, their combat power will be greatly improved. Yes, I know. Sun Wukong nodded and suddenly realized, you want to increase your energy in this way? This is the best way to increase it. Vegeta replied. Okay, I'll try it. Sun Wukong agreed. Swish. Sun Wuhan had already rushed towards Frisia and kicked him. Frisia also reacted very quickly, and immediately jumped up to avoid Sun Wuhan's attack. Sun Wuhan quickly flew to the top of Frisia. Go to hell! Sun Gohan shouted, and a huge ball of energy shot out from his hand, rushing towards Frisia. After sensing the powerful energy of Sun Gohan, Vegeta widened his eyes and his face changed again and again. Will this kid's fighting power surge during the battle? Looking at the rapidly falling energy bomb, Frisia hurriedly caught it with his hands and feet. Sun Gohan increased the output force, and the powerful energy pressed Frisia to the ground. Come on, brother Gohan! Kair waved his fist excitedly. Come on! Gohan! Krillin also said. Hey! Frisia pushed hard and bounced the falling energy bomb up at that time. The energy bomb flew up from below and rushed towards Son Gohan. Gohan! Son Goku was horrified and was about to release energy to save his son. However, Piccolo was faster. He flicked his hand and ejected an energy bullet, which hit the energy bullet flying towards Son Gohan. The energy bullet was deflected and flew into the sky from the other side of Son Gohan, and soon disappeared. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan panted heavily and thanked him quickly. This kid's energy intensity is not low. I underestimated him a little bit. Frisia's face changed color, and he suddenly thought of something, is he also a Saiyan? But whose child is he? It seems to be the child of that guy Bardock. You fought really well. Piccolo smiled with a relieved smile on his face. Gohan, you have become stronger again, I am so happy for you. No, Uncle Piccolo, I used all my strength, but I still couldn't beat Frisia. Son Gohan shook his head weakly. Gohan, do you know what wish I made to Shenlong? Piccolo said with a smile. What? Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan asked curiously, I feel like my body changes seem strange. Ya will know in a while. Piccolo smiled meaningfully, without going into details. Frisia's face also became increasingly gloomy. Why do I suddenly feel that more and more Saiyans are popping up? There is Luo Tian, the Saiyan who has cultivated into an angel. There are also legendary Super Saiyans like Broly who want to cultivate into a god of destruction. And these Saiyans, this group of wild monkeys is endless to kill. I absolutely cannot let the Saiyans increase. And Vegeta has learned destruction. Is he trying to become a god of destruction? I must destroy all of you before you are fully grown. Kakarot, do you understand? Vegeta shouted loudly, hurry up and seriously injure me. This is the only way to defeat Frieza. Doing it yourself is not very effective. Sun Wukong, a short silence. How about we both seriously injure each other? Sun Wukong suggested. Vegeta nodded vigorously, thinking that Kakarot's suggestion was really great. The two looked at each other. Vegeta, you are not allowed to use destruction, I will disappear. Sun Wukong reminded immediately. Am I that kind of person? Although I don't like you, I don't want to kill you now. Vegeta snorted. That's good. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. Before you die, I'll let you see my ultimate transformation. Frieza laughed, this transformation is equivalent to my true image. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Sun Wukong and others present changed color. Kakarot. Vegeta shouted loudly. I shout 123. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and then began to count. Boom. The two of them no longer hesitated and immediately released a Qigong wave towards each other. Bang. The Qigong wave penetrated the bodies of Sun Wukong and Vegeta respectively. Everyone present was stunned and looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta in surprise. Dad. Sun Wuhan quickly stepped up, stepped on Vegeta's face, and kicked him out. Vegeta, Wukong. Krillin's face changed color, and he kicked Vegeta again. Vegeta stumbled to a distance, rolled on the ground several times, and when he stopped, he almost fainted. Vegeta felt that his mentality was about to collapse. You guys wait for me. Everyone wait, this is me and Vegeta volunteering to hurt each other. Sun Wukong explained quickly. Voluntary? Krillin was stunned and stopped attacking. Son Gohan had just condensed a huge amount of energy and was about to give Vegeta another shot. Hearing his father's words, he immediately stopped. Vegeta was so angry that his teeth itched. I was not killed by Kakarot, but was almost killed by Kakarot's son and this little bald guy. If that were the case, I would be in trouble. Uncle Piccolo, are you okay? Son Gohan saw Piccolo staggering down from the sky again, and hurried forward to support him. However, Son Gohan saw his father lying on the ground, and for a moment he didn't know whether to save Piccolo or his father. Brother Gohan, I'm afraid. Kale grabbed Son Gohan's arm, his face pale with fear. Actually, Kale is quite pitiful, after all, he participated in such a fierce battle at such a young age. And Kale was not very courageous to begin with, and now seeing the situation on the scene, he was even more scared. It's okay, Kale, I'm here, I will protect you. Son Gohan comforted. Then, Son Gohan looked at Piccolo worriedly, feeling that he had suddenly grown up several years. Don't worry, Uncle Piccolo, Dad knows healing skills, but Dad is so seriously injured, I don't know if he can still be treated. Son Gohan scratched his head helplessly again. It's okay, Dendi's healing skills are even better. Piccolo smiled, let Dendi treat me while Frieza transforms. Ha ha ha, I don't need treatment. Vegeta laughed in the distance. But while laughing, Vegeta suddenly felt dizzy. Too much blood loss. It seems that pretending to be cool has a price. I don't need treatment, I have a regenerative physique. Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughed even more wildly, and then tried to restore his body through regeneration. Then, there was nothing else. Damn it. The delay is not over yet. Vegeta was furious, his head tilted, and he fell to the ground, almost fainting. Fortunately, Vegeta had a strong willpower, so he didn't faint. Frieza was gathering energy and preparing for the final transformation. Oh my, if Mr. Frieza turns into his true appearance, this battle will be over soon. Whis smiled, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Luo Tian to prepare 100 sumptuous meals for me in the future. Mers, remember, never give up until the last moment. Luo Tian patted Mels on the shoulder and said in a serious tone. Myers, does this matter have anything to do with me? Aren't you two betting? The reason I tell you this is actually to myself, hoping to encourage you. Luo Tian said seriously. OK, Myers had no choice but to nod helplessly. Can you two not involve me? Weiss covered his forehead and didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Dandy had appeared beside Piccolo, releasing healing flames in his hands, quickly covering his body. Dandy, be careful, don't let Frisia see it, otherwise your life will be in danger. Piccolo repeatedly reminded. I'm not afraid. Dandy bit his lip. Soon, Dandy completely healed Piccolo's injury through healing. It's really good, you are the best name Kian. Piccolo rubbed Dandy's head. Dandy, go and help treat Goku. Krillin said hurriedly. Yes. Dandy nodded repeatedly and was about to go over to treat Sun Wukong next to him. Heal Vegeta first. Sun Wukong said stubbornly, even though blood was gushing out of his mouth, he is more seriously injured than me. You kicked him twice, it made his injury worse. If he is not treated, he will die. Then heal Vegeta first. Piccolo ordered Dandy. Understood. Dandy nodded and quickly flew towards Vegeta. Boom. The island where Frisia was located suddenly erupted with increasingly huge energy. The vast breath spread from a distant location. A large energy light wave flashed at the location of the island. It's Frisia. That guy has transformed again. Krillin exclaimed, damn, my son Fist and Chi Yu and Zhan are useless to him. This guy is much more terrible than we thought. Piccolo said in a low voice. Swoosh. Dandy flew up quickly appeared beside Vegeta, and healed his body through healing techniques. In just a few seconds, Vegeta's injuries were completely healed, and he stood up from the ground. I'll go treat Gohan's father. Dandy said, and flew towards Son Goku again. Swish. Vegeta quickly appeared beside Piccolo, glaring at him with a dark face. Piccolo knew what Vegeta wanted to say, so he simply remained silent. Piccolo, you must have played tricks when you made a wish, right? Vegeta was so angry, where is my regeneration physique? Didn't I tell you? There is a delay. Piccolo answered calmly. Who are you kidding? Vegeta shouted, do you think I will believe you? Believe it or not. Piccolo looked calm and said lightly, anyway, the wish has been fulfilled, maybe your physique is resistant to this regeneration physique. Resist? Vegeta fell into contemplation and self-doubt. You seem to make sense. After all, I am a genius Saiyan warrior. My Saiyan blood will definitely resist the transformation of the dragon. However, why do I always feel that something is wrong? Forget it, I don't have time to care about these things now. I feel that my energy has been greatly improved. This time, I was reborn from the brink of death, and my combat power has increased to at least 2.5 million. Is it because Kakarot injured me? Vegeta was very excited. My combat power has increased, and my destruction will definitely increase accordingly. This time, as long as my destruction hits Frisia, I will definitely destroy this guy. Frisia, just come on. I will become a real god of destruction soon. At this time, Frisia finally completed the transformation to the fourth form. And this form of transformation is actually Frisia's true appearance. After seeing Frisia's true appearance, Vegeta and others were slightly stunned. It has become small and exquisite. Is that Frisia's true face? Krillin was a little surprised. This is the best example that you can't judge strength by appearance. His energy has greatly increased. Piccolo looked heavy, damn it, even if he assimilated the Great Elder and Niru, he couldn't do anything to him. We underestimated his strength. Frisia slowly raised his finger. Swish. A flash of red light passed by Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Son Gohan and Kair. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise from behind, when everyone reacted, they found that Dendi's body was already smoking. Dendi, who was treating Son Goku, died on the spot. Son Goku's injury was only half recovered and had been interrupted. Dad. Dendi. Son Gohan was shocked, his voice full of grief and anger. Too careless. I forgot to tell Dendi just now, I should have let him avoid Frisia's sight for treatment. Piccolo felt regretful. No one will treat you this time, right? Frisia looked at the little ants with a smile. It's terrible, it's really terrible. Kair's face, which had regained its color, turned pale again. Someone died again. I want to go home. It's too terrible here. Goku, are you okay? Krillin asked hurriedly and concernedly. It's okay, damn it. Frisia, that bastard, Sun Wukong was angry about Dendi's death. Shua. Frisia's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Disappeared. Krillin and others exclaimed. When Krillin and others reacted, they found that Frisia had appeared right in front of them. Everyone was shocked. I said, I will make you feel a scene more terrible than going to hell. Frisia said with a smile, with endless teasing on his face. Ah! Sun Wukong screamed and bravely rushed towards Frisia. Mr. Sun Wukong's son is much braver than a month ago. Mers sighed, and the cowardly look of Sun Gohan a month ago appeared in his mind. A month has passed, and this Sun Gohan dared to take the initiative to attack the Emperor of the Universe. As long as Mikhail has participated in this battle, I believe he will become braver. Looking at Sun Gohan rushing up, Piccolo followed closely and launched a fierce attack on Frisia. Son Goku also wanted to go up to help, but unfortunately his injury was only half healed. A slight movement pulled the wound and made him grit his teeth in pain. Piccolo and Son Gohan joined forces to punch and kick Frisia. Frisia just dodged blindly, dodged all the attacks of the two, and instantly appeared in the sky. Piccolo and Son Gohan jumped back at the same time, releasing Kigong waves towards Frisia in the air. Shua! Frisia disappeared in the air again. Disappeared again! Krillin exclaimed. Piccolo and Son Gohan's faces also changed color. Humph! Behind! Vegeta snorted, and immediately pointed his finger behind Piccolo and the others. Swish! Just then, Frisia's figure gradually appeared behind Piccolo. Frisia smiled lightly, raised his right hand lightly, and a stream of red light shot out from his fingertips. The stream of light was towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan was so scared that he didn't have time to dodge for a while. Gohan! Son Goku gritted his teeth and planned to go up to help. However, Son Goku was too far away from Son Gohan, and it was a bit out of reach for a while. Get out of the way! You idiot! Vegeta flew up quickly and kicked Son Gohan away. Boom! Frisia's red stream of light hit the lake in the distance, and the lake water rose hundreds of meters high. I didn't see his movements and attacks just now. Krillin's face turned pale. Son Gohan fell to the ground, terrified and a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Vegeta actually saved me? Thank you, Vegeta. Son Goku hurriedly thanked him. Thank you. Son Gohan followed suit. Don't get me wrong, I didn't do this to save you. Vegeta smiled proudly, I want you to see a more exciting scene. Are you sure you can win? Piccolo turned his head and asked Vegeta. Yes, don't get in the way. Get out of the way. Let me deal with this guy. Vegeta snorted, with endless confidence on his face. Vegeta, you are full of confidence. Frisia smiled, are you dizzy because of excessive fear? Frisia, just laugh as hard as you can. Vegeta said, and raised his right hand slightly upward, and a purple red light spot condensed in his hand. How about it? Frisia, do you dare to catch this destructive energy again? Oh? Destructive energy again? Frisia snorted. I just ask if you dare to catch it. Vegeta snorted, if you don't dare, just pretend I didn't say anything. Frisia was silent. After a brief hesitation. Just try to hit me. Frisia made up his mind. Don't regret it. Vegeta didn't hesitate at all, and was ready to throw the destructive energy. Mers sighed helplessly. Although Mr. Vegeta's energy has been greatly improved, the intensity of the destruction will not increase with his energy increase. Mers shook his head gently, thinking that this guy named Vegeta was too arrogant. Can't you sense that the destruction you condensed is still so great? Luo Tian didn't speak, and naturally knew this truth. But Vegeta is always arrogant. If he doesn't die once or twice, he will never learn the lesson. The arrogance in his bones will only be gradually wiped out after dying twice. Only when that time comes, Vegeta will be sublimated and become a true god of destruction. Whis didn't say anything. Since Mers can see it, Whis can see it clearly. Kakarot, you watch carefully, watch me destroy Frisia. Vegeta said, and threw the destructive energy in his hand in the direction of Frisia. Looking at the destructive energy coming at a high speed, Frisia snorted coldly, and suddenly slapped it with his backhand. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Frisia's hand directly hit the purple red light spot that flew over. Swish! The purple red light spot swayed and fell on a small island in the distance. Pop! The whole island instantly dissipated like a soap bubble. Ah! This Vegeta was shocked and looked at Frisia with disbelief. But soon, Vegeta reacted. This is fucking, it seems that my destructive energy has not increased. It's just my ordinary energy that has increased. Vegeta, your destructive energy has not increased much? Who gave you the confidence? Do you think that such a small amount of destructive energy can defeat me, Frisia? Frisia snorted and smiled more brilliantly. You bastard! Vegeta was trembling all over, I won't lose to you. As he said, Vegeta turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed towards Frieza. Frieza's figure suddenly became illusory on the spot. I see you, you can't run away. Vegeta shouted, although my destructive power has not increased, my combat power has greatly increased. However, when Vegeta's fist missed, his face became uglier than eating shit again. Where are the people? Where did Frieza go? Ha ha ha. Frieza's laughter rang out somewhere on the ground behind Vegeta. Vegeta immediately looked over there, his face full of endless shock. If you get serious, you can't catch up. You still want to be a god of destruction like this, don't make me laugh. Frieza's laughter became more intense. Vegeta was so angry that his face turned pale. To tell you the truth, whether it is destructive energy or combat power, you are far behind me. Frieza snorted coldly, if you are the god of destruction, then I am the high priest. Little knowledge, chapter charges are calculated by word count. It's not that the book is expensive, but that there are many words in each chapter. Chapters are charged for every 500 words. For example, this chapter has 7,448 words, and 448 words are free. I give them to everyone for free, please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 204 Vegeta, there was once a copy of Ultra Instinct in front of me, do you think I have reached my limit? Vegeta was unwilling, this is impossible. I will definitely become a powerful god of destruction in the future. Huge energy suddenly condensed in Vegeta's hands, and he blasted towards Frieza below. After sensing Vegeta's huge energy, the faces of Sun Wukong and others present changed color. Vegeta, do you want to destroy this planet? Piccolo shouted. Frieza originally wanted to dodge. But after hearing Piccolo's voice, Frieza's eyes suddenly shone, and he suddenly soared into the sky. Ha! Frieza kicked the falling energy bomb. With a muffled sound, Frieza kicked the energy bomb released by Vegeta into the sky. Vegeta felt the 100,000 points of critical damage again, and his pupils lost color. He just kicked. Piccolo was stunned and frightened beyond recognition. That was Vegeta's full strength attack just now. Krillin wanted to cry, that guy is too powerful. I'm scared. Kai grabbed Son Gohan's arm tightly. Son Gohan, I was also scared. This is bad, I didn't expect him to be so scary. Son Goku took a deep breath, and suddenly a stream of light as bright as stars condensed on his body. Get well soon, my body. Swish. 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 Son Goku used the little bit of angel power condensed by himself to heal his body. Suddenly, Son Goku's half-recovered body was healing rapidly. Is it my turn to attack this time? I'll be gentle, Frieza snorted, and his smile became brighter. Are you mentally prepared? Vegeta was completely disappointed. For the first time in his life, Vegeta felt an incomparable shock and blow. The real terror and decisive failure made him feel endless disappointment. Vegeta cried. For the first time, he shed tears because of terror and despair, and lost his fighting spirit. Swish! Frieza soared into the sky and hit Vegeta's body heavily with his head. Vegeta spit out a large mouthful of blood and his body rolled in the air. Frieza rolled with him, but his somersault was more gorgeous. He suddenly appeared right above Vegeta and kicked Vegeta from the air with a flying kick. Boom! Vegeta fell to the ground of Namek at once, uttering a wail, but he had no intention of resisting. Enzyme control GE, this world is too tragic. Even if I practice destruction, I am no match for Frieza. What Frieza said is so right. Can I become the god of destruction with my current condition? Vegeta was really desperate and could no longer muster the slightest fighting spirit. Frieza slowly landed beside Vegeta. Piccolo, Son Gohan, Krillin, and Kale were all terrified and no one dared to move. I hope my body gets better soon. Son Goku was trying to treat himself. Damn, even if my body is cured, I can't use my Ultra Instinct anymore. But now, Son Goku can no longer care about so much. If he doesn't treat his body well, he may not even be able to leave Namek. I have to get myself back in shape and fight this guy. Vegeta, hold on a little longer. Snap! Frieza used his long tail to hook Vegeta's neck, lifted him up from the ground, and held him high. It is worth mentioning that when Frieza was in the second form, his tail was cut off by Krillin. But after returning to his true form, the cut tail grew back. Vegeta was a little breathless with his neck being strangled, and he coughed twice. Bang! Frieza punched Vegeta's spine with a heavy punch. Puff blood spurted out of Vegeta's mouth. By the way, you can come and help him anytime. Frieza smiled and looked at Son Goku and others. Picker, Krillin, and Son Gohan were all scared. Kale was so scared that he hid behind Son Gohan and didn't dare to show up. It was really scary. It was really scary. Why did Brother Myers send me to this place? I want to go home. I want to go back to Shadala. Kale wanted to cry but couldn't because of fear. Bang! Frisia punched again. Blood gushed out of Vegeta's mouth again. Swoosh! Frisia threw Vegeta casually and smashed him on the hill. Vegeta bounced again and fell down from above, like a dead body, too lazy to move. It's so boring. You don't dare to fight me at all. Although it's a bit early to kill you now, I'll still give you a quick death. It feels meaningless to torture you. Frisia showed a look of disappointment. Vegeta is going to be killed, Luo Tian, do you really not care about anything? Myers turned his head and asked Luo Tian. No matter, let him go, this is his experience. Luo Tian sighed. Perhaps for Mr. Vegeta now, death is really a relief. Weiss pondered. Weiss, it's more pleasant to communicate with you. Luo Tian praised. Mers, I still didn't say anything. You hit me again invisibly. Mr. Sun Wukong's injury has been healed, but it's a pity that all the angel power has been consumed. Weiss looked at Sun Wukong and said to Luo Tian with a smile, oh, it seems that I am the winner of this bet. Luo Tian smiled but said nothing. The prophecy fish also looked down curiously, but said nothing. Mers was hit by Luo Tian again just now, so he simply stopped talking. After all, in Mel's opinion, Sun Wukong and Vegeta have no chance of winning. Okay, it's finally okay. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and stepped forward. What? Do you want to help Vegeta? Finally have the courage to stand up? Frisia smiled contemptuously. Wukong Krillin showed a face full of worry. Dad. Son Gohan said hurriedly. Frisia, let's have a good fight next. Son Goku said solemnly. Humph, you, a low-level warrior with a combat power of only 2, are you here to join in the fun? Wouldn't it be better to just run away just now? Frisia snorted coldly. Kakarot Vegeta stared at Son Goku with wide eyes, not knowing what to say for a while. Because Vegeta suddenly felt that Kakarot's energy seemed to have increased a lot. How could this guy have such a big increase? Even if it's a low-level warrior, I will never let it go. Frisia chuckled jokingly. Really? Then you try it. Son Goku looked solemn. Watch it. Frisia kicked Son Goku in the face with a fierce kick. However, Son Goku was faster. Bang! Son Goku leaned his body, supported his right hand on the ground, and kicked Frisia in the face. Frisia felt the pain and rolled several times in the air, adjusted his body, and landed steadily. Then, Frisia rubbed his face that was kicked and hurt, looking at Sun Wukong opposite with a cold face. Snap! Frisia stretched out his finger and pointed it at Sun Wukong's body in the air. Goku, be careful! Krillin exclaimed hurriedly. You are too arrogant. Several red streams of light spurted out from Frisia's fingertips. The bright red stream of light whizzed towards the direction of Sun Wukong. Looking at the fast-moving red stream of light, Sun Wukong stretched out his hand calmly and slapped these things one by one, sending them flying everywhere. Frisia was stunned and looked stunned. What? You just blocked it completely with one hand? Frisia widened his eyes, a little unbelievable. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta laughed loudly. Frisia, you better show your true ability. I might as well tell you that this guy will become the successor of King Kai in the future. Frisia was stunned at the time, and his expression became more and more indifferent. Because Frisia suddenly remembered that after his son died, King Kai actually came here in person. Then, King Kai, that bastard, glared at me and stunned me. This is a Saiyan going to become the successor of King Kai? Although King Kai is not as powerful as the god of destruction, it is still easy to crush a small ant like you. Vegeta taunted, Frisia, you are finished. Sooner or later, you will be crushed to death by God. Swish! Frisia snorted coldly, and a stream of light shot out from his fingertips, directly piercing Vegeta's heart. Goku was shocked. Picker, Krillin, and Gohan were also scared and couldn't say anything for a while. Kale was so scared that his cheeks turned pale, without a trace of blood. Now you understand, I don't like people making fun of me. Frisia snorted. Ah puff! Vegeta kept spraying blood and was about to die. Vegeta. Goku was very anxious and hurried forward to try to release the power of angels to treat Vegeta. However, Sun Wukong had already used up all his angelic powers and could not treat Vegeta. Snap! Vegeta grabbed Sun Wukong's wrist with difficulty. Vegeta, my healing technique is no longer usable. You hold on and wait for Luo Tian to come and save you. Sun Wukong said hurriedly. I'm afraid I can't wait for Luo Tian. Vegeta burst into tears. Sun Wukong was speechless. Vegeta looked at Piccolo with difficulty again. Piccolo, tell me, has my wish come true? Vegeta asked with gritted teeth. At this point I'd better tell you the truth. Piccolo said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, I transferred all your wishes to Gohan. Son Gohan was stunned at first, and then he suddenly realized. I knew it was like this. Vegeta snorted, Namekian, I don't hate you. Piccolo didn't say anything. Kakarot, if you can leave here alive, if you meet Luo Tian in the future, you tell him, Vegeta said, his expression became more and more excited. Tell him what? Sun Wukong was stunned. Vegeta suddenly widened his eyes, pointed at Sun Wukong and said loudly, Kakarot, you must become an outstanding Kai King. Use the power of Saiyans to defeat Frieza. I know. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, although I may not be his opponent. You said to Luo Tian there was once a copy of Ultimate Freedom in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. I regretted it when I lost it. If God can give me another chance I will. Vegeta's voice became smaller and smaller. Until the last sound was inaudible, Vegeta finally died. Vegeta. Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. Finally died. I have to say that his vitality is still very strong. Frieza sneered on the side. You cry, you entrusted me, because you didn't get what you wanted. Sun Wukong sighed and suddenly bared his teeth at the ground next to him. Bang! There was a hole on the ground. Sun Wukong gave Vegeta a princess hug and put him flat in the hole. I understand, you are not angry about the killing of your fellow Saiyans, you must be crying because you can't do anything about that guy, and you regret your past choices. Sun Wukong said to himself, I don't hate you, I have never hated you, you are the pride of Saiyans. Let me share this pride. As he said, Sun Wukong buried Vegeta with the surrounding soil, slowly stood up, turned his head and looked at Frieza. I am a Saiyan who grew up on Earth. For the Saiyans and Namekians you killed, I will defeat you. Sun Wukong shouted. You are talking nonsense. Frieza snorted. Leave this to me, stay away. Sun Wukong ordered Piccolo and others. Let's go. Piccolo took off without hesitation, we will get in the way if we stay. Krillin immediately flew into the sky, looked back, and found that Sun Wuhan was still in a daze, and seemed not to want to leave. Kale stood closely behind Sun Wuhan, hesitating for a while. They all left, why are you still here, brother Gohan? Kale wanted to leave, but felt that only by following Sun Wuhan would he feel safer. Dad, take care of yourself, and you must defeat Frieza. Sun Wuhan shouted, and pulled Kale's wrist and flew into the sky. Seeing that Sun Wuhan and the others had left, Sun Wukong's hanging heart was slightly relieved. This time he could fight well. Oh my, I wonder how long Mr. Sun Wukong can hold on? Whis sighed. Whis, it's not against the rules to bring Vegeta's soul here. Luo Tian suddenly said. Not really, but the premise is that he cannot be resurrected for the time being. If he is resurrected, he might not be able to help but go down to make trouble again. Weiss pondered, although even if he goes down to make trouble, it will not have a big impact on the situation, but for the sake of fairness, it is better not to revive him. While his soul has not reported to the underworld, intercept him here, otherwise you will have to go to the underworld to rescue him. Luo Tian said, pointing the scepter in his hand in the air. Snap! A soul body suddenly appeared in the space at the scene. This soul body has the appearance of Vegeta, but the body is in the form of a soul. The soul body is heading towards the sky. Floating on the ground, it seems that there is no consciousness. Generally speaking, souls have no consciousness before entering the underworld. After all, for souls, this is a different world. Only when they reach the underworld will the soul regain consciousness. Once dead, the soul will be attracted by a special magnetic field and float to the underworld by itself. The same is true for Vegeta. However, Vegeta's soul was caught by Luo Tian while floating, and flew to Luo Tian's side with a hook of his finger. Snap! Luo Tian snapped his fingers at Vegeta. Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes and showed a look of astonishment. Luo Tian? Vegeta was stunned, where am I? Luo Tian did not speak. Vegeta seemed to realize something and immediately looked down at his body. Me, what's wrong with my body? Why did it become like this? Am I dead? Vegeta was shocked. Yes, you are dead. Luo Tian nodded, the reason why I called your soul here is that I hope you can appreciate the battle between Goku and Frieza. Vegeta, you can call my soul to your side? Vegeta was stunned. Keep your voice down, if the King of Hell knows, he will immediately take you back and throw you into hell. Luo Tian lowered his voice. Vegeta's face changed slightly, and he immediately looked around and soon noticed Whis and Myers beside him. It's you? Galactic Patrol. Vegeta recognized Myers. Hello, Mr. Vegeta. Myers greeted. I'm not good, I'm dead. Vegeta replied. Myers, I remember you. Aren't you the servant with Beerus? Vegeta's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at Whis. Yes. Whis nodded. Back then, Luo Tian gave you the sausage to eat, right? And then you gave him a book of ultra freedom. Vegeta felt that his brain became more flexible after death. No, it should not be called a brain. Because there is no brain after death. This is a kind of consciousness. Consciousness that is transmitted directly without passing through the brain. So Vegeta felt that his brain was more flexible. Not bad. Whis nodded again and smiled. I remember Mr. Luo Tian once gave this book to Mr. Vegeta, asking Mr. Vegeta to practice, but unfortunately Mr. Vegeta disdained it. Vegeta lowered his head, full of regret. Luo Tian, have you given sausage to my sister? Whis asked. Luo Tian, you asked me a little off guard. Not yet. Luo Tian shook his head. My sister should like to eat sausages with a more unique taste. Whis smiled. Don't say it. Luo Tian waved his hand. Whis? Why don't you let me speak? Is there any special meaning in this sentence? In order to let you see the battle between Goku and Frieza more clearly, I specially created a projection for you. Luo Tian said, waving the scepter in his hand, and a projection of the battle appeared on the scene. Vegeta immediately looked in that direction. In the projection, Sun Wukong was fighting fiercely with Frieza. The two fought dozens of rounds in an instant. Shua! Sun Wukong quickly appeared behind Frieza and slapped him fiercely. Frieza's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Sun Wukong. Shua! Frieza ejected an energy bomb from his hand, and the energy bomb rushed towards Sun Wukong at a very fast speed. Sun Wukong pushed his hands forward and caught the flying energy bomb at once. The energy bomb carried Sun Wukong's body, causing Sun Wukong's body to slide backwards. Bang! Sun Wukong's body hit the hill behind him, leaving a long mark on the hill. Hey! Sun Wukong pushed hard, pushing the energy bomb high into the sky, and stepped out from the rocks on the hill. Kakarot, that bastard! Vegeta was unwilling. Why is he so powerful? Sun Wukong floated in the air, facing Frieza on the opposite side. Not bad, you, a low-level warrior, are much stronger than I thought. Frieza snorted, looking at Sun Wukong with a smile. It's a pity that Vegeta died early. If he knew that the low-level warrior was stronger than his genius warrior, I don't know how he would feel. Vegeta felt his soul pierced at that time. I'm dead, and Frieza, that bastard, is still mocking me. It's so hateful. Although you are stronger than Vegeta, you are the little ant I let go more than 20 years ago. Frieza smiled contemptuously. A small ant can also defeat an elephant through hard training. Sun Wukong answered. Frieza burst out laughing at that time. Tell me, how can a small ant defeat an elephant through training? Frieza laughed and glared at the position where Sun Wukong was. Eyes. Suddenly, a ball of invisible energy quickly covered Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong also reacted very quickly, immediately rushed into the sky, and appeared right above Frieza. Give it back to you. Sun Wukong glared at Frieza fiercely. The invisible energy covered Frieza's body. Frieza's body fell downwards. At the moment when he approached the surface of the lake, Frieza's figure disappeared on the spot. In just a moment, Frieza appeared behind Sun Wukong. Bang! Frieza kicked hard and kicked Sun Wukong down from the air. Boom! Sun Wukong fell into the lake below. The lake was rippling, and the waves were one after another. Sun Wukong sank to the bottom of the water. Come up quickly, I know you will be fine. Frieza shouted loudly. Sun Wukong was thinking silently under the water. This guy is so fast. How should I deal with him? It seems that he can't rely on the ability of sensing to search for the opponent's position like us. He can only see with his eyes. I'll try to take advantage of his weakness. Qigong Wave. Sun Wukong condensed 2 Qigong waves. Go. Sun Wukong raised his hand, and one of the Qigong waves quickly rushed up from the depths of the lake. Come up. Why don't you come up? Frieza raised his hand and prepared to attack Sun Wukong. As long as Sun Wukong showed his head, Frieza would smash him without hesitation. But the blow just now was enough for him. Frieza said to himself. As he was talking, a Qigong wave rushed up from the lake and whistled in the direction of Frieza. Prepare to die. Frisia clenched his fist and was about to punch. But soon, Frisia found something wrong. It didn't seem to be him. At this moment, another Qigong wave rushed up from the lake. Here. Frisia laughed and was about to attack the Qigong wave. But then, Frisia found something wrong. It's not him. I'm here. Sun Wukong fell from the sky, stepped directly on Frisia's body with both feet, and kicked him down from the air. Boom! Frisia hit a small island below like a cannonball, and the island was broken into several pieces. Frisia climbed up from the ruins and shook his head. It's a pity he is not injured. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that a small low-level warrior could make me. Frisia covered in dust. Frisia sneered, it's fun to fight with you. This is the first time I'm so excited. How should I deal with you? It's terrible. I thought it would work. Sun Wukong said with a smile. I'll show you this. Frisia said, waving at the nearby stones. Suddenly, the stones floated next to Frisia. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment. Hey! Frisia controlled the stones and smashed them towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dodged quickly. Damn it! If I still had that special energy, I would have such an ability. Sun Wukong dodged while punching and kicking the stones, and his mouth was not idle. When Sun Wukong cleaned up all the stones, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Frisia suddenly appeared behind Sun Wukong. I got you. An energy bomb appeared in Frisia's hand, and suddenly enveloped Sun Wukong. No. Can't move. Sun Wukong's face changed color. Go to hell. Frisia smiled contemptuously and urged the energy bomb to smash towards the ground below. Boom. The energy bomb hit a small island below. A huge mushroom cloud rose on the island. The shock wave brought by the mushroom cloud spread wildly around. Get down. Kale. Sun Gohan pressed Kala's head and pressed her to the ground. Kale, I almost ate dirt. Krillin also lay on the ground. Only Piccolo protected his head with his arms and blocked the impact of the shock wave. The next moment, several people got up from the ground and looked into the distance. What a scary guy. Krillin took a breath. Frisia is teasing Son Goku. Piccolo said in a deep voice, he can easily destroy this planet. Chapter 205 Whis, Luo Tian, admit defeat. Dad Son Gohan was a little worried. Don't worry, he's fine. Piccolo smiled slightly, look behind. Hey? Krillin was stunned. Several people looked behind them and immediately found Sun Wukong behind them. Gohan's father, you are awesome. Defeat him. Kair waved his black fist. It was closed just now. I didn't notice his attack. After Sun Wukong said this, he immediately rushed into the sky and returned to Frisia's side. Frisia looked at Sun Wukong with some surprise, with a little surprise on his face. Vegeta felt the endless blow again. This time, Luo Tian didn't say much to Vegeta. No matter how much you tell a person, he may just let it go in one ear and out the other. But let him experience it himself, maybe he will gradually understand and comprehend. Luo Tian intends to let Vegeta see it for himself, and feel what happened through what he sees and hears. Stop destroying other people's planets, that's what the god of destruction should do. Sun Wukong said lightly. Oh? You know a lot. Frisia snorted. I know a little bit. Sun Wukong nodded. Then you don't know, I work for the god of destruction, I can destroy this planet without hesitation. Frisia said with a smile. Hey? Are you working for the god of destruction? Sun Wukong was stunned. Originally you are not qualified to know this, but now you are a dying man, so there is nothing wrong with telling you. Frisia snorted, don't think that you are great just because you bring up the god of destruction. I know much more than you do. When I first met you, you were just a little kid who was still breastfeeding. Sun Wukong was speechless. Okay, warm-up exercises are over, let's start the real battle. Frisia sneered. I think so too. Sun Wukong nodded. Are you good at air combat or ground combat? Frisia asked. How about ground combat? Sun Wukong replied. Frisia turned his head to look at the island behind him and pointed to a slightly larger island. The next moment, the two landed on the large island at a high speed. Sun Wukong took off his coat and stretched his body. Next, I will give you a special favor. How about I let you use both hands? Frisia shook his hands. You don't need to use both hands to fight me, how generous. Sun Wukong was stunned and clenched his fists, then I'll start first, okay? Of course. Frisia smiled contemptuously and hugged his arms together. Sun Wukong no longer hesitated and immediately rushed towards Frisia. Looking at the fast-moving Sun Wukong, Frisia jumped lightly and kicked him fiercely. Sun Wukong leaned back and dodged Frisia's attack. Then, Sun Wukong supported the ground with his left hand and kicked Frisia with his right foot. Frisia dodged easily, and the tail behind him was like a long whip, whipping Sun Wukong's face fiercely. The moment Sun Wukong landed, he kicked the ground with his right foot, rushed over quickly, and grabbed Frisia's tail. Then, Sun Wukong shouted loudly and dragged Frisia's tail around in place. Swish! Sun Wukong let go and threw Frisia out. Boom! Frisia's body hit a nearby hill. The hill collapsed, and the rocks clattered. But then, Frisia rushed out from the ruins and attacked Sun Wukong with his feet. Sun Wukong kept hitting Frisia with his fists and feet. For a while, Frisia couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Bang! After several rounds of fighting, Sun Wukong kicked Frisia in the stomach, causing Frisia to scream in pain. Frisia endured the severe pain, hooked his tail, and wrapped it around Sun Wukong's neck. Frisia immediately showed a look of pride. However, at the moment when Frisia just smiled, Sun Wukong opened his mouth and bit Frisia's tail. Ouch! Frisia's smile froze on his face, and he felt unwell. He quickly retracted his tail and blew hard at it. Bang! Sun Wukong took the opportunity to kick Frisia on the head, and then hit him in the chest with an uppercut. Frisia couldn't stand it anymore, and punched Sun Wukong in the face, knocking him to the ground. At the moment when Frisia punched, he suddenly realized that he had violated the rules. Didn't we agree not to use our hands? Sun Wukong got up from the ground and smiled slightly. Hehe, the preferential time is over. Frisia snorted. Tisk. Vegeta trembled with anger. Kakarot, that bastard, has become much stronger again. How did he practice? And he didn't use Ultra Instinct this time. Is he so strong even without Ultra Instinct? You are indeed very strong. Vegeta was once known as a genius warrior. Frisia said with a smile, if there are really genius warriors among the Saiyans, the most talented warrior besides Broly is probably you. Vegeta was so angry that his teeth itched. Fuck you, Frisia. I'm dead, and you're still gossiping behind my back. Broly? Sun Wukong was stunned. What? Don't you know him? Frisia smiled. Shouldn't the most talented warrior be Luo Tian? Sun Wukong corrected. No, he's not a warrior. He wants to train to become an angel. Frisia shook his head. Although I don't understand what you're saying, it doesn't matter. My main goal is to defeat you. Sun Wukong answered righteously. I'm tired of this. Let's have a fight and decide the winner. Frisia's face turned cold. I can give you one last chance. Are you willing to work under me? It's a pity to eliminate you. You can do better than Captain Jinyu. Jinyu? Sun Wukong was slightly startled. Oh, he is on his way to Namek and may be late. Frisia said lightly, how about it? You can form another team and do whatever you want in this universe. And your biggest backer, besides me, is the god of destruction. I'm not interested. Sun Wukong refused decisively. I knew you would say that. You Saiyans are all stubborn and stubborn. Frisia snorted, then I have to kill you. It's not that easy. Sun Wukong took a deep breath. He. You are really confident. Frisia sneered, I've noticed that although you are fighting seriously, you haven't used all your strength. You can see it. Sun Wukong smiled, and cold sweat slid down his face. I have already calculated that as long as I use about 50% of my energy, I will make you become dust in the universe. Frisia stretched out 5 fingers. Ya, what did you say? Sun Wukong's face changed color, and he laughed dryly, don't scare me, I'm glad to meet an opponent like you. Frisia looked at Sun Wukong with a smile, and slowly opened his hands, it's been a long time since I fought like this. I still remember the last time I fought seriously was in the Destroyer God election competition of the 18th universe 27 years ago. Destroyer God election competition? What is it? Sun Wukong asked curiously. You don't need to know this. Frisia said, and the energy in his body gradually burst out. Oh my, Mr. Frisia is finally going to show his true strength. Weiss sighed. Brother Weiss, Frisia didn't show his true strength, did he? He only showed half of his strength. Myers corrected earnestly. Weiss, Myers was really led into a trap by Luo Tian. He is getting more and more serious. Luo Tian patted Myers on the shoulder. What a good brother. He is getting more and more successful. Hey? Why do I feel like I am patting my son? I am sorry, High Priest, I accidentally treated him as my son. I am just imagining it in my mind, you probably don't know. Is this the real strength of Frisia? Vegeta's face changed again and again, and his soul body trembled violently. Vegeta could also clearly feel the huge deterrent power brought by Frisia. According to Mr. Frisia's combat power calculation method, his combat power is now at least 60 million. Weiss said with a smile. What? Sure enough, his real combat power is 120 million? Vegeta shuddered. Yes. Whis nodded. Vegeta was silent. Luo Tian knew Frisia's combat power value a long time ago. It turned out that all this was true. At first I thought he was just scaring people. It turned out that the real clown was me. Mr. Son Goku's combat power after using the King Fist, it's only 30 million, which is still a long way off. Whis sighed slightly. What did you say? Kakaroto's combat power is 30 million? Vegeta looked stunned, his eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. Yes, at present, Mr. Son Goku's combat power has indeed reached 30 million. Whis nodded in reply. How is this possible? We both hit each other hard at the same time, and then healed and regenerated. I only increased to more than 2 million, why did he reach 30 million? Even if there is a gap between me and him, it shouldn't be so big, right? Vegeta asked unwillingly. Mr. Sun Wukong's basic combat power is only 3 million. He used the King Fist to increase his combat power to 30 million. Whis explained in detail. Can the King Fist increase combat power 10 times? Vegeta was shocked again. That's true. Whis nodded. Vegeta felt the piercing of his soul again. How many special abilities did this bastard Kakaroto cultivate? But it's a pity. The combat power is only 30 million. It's far less than half of Frisia's strength. Wait a minute, something is wrong. Why is it that after we both recovered from injuries at the same time, my combat power only increased to more than 2 million, but his is so much more than mine? How can this inferior warrior be so much stronger than a genius warrior like me? Sun Wukong's face changed again and again. Because Sun Wukong clearly sensed Frisia's powerful aura. This guy is not bragging. Swish! Frisia attacked quickly, and a fierce elbow hit Son Goku's nose directly. Son Goku was almost knocked to the ground, and took several steps back before he could stabilize his body. However, Son Goku's nosebleed was already flowing out of his nostrils. Frisia turned sideways to Son Goku, looking as if he didn't take him seriously. Then, Frisia looked over with a scornful smile in his eyes. Bang! Frisia swept his leg and knocked Sun Wukong to the ground. Sun Wukong subconsciously supported himself on the ground with his hands. However, Frisia's tail had already hooked Sun Wukong's neck, and he hit him in the chest with a fierce elbow. Sun Wukong fell to his knees in pain, feeling unwell. Hey! Sun Wukong kicked him fiercely. Frisia jumped lightly, dodged Sun Wukong's attack, landed in front, and gave him his back. Sun Wukong's body burst into a deep red light and rushed towards Frisia. Bang! Frisia turned around and kicked Sun Wukong to the ground again with a gorgeous flying kick. Sun Wukong slid on the ground for a distance, jumped up from the ground with a carp jump, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gasped heavily, and felt a burst of fatigue. You are finally out of breath. You are lucky not to be beaten to death. Frisia chuckled. Krillin was shocked. Sun Gohan was even more stunned. Kale had already let go of Sun Gohan's arm. Now seeing that Sun Gohan's father was abused like this, he was a little scared again. He hurriedly grabbed his arm, feeling that this was the best safe haven. Piccolo's face changed again and again. He knew clearly that Son Goku might lose. Bang! Frisia punched Son Goku again and knocked him to the ground. Then, Frisia followed. Son Goku saw that the situation was not good, jumped up from the ground, avoided Frisia's attack, and landed on a nearby hill. His expression became more and more painful. Frisia smiled coldly, slowly raised his arm, and stretched out 2 fingers. Son Goku was slightly stunned. Swish! Frisia waved his hand fiercely, and a flash of energy like lightning flashed and slid down from in front of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was startled and hurriedly crossed his arms to protect his head. When everything calmed down, Sun Wukong looked at the ground with wide eyes. There was a deep gully on the ground, which was bottomless and stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers, with no end in sight. Frisia's move almost cut the entire Namek in half. Of course, Frisia's grasp was very accurate and did not damage the core of the planet. Otherwise, if the core of the planet was damaged, the entire planet would explode. Frisia was still angry, and of course he couldn't let these people go so easily. I will give all the damage I suffered in front of that rat god of destruction back to you guys. What an amazing energy. Sun Wukong looked extremely ugly. It's over, Kakarot is going to lose. Vegeta didn't know whether he should gloat over the misfortune or sympathize with Kakarot. I've said before that I have much more experience than you. More than 20 years ago, I participated in the God of Destruction competition in the 18th universe, where I met many powerful opponents. Frieza sneered and looked at Sun Wukong sarcastically, with my strength, I can easily destroy this planet. The one who destroyed planet Vegeta is me. Sun Wukong was silent, feeling powerless. I can't win. What did Frieza do? Sun Wuhan asked. It seems to have cut this planet in half, Krillin said in a deep voice. It's terrible, it's really terrible. Kair trembled all over, and his young heart was hit hard. What is Goku thinking? Frieza has already gained the upper hand. Krillin asked. He didn't think of anything. Frieza has a strength that is hard for us and Son Goku to imagine. Piccolo's voice was low. Frieza slowly flew up and landed opposite Son Goku. He looked at him with a smile and said, Don't worry, I don't want to kill you right away. My anger hasn't subsided yet. You should have left this planet immediately when that God of Destruction knocked me out. But you stayed and died. Son Goku took a deep breath. It seems that there is no other way, I can only use 20 times Kaioken. If it is true as he said, he only used 50% of his energy, even if I use 20 times Kaioken, I am afraid I am not his opponent. Anyway, let's try it first. It's a pity that I don't have the energy of Ultra Freedom. If I had it, maybe I could resist it. However, now my energy intensity is not much different from that of Ultra Freedom. But the energy of Ultra Freedom has been restored, and it can treat me. Let's try 20 times Kaioken first. It's too late for you to regret now. You were the one who challenged me first. Frieza snorted coldly. Boom. Goku no longer hesitated, and red flashing energy immediately emerged from his body. Frieza was slightly stunned. Vegeta widened his eyes, showing endless shock. What is this? What is Kakarot doing? Why did his energy suddenly increase so much? Oh my, Mr. Goku used 20 times the Kaioken, this move has far exceeded his body load. Whis said with emotion, he can temporarily increase his combat power to 60 million. Just comparable to Mr. Frieza who has used half of his energy. Ya, what did you say? Combat power 60 million. Vegeta's whole body was trembling, and his soul body was shaking violently. Luo Tian watched all this calmly, as if he was recalling the scenes of reading comics and watching anime in his previous life. But now, Luo Tian saw the kind of immersive picture. Luo Tian, no. Myers whispered, I'm afraid you are going to lose, but it's okay to lose to Brother Weiss, after all, Brother Weiss is a real angel, and his insight is much stronger than ours. Myers, what did I say before? Luo Tian smiled. Never give up easily until the last moment? Myers smiled. Yes, that's it. Luo Tian nodded. Mers, it's almost the last moment. Why don't you give up? No matter what, Mr. Sun Wukong should not be able to win, right? Besides, he is not the legendary Super Saiyan who can suddenly transform or something. The legendary Super Saiyans are only Broly and Kale. It is even more impossible for Kale to transform now, she is already scared. Yes, Luo Tian, you may lose. Ling Long also didn't think much of Luo Tian, but 100 meals of delicious food should not be difficult to get together on Earth. So this is why you dare to bet with Whis, right? Ling Long, even you think I will lose? Luo Tian shook his head. Otherwise, is there still a chance to win? Ling Long pondered, although the combat power is different from the level we said, the gap is really too big. Should we also bet on a game? Luo Tian suddenly asked. What to bet on? Ling Long raised her eyebrows, stroked her hair, looked at the little man condensed in Luo Tian's body, and asked with interest. If I lose, I will consume a level to inject you with angel power, so that you will no longer be as weak as you are now. Luo Tian pondered, how about it? Am I generous enough? Such a big bet. If you win, what do you need me to do? Ling Long asked. Just put on this dress. Luo Tian shook his hands, and a bikini appeared in his hands. Ling Long, just this? Ling Long felt that she had taken advantage. Am I good enough for you? Luo Tian said with a smile. Are you sure? Ling Long asked again. Do you dare? Luo Tian smiled slightly. I won't bully you. If I win, you just need to send me a little angel power. You don't need to consume a level. After all, cultivation is not easy. Ling Long pondered. Deal. Luo Tian readily agreed. Ling Long, I thought you would be polite to me. But you weren't polite at all. Hey! Sun Wukong quickly launched an attack. Bang! Then, Sun Wukong punched Frisia in the face, twisting his face. Frisia's body flew backwards. Kamehapa! Sun Wukong gathered energy in both hands, and a large Qigong wave was ejected in the direction of Frisia. Frisia raised his hand and tried to catch the Qigong wave. However, when Frisia's hand touched the Qigong wave, he clearly felt the death crisis from the Qigong wave. Frisia was horrified and hurriedly increased his own energy to block the invasion of the Qigong wave. Boom! A bright energy flame appeared in the sky where Frisia was, and the flame seemed to dye the sky golden. When the smoke gradually dissipated, Frisia stood there unharmed, but smoke was coming out of his body. Seeing that Frisia was not seriously injured, Son Goku's face became ugly again. He was not bragging. He really only used half of his energy. Piccolo and the other four were also shocked. It's unbelievable, Goku's Kamehameha was quite powerful just now. But Frisia didn't suffer any fatal injuries at all. Krillin looked heavy. Dad's breath has obviously weakened. Son Gohan said in a deep voice. How can such a powerful guy exist in this universe? Krillin wanted to cry. It's terrible, it's really terrible. I want to go home. Kair wanted to cry but had no tears, and his little face was pale. Failed, completely failed. Piccolo smiled bitterly. Luo Tian asked us to participate in this training, it feels like he is sending us to a fire pit. Luo Tian also said that Namek will become my stage, suddenly I feel cheated. Krillin sniffed. After using the 20 times Kaioken, Sun Wukong clearly felt the severe pain and discomfort in his body and almost fell to the ground. But Sun Wukong still stood up firmly. Frisia looked at Sun Wukong below with lingering fear. It was really dangerous just now. How could he have such a huge energy? Frisia stared at Sun Wukong coldly. Except for the god of destruction, this is the first time someone has hurt me to this extent. While talking to himself, Frisia looked at his hands and could even smell the aroma of barbecue. Damn Saiyan! I won't let you off. Frisia clenched his fist tightly, blocking out the smell of meat. Swoosh! Frisia swooped down from the air and quickly appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was panting heavily, looking more and more exhausted. You hurt me so much just now. Frisia shouted, and flew up, hitting Sun Wukong's head heavily with his head. Sun Wukong fell to the ground with a bang, and his body slid backwards on the ground. Then, Sun Wukong rolled over several times on the ground, gasping for breath, looking more and more embarrassed. Frisia slowly walked to the opposite side of Sun Wukong and kicked him on the chin. Sun Wukong's body flew up to a height and rolled in the air again. Frisia slowly jumped up, kicked Sun Wukong down from the air with a big foot. Sun Wukong fell to the ground again and barely got up from the ground. Where did you get up from the ground? Have you used up your energy? Frisia kept sneering. Swish! Frisia waved his hand in the air, and an invisible energy covered the front of Sun Wukong. Suddenly, a bottomless pit appeared on the ground. You only have this little ability, prepare to die. Frisia snorted coldly. Luo Tian, why don't you admit defeat to Brother Whis, go down and save Mr. Wukong? Myers couldn't bear to watch it anymore. If you don't care like this, the newly recruited Kaishin and God of Destruction will die. Humph, Kakarot, this idiot, I thought he could be a bit promising. Vegeta clenched his fists, and his whole body trembled. Whis also looked at Luo Tian with a smile. It seemed to mean that if you admit defeat, you can go down and save your Kaishin. Luo Tian was unmoved. Vegeta also turned his head and looked at Luo Tian immediately without saying anything. Luo Tian didn't even save me, let alone save Kakarot. It seems that Kakarot's importance in Luo Tian's heart is just like that. Look, what is Wukong doing? Luo Tian suddenly said, pointing at Sun Wukong below. The excitement is coming soon. Please read on patiently, please vote for the monthly ticket. 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 Chapter 206 Ling Long, are you going to inject me with angel power? Weiss and Myers immediately looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his hands high, and for a moment he couldn't understand what he wanted to do. Even Frisia was a little puzzled and didn't understand Sun Wukong's intention. What does he want to do? Piccolo asked, why did he suddenly raise his hands? I know, Gohan's father surrendered, right? Does surrender mean we don't have to fight? Kale said timidly. No one paid attention to Kale. It's the spirit bomb. Krillin exclaimed. What is the spirit bomb? Piccolo was slightly startled. It's a special skill that King Kai taught him. Krillin pondered. On the spaceship, when you went to sleep, Goku told me about this. He said that the spirit bomb collects energy from the plants, animals, us and microorganisms on this planet, all living creatures. Then use this energy to gather energy to attack. Originally on Earth, Goku had planned to use the spirit bomb to deal with Vegeta, but later he used Ultra Instinct and gave up the spirit bomb for the time being. So that's how it is. Piccolo understood and asked, will it work? I don't think it will work against Frieza either. Son Gohan is even less optimistic about the spirit bomb. After all, there are too few creatures on this planet. There is no other way, Goku must know this, but this is Goku's only way at the moment. Krillin said in a deep voice. Who? Son Goku raised his hands and began to collect energy. Namek and the many nearby planets, please give me some energy. What? What tricks are you trying to play? What else can you do when you are wobbling? Frieza snorted and looked at Sun Wukong with interest. Suddenly, a large amount of energy gathered in the nearby sky. After sensing the huge energy fluctuations, Krillin, Son Gohan, and others were surprised and immediately looked in the direction of the energy bomb. What a huge energy! Krillin was surprised and happy. Maybe it can defeat Frieza. Son Gohan nodded, looking a little excited. Oh, it turned out to be the energy bomb, which was taught to Mr. Goku by the North King of our universe. Whis quickly understood and said to Luo Tian with a smile, so Mr. Luo Tian refused to admit defeat because he still had this trick. Unexpected? Luo Tian grinned. But according to my analysis, the energy bomb condensed by Mr. Sun Wukong is only 80 million strong according to the combat power value, which is very good. Whis quickly analyzed with the scepter, I still count the energy of some nearby planets with life. If we add a little of our energy, it won't be a problem to destroy Frieza. Myers added thoughtfully. Oh my, Mr. Luo Tian can't put his energy into it. You must add energy to it. Weiss said with a smile. Are you an angel who plays tricks like Vans? Luo Tian scolded him. Weiss covered his head and was speechless for a while. Mers, why did you two take me into the bet? Luo Tian, you are too much. 80 million combat power. Vegeta's soul body changed color again. Kakarot, you must be cheating. How can a low-level warrior like you have such a strong combat power energy? And I, a genius warrior, have been beaten to death. Sun Wukong raised his hands and condensed the energy bomb. Frieza was confused and didn't understand what Sun Wukong wanted to do. Sun Wukong was extremely anxious. A little more, it's far from enough now. Soon, the energy bomb condensed to a diameter of 50 meters. So big? Pico was surprised. Only this planet should not be able to produce such a large spirit bomb. Goku may have collected the spirits from nearby planets. Krillin guessed. Frieza hasn't found it yet, why don't you throw it over quickly? Piccolo asked. The spirits collected are not enough. It's impossible to defeat Frieza like this. Krillin shook his head, Goku must think so. Dad, hurry up. Son Gohan was worried about his father. Gohan's dad, come on. Kaira cheered for Son Goku in an inaudible voice. What do you want to do? Don't you want me to see you? Are you raising your hands now to surrender? Frieza snorted and looked at Sun Wukong with a cold face. Sun Wukong was anxious, but his hands continued to condense the spirit bomb. The biggest weakness of this move is that it takes a lot of time. It's not enough now, give it a little more. Don't let him find out. Are you done yet? Are you going to keep going like this? Frieza frowned. Don't worry. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said. Go to hell. Frieza almost swore, kicked over, and kicked Sun Wukong to the ground. Oh, I wonder if Mr. Wukong can complete the spirit bomb smoothly? Whis smiled and looked down. It was interrupted for a while, but it's not a big problem. Myers analyzed, Frieza hasn't found it yet. Luo Tian didn't say anything. Can I not know whether the spirit bomb can be completed? This is bad. Krillin's face changed color. But there is still hope. Piccolo said in a deep voice. Sun Wukong climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Pico made a prompt decision and immediately called out to Son Gohan, Krillin, and Kair who were present, Gohan, Krillin, Kair, you three pass the remaining chi to me. Krillin and the other two were slightly stunned. Hurry up. Piccolo urged. Immediately, Son Gohan and Krillin quickly passed the chi to Piccolo. Kale? I don't know how to pass Chi like you do, Kyer said timidly. Forget it, I don't need you, you can only wish you good luck. Piccolo didn't like this little girl at all. Since you came here, you have been pestering our Gohan. Hey? Why am I talking about our Gohan? Don't be anxious, wait a little longer. Sun Wukong stood up firmly and called out to Frisia. Don't scare people there. Frisia snorted coldly, stretched out 5 fingers, and aimed at Sun Wukong's body in the air. Boom! Frisia fired a Qigong cannon in his hand. Sun Wukong flew backwards and plunged into the lake behind him, swallowed by the lake. Both Sun Gohan and Krillin were startled, and their chi transmission was a little turbulent. Don't think about other things, concentrate. Piccolo shouted seriously. Sun Wukong climbed to the shore from the lake with difficulty, and his body became more exhausted. What are the Saiyans thinking? I really don't understand. They are not likable at all. Frisia appeared in front of Sun Wukong and looked down at him. I'm tired of this battle, I want to destroy you and then destroy this planet. In this way, you and your companions can meet in another world, and you should wake up from your dream of being a Kai King. As he said that, Frisia stretched out his finger and pointed it at Sun Wukong's head. However, just when Frisia was about to kill Sun Wukong, he suddenly saw the spirit bomb reflected in the lake. What is that? It doesn't look like the sun. Frisia immediately looked up at the sky. A huge energy flashing with blue light appeared in the sky. Frisia was shocked. Sun Wukong's face changed again and again. What is that? Is it the energy you condensed? Frisia was stunned. When did you condense this energy? Did you do it just now with your hands raised? Sun Wukong was completely desperate. It was almost done. What a pity. How do you still have so much energy? Frisia was stunned, looking up and staring at the energy in the sky with hatred. Sun Wukong clenched his fist tightly, feeling very unwilling. Now even if he uses the spirit bomb, he will dodge it. And this spirit bomb is too small to defeat Frisia. You want to sneak attack me? You poor guy, your wishful thinking has failed. Frisia pointed his finger at Sun Wukong, smiled coldly, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Asshole! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and punched Frisia. Snap! Frisia raised his hand and caught Sun Wukong's fist, and aimed his other hand at Sun Wukong's head. Disappear! Frisia snorted, and was about to kill Sun Wukong on the spot. Bang! Pico came quickly and kicked Frisia on the head. Frisia's face was twisted and deformed by the kick, and he fell into the lake behind him. Pico? Sun Wukong was stunned. Hurry up and finish the spirit bomb. Piccolo said hurriedly. Thank you, Piccolo. Sun Wukong nodded, raised his hands high, and continued to condense the energy bomb. Sun Wukong, speed up, my energy is not enough to resist him. Piccolo hurriedly urged. Frisia rushed up to the sky from the lake, his forehead veins bulging, and he was furious. Damn name Kian! Dare you still want to make a move? Sun Wukong, is it not okay yet? Frisia is shaking with anger. Piccolo said in a deep voice, if it doesn't work, just fight quickly. There's still a little left. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. I will make you pay a heavy price. Frisia was angry. However, at the moment when Frisia's voice just fell, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Boom! Frisia turned his head, and 2 energies exploded on his face. Frisia hurriedly crossed his arms subconsciously to protect his body. It's the 2 of them, barely using the little energy they have left. Piccolo smiled and shook his head. It's a pity that the little girl named Kale can't help at all, just holding Gohan back. Goku didn't answer this question, still concentrating on condensing the spirit bullet. Mers felt that his face was a little embarrassed. This time, Kale's performance was really speechless. She was too timid. She should practice her courage and bring her out again. Frisia swept towards a small island in the distance and soon noticed the 3 people including Gohan who appeared there. Hey, brother Gohan, he found us. I said don't attack. Kale's legs trembled with fear. It's okay, Kale, I'm here, I will protect you. Gohan said bravely. In such a far place, there are still flies escaping. You really know how to make people angry. Frisia's face was extremely ugly, and he shouted loudly, the game ends here. I will destroy you and this planet together. Sun Wukong's eyes were stern, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Okay. Done. Sun Wukong cheered. Pop. Frisia raised his right hand high, and a black and red planet-destroying bomb condensed in his hand. Sun Wukong did not hesitate at all, and suddenly pressed his hands down. The spirit bomb pressed towards Frisia's direction. Frisia suddenly had a bad premonition. When he looked up, he found that the huge spirit bomb was overwhelming him. "Quick, lie down!" Piccolo shouted. The next moment, Piccolo and Sun Wukong hurriedly lay down on the ground. "What is this?" Frisia was shocked and hurriedly threw the planet-destroying bomb over. Puff! The moment the planet-destroying bomb came into contact with the huge energy bomb, it shattered directly, without even a ripple on the energy bomb. "What is this?" Frisia panicked, and hurriedly used his hands and feet to support the falling energy bomb, trying to block it back. However, when Frisia came into contact with this huge thing, his heart sank and he felt endless fear. The energy bomb, carrying Frisia's body, smashed down on the ground of Namek. "Ah!" Frisia wailed. Boom! The next moment, the energy bomb finally hit the ground of the planet. The entire Namek seemed to have a huge nuclear bomb exploded, and a dazzling light emerged. There was even a large pit with a diameter of 50 meters on the ground of Namek. The nearby lake water poured back into the pit, and the sound of flowing water continued. "Brother Gohan! Hold my hand!" Kale hurriedly pulled Son Gohan out of the lake. "Thank you, Kale." Son Gohan hurriedly thanked him and went to pull Krillin out of the lake. The three of them stood on a raised stone and looked into the distance. "Where are Dad and the others?" Son Gohan asked with an ugly face. "Maybe they were too close and fell in with him. I can't even sense the breath of Dad and Uncle Piccolo." "That's because we're not concentrating enough," Krillin comforted him. Just then, Son Gohan suddenly looked up and saw Piccolo appearing on the distant shore. And Piccolo was still holding Son Goku's wrist. "Yes, Uncle Piccolo." "And Dad?" Son Gohan was surprised and happy. "They are all still alive, that's great." Krillin cheered. Kale jumped up with joy. The three of them flew towards Sun Wukong together. "Tisk, defeating Frisia in this way." "It's nothing," Vegeta said unwillingly. "Oh my, Mr. Frisia was not defeated," Whis said to Vegeta with a smile. "Ya, what did you say? Do you mean is Frisia still alive?" Vegeta's face was extremely ugly. "Mr. Vegeta, take a closer look." Whis smiled. Vegeta took a closer look and saw Frisia in another area. It can be said that although Frisia was injured, he was not seriously injured. Is this guy immortal?" Vegeta looked stunned. Speaking of immortality, Vegeta was not very calm again. "This bastard Piccolo. He changed his wish without permission." Vegeta gnashed his teeth in hatred. "You changed your wish. The problem is that Kakarot's son didn't play any role at all." Luo Tian suddenly thought of something and immediately patted Ling Long on the back. "Are you not asleep?" Luo Tian asked. "I'm standing here. Why do you think I'm sleeping?" Ling Long was speechless. "I see you're in a daze." Luo Tian smiled. "Ling Long, I'm watching them fight." Ling Long replied. "I suddenly thought of a question. You seem to have fooled me last time." Luo Tian said with a dark face. "Last time? When?" Ling Long was stunned. "Don't worry about when. You said last time that Campbelli of the 9th universe is the weakest angel. Is that true?" Luo Tian asked. "I did say that." Ling Long did not deny it. "You said you met Campbelli 500 years ago? Right?" Luo Tian asked again. "That's right." Ling Long's beautiful eyes blinked. "Didn't you disappear at that time? I heard that you only recovered in recent years." Luo Tian pondered. "I did recover recently, but I was conscious 500 years ago." Ling Long was not surprised. "So that's the case, then it's okay, you continue to be in a daze." Luo Tian stopped talking to Ling Long after he finished speaking. Ling Long was speechless. "You asked this after asking for a long time? Frisia is still alive, and Sun Wukong and the others have used up all their energy. It seems that you are bound to lose." Ling Long sighed. "Are you ready to inject angel power into me? Can I give you angel power in other ways?" Luo Tian looked at Ling Long from top to bottom, and the more he looked, the more he felt that this little angel was beautiful. In terms of skin color, it is many times better than Bardos. Although Luo Tian doesn't have much requirements for skin color, he feels that blue can also be done. But who doesn't like normal skin color? A female angel like Ling Long is indeed very attractive. Other ways? What ways? Ling Long was stunned. "I'll tell you later." Luo Tian smiled. "It's inexplicable," Ling Long muttered softly. "I'm not in a hurry here, but as for Whis, are you planning to take him to Earth to taste the food? With his personality, if he knew that you had exchanged such a good food planet, he might find a way to exchange it back. Since it has been exchanged, don't think about exchanging it back. Luo Tian shook his head. Let's see the outcome of the battle first. Ling Long sighed slightly, and also felt that Sun Wukong and his team would definitely lose. Frisia is still alive now. Except Kair, all of Sun Wukong and his team have consumed all their energy. Even if they didn't consume all their energy, even if their energy was restored to the peak, they were still no match for Frisia. The gap is too big. I'm afraid that if Sun Wukong uses 20 times Kaioken again, he will also be easily blocked by Frisia. This monster. Vegeta's soul body trembled violently, and he felt Frisia's horror more and more. How could I challenge such a terrifying person? My brain must be cramped. Frisia is right, I can't even beat him, so what kind of destroyer is it? Vegeta's mentality collapsed again. Don't say it's me, Kakarot's spirit bomb is so powerful, but it hasn't killed Frisia. This guy is definitely a monster. I actually wanted to kill this guy before. I'm not the legendary Super Saiyan. Oh, do you want to continue watching? Luo Tian. Weiss looked like he was sure of victory, and smiled a little proudly. Chapter 207 Super Saiyan God never give up until the last moment. Luo Tian replied. Okay, then continue watching but people will die next. Weiss sighed slightly. It's okay. For them, death is a kind of experience. Luo Tian smiled. Gohan, Krillin, and Kale landed on the island where Goku and Piccolo were, hugged each other, and showed the joy of victory. In fact, it is better to say that this is a towering hill than an island. Because the nearby islands were irrigated by the lake water. No more. Gohan and his father hugged each other. Piccolo doted on Gohan's head. With Krillin's help, Goku stood up. Let's leave this planet as soon as possible. Goku scratched his head. Ah, Krillin exclaimed. What's wrong with you, Krillin? Goku was stunned. We don't have a spaceship, how can we leave this planet? Krillin smiled bitterly, even if we leave, this is still the 7th universe, isn't our place the 6th universe? You scared me, I thought Frisia was here again. Goku laughed. Don't scare me, Krillin wiped his sweat. We can only contact Luo Tian and ask him to help take us back. Piccolo pondered. You said to Piccolo, this is the only way. Krillin said, turning his head to look at Piccolo. However, when Krillin looked over, his face became extremely ugly at the time, and his body couldn't help but tremble violently. That guy is Krillin's lips turned purple, and he pointed at Frisia who appeared on the nearby mountain. Frisia's tail had been broken, one of his eyes was blind, and his body was covered with wounds. He looked extremely embarrassed. It's Frisia. Sun Wukong was shocked. Swish. Frisia's eyes were cold, and there was no need to be polite. A stream of light shot out from his fingers, directly piercing Piccolo's heart and leaving a hole in Piccolo's chest. Piccolo fell to the ground. Piccolo, Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wuhan was shocked and rushed over. Sun Wukong was even more angry and glared at Frisia. Do you think I'm dead? Frisia, will not die. Frisia kept sneering, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Leave here immediately. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and ordered Krillin, Sun Gohan, and Kair, first find a spaceship to leave this planet. What are you talking about? Goku. You can't do this. Krillin hurriedly said. Go. Don't stay and get in the way. Do you want to die together? Sun Wukong shouted. Do you think I will forgive you? None of you can run away today. Frisia snorted coldly, I will blow you to pieces. Pa. Frisia waved his hand in the air and immediately controlled Krillin to soar into the sky. Krillin's body was completely out of control. He struggled desperately in the air and screamed. Krillin! Sun Wukong exclaimed, and shouted at Frisia, stop it! Frisia! Frisia smiled contemptuously. You told me to stop, so I would stop? I won't! Goku! Krillin screamed. Boom! Krillin exploded at that moment, turned into slag, and slowly drifted down from the sky. Goku's pupils turned white. Gohan was even more stunned. Kale was so scared that his face was as white as a piece of paper. Frisia smiled smugly. Krillin's body fragments slowly fell from the sky and scattered with the wind. Goku couldn't bear to watch anymore. Hehe, next is this kid. That's your son, right? Frisia became more and more proud, and stretched out his hand again in the air, controlling Gohan to fly high into the sky. Gohan struggled desperately in the air, just like Krillin just now. Gohan! Goku shouted loudly. Brother Gohan. Kale was anxious. I will kill all your companions one by one in front of you. Frieza laughed wildly. Frieza. Stop it. Son Goku shouted angrily. Dad. Son Gohan shouted loudly. Boom. Frieza shook Son Gohan's body with a little force. Son Goku's body trembled violently, and he was extremely angry. Oh, I still don't want to watch it, it's too cruel. Whis shook his head and sighed softly. Frieza is a guy. It's really cruel. Myers frowned. I'll catch him and take him to the Galactic Patrol prison in a while. Luo Tian looked calm, but he was a little surprised in his heart. It's not the same as the plot I knew. It seems that my appearance has changed the plot. Frieza actually shattered Son Gohan. You are so cruel, I will never forgive you. Son Goku gritted his teeth. Swish swish. Suddenly, layers of dense dark clouds appeared above the sky, and golden lightning was entangled in the dark clouds. And among these golden lightnings, there were also fiery red lightnings brewing. The whole sky was covered by dark clouds and became dim in an instant. Swish swish, the next moment, yellow-green lightnings appeared and flashed in the clouds. What happened? Whis was stunned. Kale seems to have changed. Mel was immediately surprised and happy. Brother Gohan. Kale let out a heart-wrenching cry, and a yellow-green light suddenly emerged from his body. Snap. Kale's hair stood up high and instantly turned yellow-green. What? What's the change? Frieza was stunned. Who is this little girl? Frieza suddenly had a bad premonition. Because Frieza had seen Broly's transformation. Why do I feel that this little girl's transformation is a bit similar to that of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly? Ah! Kala's cry resounded through the world, and a rich yellow-green light spread outward. After witnessing her brother Gohan being blown into slag, Kale finally stimulated all her potential energy and started the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. What is that? After seeing Kala's transformation, Frieza couldn't help but tremble violently. Swish! Kale rushed over and jumped to a height. She grabbed Frieza's head with her little hand and slammed it to the ground. Wuvuo, Kale cried while rubbing Frieza's head on the ground. Brother Gohan Wuvuo Kale was heartbroken, and Frieza's head was almost flattened. Frieza wanted to cry but had no tears. You are fucking here. What are you crying for? Wuvuo. Brother Gohan. Kale burst into tears, grabbed Frieza's tail again, and threw him back and forth. Frieza screamed in pain. Vegeta couldn't stand anymore, his body trembling violently. The legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta was stunned and said in disbelief, what a joke. Isn't there only one legendary Super Saiyan in 1000 years? How come there is another one? Are they appearing in pairs? No one paid attention to Vegeta. Everyone present was attracted by Kala's heroic performance. This little girl who had been afraid and timid since her debut was finally completely released after Son Gohan's body exploded. Whis, Mers, the two were completely speechless. Whis and Myers would never have thought that Kale would transform at this time. Myers, in particular, felt extremely guilty. This was guilt towards Brother Whis. I felt that because of Kale, Frieza might lose, which led to Brother Whis losing to Luo Tian. Myers, thank you. Luo Tian smiled and patted Myers on the shoulder. We teamed up to trick your brother Whis, don't you feel very accomplished? Wes immediately turned his head and looked at Myers. Myers, Brother Whis, I didn't. Luo Tian, don't talk nonsense, this matter has nothing to do with me. Myers hurriedly denied. Look, if your Kale hadn't suddenly turned into the legendary Super Saiyan, I might have lost this game. Luo Tian smiled. Myers didn't know how to defend himself for a while. Wes was silent, a little unwilling. The main reason was that Whis didn't expect Kale to transform at this time. Swoosh! Kale threw Frieza away violently. Frieza's body rolled over and over in the air for an unknown number of times, and soon disappeared without a trace. Ah! Kale screamed again. Then, Kale suddenly hugged his head, revealing a look of pain. Not good. Kale seems to have lost control, just like Broly back then. Myers exclaimed, and was about to intervene with the scepter. Luo Tian stretched out his hand and stopped Myers' action. Luo Tian, what are you doing? Myers was stunned. She will attack indiscriminately next, and Mr. Wukong might be in danger. Let's confirm one thing first. Luo Tian smiled and looked at Whis, and asked, Whis, do you admit defeat? Oh my, it's hard to say now. Whis looked calmer and calmer. She looked carefully and had no intention of admitting defeat. She explained, first of all, Kale will lose her mind soon and may attack indiscriminately. Mr. Sun Wukong next to her has a certain chance of being attacked by her. And Mr. Frisia has been thrown far away by her. When Kala's energy is almost consumed, if Mr. Frisia comes back, I will still win. Meyer's eyes lit up and felt that what Brother Weiss said was really right. As expected of Brother Weiss, he remained calm in the face of danger. If it were me, I might have admitted defeat after being asked by Luo Tian. Brother Weiss's analysis was very logical. But in this way, there may be a lot of deaths. Luo Tian, are you sure you want to do this? Weiss asked Luo Tian. No more deaths will occur next. Luo Tian pondered, don't worry. Since Luo Tian said so, let's continue to watch and don't interfere. Weiss was ready. It's a bit embarrassing to lose a bet. Although the bet was nothing to Weiss. But losing to an apprentice angel only shows that his insight is not enough. As an angel, you must have good insight so that you can have a better development of your universe. In fact, such a bet is a manifestation of insight. Weiss's expression immediately became solemn. He never thought that Kyer would such a change occurred. Kale knelt on the ground, still holding his head, wailing in pain. The invasion of energy made Kyer's body a little unable to bear it. No. Cockroach. Look at Cockroach. Vegeta suddenly said. Without Vegeta's words, Whis and Myers had already noticed that Sun Wukong was abnormal. What's wrong with Mr. Wukong? Myers was stunned. Whis suddenly had a bad premonition again. At this time, Sun Wukong's body was also shaking violently. Krillin's death, his son's death, were vivid. Sun Wukong's body was shining with golden light, and his hair stood up high. Snap! Sun Wukong's hair turned golden in an instant, and the color of his pupils was emerald green. Then, Sun Wukong saw the scene where Kyer flew over and beat Frisia. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong's hair turned black again. Pop! The next moment, the flames on Son Goku's body suddenly burned, and the color of his hair instantly turned fiery red. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, streams of light flashed in the distant sky and quickly gathered together. Pop! Son Gohan's body recovered through regeneration. Hey? 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 Son Gohan showed a confused look. I seem to have recovered. Is this the wish Uncle Piccolo gave me? But then, Son Gohan found that he had no clothes on him. That's right, after all, he was blown to pieces by Frisia just now. Son Gohan looked at Kyer, then at his father, and was even more confused. Why are you two glowing? Vegeta felt his soul pierced again. What the hell, that's my regeneration ability. Piccolo, that bastard, actually gave it to Son Gohan. Otherwise I wouldn't have died. I will restore my heart through regeneration. Damn name Kians. How shameless. Gohan Son Wukong was slightly stunned, and suddenly remembered what Piccolo had said. This guy Piccolo put all of Vegeta's wishes on Gohan. So this is regeneration. Even if you are blown to pieces, you can recover. Son Wukong's angry mood gradually calmed down. Then, Son Wukong took a deep breath, and the golden and red lights on his body kept switching. Pop! The next moment, the light on Son Wukong's body froze, and the fiery red flames spread all over his body, as if burning like a raging fire. Ah! Dad! Sun Wuhan was stunned and immediately fell from the air. Gohan! Sun Wukong moved and appeared beside Sun Wuhan, and asked with concern, Gohan, are you okay? It's okay, Dad. Uncle Piccolo gave me the ability to regenerate. Sun Wuhan said quickly. Sun Wukong nodded gently and turned his head to look at Piccolo, who had fainted on the ground. Shua! Sun Wukong's body flashed with flames, and he quickly appeared beside Piccolo. A layer of healing flame appeared in his hand and covered Piccolo's body. Soon, Piccolo's injuries were completely healed. Piccolo rubbed his eyes and got up from the ground. Then, Piccolo saw Sun Wukong with red hair at a glance, and immediately showed a look of surprise. Uncle Piccolo, are you okay? Sun Wuhan asked hurriedly. It's okay. Piccolo nodded, and suddenly found that Sun Wuhan was not wearing any clothes, so he immediately put his hand on his head. Pa! A set of brand new clothes quickly covered Sun Wuhan's body, which was almost the same as the clothes he had worn before. But Sun Wuhan felt that this set of clothes was much more suitable than the previous one. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wuhan thanked. Where's Frisia? Piccolo asked again. Kale hit him and he disappeared. Sun Wukong said softly. Ya, what's this transformation? Piccolo looked at Sun Wukong curiously. I don't know, but I feel that this transformation lasts for a short time. Sun Wukong shook his head and pondered, oh, I can do this, pop. The next moment, the flames on Sun Wukong's body suddenly turned golden. At the same time, Sun Wukong's hair stood up high and also turned golden. Piccolo was stunned. Sun Wuhan also showed a look of surprise. Whis, Mers, both angels were silent. What happened? How did Sun Wukong transform? And the two clearly felt that Sun Wukong's golden hair transformation increased his combat power by at least 50 times. Just this transformation alone made Sun Wukong's combat power reach 150 million. The red-haired transformation was even more outrageous, at least increasing his combat power to 4,000 times. This was outrageous. Whis really didn't want to talk anymore. This multiple increase was almost as good as Kala's legendary Super Saiyan. Whis didn't want to talk, feeling hurt. Because Whis knew clearly that he had lost. Lost to Luo Tian. Before, Whis still had a glimmer of hope that Kale might kill Sun Wukong if he went berserk. But now, Kale is for the transformation, it is at most similar to Sun Wukong's red hair transformation. It's hard to say who will win or lose. After all, Sun Wukong has a higher sense of combat. Vegeta's soul body trembled more violently. I'm not willing to accept it. I'm really not willing to accept it. Why did Kakarot transform? No, Kakarot is not the legendary Super Saiyan, how can he transform? Vegeta asked Luo Tian loudly. Luo Tian did not answer this question. Vegeta's soul body trembled violently again, and suddenly thought of something, his face was even more embarrassed. I remembered that the dragon said before that there are two types of Super Saiyans and legendary Super Saiyans, so, Kakarot's current transformation is an ordinary Super Saiyan? Vegeta suddenly realized. You finally remembered it. Luo Tian smiled slightly. I didn't hear the alarm, I woke up a little late, so I delayed posting the chapter by nearly an hour. Sorry. Chapter 208 Whis admits defeat. Myers's mentality collapsed. His current golden transformation is Super Saiyan, so what is the red transformation? I've never seen a red transformation. Vegeta asked unwillingly. Let's call this red transformation Super Saiyan God. Luo Tian pondered. Ya, what did you say? Super Saiyan God? Kakarot's transformation is called Super Saiyan God? Are you kidding? Vegeta was stunned again. How can you, a low-level warrior, occupy the transformations of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God at the same time? I, a genius warrior, can't transform into anything. I'm so unwilling. Vegeta wanted to cry but had no tears. Unfortunately, the soul has no tears. Is Carrot practicing ultra self-definition? How can he become Super Saiyan God? Vegeta asked with gritted teeth. Ultimate self-definition or self-definition, they are all ways to practice divine power. Luo Tian explained, if you practice divine power to a certain degree, you can become Super Saiyan God with a certain probability when your emotions fluctuate and gradually stabilize. Vegeta was a little puzzled. My emotions fluctuated violently before. Before that, there is a prerequisite, that is, you must have a peaceful heart. Only a peaceful heart can increase the S cells in your body. When the S cells in your body reach a certain value, you can become a Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God through this emotional fluctuation and emotional calmness. Luo Tian said that he was explaining it to Vegeta, but in fact, he was also trying to popularize it to Whis and Myers. Whis and Myers were silent. Especially Whis, who felt that he lost too badly. At this point, there was no need to compete anymore. Because Whis clearly felt that with Sun Wukong's current strength, he could easily defeat Frieza. How many S cells do I have in my body? Can you tell? Vegeta asked eagerly. Not much, it's still early for transformation. Luo Tian shook his head. Vegeta felt his soul pierced again. Tell me, how can I increase S cells? Vegeta asked. I'll teach you later. Luo Tian smiled and asked, before that, I need you to do something. Humph, no matter what you say this time. I will listen to you. Vegeta gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, and regretted it in his heart. If I had practiced with Luo Tian earlier, would I not be so passive? Now I actually lost to a low-level warrior. I lost to him by a long way. I used to think that even if there was a gap between me and Kakarot, it would not be too big. But now, Kakarot, this guy, can actually become a Super Saiyan, which is something I didn't expect. I naively thought that only the legendary Super Saiyan could become a Super Saiyan. I completely forgot what Luo Tian had told me about S cells. What a mistake. If I could do it all over again, I would definitely trample Kakarot under my feet and rub him hard. Weiss, what do you think? Luo Tian smiled and looked at Weiss. Weiss, a short silence. Oh my, I lost. Weiss took a deep breath and sighed softly. Lost. It was a complete loss. Weiss never thought that someone like Sun Wukong could actually transform. And he had mastered 2 transformation abilities at once. Frisia would definitely lose. What did I say? Never give up until the last moment. Luo Tian smiled slightly, maybe Frisia still has hope of turning defeat into victory. Weiss remained silent. Should I leave here? Look, it seems that Frisia's brother has come. He can't stand it anymore. Luo Tian pointed his staff to the sky in the distance. Weiss still didn't speak, naturally sensing that Gula had arrived at the scene. But even if Gula came, what would happen? Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan God transformation is too strong. Although it can only last for a short time, it should not be a problem to defeat Gula. I'd rather not stay and embarrass myself. Prophecy Fish, aren't you going to build a new home for yourself? Weiss suddenly turned his head and looked at the Prophecy Fish. Yet are we going back to build a new home now? The Prophecy Fish understood immediately and nodded tactfully. Prophecy Fish, you haven't said anything for a long time, I almost forgot about you. Luo Tian said hurriedly, I'm sorry. Prophecy Fish, you might as well not say this. It's been so long since I came out, it's time to go back. After all, the Destroyer God realm should have been ruined by other Destroyer gods. Weiss stretched and pretended to yawn. Well, let's go. The Prophecy Fish replied. Then Luo Tian, let's go back. Weiss said, and added, I will put the matter of proposing marriage to my 3 sisters on the agenda as soon as possible. Thank you, welcome to gamble again next time. Luo Tian smiled. Weiss said no more, and a stream of light as bright as stars bloomed on his body. Swoosh. The next moment, Weiss left the scene quickly with the Prophecy Fish. Luo Tian looked at Linglong in his body calmly. At the same time, a person who was the same size and appearance as Luo Tian next to Linglong had a set of exquisite bikinis in his hands. Linglong, I throw it over, and you change clothes directly. Can you do it? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Linglong didn't say anything, and her face turned black. How did I lose? Weiss and I are both official angels. Are our insights not as good as a human who has just become an apprentice angel? What a misstep. Got it. Luo Tian said, throwing the bikini in his hand towards Linglong. Pop. Linglong cooperated very well and changed her body. The angel costume on her body was instantly replaced by this bikini. Luo Tian was amazed. It is true that clothes make the man. Linglong, who changed into this dress, showed her exquisite figure. Is your name Linglong, so that's how it came about? Luo Tian expressed deep emotion. My name is Random, just like you. When it was random, the system of the God realm had a malfunction and gave me such a name. Linglong said sullenly, and suddenly felt uncomfortable being looked at by Luo Tian. I am used to wearing angel costumes, but you asked me to wear this thing. Is it okay? I'll change my clothes back now. Linglong gently shook her hair, looking even more charming. Don't worry, you have to wear it for a year at least. What's the big deal about wearing it for a while? Luo Tian refused. 1 year? Linglong snorted, and immediately changed back to the angel costume. No way. Luo Tian, you are so stingy, it's just a look. Luo Tian shook his head, and you are in my body, it is easy for me to see the essence through the phenomenon. Linglong was speechless. But I am not that kind of person. I have principles. I won't look without your consent. Luo Tian said firmly. That's good. Linglong breathed a sigh of relief. So, you agree now? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Linglong was speechless. Mers couldn't say anything at this time, his mentality collapsed. The joy brought by Kala's transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan was also diluted by Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan God. How can you still play like this? Can ordinary Saiyans become Super Saiyan gods? It took Bardock, his father, 1,000 years to become Super Saiyan God. Has Mr. Goku become like this after only 1 year of training? Wait a minute, there seems to be some difference between Mr. Goku and Mr. Bardock's Super Saiyan God transformations. I remember that Mr. Bardock's Super Saiyan God transformation had a darker flame and his hair stood up. But Goku's hair didn't stand up. It's really strange. But these are no longer important. Fortunately, from the current situation, although Goku has cultivated the power of angels, it seems that his transformation has gone astray. From this point of view, if he continues to practice in this way, he seems to be inferior to Jiren in terms of fighting. If he directly activates the Ultra Instinct, then Jiren is definitely not his opponent. Now he activates Super Saiyan God instead. Myers's somewhat touched mind gradually became active again. So I still have hope of winning. Looking at this Vegeta, well, he can't be compared with Kale. That's right. Why should I compare Sun Wukong with Kale? Isn't Jiren the one who can be compared with Sun Wukong? Isn't Vegeta the one who can be compared with Kale? I was almost confused by Luo Tian again. Myers' mood slowly calmed down, and he was no longer as irritable as before. At the same time, Myers was also very grateful. Fortunately, I didn't bet with you. Otherwise, I would have lost miserably. The distant lake. Gula dove into the water and pulled Frisia out of the water. Frisia, you're not dead, are you? I knew it would be like this. Gula snorted. Gula, why are you here to meddle in other people's business? Frisia felt embarrassed and immediately became angry. The Emperor of the Universe can only be from our family. We must not let the Saiyans become the masters of this universe. Gula snorted coldly, I'll go with you to deal with that girl with green light all over her body. Humph, there's no need. I haven't shown my true strength yet. As long as I use 100% of my energy, I don't believe I will lose to that girl. Frisia gnashed his teeth in hatred. Why is she glowing green? Who is she? Gula asked curiously. Another legendary Super Saiyan. Frisia's teeth were clenched. Legendary, the legendary Super Saiyan? Cooler's face changed again and again, is that girl the legendary Super Saiyan? Kula, if you're scared, you can leave. Frisia snorted. Humph, would I be scared? Cooler smiled lightly. I can be sure that this legendary Super Saiyan is much weaker than Broly. I must kill her before she becomes stronger. Frisia clenched his fists tightly, veins popped on his forehead, and he was extremely angry. It's getting more and more interesting. Isn't it just the legendary Super Saiyan? Let me see today, is our Frozen Demon clan stronger, or is the legendary Super Saiyan stronger? Cooler's fighting spirit was full and he became energetic. Swish! Swish! The two said no more and flew quickly towards the direction of Son Goku and others. Kale, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Son Gohan landed in front of Kale and asked with concern. Kale raised his head suddenly and stared at Son Gohan coldly, with the light in his eyes flickering constantly. Son Gohan was startled. Wow! The next moment, Kale rushed towards Son Gohan with his teeth and claws. Son Gohan's face changed again and again, and he hurriedly retreated backwards. No, Gohan is in danger! Piccolo exclaimed, without the slightest hesitation, a spiral flame condensed in his hand. Magic light killing cannon. The spiral flame whistled towards Kale. Bang! Kale slapped it hard, and the magic light killing cannon was immediately slapped away. Kale raised his head and glared at Piccolo fiercely, and screamed again, giving up chasing Son Gohan, and rushed towards Piccolo quickly. Shua! Sun Wukong moved faster, with golden light on his body. He quickly flew up and blocked Kai's fist with his arm. However, Kai's punch was too strong and broke Sun Wukong's defense immediately. Bang! The next moment, Kai's fist hit Sun Wukong's chest immediately. Puff! Sun Wukong's mouth spurted blood, and the golden light on his body almost collapsed. Sun Wukong's face changed again and again. Dad! Sun Wuhan was shocked. Piccolo, Gohan, you two, leave here quickly. Son Goku said to Piccolo and Son Gohan, Frisia is back, and besides him, there is another more powerful guy. No, I want to stay and fight alongside Dad. Dad can't deal with the three of them alone. Son Gohan responded hurriedly, I have a great understanding of my body, and I will definitely play a role this time. Gohan! Leave here quickly. Staying will only cause trouble for Goku. Piccolo shouted, with our current strength, we are no match for them, and that Kale has completely lost his mind. Okay. Son Gohan nodded obediently. Son Goku, why do I feel that Gohan seems to listen to Piccolo very much? Swish! Swish! Piccolo and Son Gohan quickly left the scene. Bang! 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 Kale waved her fists and launched a fierce attack on Son Goku. Son Goku didn't dare to fight Kale head-on, and dodged her attacks again and again with his agile speed. At this moment, the brothers Cooler and Frisia came quickly from a distance. When the two saw the situation at the scene, they were a little dumbfounded for a moment. What is going on? Who is so brave? Fighting with the legendary Super Saiyan. Who is the guy with golden light all over his body? Kula immediately turned his head to look at Frisia, wanting to ask him about the identity of Son Goku. I don't know, but judging from the style of his clothes, this guy looks like Son Goku. Frisia was stunned and frowned. Why did he become a Super Saiyan too? Kula, how many Super Saiyans are there? Cooler felt a little bit upset. How come there is another Super Saiyan in the blink of an eye? Damn it! We must not let more Super Saiyans continue. Frisia gritted his teeth and shouted. The two of them are biting each other. Dog, that's great. Kula smiled and soon found the situation on the scene. Frisia nodded thoughtfully and said with a smile, let them fight for a while. Kale was chasing Son Goku and attacking him non-stop. While Son Goku dodged Kale's attack, he called out to her, Kale, I'm Son Goku, Gohan's father, wake up quickly. Kale continued to attack Son Goku without saying a word, and punched the ground where Son Goku was. Boom! The ground where Son Goku was shaking violently, and the planet almost split in half. Kale, you became like this because of Gohan, right? Son Goku flew into the sky and said to Kale again, the one who hurt Gohan is that guy, his name is Frisia. Speaking of this, Sun Wukong pointed at Frisia who was watching the show nearby. This sentence really worked. Kair immediately stopped attacking and turned his head to look in the direction of Frisia, with a fierce look in his eyes. 1,000 grass mud horses passed through Frisia's heart. Swoosh! Kair rushed towards Frisia. Frisia was immediately furious. Do you think I'm afraid of you? This time, let me give you a good beating. Let's go together. Gula called to Frisia. You don't need to order me. Frisia snorted. The two of them no longer hesitated, and they double-teamed Kair who was rushing over from the left and right. Bang! Gula's fist hit Kair's cheek on the spot. Kale let Gula's fist hit his face without any expression, with a bit of coldness in his eyes. However, Kair seemed to transfer all his hatred to Frisia, stepped forward and grabbed Frisia's back of the head, and hit him hard with his head. Ouch! Frisia screamed, feeling that he was not well, and his head was even more dizzy, as if many little stars were circling around him. Damn female monkey! Frisia was furious, and punched Kair in the abdomen with a heavy punch. But Kair was like nothing happened, holding Frisia's head and driving his body to smash down. Boom! Kale pressed Frisia's head and smashed it heavily on the ground, leaving a big hole on the ground. Then, Kale grabbed Frisia's tail again and beat his body back and forth. Frisia wailed, and the sound echoed on Namek. Sun Wukong felt a little bit sorry for him. What a tragic guy. But Krillin's revenge should be avenged by me. Chapter 209 Super Saiyan God, Attack. Hey, Kale, you go deal with the other one, let me deal with Frisia. Sun Wukong shouted to Kale. Kale was completely unaware, and didn't know if he heard it or not, and he was still beating Frisia there. My brother can only be bullied by me, and you wild monkeys are not allowed to be presumptuous. Gula rushed forward bravely and punched Kale in the face again. Kale's head tilted to the side. This time, Kale noticed Gula who attacked him, and his anger appeared at that time. Swish! Kale threw Frisia away with a flick of his hand. Then, Kale pressed Gula's head again and rubbed it on the ground. Currently, Gula is still in the 4th form of transformation, and has not shown the 5th form. Although Gula is slightly stronger than Frisia, he is still a primary school student in front of the legendary Super Saiyan. Bang bang bang! While Kale pressed Gula's head on the ground and rubbed it, he seemed to suddenly think of Son Gohan in his mind. Kale burst into tears, and increased his strength while crying. Damn it! I can't forgive you. Gula was furious and slapped Kair in the face. Kair felt the pain, but was unmoved. He stepped forward and grabbed Gula's tail. Gula seemed to know what he was going to suffer next, and his face became extremely ugly. Bang! Gula shook his body and hit Kair's chest with a heavy punch. Kair slapped backhand, and Gula's face was distorted. Mainly, Kair was beating Gula while crying loudly. The scene was really unbearable to watch. Gula was beaten and wailing. At this critical moment, Gula roared, shook his body, and immediately transformed into the 5th form. Wild monkey! Now I'm serious, I will make you worse than death. Gula snorted coldly, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Bang! Just as Gula's voice fell, Kair kicked him hard. Ouch! Gula flew up to the sky and soon disappeared. Ah! Kale looked up to the sky and howled, as if venting his grief and anger. Then, Kair hugged his head again, showing a painful expression. Sun Wukong was speechless. The man who looked like Frisia rushed to stop them, but he was the one who got beaten. What a tragedy! Then, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed that Frisia and Cooler had appeared in a relatively distant area. A powerful energy seemed to be condensed around the two of them. Sun Wukong's face changed color. Are they going to destroy Namek? I will never let you succeed. Swish! Sun Wukong turned into a golden light and flew quickly in the direction of Cooler and Frisia. Humph, Frisia, this shameless guy, is going to destroy this planet when he can't win. Vegeta snorted, feeling a little unhappy. I've told you before that this is the biggest shortcoming of us Saiyans. Luo Tian nodded. In fact, Frisia is a relatively martial person. If you meet a guy who doesn't follow martial ethics, he will directly destroy the planet you live on. Even if your combat power exceeds his, it will be useless. Vegeta was silent, thinking that what Luo Tian said was too right. I regret it so much. I should have the ability to survive in outer space. So, except for Kakarot's son, everyone else must die, right? Vegeta asked. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. Mer's expression was a little unsettled. No, I don't want Kair to die. Since the victory has been decided, let's intervene a little. While speaking, Mers immediately took out a pistol and aimed it at the energy bomb in Frisia's hand below. Vegeta, can your gun knock out the energy bomb? No, this gun is definitely not as simple as it looks on the surface. I just heard him call Weiss brother. Is he also an angel? Finally figured out this guy's identity. In the distance, Frieza and Frisia have gathered together, each one is more tragic than the other, and their faces are extremely ugly. Both of them combined are not enough to beat the legendary Super Saiyan. It's so embarrassing. I have decided, I don't want to play with them anymore, I want to destroy this planet with my own hands. Frisia was furious, raising his right hand high. Although I also want to destroy this planet, I will not be happy if I don't kill the legendary Super Saiyan with my own hands. Frieza gritted his teeth in hatred. The question is, can you beat him? Frisia snorted. Although her energy is strong, she has completely lost her mind. Pay attention to her movements. She has no advantage in speed. Frisia said in a deep voice. Frisia thought about it carefully and seemed to think that there was nothing wrong with what Frieza said. When Frisia saw the little girl transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, he was shocked at first. He didn't think about how to deal with her, but chose to fight her head-on. Now, after hearing what Cooler said, Frisia felt that he should have the upper hand in terms of speed. But I've had enough fun. I want to destroy this planet and make it into a specimen for our descendants to appreciate. Frisia's forehead was bulging with veins, and he snorted. As he spoke, a larger and larger planet-destroying bomb condensed in his hand. The planet-destroying bomb became bigger and bigger, as if it dyed the whole sky red. Kula sighed helplessly, but didn't try to stop it. Perhaps Frisia's approach was correct. There's really no need to fight the legendary Super Saiyan to death. Wouldn't it be more convenient to destroy the planet directly? Mers was just about to stop him. Just then, Sun Wukong came quickly from a distance. Stop! Frisia! Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Humph! Frisia snorted coldly, and the planet-destroying bomb condensed in his hand, without the slightest hesitation, immediately smashed towards the ground of Namek. Kameha! Sun Wukong condensed energy in both hands, and a Kamehameha wave rushed over quickly. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha hit the planet-destroying bomb, and immediately knocked the planet-destroying bomb off the direction. The planet-destroying bomb rolled rapidly on the ground, rubbing against the ground of Namek, and soon rolled out of sight. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Mers put the pistol back on his waist. Vegeta was not so calm again. Kakarot, that guy, actually knocked Frisia's planet-destroying bomb away. Has this guy really become an ordinary Super Saiyan? Shua! Sun Wukong's figure flashed, and he quickly appeared in front of Frisia, grabbed his wrist and increased his strength. Frisia struggled hard to break free. Stop it, Frisia, you shameless guy, you actually want to destroy Namek again. Sun Wukong shouted angrily, and you hurt innocent people one after another, even Krillin. Let him go. Gula said sternly. Bang! Sun Wukong kicked hard and kicked Gula in the face. Suddenly, there was a shoe print on Gula's face. Gula, I was careless and didn't dodge. Frisia took this opportunity to break free from Sun Wukong's restraints, quickly retreated, and pulled a distance from Sun Wukong. I suddenly forgot one thing, Krillin's soul hasn't reported to the underworld yet, right? Hurry up and catch him back. Luo Tian pondered, no, I still have to go to the underworld to rescue people, which is not troublesome enough. As he said, Luo Tian suddenly waved the scepter in his hand, covering a void out of thin air. Krillin, who had already appeared at the edge of the underworld, was staring at the long queue of souls with wide eyes. After many years I'm back to this place again, Krillin sighed. I've died twice. The dragon on earth can't save me. It's so unlucky, I don't have a girlfriend yet. I was killed by Frisia just like that. It was said that Namek was my stage. How could it become like this? Forget it, go down and queue up. However, just when Krillin's soul wanted to fly down to queue up, suddenly, an invisible divine power suddenly acted on Krillin. Hey? 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 Krillin was stunned for a moment and found that his soul was completely out of control. Swish! In just a moment, Luo Tian used the power of angels to pull Krillin's soul back from the edge of the underworld. King Yama, who was working, looked up in that direction with a face full of question marks. What happened just now? Forget it, never mind. I'm very busy. Krillin's soul was quickly pulled to his side by Luo Tian, and he snapped his fingers at him. Krillin shook his head and immediately came back to his senses. Hey? Luo Tian? It's you. Krillin looked at Luo Tian in surprise. It's me. Luo Tian nodded. Am I still dead? Krillin looked at his soul body and felt a headache. But then, Krillin suddenly found Vegeta nearby. Isn't this Vegeta? Krillin was surprised, you are also in the form of a soul body. Vegeta had a cold face and didn't want to pay attention to Krillin. This is the Galactic Patrolman? Krillin greeted Melz again. Melz smiled politely. So you have been watching here all the time? Krillin suddenly realized and saw a projection screen below. No one spoke. Krillin suddenly felt that he didn't want to talk anymore. But then, Krillin turned his head to look at Luo Tian and asked, Luo Tian, can I still be resurrected? Yes, I will resurrect you later. Luo Tian smiled. Later? You resurrect me? Krillin was stunned and a little confused, are you Shenlong? Luo Tian did not answer this question. Is that Wukong? Why is there a golden light coming out of his body? Krillin asked curiously. Vegeta, little bald head, this should have something to do with your death. Vegeta couldn't help it and said something aside. It has something to do with my death? Krillin scratched his bald head, a little confused for a moment. Humph, to put it simply, after you were killed, Kakarot's son was also killed, and Kakarot became a Super Saiyan because of extreme anger. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, feeling very unwilling. Gohan is dead too? Krillin was stunned. He's fine. That name Kian gave the wish of regeneration to Kakarot's son, and he recovered through regeneration. Vegeta was so angry when he thought of this. It's so hateful. Piccolo, just wait. When I become a Super Saiyan, see how I'll punish you. Krillin patted his forehead, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he suddenly realized something. Luo Tian, so what you said, Namek will become my stage, is it because after I die Goku will transform? Krillin whispered, and suddenly he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Krillin, you are so smart. Luo Tian gave Krillin a thumbs up. It is so true. Krillin wanted to cry but had no tears. Are you so smart because you don't have a nose? Luo Tian thought. Krillin, don't bully people like this. The battle on Namek continued. For a moment, Frisia was beaten so hard that he couldn't fight back. Bang! Sun Wukong kicked Frisia backwards. Frisia rolled 2 somersaults in the air and stopped steadily. How can you shine golden light? Are you also the legendary Super Saiyan? Frisia asked with a cold face. I don't know if I am the legendary Super Saiyan, I only know that I want to avenge Krillin. Sun Wukong said, rushing over quickly, and hit Frisia's face with a heavy blow. Frisia was hit and flew backwards. Sun Wukong followed up again, clenched his fists, appeared directly above Frisia, and hit him hard. Boom! Frisia fell from the air and hit the ground below. But then Frisia got up from the ground, releasing energy from his body, and shattered the nearby stones. The stones flew up and fell on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong let these stones hit his body, but there was not much expression on his face. Frisia slowly flew up into the sky and appeared directly opposite Sun Wukong. Shua! Gula also flew from another direction and landed next to Frisia. Frisia, who is this guy? Gula asked with narrowed eyes. He is just a low-level warrior of the Saiyan. Frisia snorted. Isn't he the low-level warrior with a combat power of only 2 that you let go? Gula suddenly realized, and the 3-year-old child immediately appeared in his mind. Gula also saw Sun Wukong's spaceship that year. However, Gula did not shoot down Sun Wukong's spaceship. Instead, he let Sun Wukong go. At that time, Gula said that it was Frisia's business, and he made the mistake himself, so let him make up for it himself. Frisia, you shouldn't let him go. Gula snorted. Since you have seen it, why didn't you shoot him down that year? Now you blame me? Frisia snorted. Gula was silent. There was a moment of silence. I'll take care of him, you don't have to intervene. Frisia said with gritted teeth. Well, 5 minutes is no problem, right? Gula suddenly asked. Of course, 5 minutes is enough. Frisia nodded. As long as I use 100% of my energy, I can completely destroy him in 5 minutes. In this case, I will condense a planet-destroying bomb and make this planet disappear in 5 minutes. Gula said, raising his right hand upwards, and a red planet-destroying bomb immediately condensed in his hand. Sun Wukong's face was stern, and he secretly shouted that it was not good. I will never let you succeed. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and rushed towards Gula. It's too late, Saiyan. Gula smiled contemptuously and threw the planet-destroying bomb in his hand in another direction. The planet-destroying bomb fell rapidly into the distance. No, I can't catch up. Sun Wukong looked extremely ugly. In 5 minutes, Gohan and Piccolo may not be able to find the spaceship. If they can't leave, I can't fight with peace of mind. Pop. Without any hesitation, Sun Wukong's body immediately burned with flames and switched to the transformation of Super Saiyan God. Shua. In just a moment, Sun Wukong easily caught up with the planet-destroying bomb. Bang! Sun Wukong kicked it hard and kicked the planet-destroying bomb into the sky at that time. Boom! The planet-destroying bomb suddenly exploded in the starry sky. That was close. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, and his heart was relieved. Frisia was stunned. Gula was dumbfounded. The two brothers looked at each other, their eyes showing endless shock and confusion. What's going on? Why is there fire burning on his body again? Gula asked puzzledly. This kind of thing who should I ask if you ask me? Frisia gritted his teeth in hatred, his speed has obviously increased a lot just now. Damn it! How could this happen? Gula frowned. Sun Wukong was staring at Gula in the far area, and after sensing his powerful aura, his face became more and more ugly. Is this guy Frisia's brother? It feels like he has a stronger aura than Frisia. At least with my golden light all over my body, I am not his opponent at all. If I want to defeat him, I can only use the current flame state. But this flame state, I feel it may dissipate at any time. No, I must defeat him first. Otherwise it will be dangerous. Swoosh. Since Sun Wukong has made up his mind, he no longer hesitates, and immediately turns into a fiery red light and rushes towards Gula quickly. What? Are you going to attack me? Gula snorted coldly. Look, I'll block it for you. As he spoke, Gula crossed his hands and tried to block Sun Wukong's fist. Sun Wukong came at a very fast speed. When he saw Sun Wukong's speed with fire, Gula's face changed again and again, and suddenly he had a bad premonition. Get out of the way! Frisia shouted loudly. However, Gula was too late to dodge. Bang! Sun Wukong rushed to the opposite side of Gula at a very fast speed and punched him fiercely. The fist broke through Gula's defense on the spot and hit him directly in the chest. Puff blood spurted out of Gula's mouth, and there was already a hole in his chest. Swish! Then, due to the strong impact, Gula's body slid backwards rapidly. Please vote. Chapter 210 Kill Gula with one punch. Boom boom. Gula's body fell heavily to the ground, his whole body twitching, and it was obvious that he was dead. Gula. Frisia rushed up and appeared beside Gula. Gula raised his hand with difficulty, blood flowing from his mouth, his eyes full of confusion and unwillingness. Frisia must avenge me. Gula said these words with difficulty, his head tilted, and he died. Frisia's face became extremely ugly. Sun Wukong, sorry, I didn't expect I had become so powerful. I just wanted to stop him, not kill him. Sun Wukong sighed. Cockroach, you bastard. Are you going to kill me? Vegeta couldn't hear it. Went down. Hey? Who was that guy just now? The one killed by Goku, is he Frisia's brother? Krillin was stunned and asked curiously. Furu was killed. This brother who always liked to bully me was killed by you. Frisia's eyes flashed with endless coldness, although I don't like my brother, not at all, but I will avenge him. As soon as the voice fell, the flames on Sun Wukong's body dissipated. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, and golden light bloomed on his body, and he turned into a Super Saiyan again. It can be said that Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan God transformation just now, after killing Furu, has consumed all the divine power. Now Sun Wukong can only use Super Saiyan to fight. Like you, I don't like my brother. Sun Wukong answered seriously, my brother once wanted to kill my child. Stop saying humiliating words. Frisia was furious, no matter it's orange or red, they are just decorations in front of me, Frisia. I had a lot of experience more than 20 years ago. I have seen all kinds of people in the universe. How could I lose to you? Snap. Frisia turned gorgeously and suddenly opened his big hand to aim at Sun Wukong's body. Boom. A huge ball of energy was ejected from Frisia's hand, and the energy covered the direction of Sun Wukong. After the smoke gradually dissipated, Sun Wukong was suspended in the air safely, looking at Frisia with an indifferent face. Frisia was stunned and felt endless shock. You are the one who killed Krillin, I will never forgive you. Sun Wukong said coldly. Krillin was excited and burst into tears. Goku, you are indeed my best friend. Humph. Frisia snorted. Pa. Sun Wukong stretched out his hand and aimed at Frisia's body in the air. Frisia's face changed color slightly. Boom. A Qigong cannon instantly acted on Frisia. Frisia's body rolled hundreds of somersaults in the air at that time, and he was dizzy. When Frisia stopped, his face was extremely ugly. It's my brother who died. It's not your brother who died. Now you come to bully me. Damn Saiyan. Frisia gasped heavily, his eyes full of anger. If eyes could kill, Sun Wukong would have died hundreds of times now. Sun Wukong showed a face full of fighting spirit, and with a flash of his body, he quickly appeared in front of Frisia and gave him a fierce elbow. Frisia was hit, and his body rolled in the air, then he stabilized with his teeth bared. However, just when Frisia just stabilized his body, Sun Wukong threw another uppercut, knocking Frisia to a higher altitude. Sun Wukong flew up quickly and hit Frisia's waist with his head. Frisia screamed in pain, straightened his body, and kicked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his hand to block Frisia's attack. Ah! Frisia shouted, speeding up the rhythm of the attack and increasing the intensity of the attack. Sun Wukong easily blocked it. Frisia saw that he could not take any advantage, so he jumped back and pulled a distance from Sun Wukong. You bastard! Frisia was furious. You started to curse because you can't beat me? Sun Wukong said lightly. Humph! Frisia snorted coldly, and a stream of light shot out from his fingertips. The stream of light whizzed in the direction of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dodged the light shot out by Frisia. What? He dodged. Frisia was stunned. This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Frisia said, and continued to spray energy from his fingertips, and a stream of fiery red flames kept greeting Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dodged back and forth, easily avoiding all attacks. If you are hit, you will die. Frisia gritted his teeth. Sun Wukong was silent. After a short silence. Try to fight again. Sun Wukong looked calm. Ya, what did you say? Don't be too proud, I will make you regret it. Frisia gritted his teeth in hatred, and sprayed another stream of energy from his hand. The energy went straight to Sun Wukong's face. Sun Wukong did not dodge, but took Frisia's blow head on. When the light faded, Sun Wukong smiled at Frisia safely. I'll give you back what you said to Vegeta. Sun Wukong said coldly. Frisia felt 100,000 points of critical damage at that time. This bastard. So hateful. Vegeta, Kakarate guy. Are you trying to impress me? No. I'm not touched at all. I think you're showing off in front of me. I'm going to find a way to surpass you. Luotian, I don't want to watch anymore. Tell me quickly, what do you need me to do for you? Vegeta asked, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. It's not that I need you to help me do something, but that you need to do something yourself. Luotian smiled indifferently. What do you need me to do? Vegeta was slightly stunned. After this resurrection, you will stay on Earth for a while. Luotian pondered. Stay on Earth? Okay, I'll listen to you. Vegeta nodded in agreement. Luotian, let Vegeta stay on Earth, be careful that he kills people everywhere. Krillin lowered his voice. You only need to do one thing on Earth. Luotian ignored Krillin, but earnestly warned Vegeta. In fact, when Vegeta first appeared in the plot, he didn't look like a bad guy. For example, it was not Vegeta who killed people on Earth at first, but Nappa's indiscriminate attack that destroyed a city. It can be said that Vegeta did not kill a single Earthling when he first came to Earth. The reason why Vegeta behaved more coldly, even to the point of being ruthless, was that he knew about the Super Saiyan. In Vegeta's understanding, as long as one was ruthless, there was a certain chance of becoming a Super Saiyan. Therefore, Vegeta always maintained this state of mind. If Vegeta was really that kind of cold-blooded person, how could he have saved Son Gohan when he saw him almost being killed by Frieza? Is it really because he felt that his strength had improved and wanted Son Gohan to watch the show from the side? Luo Tian didn't think so. Vegeta's behavior showed that he still had humanity. Even when Vegeta met Son Gohan alone on Namek, he didn't kill him. It's just that although Vegeta did it, he was quite stubborn, saying that the reason he saved Son Gohan was just to let him watch the show from the side. These are just Vegeta's one-sided words. He wanted to be cold-blooded, but he didn't want to lose face. At least, in the Dragon Ball world where Luo Tian exists, Vegeta has basically the same personality. What do you need me to do on Earth? Vegeta asked hurriedly, his eyes full of expectations. It's very simple, go find a girl named Emily. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Emily? Does she have any special abilities? Is she stronger than me? Vegeta was a little confused. Krillin scratched his head and suddenly felt that the name Emily was a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. As for where he heard it, Krillin didn't remember it very clearly. No special skills, you just need to invite her to dinner, it's that simple. Luo Tian looked at Vegeta and said, remember, you can't force it, you have to make the other party agree willingly, can you do it? Tisk, what was I doing at that time? It turned out to be so simple. Vegeta snorted, Luo Tian, you are not kidding me, are you? Vegeta, I like your unruly character. Luo Tian was full of emotion, and by the way, he rewarded Vegeta with 2 big fights. Vegeta's soul body was almost disintegrated after being beaten, and he was too scared to say another word. Mers watched from the side and didn't respond. Luo Tian's teaching method seems to be quite unique. Reward the other party with 2 slaps at the right time. The person who was beaten still looked grateful. Just ask the person who was beaten what is the mentality? Should I also learn from Luo Tian's method? It seems to be quite effective. That's not right. I used this method on Bu. But Bu never came back after being beaten by me. Besides, I never saw Luo Tian fight Broly. He just likes to beat Vegeta. I have to observe carefully and learn from him. I can't lose again. I remember it. Krillin patted the head of the soul body, his eyes lit up. Luo Tian turned his head to look at Krillin, without saying anything. I know who Emily is. Krillin said quickly. Who? Vegeta asked. Isn't she Bulma's best friend? Krillin scratched his head and asked hurriedly. Luo Tian didn't say anything, which was considered as tacit agreement. When I set out for Namek, Bulma promised me that if I wanted to find a girlfriend, she could introduce her best friend Emily to me. Krillin was anxious and said to Luo Tian, this is what Bulma introduced to me, you can't let Vegeta have dinner with her. Oh? Bulma introduced Emily to you? Luo Tian asked with interest. Krillin nodded vigorously and added, but Bulma said that we'll talk about it after I return from Namek. That's great, Vegeta, compete with Krillin fairly without using force. If you can't even handle such a simple thing, I don't want you as the god of destruction. Luo Tian's expression became serious, and he said to Vegeta with a cold face. Yeah, what kind of competition is this? Vegeta had a headache for a while. Luo Tian no longer paid attention to Vegeta. Krillin showed excitement and expectation. So, if I succeed in this, can you train me to be a god of destruction? Krillin was very excited. Sure. Luo Tian nodded seriously. Mel's was silent. Are you sure you want toys this bald Krillin going to be trained to be a god of destruction? You are just saying it casually, right? If you really train Krillin to be a god of destruction, I think he will be abused terribly. Is Luo Tian serious? Really? Because Luo Tian thinks that if Vegeta loses to a person without a nose in this matter, then he is really hopeless. Besides, Bulma's best friend Emily is obsessed with looks. Even if you close your eyes to choose, you will definitely choose Vegeta. Watch it, and I will send you back to Earth after you finish watching it. Luo Tian said to Vegeta and Krillin. Tisk. Vegeta was unhappy and had to continue watching patiently. Krillin did not object. He didn't want to leave in the first place, and he still wanted to see Goku avenge him. Isn't there only one legendary Super Saiyan? Why are there 2 more? Frieza was unwilling. Sun Wukong looked at Frieza expressionlessly. Did you become a Super Saiyan because of anger? Frisia snorted, no wonder Vegeta couldn't become a Super Saiyan no matter how hard he tried. Vegeta felt his soul pierced again. I'm dead, is it appropriate for you to talk about me behind my back? Damn Frisia! You're finished, Frisia. Sun Wukong said indifferently. After saying this, Sun Wukong condensed Kamehameha wave, intending to give Frisia a fatal blow. If I'm killed by you I'd rather choose suicide. Frisia suddenly said. Whatever you want. Sun Wukong's expression was cold. Frisia calmly condensed an energy bomb and raised it high. But I won't die so easily. You are the one who deserves death. Frisia snorted coldly, I can live in space, but can you Saiyans do that? Have you used up your flame state? Keep chasing my planet destroyer. Goku's face changed color. Not good. I was careless. Swish. Frisia threw the condensed planet destroyer towards the ground. Goku had no time to rescue him. Boom. The planet destroyer hit the ground of Namek heavily. Goku's face was extremely ugly. Frisia, this despicable guy. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in hatred, and Kakarot, this idiot, what's the point of talking to that guy, can't you just kill him directly? Has Namek been destroyed? Krillin asked hurriedly. Not yet, but the core of the planet has suffered a devastating blow. Luo Tian replied, what a pity, Namek still couldn't escape the fate of being destroyed. Lord Beerus should be happy again. Mers, Lord Beerus was caught in the crossfire by accident. What does this have to do with Lord Beerus? There were violent tremors on Namek, as if the world was about to end. After the smoke gradually dissipated, a huge cenote appeared on the scene. Lightning was entangled above the cenote, crackling, and the burning energy was everywhere, causing the surrounding air to distort and change shape. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief and immediately looked at Frisia opposite him. Humph! Frisia smiled triumphantly. Fortunately, the planet was not destroyed. Sun Wukong said lightly. What do you know? Although the planet avoided an explosion for a moment, the core of the planet has been destroyed. Do you understand what this means? In another 5 minutes, the planet will cause a big explosion, and Namek will become dust in the universe. Frisia snorted coldly, I have fulfilled Cooler's wish. Ya, what did you say? Sun Wukong's heart trembled. I know what you are thinking. You want that little guy and that Namekian to escape from this planet? Can they find the spaceship in 5 minutes? Frisia snorted coldly, don't dream. You, your son, that Namekian, and that little girl will all die in the explosion. Before that, let me get rid of you first. Sun Wukong said lightly. Get rid of me, Frisia? I will let you see my 100% energy right away. You can never be my opponent. Frisia sneered. Why are you using all your energy now? Is it because using all your energy will make your body unable to bear it? Sun Wukong asked calmly. Frisia's face became ugly again after being hit by what he said. I can't waste time with you anymore. Let's fight it out. Sun Wukong said, and rushed towards Frisia quickly. Boom. Frisia put his palms together and covered Sun Wukong with a fierce Qigong cannon. Sun Wukong's body flew backwards and fell into the lake behind him. The lake water rose several meters high. But the next moment, Sun Wukong soared into the sky from the lake and quickly returned to Frisia. You underestimate me. I only used 70% of my strength just now. Frisia smiled proudly, next I will use 100% energy. Ha! Frisia said, his body suddenly became stronger, and his upper body expanded a circle, appearing more muscular. Sun Wukong looked in the direction of Frisia and slowly stopped attacking. Frisia, I'm waiting for you, I'm waiting for you to use all your strength. Sun Wukong said coldly, I want to fight you who use all your energy. I want to avenge Krillin. Boom. Frisia finally released all his energy, and his upper body became more and more sturdy and strong. Sorry to have kept you waiting, this is all the energy you expected. Frisia snorted, and laughed more and more proudly. Sun Wukong also smiled faintly. I'll make you stop laughing soon. Frisia roared, rushed forward quickly, and hit Sun Wukong fiercely. This punch hit Sun Wukong's abdomen on the spot. Sun Wukong spit out a mouthful of blood. Frisia held Sun Wukong's head with both hands and suddenly pushed it up with his knee. Bang! With a loud bang, Frisia's knee hit Sun Wukong's head heavily. Then, Frisia launched a fierce attack on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong did not fight back, allowing Frisia's fists and feet to hit him. Wukong, why don't you fight back? Krillin was anxious and shouted loudly. You can't hear it. Myers explained on the side. Krillin, I know I can't hear it, but it doesn't mean I don't want to shout. Myers, bring Kai'R here, the next battle will be handed over to Goku. Luo Tian said to Myers. Myers was slightly stunned, and immediately looked in the direction of Kale. Kale was still in the legendary Super Saiyan state at this time. However, Kale's current location was far away from Sun Wukong and the others. And Kale seemed unable to sense the breath of Sun Wukong and Frisia, and was showing a confused face on the spot. Kale's whole body was shining with yellow-green light. He smashed a hill with one punch, and punched and kicked the ground, as if venting his emotions. Myers sighed slightly. It is true that Kale should be called up. She can't play a big role now. I'll go and be back soon. Myers said, swooping down from the air quickly, and appeared in front of Kale in an instant. Kale was stunned, staring closely at Myers who appeared next to him. Ah! The next moment, Kai roared and rushed towards Mel's with his teeth and claws bared. Mel slightly turned his body and easily dodged Kai'R's attack. Kai'R increased the speed of his attack. Mel's used the ultimate instinct to close his eyes and dodge all of Kai'R's punches and kicks. Who Kai'R fought for a long time but failed to hit Mel's. He gasped and became more and more angry. Ah! Kai roared again and pressed his hands down, and a huge ball of energy spurted out of his hands. Mel's face changed color slightly. She is trying to destroy the planet. Do you know that if you destroy the planet, you will not survive? Pa! Mel's took out the pistol hanging on his waist calmly, pulled the trigger, and shot. Bang! The gun went off, and the energy bullet hit the energy bullet released by Kale, knocking the energy bullet away immediately. Seeing Mel's brave performance, Krillin was stunned for a moment. What a joke! Is this galactic patrolman so powerful? Krillin exclaimed. Vegeta ignored Krillin and looked at him with disdain. You ignorant thing! Don't you know his identity? What is that gun made of? It's so special that it can knock Kale's energy bullet away? Krillin pondered. Luo Tian also ignored Krillin. Kale, wake up, it's me. Mel said, a scepter appeared in his hand, and pointed at Kale. The invisible angel power quickly covered Kale. Kale shook his head and became sober in an instant. Hey? Brother Mel's? Kale's eyes widened, and he immediately recognized Mel's. It's me. Mel's nodded. Brother Mel's, I want to go home, it's too scary here. Kai'R was so scared that he trembled all over. Snap! The next moment, the yellow-green light on Kai'R's body dissipated and returned to normal. Mel's? Why are you still so timid? You have become the legendary Super Saiyan. Come with me first. Mel stretched out his hand to Kai'R. Yet. Kai'R nodded his little head vigorously. Swoosh! Mel's pulled Kai'R and quickly rushed into the sky and returned to Luo Tian's side. Kale soon noticed Luo Tian and the other two who appeared at the scene. Yu Tuohi, are you like this? Kale looked at Vegeta and Krillin curiously. Krillin didn't know how to answer this question for a moment. Vegeta ignored her. Is it because you died? Kai'R scratched his head and asked curiously. Krillin and Vegeta felt their souls pierced at that time. Can this little girl speak? You said isn't it too real? Where's brother Gohan? Kai'R looked again, but didn't find son Gohan. At that moment, tears were brewing and his eyes kept blinking. The next moment, Kai'R burst into tears. Woo, brother Gohan, where is my brother Gohan? Kai'R burst into tears. Look, Myers, I hate to see girls cry the most. Luo Tian sighed helplessly, go and bring Gohan and Piccolo here. Myers, you really know how to order people around. Myers nodded helplessly and had to do it. Swoosh! Myers turned into a stream of light and quickly flew towards Son Gohan and Piccolo. Is brother Gohan still alive? Kai'R was stunned for a moment. You'll know in a while. Luo Tian smiled and rubbed Kai'R's head. Yet. Kai'R looked up and blinked, silently looking at Luo Tian, and suddenly lowered his voice, Big brother, you are still more handsome. Although brother Mel's is also handsome, his skin color is too weird, which can easily give people nightmares. So, Kai'R, you are always so scared, is it because of Mel's skin color? Luo Tian asked with a smile. In Shadala, I once encountered a blue-skinned monster, which was very cruel. Fortunately, my sister appeared in time to save me. Otherwise, I would be eaten by that monster. It's scary to think about it. Kai'R shivered in fear when he said this, and his face turned pale. Vegeta was slightly stunned and looked at Kai'R with some surprise. So she came from Shadala? No wonder there is a second legendary Super Saiyan. I finally know what's going on. Shadala. I also said that I would go to Shadala. Forget it, I will go to Shadala after I become a Super Saiyan. There is no big point in going to that planet now. Chapter 211 Go to Hell. The future king of the Kai Swoosh. Mers quickly brought Son Gohan and Piccolo, who were looking for a spaceship, to the scene. Brother Gohan. Great. I knew Brother Gohan would be fine. Kale immediately threw herself into Son Gohan's arms. Kale, are you okay? Son Gohan was stunned, and then laughed. Why did Brother Gohan say that? Kale was a little confused. Have you forgotten what happened just now? Son Gohan asked. What happened? Kale scratched his head. Forget it, it's not important. Son Gohan didn't explain. Saying more would make Kale more suspicious. Let's not tell her this for now. Then, Son Gohan immediately looked at Krillin and Vegeta who were present. Uncle Krillin, are you still alive? Son Gohan was very excited. Krillin, what's your look? Didn't you see that I've become like this? Uncle Krillin, what's wrong with you? Son Gohan rubbed his eyes and looked at Krillin's body in surprise. I'm dead, this is my soul. Krillin pointed at his body. Son Gohan suddenly realized and turned his head to look at Vegeta. Vegeta rushed forward angrily, grabbed Piccolo's collar, and shouted angrily, Piccolo, you bastard, why did you give my wish to Kakarot's son? Piccolo didn't say anything. Do I need to say this? If I don't support Gohan, who will? Fortunately, I gave the wish to Gohan, otherwise Gohan would have been killed by Frieza. I don't want Gohan to become like Krillin's soul. Piccolo, wait. I'll settle accounts with you later. Vegeta snorted and pushed Piccolo away. Piccolo looked at Vegeta calmly, but he was not angry. There was a faint smile on his face. Huff, huff. Frieza below was panting heavily. Frieza beat up Son Goku, but he was very tired. How is it? Just now, it was a warm-up exercise for the final attack. Frieza said with a cold face. Really? I'm so disappointed. Son Goku slowly raised his head and smiled faintly. Frieza became more and more angry and gritted his teeth and shouted, before I die, I want to praise you. Well done. The powerful future King Kai. Son Goku didn't speak. This planet will explode in no more than 3 minutes. Are you anxious? The future King Kai. Frieza said coldly. Son Goku's expression was indifferent. Are you stalling here to let the little guy find a spaceship and escape from this planet? Frieza suddenly realized something and said coldly, well, even if I escape from this planet, I will go to Earth to settle accounts with them later. There is no need to stall, you will lose your life here soon. Sun Wukong said lightly. What a big tone, I will make you shut up immediately. Frieza shouted. Sun Wukong immediately prepared for the attack. At the same time, Sun Wukong released the induction and tried to sense the breath of Son Gohan. Just under this induction, Sun Wukong suddenly, I found that Son Gohan and Piccolo were both very far in the sky. How could they be there? Have they boarded the spaceship? No. The other breath is Kalas. Are they with Kale? And they all stopped at that position. What does it mean? Could it be that Luo Tian gathered them all together? It seems that this possibility is not impossible. If it is Luo Tian, then I will be relieved. I will fight well first. Frieza is already flying at this time, appearing right above Son Goku, and releasing a ball of powerful energy at Son Goku. Son Goku slightly turned his body to avoid the energy released by Frieza. Frieza chased again, and flashed behind Son Goku, and punched him fiercely. Son Goku dodged, clamped Frieza's arm, and slammed his head back. Ah! Frieza screamed. Then, Sun Wukong grabbed Frieza's arm and bent it. Frieza wailed in pain, feeling as if his bones were about to break. Sun Wukong grabbed Frieza's arm and spun in circles, getting faster and faster. Swish! Sun Wukong let go and threw Frieza high into the air. Frieza rolled hundreds of times in the air, and hurriedly released a ball of energy, and finally stabilized his body in the air. Frieza's eyes were bloodshot, and he became more and more angry. Boom! Frieza screamed, and even more powerful energy burst out of his body, and a layer of protective shield was put on his body. Swish! Frieza swooped down in the direction of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong gathered energy in both hands, and the Qigong wave hit Frieza's location mercilessly. Boom! The Qigong wave hit Frieza's protective shield. Frieza screamed and raised his energy to the extreme, so as not to break the shield. Pa! Then, Frisia suddenly turned in the air and appeared beside Sun Wukong, hitting him violently. Sun Wukong flew backwards and fell headfirst into the lake below. But soon, Sun Wukong slowly emerged from the lake with his head and body. This stubborn guy. Frisia was so angry that his teeth itched. This time I will make you shattered like that earthling. Like that earthling? Are you talking about Krillin? Sun Wukong's face was particularly cold, and he shouted angrily, you are not allowed to say Krillin. Wukong Krillin was moved to tears. Sizzle sizzle, more and more lightning raged on the planet, as if it was the end of the world. The sky also became dim. The planet is shrinking, and it will explode in 2 minutes. Frisia said in a deep voice, which comes first, killing you or the planet exploding? No matter what, you can't survive in space. You will eventually die. Really? Sun Wukong looked calm. Prepare to die. I, Frisia, will definitely defeat you. Frisia's eyes were red with anger. Sun Wukong smiled lightly, slowly fell from the sky and appeared on the ground. Oh? You want a hand-to-hand fight? Then as you wish. Frisia sneered, dispersed the protective shield on his body, and landed right in front of Sun Wukong. The two fought fiercely on the ground. After several rounds of fighting, Frisia was knocked down several times, screaming in pain. When Frisia stood up from the ground, he was already panting more rapidly. Sun Wukong, however, was breathing more evenly. Frisia's eyes showed a trace of fear and unwillingness. Damn it! What the hell is that bastard Kakarot doing? Hurry up and kill Frisia! Vegeta said with gritted teeth. Come on, Dad! Defeat Frisia! Son Gohan waved his fists. Gohan's dad, good job! Kale jumped excitedly. Several people looked at Kale together. The way you transformed just now was still very scary. You hung that Frisia up and beat him. Don't you know anything now? Stop fighting! Son Goku suddenly spoke. Frisia was stunned. Not only Frisia was stunned, but Krillin and others present were also stunned for a moment. Even Myers was a little puzzled, staring closely at the scene. Why? What do you mean? Frisia asked puzzledly. Myers and others pricked up their ears, wanting to know what Son Goku meant. Originally, they were about to win, why did they suddenly stop fighting? Although you used 100% of your strength, the result is just the opposite, your aura is constantly weakening. Sun Wukong's expression was indifferent, there is no point in fighting any further. I am no longer interested in fighting you, I already fully understand your strength. In this universe, apart from God, the most powerful human beings are Saiyans. Frisia said nothing. You have already started to tremble. Even if I defeat you, it doesn't mean much. While you are still alive, leave here quickly. Sun Wukong sighed, I'm sorry about your brother. I was forced to do it at that time. I hope you don't mind. Ya, what did you say? Frisia was trembling with hatred. You are simply killing people. Listen. This is why I hate Kakarot. This guy looks kind on the surface, but what he says is really hateful. Vegeta gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Piccolo didn't say anything, and seemed to be hit by Vegeta's words. Before you appeared, I was tortured by Sun Wukong like this. Did you misunderstand something? Wukong is like this. This is our Wukong. Krillin said for Wukong. Little bald head, don't forget, if Kakarot released Frisia, would it be a consolation for your death? Vegeta snorted coldly. Krillin felt his soul being pierced. Goku, didn't you say you would avenge me? Are you really going to let Frisia go? How can you avenge me if you let him go? Kale and Son Gohan said nothing, mainly because the two little guys were too young and didn't understand these things thoroughly enough. Mers, tell me, what do you think about this? Luo Tian patted Mels on the shoulder. Mr. Son Goku does have the potential to be a Kaishin, Mels said with emotion. As a Kaishin, you really need to have a kind heart. It's rare for Mr. Goku to be able to do this. Mers, I give you a thumbs up. Luo Tian gave Mels a thumbs up. Mels was silent. Mels suddenly felt that in terms of state of mind, Sun Wukong was much higher than Jiren. Let alone anything else, Sun Wukong's kind heart was difficult for Jiren to surpass. If it were Jiren, Frisia would probably die in a rhythmic way today. But Sun Wukong was precious enough to let Frisia go. Luo Tian had nothing to complain about this. Although Sun Wukong's behavior seemed a bit saintly in some online novels he read in his previous life. But only this kind of Sun Wukong is the Sun Wukong in the Dragon Ball world. If Sun Wukong's personality is changed, is it still the Goku we like? Luo Tian was a little puzzled. He didn't know when Sun Wukong began to be named Goku. It seems to have started from Dragon Ball Super, right? In a plot in Dragon Ball Super, because of Goku, the king of all wanted to wipe out 8 universe. In fact, the comic version later gave a reasonable explanation. It is not that Goku caused the All-King to erase the 8 universes, but the All-King originally intended to erase the 8 universes, but because of Sun Wukong, he gave the 8 universes a chance to survive and held the power tournament. Later, the 7th universe won the final victory in the power tournament and brought back the 7 disappeared universes. As for the name Goku, it seems to have something to do with the translation. So Luo Tian saw these performances of Sun Wukong and did not intend to change his character. In fact, Sun Wukong's character is like his mother, and of course it has a little relationship with his father. Originally, Sun Wukong's parents are relatively kind among the Saiyans. Especially Sun Wukong's mother, who can be described as silly and sweet. Frisia, don't do evil anymore, I don't want to see you in pain. Sun Wukong said, and immediately returned to normal. Pa. Then, Sun Wukong soared into the sky. Frisia stayed where he was, his body trembling more violently, his face even uglier than before. Don't insult me like that. How could I lose to a guy like you? Frisia was furious, and with a violent flick of his hand, a Qi Yuan Zhan flew towards Sun Wukong. After Sun Wukong sensed a sharp breath coming, he dodged in a hurry. However, Sun Wukong was still a step too late, and was rubbed on the cheek by Qi Yuan Zhan and flew into the sky. Suddenly, a long blood mark appeared on Sun Wukong's face. Sun Wukong looked at Qi Yuan Zhan with lingering fear, and then looked at Frisia below, and suddenly became angry. I really can't do anything with you. I'll give you one last chance. Sun Wukong said, and golden light burst out from his body, and he once again became a Super Saiyan. Swish! The Qi Yuan Zhan was controlled by Frisia and flew from another direction, rushing towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong kept dodging in the air. However, the Qi Yuan Zhan seemed to have eyes, and kept tracking Sun Wukong. Ha ha ha, this move is the ultimate move of your bald friend, right? Under my control, it can track you to the ends of the earth. And it can split anything. Frisia laughed. Is this your last trick? Sun Wukong snorted coldly, Frisia, this is all you can do. Swish! Sun Wukong flew quickly in the direction of Frisia. You flew towards me, and then suddenly dodged, wanting me to be hit, right? Frisia smiled contemptuously, do you think I will fall for such a clumsy trick? Pico, at that world's #1 martial arts tournament, I remember you were hit like this. Krillin approached Piccolo and whispered to him. Get lost. Piccolo's face darkened. Ha ha ha, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Krillin laughed. Sun Wukong didn't say anything and increased his flying speed. Your trick has been ineffective for a long time. Frisia screamed. When Sun Wukong approached Frisia, he immediately flew high into the sky. Frisia shouted, raised his arm upward, controlled the Qi Yuan Zhan to draw an arc, flew high into the sky, and continued to track Sun Wukong. Swish! The Qi Yuan Zhan passed through Sun Wukong's body in an instant. Hit! Frisia shouted excitedly. But then, Frisia's shouting stopped abruptly. Frisia looked closely and found that Sun Wukong's body became blurry and transparent. Frisia, I'm here. Sun Wukong's voice sounded behind Frisia. Frisia turned his head and saw it, and then he suddenly realized it. Then, Frisia caught the falling Qi Yuan Zhan with his hand, gritted his teeth and asked, that was the afterimage fist just now, right? I still don't want to fight you, your martial arts are too bad. Sun Wukong shook his head, if you must fight me, you have to wait until your physical strength recovers before competing. You said my strength is too bad? How about 2? Frisia said, and once again condensed a Qi Yuan Zhan. Suddenly, 2 Qi Yuan Zhans spun rapidly in Frisia's hands. Swish! Frisia waved his hand, and the 2 Qi Yuan Zhans slashed towards Sun Wukong. You don't know your depth. Sun Wukong flew high into the sky again. The 2 Qi Yuan Zhans tracked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swooped down and rushed straight to the direction where Frisia was. You always use the same old tricks. Frisia smiled contemptuously. Sun Wukong calmly sprayed an energy bomb and hit the ground below Frisia. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a large cloud of dust rose on the ground. Frisia's smile froze on his face, and 1,000 grass mud horses passed by in his heart. Why don't you play by the rules? How can I see where the Qi Yuan Zhan is when you are like this? Frisia's eyes were blurred, and in a hurry, he immediately took off into the air. Frisia luckily avoided the flying Qi Yuan Zhan. However, just when Frisia rushed into the sky, he looked up and found Sun Wukong in the air, and his face changed color at that time. Frisia felt that Sun Wukong seemed to have been waiting in the sky for a long time. Bang! Sun Wukong had no reason to be polite, and hit Frisia's head heavily with an elbow. Frisia's face was distorted and deformed, and he spit out a mouthful of old blood and fell from the air. At the moment of landing, Frisia immediately supported the ground and wanted to get up, but he didn't know that a Qi Yuan Zhan was whistling from behind. Don't stand up, lie down quickly. Lie down. Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Frisia also suddenly realized something, felt a crisis of death coming, and quickly turned back to look behind him. Before Frisia could see the crisis behind him clearly, swish, the Qi Yuan Zhan cut Frisia's body into several halves at once, just like cutting tofu. Dark blue blood flowed out of Frisia's body. Why is this happening? Frisia spurted blood from his mouth and fell to the ground. Frisia's body was divided into 4 pieces, an arm, a broken tail, lower body and upper body. Ouch, it hurts, Frisia screamed. Sun Wukong slowly fell from the air and appeared beside Frisia. Playing with fire, you get burned, what a sad ending. Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. You bastard, Frisia was full of reluctance. I'm leaving this planet, you stay and share the fate of the planet you destroyed. Sun Wukong turned around and said lightly. Hey! Don't go, please save me. Please save me, I know you can heal. Frisia's body twitched violently and he begged for mercy. Sun Wukong felt more and more reluctant. Save me, Frisia continued to beg for mercy. You wishful thinking, how many people begged for mercy like you, and you killed them mercilessly. Sun Wukong shouted, besides, my energy for healing is already empty, there is no way to heal you. Please. Frisia's voice became weaker and weaker. Cockroach, you bastard, you are still hesitating. Vegeta couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily. Piccolo remained silent. Swish. Goku released a ball of energy, covering Frisia's body. Suddenly, Frisia clearly felt that a strong energy was emerging from his body again. The sense of crisis of death also dissipated immediately. I'll give you some of my energy, you can survive now, and you can do whatever you want in the future. Goku gritted his teeth and said, with a complicated mood. Haha, this is Goku. Krillin laughed with a smile. That's how Goku saved Piccolo back then, but Goku gave Piccolo a senzu bean at that time. Shut up. Piccolo's face turned even greener. Will you die if you don't speak? Humph, Kakarot is such a woman. Vegeta expressed deep disdain. Neither Son Gohan nor Kaier spoke. Seeing this scene, they each had their own feelings. Mers was more and more emotional. Why do I suddenly feel that this human named Son Goku is more suitable to be a real angel? He has a kind and pure heart. Isn't this the state of mind that an angel should have the most? Look at Luo Tian again, he's too black-bellied. He knows how to pua me all day long. Hey? Who did I learn this word from? Did I learn it from Tais? So in terms of tempering the state of mind, Mr. Son Goku has far surpassed Jiren. Mer's mood became complicated again. Fortunately, at least in terms of strength, Sun Wukong's training direction went astray. He actually became the Super Saiyan God, not the Ultra Instinct. Even if Sun Wukong is given time to train, he may not be able to surpass Jiren. I think I still have hope of winning. Besides, Kaier is stronger than Vegeta, isn't he? It feels like Vegeta is completely useless. Luo Tian smiled and said nothing. Is Vegeta useless? In Luo Tian's opinion, that is impossible. In the next period of time, I will train Vegeta well and try to train him into a real god of destruction. I am really surprised that you can give me energy. Frisia slowly floated in the air and said to Sun Wukong. Can you return to the universe alive? Sun Wukong asked, leave this planet quickly and know how to cherish your life. Frisia became more and more unhappy. Am I being lectured by you? I must kill you. I must not let a third person know that I begged for mercy. Humph, humph. Frisia kept snorting, looking at Sun Wukong with gloating. Namek is about to explode, where can you go? You can't survive in space, right? You can only wait for death. I really can't survive in space. I plan to use your spaceship to see if I can leave here. Sun Wukong replied. Ha ha ha, that spaceship has been damaged by Vegeta and can't fly. Frisia laughed, this is really a great irony. Although you won, you will die, but I will survive. You deserve it, who asked you to share your energy with me? Sun Wukong, I know Luo Tian may be there, as long as I find him, I may survive. Sun Wukong pointed to a certain position in the sky. Ya, what did you say? Luo Tian is on this planet? Frisia's smile gradually solidified, and he stuttered when he spoke. I hope you don't do bad things again. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he took off into the air. Watching Sun Wukong's figure going farther and farther away, Frisia's face was filled with endless anger. Even if Luo Tian is here, what can he do? I will never forgive you. I want you to die. I must kill you. Frisia shouted, and a huge ball of energy immediately shot out from his hand. The energy whistled in the direction of Sun Wukong. Sensing the powerful energy behind him, Sun Wukong looked back, and a trace of anger gradually emerged in his cold eyes. Asshole! Sun Wukong backhanded and shot energy from his hand. Boom! The energy shot out by Sun Wukong bounced back Frisia's energy at that time. Frisia's pupils shrank sharply, and his face was full of despair. Boom! With a loud bang, Frisia was blown into a deep pit in the earth by the huge energy released by Sun Wukong, and disappeared without a trace. Sun Wukong's hand trembled, his expression was complicated, and then he turned around and left without any hesitation. Swoosh! Sun Wukong quickly flew high into the sky, whizzing towards the direction where Luo Tian and others were. It didn't take long for Sun Wukong to break through the clouds and come to Luo Tian and others. Luo Tian? Mers? Gohan? Piccolo? Kale? You are all here? Sun Wukong was surprised and happy, and then looked at Vegeta and Krillin with some surprise. And Vegeta and Krillin, are you still alive? Wait a minute, how did your bodies become like this? Wukong, why did you put me behind Vegeta? Krillin's soul came forward and gave Sun Wukong a warm hug. Sun Wukong? What do you mean by behind? Humph. Vegeta was unwilling. Kakarot, don't think you are great just because you become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, let's cheer together, don't you want to become a god of destruction? Sun Wukong smiled slightly. Please vote. 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 Chapter 212 Weiss, the three sisters each have a reply. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise came from Namek, and streams of light burst into brilliant colors, becoming more and more dense. Lightning filled the surface of the planet. The earth was shaking, dark clouds were gathering, and it was the end of the world. Luo Tian, let's leave here quickly, this planet is about to explode. Mels pondered. Let's go. Luo Tian nodded without objection. Snap. Luo Tian waved the scepter in his hand lightly, and a transparent cube immediately appeared on the scene. Then, Luo Tian ordered Sun Wukong and others to enter the cube and led the cube to fly into the vast starry sky. Boom. Just when Luo Tian and others flew away from Namek not long ago, the entire planet instantly burst into dazzling light and soon turned into cosmic dust. Namek exploded. Similar to other planets, Namek seemed to be a flash in the pan at the moment of the explosion, and then disappeared. Mels looked back in the direction of Namek, with a complicated look. Then, Mels looked at Luo Tian standing on the cube again, and hesitated to speak. Mers, are you trying to tell me that Frisia is still alive? Luo Tian smiled. You know everything? Mers was stunned. If you can't even see this little thing, you don't deserve to be an angel. Luo Tian smiled. Although he is still alive, he is on the verge of death. If he is left alone, he will die in no more than 10 hours. Mers sighed. Let him fend for himself. Luo Tian pondered. Okay, indeed, we shouldn't interfere too much. Mers nodded and asked, what are your plans next? Will you train Goku and Vegeta well? In addition to the two of them, I also plan to train Gohan and Piccolo. After all, there are too many dead gods of destruction now. Luo Tian shrugged helplessly. Mers, who can be blamed for this? If it weren't for Maki creating a big god of destruction, would so many gods of destruction die? Do you need my help? Mers said politely. Great, Myers, I've been waiting for you to say that. Luo Tian nodded. Myers, you say it. Myers smiled bitterly. Help me send Vegeta and the others back to Earth, and then you return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Luo Tian suggested. What about you? Where are you going? Myers asked curiously. I'll take Goku to another place. Luo Tian pondered. Go to another place? Myers was even more curious. Take him to learn something and lay a good foundation first. Luo Tian smiled. Okay, I have to train Kai well, too. He has the strength, but he is too timid. Myers nodded without objection. Then I'll trouble you. Luo Tian said. No trouble, it's just on the way. Myers smiled and responded. Pa. As he said that, Myers waved the scepter in his hand lightly, and another transparent cube appeared on the scene. Shua. In just a moment, everyone except Sun Wukong immediately appeared in Mel's cube. Hey? What's wrong? What happened? Sun Wukong was a little confused. Vegeta, remember what I said, don't let me down this time, my patience is limited, I have given you 26 years. Luo Tian said to Vegeta with a serious look. Tisk, got it. Vegeta snorted. Uncle Luo Tian, where are you taking my dad? Sun Wuhan asked. I'll take Wukong to a place to learn some skills, and Mels will send you back to Earth. Luo Tian greeted, and then ordered Mels, please revive Krillin and Vegeta. Mels, you really know how to order people around. Although Mels had some complaints in his heart, he still nodded readily to express his agreement. Then I will return to Earth after I have learned the skills. Sun Wukong waved to Sun Wuhan, go back and say hello to my mother for me. Sun Wuhan agreed obediently. Swoosh. Luo Tian said no more and flew away with Sun Wukong in another direction. Mears flew towards Earth with Sun Wuhan and others. At least returning from Earth in the 7th universe to the 6th universe was not a big obstacle for Mears. The vast starry sky and the vast universe. Luo Tian flew rapidly in the universe with Sun Wukong. Luo Tian, where are we going? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Yard rat. Luo Tian answered. Yard rat? What is that? Sun Wukong didn't quite understand and asked curiously. Take you to learn a skill, a very useful skill. Luo Tian smiled slightly. What skill? Sun Wukong scratched his head. There are many, it depends on your choice. Luo Tian replied, you will know when you go there. The Udrit people have very special abilities. In addition, they have more precise control over Qi. If you learn from them, it will be of great help to your future practice. I understand. Sun Wukong nodded seriously. Head. Swoosh. Luo Tian took Sun Wukong and flew quickly towards the direction of Udrit. Yard rat. Boom boom boom. 4 spherical spaceships fell rapidly from the sky and hit the ground of the planet, leaving 4 large craters on the ground. The next moment, Captain Jinyu walked out of the spaceship with his team members. Captain, why did you land on this planet? Gi's asked curiously. This is Udrit. The planet looks good and can be used as the next target of attack. Jinyu flew into the sky, overlooking the land of the planet, and said to the team members through the detector. This planet looks good, but didn't Lord Frisia ask us to go to Namek immediately? Gi said a little puzzled. Is it really okay for us to delay here? Lord Frisia won't be angry, right? Likum asked with some concern. Guldo didn't say anything. Because Guldo is just a filler in this team. It's okay, it's just a short delay. It is said that the Udrit people have some special abilities. Lord Frisia wanted to find this planet a few years ago, but this planet is very hidden. Lord Frisia couldn't find it after searching for a long time, and finally gave up. If Lord Frisia knew that we found Udrit, he would definitely reward us. Jinyu laughed, first set the coordinates of this planet, and after returning from Namek, we will capture Udrit. Okay, Captain. Gi's entered the command into the computer. So that's how it is. It's a pity that Lord Frisia doesn't have a detector and can't know this good news. Likum was a little disappointed. It just happens that it's not far from here to Namek, let's go. Jinyu called and came to the middle of the team. Jinyu Special Forces. The 4 people posed in their own set shapes. Then, Jinyu frowned, a little unhappy with the current formation. Damn, Bart died just like that. We have to design a new formation. Jinyu gritted his teeth, I will not forgive the guy who killed Bart. He made me have to think of a new formation. Captain, there is a light over there. Gi's pointed to the distant starry sky. Are you the brightest light in that sky? Jinyu was stunned and looked in the direction Gi's pointed. Swish. When Jinyu and others saw the light clearly, Luo Tian had already landed on Udrit with Sun Wukong and appeared near Jinyu and others. Hey? Are those Frisia's men? Sun Wukong was stunned and asked with a scratch. They are Frisia's most loyal brothers, the Jinyu Special Forces. Luo Tian nodded. There are Frisia's men everywhere? Sun Wukong frowned. Jinyu and others were also staring at Luo Tian and Sun Wukong. Captain, they flew here. Ji's mouth twitched. I saw it, you don't need to emphasize it. Jinyu snorted. Who are they? Li Kum muttered softly. Silver hair and silver tail. This kind of human looks like Saiyan, but Saiyans have black hair. Jinyu analyzed. Go and ask and you'll know. Guldo said, giving himself a little sense of presence. Guldo, go and ask. Jinyu ordered Guldo. Guldo, why me? Well, who makes me the weakest in this team? Guldo stepped forward and appeared opposite Luo Tian and Sun Wukong. Hey, who are you? Guldo shouted. Are you Frisia's Jinyu or Bug team? Sun Wukong scratched his head. He didn't remember the name of the Jinyu special forces that Luo Tian just said. Suddenly, he thought of the Bug Force cartoon he watched with Gohan, so he just used this word. Gulder's forehead was bulging with veins, and he shouted angrily, it's the Jinyu Force, not the Bug Force. Do you think the famous Jinyu Force is a bug? Whatever it is, I hope you won't do evil again. Frisia is dead. Sun Wukong said to Gulder. Ya, what did you say? You said that Lord Frisia is dead? Gulder's eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief, thinking that he had heard it wrong. Well, playing with fire will get you burned, and you will suffer the consequences. Sun Wukong sighed for a while. Wait, I'll let the captain come to deal with you right away. Gulder left a harsh word, immediately returned to Jinyu's side, and relayed Sun Wukong's words to him. Mr. Frisia is dead? Don't be ridiculous. Jinyu was the first to disbelieve it. Even if everyone in the universe died, Mr. Frisia would not die. That guy dared to curse Mr. Frisia, let's go and kill him. Ji's gritted his teeth. You're right. Jinyu nodded. Then, Jinyu led the team members to walk towards Luo Tian and Sun Wukong. Who said Mr. Frisia was dead? Ji's asked coldly. You are all Frisia's men, right? I just said that I hope you don't do evil anymore. Frisia is really dead. Sun Wukong answered seriously. What is the combat power of the two of them? Jinyu asked. One is more than 1,0001000, one without combat power. Li Kum pressed the button on the detector and answered Jinyu. With a combat power of just over 1,000, you dare to be so presumptuous in front of us? Jinyu laughed and said, kill him quickly, Lord Frisia is still waiting for us. I'll take care of this guy. Li Kum stepped forward and took a fighting stance. You are not my opponent. If you don't want to die, leave here quickly and don't do evil everywhere in the future. Sun Wukong said lightly. Li Kum, quick attack. Li Kum rushed towards Sun Wukong quickly. Looking at the fast-moving Li Kum, Sun Wukong didn't even transform, and punched him lightly, hitting him directly in the chest. Puff Li Kum spit out a large mouthful of blood and fainted directly. Sun Wukong knocked Li Kum to the ground. Jinyu was dumbfounded. Ji's was stunned. Guldo rubbed his eyes and hadn't reacted yet. Shua. Then, Sun Wukong's figure flashed and appeared beside Ji's in an instant. Ji's was startled, his face pale, and without any hesitation, he kicked Sun Wukong. Pa! Sun Wukong was faster and kicked Ji's in the face. Ji's rolled several times in the air and fell to the ground again, blood gushing out of his mouth, his head tilted, and he fainted. You two should be careful, I will deal with you soon. Sun Wukong said to Jinyu and Guldo. Jinyu's face changed again and again. He never thought that he would meet such a powerful person on this planet. You dare to hurt my team members, I will never let you go. Jinyu was furious. Swish. Sun Wukong flew towards Guldo again in an instant. However, just when Sun Wukong approached Guldo, he suddenly glanced and found that he had already rushed hundreds of meters away. Sun Wukong scratched his head in a strange way, looking at Guldo who had already run away, and was a little puzzled for a while. What's going on? Was it a flash or something just now? Sun Wukong muttered. Time stops. Luo Tian explained to Sun Wukong. Time stops? Sun Wukong was stunned. Guldo has the ability to stop time temporarily. Luo Tian nodded. So that's how it is. No wonder he ran so far in an instant. Sun Wukong suddenly realized. Good opportunity. Jinyu's eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed towards Sun Wukong and punched him hard in the face. Sun Wukong forcibly withstood Jinyu's attacking fist, and then twisted his head and forcibly pushed the opponent's fist back. Jinyu was dumbfounded. I said, you are not my opponent. Sun Wukong looked at Jinyu and said. Who are you? Jinyu jumped back, kept a distance from Sun Wukong, and looked at him vigilantly. I am Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong replied, in your words, I am a Saiyan. Saiyan? Jinyu identified it for a while, and suddenly thought of a low-ranking warrior that Lord Frisia had let go. He pointed at Sun Wukong and asked, are you the low-ranking warrior that Lord Frisia had let go? You know it too. Sun Wukong scratched his head. It is so. Jinyu bared his teeth, looked at Luo Tian again, and asked, who are you? Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled. You are Luo Tian? Jinyu's mouth twitched, and he immediately looked around for Broly. No need to look for it, Broly is not here. Luo Tian smiled, looking at Jinyu and asked, by the way, can you survive in space? Jinyu immediately shook his head blankly. That's great, it saves trouble. Luo Tian said, and pointed the scepter at Jinyu in the air. Snap! Jinyu disappeared in an instant. When Jinyu reacted, he found that he had appeared in the universe. Jinyu's mentality collapsed. What do you mean? You asked me if I can survive in the universe. Are you going to throw me into the universe? This is fucking I will die. Of course, Jinyu's consciousness disappeared in just a moment. Jinyu died in the universe. The same way Bart died. Luo Tian had nothing to be polite about, and pointed at the other members of the Jinyu Special Forces. Suddenly, these members were thrown into the universe by Luo Tian. If someone can have the ability to survive in the universe, it means he is lucky. Luo Tian just thinks they are in the way. Luo Tian, what was that trick just now? Where are they? Sun Wukong asked curiously. It doesn't matter. Luo Tian smiled slightly and flew into the sky with Sun Wukong. The two flew towards a city in the distance. Pa! Not long after, Luo Tian and Sun Wukong appeared above a city. Sun Wukong looked down and suddenly showed a look of surprise. There are so many weird-looking guys, are they the Idrid people? Luo Tian had already noticed the people below. Many Idrid people. They were wearing unique clothes, had purple-reddish skin, strange spots on their foreheads, and looked like a strange race with more forehead wrinkles. In addition to this race, there was another group of Idrid people. This group of Idrid people all had green skin and a point on their heads, which felt like they evolved from onions. Is that an onion? Sun Wukong asked Luo Tian curiously. Maybe. Luo Tian nodded. The two slowly fell from the air and appeared in front of many Idrid people. Welcome. Onion stepped forward and greeted him friendly. Ah, hello, hello. Sun Wukong hurriedly stepped forward and shook hands with the other party. You are Sun Wukong, right? Onion asked with a smile. Hey? How do you know my name? Sun Wukong scratched his head. Is this Mr. Luo Tian? Onion looked at Luo Tian again and bowed politely. Hello. Luo Tian nodded. Thank you for defeating the Jinyu force and saving Idrid. Onion had hurriedly thanked. You're welcome, you're welcome. Sun Wukong laughed. As he was talking, a relatively large Idrid star walked over from a distance. This onion head, no, to be precise, it should be an onion head that doesn't look like an onion. His skin color is blue, and there are two peaks on his head, and these two peaks are symmetrical. Looks a bit like a cat, but it doesn't have much to do with cats. Luo Tian has nothing to complain about the appearance of the Idrid star. There are a total of 12 universes, and it is normal for humans in the universe to have different forms. Mr. Luo Tian, I'm so sorry for not welcoming you in person. The blue onion head ran over from a distance, came to Luo Tian, and immediately bowed. I was eating shit just now, I didn't finish it yet and I hurried over. Luo Tian, eating shit? Sun Wukong showed a look of shock. You actually eat that thing? As he said, Sun Wukong quickly clapped his hands, and then put his hands to the tip of his nose to smell it. It doesn't seem to smell. You want to say you're pooping? Luo Tian understood. Ahem, yes, I'm so sorry, I was too nervous just now, and I accidentally said the wrong thing. The blue onion head smiled embarrassedly. One wrong word, the meaning is very different. Sun Wukong didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but speaking of it, do you really eat that kind of thing? The blue onion head hurriedly shook his head vigorously. The other Idrid people also shook their heads. You scared me. I thought you grew up eating that thing. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Lotus God, I'm sorry, it's so rude. The blue onion looked serious, immediately changed the address, apologized again, and introduced himself. I am P. Bala, the great elder of Idrid. May I ask what instructions Luo Tianshen has for coming to our planet? The reason I came to your planet is that I hope you can train Wukong. Luo Tian smiled. So that's the case. It's easy to say. After all, Mr. Sun Wukong defeated Frisia and saved Aryadrit. No matter what you ask, we will agree. P. Bala agreed readily. You know it. Sun Wukong was surprised. We Adrit people have some special abilities. P. Bala nodded, although we are not as good as Luo Tianchen, we basically know some things that happened in the universe. It's amazing. Sun Wukong praised. Lotus God, how do you need us to train Mr. Wukong? P. Bala asked respectfully. Show your abilities to Wukong and let him choose. Luo Tian smiled. That's easy. P. Bala responded, and explained, in fact, our special abilities are not very complicated. You only need to learn one thing, and various skills will be born in the process of learning. One thing? Sun Wukong was stunned. That is to control Spirito. P. Bala nodded. Spirito? What is that? Sun Wukong didn't understand. It's what you call Qi. The green onion answered for the elder. I know this, it turns out to be Qi. Sun Wukong understood. Shua. Just as Sun Wukong's voice fell, the green onion disappeared in an instant and appeared on the other side in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong widened his eyes and showed a look of shock. Such a fast speed, even I can't see how you move. Sun Wukong immediately became interested. Just now that was teleportation. The green onion smiled. Shua. Then, all the Adrid people at the scene disappeared at once. Hey? They all disappeared? Sun Wukong was more and more surprised. Just now that was an illusion. We Adrid people are relatively small in population, and we often use this kind of illusion to confuse our enemies. P. Bala explained, in fact, there are only 2 of us present now, and the rest are illusions. Sun Wukong nodded seriously. And the gigantism is also true. P. Bala said, and his body shrank rapidly. Shua. In just a moment, P. Bala shrank from a height of nearly 3 meters to a height of only about 1 meter. Sun Wukong, is this your normal size? Sun Wukong asked. P. Bala, what is normal size? What I just demonstrated to you are all kinds of skills achieved through the movement, division, and expansion of Spirito. P. Bala explained to Sun Wukong with a smile, as for what you want to learn, it depends on your control of Spirito. If you can understand the structure of Spirito, you will definitely find a path that suits you. Although I don't understand it very well, I understand the reason, so I will stay and study hard. Sun Wukong nodded. I should go back. Luo Tian said to Sun Wukong. Okay, I understand. Sun Wukong responded. Lotion God, don't you stay to eat something before going back? P. Bala made a friendly invitation. I don't eat that. Luo Tian shook his head decisively. Knock. Then, Luo Tian knocked the scepter in his hand lightly on the ground. Pa! A ball of bright flames like stars covered Luo Tian's body. Swoosh! Luo Tian turned into a bright stream of light, quickly left Yadrit, and soon appeared in the vast starry sky, and flew towards the direction of the 6th universe. On the way, Luo Tian suddenly received a call. The call was from Weiss through the scepter. Oh my Luo Tian, I just proposed to my 3 sisters on your behalf, but unfortunately the situation is not optimistic. Weiss sighed. What did they say? Luo Tian asked. Sister Bardos said, let me go and play. Weiss replied. Go on. Luo Tian nodded, knowing that Bardos would say that. Sister Kes said that she doesn't mind recruiting a son-in-law, meaning that Luo Tian will live in the 10th universe. Weiss continued. What about Makarita? Luo Tian asked again. Sister Makarita said that if you can beat her, she can consider marrying you. Weiss added. Luo Tian, what level is Makarita? Luo Tian asked curiously. Oh my Makarita is level 66. Weiss answered. It's a bit difficult now. When my level goes up, I will let her marry me. Luo Tian looked serious. Isn't it just that I can beat you? That's not a big deal. I hope you won't regret it then. In order to make up for my guilt towards Mr. Luo Tian, I specially proposed to another sister on your behalf. Weiss pondered. Luo Tian? You have another sister? Chapter 213 Broly is named the Great Destroyer and meets the King of All. She is Sister Martinu from the 12th universe. Sister Martinu is very happy and agreed to it. She said she can marry Mr. Luo Tian at any time. Weiss held back her laughter and said to Luo Tian seriously. Ask her if she has a mirror. Luo Tian answered with a dark face. Okay, I will tell Sister Martinu about this truthfully. Weiss nodded. Let's do this for now. Luo Tian ended the call. What Weiss did was expected by Luo Tian. It would be abnormal if it was so easy to marry 3 angels home. Even if the 3 beautiful angels agreed, their father might not agree. After all, their father is the great priest, the most powerful god in the universe. Luo Tian knew very well that before his own strength reached a certain level, wanting to marry 3 beautiful angels was just a thought. As for the angel Martinu of the 12th universe that Weiss mentioned, he just said it to disgust himself. We are all angels, why are you so ugly? Luo Tian shook his head, but he didn't take Martinu's matter seriously. The 10th universe, the planet of Rumsey. Broly descended from the sky with many gods of destruction, landed on the land of the world of the gods of destruction, and met the 10th universe's god of destruction, Rumsey. After seeing such a scene, Rumsey was stunned. Legere. Jin. Hellies. What are you doing here? Rumsey shook his elephant trunk and asked coldly. QZ didn't tell me about this. Tell me what? Rumsey was puzzled. Recently, QZ has been playing in the outer space and has not returned to the Destroyer God realm. No wonder. No wonder you don't know anything. Jin sighed softly. Don't talk nonsense anymore, Rumsey, come and meet the great Destroyer God. Legere ordered Rumsey. And me, the little Destroyer God. Bu pointed to his nose. Ya, what did you say? The great Destroyer God? Are you kidding? Why don't I know about the great Destroyer God? Rumsey was stunned for a moment, looking at Broly in surprise, and then at Majin Bu beside Broly. To put it simply, the High Priest has issued an edict. As long as 8 Destroyer Gods agree, Broly will become the leader of all Destroyer Gods. King explained simply, now, the 5 of us, Legere, Hellies, Bardock, and Quitra, have agreed. We need to find 3 more Destroyer Gods to agree, the Great Destroyer will take office immediately. Rumsey hesitated for a moment. What's going on? Kes is really unreliable. You didn't tell me such an important thing. I didn't know anything about it. Hey, Rumsey, agree to it quickly. Hellies leaned close to Rumsey's ear and whispered, in a battle before this, Arak was beaten to death by Lord Broly, and even Quitla was not his opponent. If you don't want to be beaten, just agree honestly. Arak is dead? Rumsey widened his eyes and his face changed again and again. Yes. Hellies nodded. Is Quitla not Broly's opponent? Rumsey was shocked. Rumsey still clearly remembered that the last time he saw Broly was in the God of Destruction competition in the 18th universe. Although he performed very well at that time, he could only be regarded as a relatively strong human. In just over 20 years, has Broly grown to this level? Although Rumsey was a little unwilling, when he thought that Quitla had lost to Broly, this unwillingness immediately disappeared. Pa! Rumsey said no more and hurriedly knelt down to pay his respects. Broly stepped forward to help Rumsey up and nodded with satisfaction. And me, you have to meet me. I am the little god of destruction. Bu was anxious. Why do you only pay respect to the great destroyer? You can't forget me. Rumsey, Hales kept winking at Rumsey, meaning to pay respect quickly. Rumsey was speechless and had to salute Bu again. Bu clapped his hands contentedly. Lord Great Destroyer, which universe are we going to next? Jin asked respectfully. Let's go to the nearest 11th universe. Broly ordered. Yes. Lord Great Destroyer. The several gods of destruction present bowed together. Bu did not salute, but stood beside Broly, showing an attitude of a superior. Swish, swish, swish. The gods of destruction led by Broly quickly rushed into the sky and flew quickly towards the direction of the 11th universe. Currently, 6 gods of destruction have joined Broly's camp. As long as the last 2 gods of destruction agree, Broly can become a real great god of destruction. A few hours later, just as Broly and others entered the 11th universe, they saw Waimei appearing in the universe with the god of destruction Iwan of the first universe. Greetings, great god of destruction. Waimei and Iwan stepped forward and bowed. Broly was not surprised. After all, his affairs caused such a big stir in the world of gods of destruction. It would be a bit abnormal to say that other gods of destruction did not know. Only the god of destruction of the 10th universe, Rumsey, was unaware of it because the angel KS went out to play. The gods of destruction of other universes had known about it for a long time. This guy Waimei must have heard something, so he has been waiting here for a long time. Legere snorted. Now that we have enough people, will there be a ceremony to confer the title? Jin asked curiously. I don't know. Hellies shook his head. I'm coming, I'm coming. As he was talking, Xiangpa flew from a distant area and appeared beside Broly. Then Xiangpa hurriedly bowed to Broly. The situation was over. Xiangpa felt that it would be better for him to admit defeat as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be severely punished. Broly nodded slightly. Xiao Ai's body was shining constantly, and she was excited about Broly's current achievements. Broly caressed Xiao Ai's round body lovingly. Now, among the many gods of destruction present, except for Bardock and Quitra, the rest of the gods of destruction who should have arrived have already arrived. Broly didn't know what to do next, and was just about to contact Luo Tian. Swish! Just then, a figure flashed and someone appeared above Broly and the others. The many gods of destruction present looked carefully, and when they saw the person who appeared here clearly, they all knelt down and saluted. Greetings to the High Priest. Broly also saluted. Bu kowtowed continuously. High Priest, this pink fat man, do you kowtow like this? I already know the details. Since you have no objection, let's hold a simple appointment ceremony, which is limited to the participation of the gods of destruction. The High Priest said, and snapped his fingers lightly. Snap! In just a moment, Broly and the others disappeared. When Broly and the others reacted, they suddenly found themselves on a temple. Broly had never been to such a place before. He felt that it was full of sacred power, which made people want to kneel down. Bu had never been here before and looked around curiously. The next moment, Bu glanced and saw a strange-looking guy sitting on the throne not far away. Behind this guy, there were two people who looked like sticks. Neither Broly nor Majin Bu had seen the King of All, so they didn't know him. The main reason was that Luo Tian didn't tell them. After all, Luo Tian himself had never seen the King of All. Bu was so curious about this little kid that he held his head high and strode forward bravely. Danger, danger, danger! Xiao Ai warned. Bang! The High Priest swung the scepter in his hand and hit Majin Bu's head hard. Suddenly, a big bump swelled up on Bu's head. He fell to the ground in pain and kept gasping for air. Why does this thing hurt so much? What do you want to do, Mr. Bu? The High Priest's face turned black. Is he trying to turn the King of All into chocolate? If you really do that, you will disappear immediately. What a headache! Where did Myers find such an intern god of destruction? Greetings to the King of All. The many gods of destruction present immediately came to their senses and hurriedly knelt down to pay their respects. Omni King? Broly was stunned. Seeing that everyone knelt down, it was a bit inappropriate for him not to kneel down. Besides, even the High Priest was bowing to that little kid. This person's identity is not simple. Broly immediately knelt down and pressed Bu's head, slamming him to the ground. Bu, the bump on my head hasn't healed yet. You hit the bump on my head. It hurts so much. Be honest. Broly said with a dark face. Bu nodded obediently. Omni King, this is Mr. Broly, who is also recognized as the Great Destroyer by many destroyers. The High Priest said respectfully to the Omni King. The Omni King jumped down from the throne, walked towards Broly, and soon appeared in front of him. Hey, are you Broly? The Omni King's somewhat childish voice sounded. Yes. Broly nodded. Then let's hold a simple ceremony for you, as the High Priest said. The King of All nodded, but didn't say much. Broly kowtowed again. Since it is the ceremony for the great god of destruction, call all the gods of destruction. The High Priest said, and snapped his fingers again. Snap! In just a moment, several gods of destruction appeared on the ground of the temple of the King of All. They are Bardock, Quitla and Beerus. However, the three are in different states. Bardock looked a little confused. Quitla was still in a state of fainting and had not woken up. Quitla was kicked unconscious by Broly because of his good intentions. As for Beerus, he was lying on the ground of the temple of the King of All, sleeping soundly with his legs spread out, without any image at all. After a brief hesitation, Bardock immediately knelt on the ground. The King of All, seeing the three gods of destruction in such a state, especially seeing Beerus sleeping there, the King of All was speechless. How dare you! The two guards behind the King of All couldn't stand it anymore and were about to attack Beerus. But the King of All waved his hand and said lightly, let him sleep. Yes, Lord King of All. The two guards bowed. At least wake up Mr. Quitla. The High Priest smiled and glanced in the direction of Jin. King understood and hurriedly stepped forward to slap Quitla twice, waking him up. Quitla felt a burning pain on his face. He opened his eyes and found that it was Jin who seemed to be slapping him. He was furious and grabbed his collar. Quitla, take a look at where this is first. Jin hurriedly whispered. Quitla immediately looked around and soon found the King of All and the High Priest who appeared there. Quitla was startled, and quickly let go of Jin, and knelt down to salute. The reason why you are all called here is because the new god, the great god of destruction, has been born. The high priest smiled. Today, a simple ceremony of enthronement will be held here. From now on, Mr. Broly will be appointed as the great god of destruction and the leader of the 12 universes of destruction. All destruction gods, from today on, need to accept Mr. Broly's leadership and jointly develop their own universes. Yes. Lord High Priest. Many destruction gods saluted together. Greetings to Lord Great God of Destruction. Then, many destruction gods present kowtowed to Broly again. The light on Xiao Ai's body flashed again, and she turned around excitedly for several times. As for Beerus, he was pressed on the ground by Xiongpa and kowtowed. Beerus was still sleeping and did not wake up because of this. It seems that Beerus is more familiar with Xiongpa's breath, so he did not perform a combination punch on him in his sleep. That's it. The high priest nodded slightly. Broly, is this ritual too simple? And me. Bu was anxious and pointed at his nose. I am the little destroyer. Have you forgotten this? Does the Lord of the Omni have any special instructions? The high priest ignored Majin Bu and looked at the Lord of the Omni with respect. King, bowed to him. You stay. The king of all pointed at Majin Bu. Bu? Others can go. The king of all ordered. Then, except for Mr. Bu, I will send you back to your respective universes first. The high priest said, and a token immediately appeared in his hand, and handed the token to Broly. Broly quickly took the token with both hands and took a look at it. 5 big words were written on the token on his fingertips: Great Destruction God Order. In the future, seeing the Great Destruction God Order is like seeing the Destruction God himself. The high priest pondered, Mr. Broly, you can use the Great Destruction God Order to issue orders to all destruction gods. Yes, high priest. Broly nodded. Snap. The high priest snapped his fingers again. Suddenly, Broly and the many destruction gods present disappeared in an instant. Only Bu was left in the entire King of All temple. Bu looked around and looked at the scepter in the hands of the high priest with some fear. This thing hurts too much. Myers's father was really cruel. Hey, that fat guy, come here. The King of All waved at Bu. Who is the fat guy? Bu narrowed his eyes and looked at the King of All with some displeasure. Do you believe that I will turn you into chocolate and eat you? However, just after Bu showed this vicious look, a guard behind the King of All suddenly rushed over. Bang bang bang. The guard of the King of All launched a set of combined punches at Bu. In less than a second, Bu was beaten to a point where there was no intact part of his body. Bu fell to the ground, screaming in pain. If you are rude to the King of All again, you will be killed without mercy. The guard shouted. Hey, play the horse riding game with me? The King of All called to Bu. Bu, you've beaten me into such a coward, how can I play the horse riding game with you? The high priest stepped forward and used the scepter in his hand to release the angel power to heal Bu. In just a blink of an eye, Bu's body was completely restored. Bu jumped up from the ground and looked at the guard who beat him with some horror. This guy is really powerful, I'm not his opponent. Can we play the horse riding game now? Asked the Omni King. Playing the horse riding game, I like this. Bu nodded vigorously. You become a horse. The Omni King said expressionlessly. Bu, turn into a horse. The guard shouted. I know you can turn into that. Another guard also said with a cold face. Bu wanted to cry. However, due to the power of the 2 guards, Bu had to transform himself into a pink horse. The Omni King grabbed Bu's fat and got on the horse. Bu endured the pain. However, the King of All had just climbed halfway when he accidentally fell off his horse. The guard was furious at the time and pressed Bu's body and pressed him to the ground. Ouch! Bu felt that he was not feeling well, and his eyes became fierce. However, just when Bu had such a look, he was greeted by a round of punches and kicks. 10 minutes later, Bu was completely obedient, and turned into a pony obediently, carrying the King of All around the temple. Go! The King of All slapped Bu's butt hard. Bu immediately ran out obediently. The high priest watched the excitement from the side with a smile on his face. Universe 7, Beerus Planet. Whis, why did I feel that Lord Beerus seemed to disappear in an instant and come back in an instant? The prophecy fish looked at Beerus, who was sleeping soundly not far away strangely, and couldn't help asking Whis. It seems Beerus-sama has just been summoned to the temple of the Omni King by the Grand Priest. Whis took the scepter and looked carefully, and answered. Is he still sleeping in the temple of the Omni King? The prophecy fish wiped the sweat silently. Yes. Whis nodded. The prophecy fish stopped talking. It was silent for several seconds. He was lucky not to be wiped out by the Omni King on the spot. The prophecy fish kept sighing. Oh, who said it wasn't? Whis smiled. But speaking of it, Whis. The prophecy fish asked again. The Grand Priest summoned Birasama to the temple of the Omni King. What's the matter? It should be that Mr. Broly was conferred the title of the Great God of Destruction, and all the gods of destruction need to be present at the scene. Whis explained. So, Broly has become the Great God of Destruction, right? The prophecy fish exclaimed, it's amazing. In just 20 years, he has become the leader of all the gods of destruction from a little brat. Yes. Whis nodded slightly. What did I predict before? Did I say that the world of the God of Destruction is going to be turned upside down? The prophecy fish sighed. The sixth universe, the universe. Swoosh. Luo Tian turned into a stream of light as bright as a star, and flew rapidly in the universe of the sixth universe. While flying, Luo Tian suddenly sensed a familiar breath appearing nearby. Luo Tian flew quickly in the direction of the familiar breath, and sure enough, he saw Broly. Luo Tian, I have become the Great Destroyer. Broly grinned and took out the Great Destroyer token given by the High Priest. Broly, you are my pride. Luo Tian praised and patted Broly on the shoulder. From today on, I am the sword in your hand. Broly laughed happily. I am the shield in your hand. Xiao Ai's voice followed. Broly caressed Xiao Ai's round body lovingly. Luo Tian was moved by Broly's sincerity. Where can I find such a good destroyer? Broly finally became the leader of all destroyers. Then I have to work hard. I want to become the leader of all angels. The great destroyer is there. Now we still lack an archangel. The high priest does not count. When my strength is improved, I will apply to the high priest. The universe essence has only collected 3 universes, I will let other destroyers send it to us. Broly said, pressing a button on his watch. Cool Kaka. Suddenly, a layer of red armor was attached to Broly's body. Broly took off the cosmic essence covering the red armor and handed it to Luo Tian with both hands. Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction, took it casually, and asked casually, where is Bu? He was left behind by the king of all. Broly replied. King of all? Luo Tian was stunned. Is the king of all very strong? Broly asked curiously. It is said that the king of all cannot fight, but has the ability to erase the universe. Luo Tian replied, the 13th to 18th universes were erased by him personally. Broly was surprised. I didn't expect that the guy with an unremarkable appearance had such a powerful ability. Bu was left behind by him. I guess he will suffer for a while. Luo Tian sighed slightly, forget it, let's not worry about Bu for now, let's go back. Broly nodded and added, I will give orders now, let the gods of destruction in each universe provide the essence of the universe. Okay. Luo Tian did not object. There are quite a few gods of destruction to be trained next. One is Vegeta, one is Son Gohan, and the other is number 17. In addition to training these 3 gods of destruction, 3 Kais must be trained. And the candidates for these 3 Kais have already been decided by Luo Tian, they are, Son Goku, Piccolo, and number 18. I wonder what is happening with number 17 and number 18 now? They have been transformed into androids, right? Let's go back to Earth first. Luo Tian took Broly and flew quickly towards the direction of the Earth. It didn't take long for Luo Tian to return to Earth with Broly and landed at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. After Luo Tian came back, Son Gohan, Piccolo and others had already returned before, each going back to their own homes and looking for their own mothers. It is worth mentioning that Tais missed her parents, so she asked Jack to help send herself and her sister Bulma back home. Luo Tian, you are back? Bulma was also very happy to see Luo Tian coming back. Luo Tian, you are finally back. Bulma was waiting anxiously. Tai Sai smiled aside. Sister, what do you mean I am waiting anxiously? Bulma asked angrily, it seems like I am waiting for Luo Tian to do something. Don't say that, it's easy to cause misunderstanding. Luo Tian smiled. Bulma, Tais ignored Bulma and looked at Broly, isn't this Broly? I haven't seen you for such a long time, and you have grown so big. I just saw you 2 days ago. Broly scratched his head. Are you listening to me? Bulma crossed her waist, very angry. Xiao Ai, did you have a good trip this time? Tai Sai stepped forward and rubbed Xiao Ai's body again, and asked. Well, it's very interesting. Xiao Ai has learned a lot. The light on Xiao Ai's body kept flashing. Bulma, let me ask you something. Luo Tian pondered, how long does it take to build a new type of armor? Do you have the materials? Bulma was slightly stunned. It will take no more than a week to collect them. Luo Tian replied. What kind of armor do you want this time? If it is the same as before, it will take at least 3 days. Bulma thought about it and responded. This time I want 2 armors, one for men and one for women. Luo Tian gave the drawings. No problem, as long as there are enough materials, the armor is not a problem. Bulma responded. Okay, then wait until the materials come before building it. Luo Tian was not in a hurry. A few days later, the gods of destruction gradually contributed the cosmic essences of their respective universes. Broly handed over these cosmic essences to Luo Tian one by one. After collecting the cosmic essences of 12 universes, Luo Tian smelted these cosmic essences and handed them over to Bulma to deal with. Bulma was also busy, and started to build a new battle armor. Luo Tian calculated the time and felt that he was getting closer and closer to level 60. Swoosh! Luo Tian turned into a stream of light as bright as a star, sent ties back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, and went to Mel's room. Mel's was training Kair. When he saw Luo Tian coming, he greeted him politely. Don't be so polite, Mel's. I came to see you on purpose. Luo Tian laughed and stepped forward to pat Mel's shoulder. We have only been apart for about a week. Mel's smiled. Yes, only about a week. This time I came to see you because of the purity of my angel power, Luo Tian said here, and a powerful angel power emerged from his body. In just a moment, a bright light bloomed from Luo Tian's body. Mel's, are you showing off in front of me on purpose? Mel's was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Because Mel's clearly sensed that Luo Tian had reached the height of level 60. There are still 3 days before this book will exceed 1 million words. Please vote to celebrate. Chapter 214 Meet another beautiful angel. Luo Tian officially entered the height of level 60 and reached the purity of angel power possessed by a true angel. Myers felt the purity of his angelic power again. It's still level 50. The improvement is not very big. We are all apprentice angels, why can you improve so fast? Myers felt a little unbalanced. Myers, you really need to work harder, you are only level 50 now, right? Luo Tian sighed. Myers wanted to cry but had no tears. I know what level I am. But don't worry, Myers. I set a small goal before, which is to leave you far behind, and now it has finally been achieved. Luo Tian smiled and said, I won't compare you in the future. Myers, who is the weakest among the angels in the 12 universes? Luo Tian pondered. I don't know. Myers didn't want to answer this question. It seems to be Canberra in the 3rd universe. Luo Tian smiled. Myers was speechless. You already know all this and you still ask me. The god of destruction of the 3rd universe has disappeared, causing the angels to lose their ability to move. Luo Tian shook his head. It seems that it is difficult to make Camp Eli move before the new god of destruction takes office. Yes. Mel's nodded. In fact, I hope that the god of destruction of the 6th universe will disappear, even if the god of destruction of the 10th or 11th universe disappears. Luo Tian said thoughtfully. Hey? Is it because the god of destruction of these 3 universes provoked you? Mel's was stunned and asked quickly. It's because they didn't provoke me that I have a headache. Accusing them isn't it inappropriate? Luo Tian sighed again. I know, you want Sister Bardos and the others to stay still? Mel's eyes lit up and suddenly understood. Mel's, you may become my brother-in-law in the future. Luo Tian patted Mel's on the shoulder. Mel's couldn't keep up with Luo Tian's rhythm again. Silence for 2 seconds. What can you do if you let Sister Bardos and the others stay still? Myers asked. You don't understand, you are still young. Luo Tian didn't explain too much. Myers didn't want to talk anymore. Am I young? I have lived thousands of years longer than you. How old are you? Let's go, you have to work hard, Myers. I have become a goal that you can hardly surpass. You must not give up on yourself and break the jar. Luo Tian said earnestly. Myers felt heartbroken again. We are all angels, why are you so outstanding? The problem is that you are still an angel cultivated by a human. I, a real angel, can't cultivate as fast as you. I have to work hard too. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he left on his own. From today on, let's practice well together. Myers said to Kair seriously. Kair, brother Myers, you can't fly yourself, so you let your disciples fly as much as they want? Kair asked with his head tilted and eyes wide open. Myers didn't want to talk anymore. I still want to practice with brother Gohan. Kai pouted, looking unhappy. Gohan's strength is too weak, and I won't improve my strength by following him. Myers shook his head. Kai pouted, looking very sad. How about this, when Kai's strength is improved, I can go to protect your brother Gohan. Myers had a sudden idea. Hearing what Myers said, Kai gradually smiled. The seventh universe, the universe. Luo Tian was flying towards the direction of the realm of nothingness, intending to return to the sixth universe. Luo Tian planned to have a good chat with Bardos and compete with her by the way. Luo Tian really wanted to know, with 8 levels behind Bardos, how big was the gap. As Luo Tian was flying, he suddenly sensed a strange breath emerging from the realm of nothingness, and the breath contained the power of an angel. Which angel is this? Luo Tian had nothing to be curious about, so why not just ask Ling Long directly? Ling Long, did you sense it? Luo Tian asked. What do you want to ask, who? Ling Long understood immediately. It's quite far from us, and it's flying towards us. It should have sensed my presence. Luo Tian pondered. I can't sense it. This angel power seems very strange. Ling Long shook her head. And there are angels you don't know? Luo Tian was stunned. By the way, since we have come to the world of nothingness, you should send me back to the 18th universe later. Ling Long seemed to have made up her mind long ago and said to Luo Tian. You call that ball the 18th universe? Luo Tian sighed. Ling Long was speechless for a while. What you said makes sense, I don't know how to refute it. You are alone on that white planet, without even one person to accompany you. Luo Tian looked at her with some heartache. Then come back to accompany me when you have nothing to do. Ling Long snorted. I'm very busy, how can I have time to accompany you? Luo Tian answered confidently. What are you busy doing every day? Either you miss Bardos or think about how to marry Kes or Makarita. Ling Long sighed slightly. I know, you are going back to your parents' home in anger. Luo Tian understood and nodded thoughtfully. What do you mean? Ling Long was stunned. You are jealous and want to leave me. Luo Tian explained. What are you talking about? Ling Long was speechless. It's okay, even if I marry all 3 of them, I will put you at the front and let you be my queen. Luo Tian said seriously. Have you watched too many TV dramas? Ling Long sighed. Just as the two were chatting silently, a stream of light as bright as a star came quickly towards this side. Pa! The bright light stopped near Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked carefully and saw a beautiful angel, whose appearance was not much different from that of the 3 people including Bardos. The beautiful angel also had blue skin, refined silver short hair, a curvy figure and outstanding appearance. Luo Tian fell into deep thought. I didn't expect that in addition to Bardos and the others, there was actually another beautiful angel. Where did this beautiful angel come from? Luo Tian looked up and down at the beautiful angel who had just appeared in front of him, and immediately asked Ling Long in his body. Do you know her? Luo Tian asked. No, but she looks quite young, maybe an angel from the same period as Mel's. Ling Long analyzed. Another trainee angel? Luo Tian was stunned. Are you Luo Tian? The beautiful angel spoke, also looking at Luo Tian, and opened her cherry lips. The beautiful angel's voice was very nice, giving people a very cute feeling. What's your name? Luo Tian asked. Bai. The beautiful angel said her name. Luo Tian fell into deep thought again. I really haven't heard of an angel with this name. But as far as I know, all angels are named after wine. Ling Long is an exception. The name Bai isn't this beer? I just like drinking beer. Bai, good name, it tastes good. Luo Tian sighed. Bai? What do you mean? I've heard of you a long time ago. You are an angel who became an angel through cultivation, right? Bai looked at Luo Tian and asked. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. This kind of thing is not a secret. Almost all the gods in the universe know it. I am also an apprentice angel. I am training in the 12th universe. Bai introduced herself expressionlessly. Nice to meet you. I really didn't know in addition to Mel's, there are other apprentice angels. Luo Tian sighed. Humph, there are so many things you don't know. Bai glared at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was stunned. Did I provoke you? What's that look? Are you the daughter of the high priest? Luo Tian asked again curiously. No, I am the essence of the 12th universe. Bai replied. Ling Long, have you really never seen this little angel? Luo Tian asked Ling Long in his body. No, she wasn't born when I disappeared. Ling Long winked. This is not right, Luo Tian pondered. In my opinion, the children of the high priest are all pretty, and the angels condensed from the essence of the universe are almost all ugly. How can you talk like that? Ling Long's chest rose and fell with anger. I am also condensed from the essence of the universe. Am I ugly? Except you. Luo Tian immediately added, and continued, you are definitely an exception. Didn't you see that your name was wrong when it was randomly selected? Your skin color and your appearance are incompatible with other angels. Is exception a good word? Ling Long was furious. I feel that your birth was prepared for me. Luo Tian pondered. What do you mean by prepared for you? Ling Long asked unhappily. Prepared to marry me. Luo Tian smiled and recited slowly, I was born before you were born, and you were born when I was old. I am far away from you, and you are separated from me by the corner of the sea. What a beautiful sentence. Ling Long sighed. This is called poetry, uncultured, right? Luo Tian said with a smile. Ling Long, hey, why are you silent? Buyer stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Luo Tian's eyes. Luo Tian came back to his senses. You were staring at me just now. Are you moved by my beauty? Buyer looked at Luo Tian with some pride. Luo Tian? I wasn't staring at you just now. I was chatting with Ling Long. What do you mean I was moved by your beauty? This little angel has a little fairy flavor, I just like to tease fairies. Yet. Luo Tian nodded, how did you grow up? How can you grow into this shape? Buyer was stunned. Grow into this shape? Are you praising me? Why did you come to me? Luo Tian asked curiously. Humph, I'm here to give you a mirror. Buyer said, and raised her right hand slightly upwards, and there was a mirror in her hand. Luo Tian? Mirror? What does that mean? Why did I confuse you? Here you are. Buyer casually threw the small round mirror to Luo Tian. Pa. Luo Tian took it and looked at it in front of his eyes. Who is the person in the mirror? Why is he so handsome? Luo Tian sighed for a while. No. Shame. Buyer said word by word. Did I eat the food of your universe? Why are you targeting me? Luo Tian asked unhappily. If I didn't think you were an angel, I would have been rude to you a long time ago. Humph. I'm targeting you. What can you do to me? Buyer said angrily. Luo Tian, there's really no way to chat. Luo Tian looked at himself in the mirror, and had no idea what the little angel meant by giving him the mirror. Wait a minute. The 12th universe? The angel of the 12th universe is called Martinu, right? Before, Weiss called me and said that he wanted to introduce Martinu to me. I think I said, does she have a mirror? So this little angel gave me the mirror. She should have a good relationship with Martinu, right? It's possible that Weiss complained to Buyer. Luo Tian finally sorted things out. You remembered it, right? Buyer snorted, staring at Luo Tian angrily, be careful what you say next time. If you dare to be rude to Sister Martinu again, I won't forgive you. After saying that, Buyer turned around gorgeously and left in a certain direction without saying goodbye. Can Luo Tian tolerate this? Of course he couldn't tolerate this. First, catch up with her and ask her what level she is. Swoosh. Luo Tian quickly caught up with her. What are you doing? I'm so pretty, are you trying to flirt with me on purpose? Buyer snorted, completely like a little woman. Buyer, what level are you? Luo Tian asked. Level 46. Do you have any objections? Buyer asked confidently. Luo Tian, really? You're already level 46? Luo Tian was surprised. Do I have a reason to lie to you? Buyer looked at Luo Tian proudly, are you surprised? You're right to be surprised. Mers is only level 50, and you're already level 46, you're awesome. Luo Tian gave Buyer a thumbs up. Buyer? Did you say that the other way around? Brother Mel's is a genius, I can't compare to him. Buyer answered, and a blush appeared on her cheeks while she spoke. Are you missing March in the human world? Luo Tian asked. What do you mean? Buyer didn't understand. What I want to say is, you are a level 46 little angel, dare to show off in front of me. Luo Tian said, changing his face, raising his right hand upwards, and a whip appeared in his hand. Ya, what do you want to do? Buyer snorted, but she was not afraid at all. Do you want to fight? Do you think this whip can defeat me? How many levels can a human cultivated angel like you have? Luo Tian did not answer this question, but simply burst out the angel power, giving Buyer an intuitive feeling. When Bayer sensed the purity of Luo Tian's angel power, she immediately turned pale. Level 60, are you kidding? Bayer's voice was a little stuttering. Do you think this whip can defeat you now? Luo Tian grinned. You don't mess around, angels are very friendly, can't fight. Bayer waved her hands in panic. Snap! Luo Tian was not friendly to her, and whipped her with a whip. Ah! Bayer screamed, and the sound was quite pleasant. Luo Tian whipped her even harder. You confront me as soon as we meet. I only have the right to confront others, but you dare to confront me. If I don't punish you well today, you don't know how powerful I am. Bayer was so scared that she ran around and screamed. Luo Tian's whip always landed on her accurately. There was a difference of more than 10 levels. In front of Luo Tian, Bayer was just a scumbag, without any room for resistance. 10 minutes later, Luo Tian beat Bayer so hard that she cried. Bayer cried with tears in her eyes, and her blue cheeks were full of pitiful taste. Oh, 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 I have never had anyone so angry since I was a child. You beat me before. Bayer cried more and more aggrieved. You not only beat me, but also whipped me with a whip. You are so shameless. Now do you know what the consequences will be if you provoke an angel of a higher level than you? Luo Tian looked at Bayer with a smile, and swung the whip again in the air. Snap! The whip made a strange sound. Although this is considered a space in the universe, it is still possible to imitate the sound of a sonic boom through energy. Hearing the sound of the whip, Bayer was so scared that her lips trembled slightly. Let's talk about it nicely. Isn't it said that angels can't use violence against each other? Bayer timidly lowered her voice. I'm not being violent to you, I'm talking to you about reason. Luo Tian said earnestly. Are you beating me to talk to me about reason? Bayer snorted. With your current strength, you are not as strong as a god of destruction, right? Luo Tian asked. I am indeed not as strong as the god of destruction, but what does this mean? Bayer didn't quite understand. With a personality like yours, it is easy to provoke unreliable gods of destruction. If you are destroyed by the god of destruction, who can you go to for justice? Luo Tian taught Bayer, if I hit you, you will only feel pain. But if you are destroyed by the god of destruction, you will really cease to exist. Although what you said makes sense, why would the god of destruction destroy me? I am an angel. Bayer argued. About 20 years ago, there was a god of destruction who wanted to destroy me. Luo Tian sighed, haven't you heard of it? It was Moscow, the god of destruction of the third universe, who was beaten to death by me later. Ah? The god of destruction of the third universe once wanted to destroy you? Bayer widened her eyes and showed a look of disbelief. Now you know how dangerous the universe is, right? Luo Tian said in a deep voice, I beat you for your own good, the god of destruction beats you to destroy you, the nature is different. Bayer thought seriously. After 5 or 6 seconds. Thank you, Luo Tian. Bayer bowed to Luo Tian. Luo Tian, seeing that Bayer's expression did not seem to be pretended, Luo Tian felt a little embarrassed for a moment. I beat you like this, and you still thank me. You are worthy of being a good angel. You're welcome. Luo Tian waved his hand, just remember that the universe is dangerous, and all kinds of crises will appear if you are not careful. Well, you must understand this truth. As a person who has experienced it, this is my advice to you. I remember it. Bayer nodded vigorously and pursed her lips. Practice well. Come on. I believe in you. Luo Tian encouraged. In fact, the difference between level 46 and level 50 is not very big. As long as you practice hard, you will surpass Mel's one day. Well. Bayer responded obediently. Go ahead. Luo Tian waved his hand, indicating that she could leave. Then I'll go back. Bayer bowed again and turned to leave. However, after flying out for a distance, Bayer quickly flew back. Anything else? Luo Tian asked. Which direction is the 12th universe? Bayer asked embarrassedly. Over there. Luo Tian pointed to the direction of the 12th universe. My sense of direction is really not very good. I also found the realm of nothingness with great difficulty. Bayer giggled and turned to fly towards the direction of the first universe. Luo Tian, that's the first universe. Luo Tian wiped his sweat. Bayer blushed and felt even more embarrassed. Luo Tian was speechless. This female angel is really a naive person. How can there be such a silly angel? At first I thought you were a little fairy. Okay, I misunderstood you. But it was really exciting to whip you with the whip just now. Next time we will change the candles. Luo Tian shouted at Bayer, who was gradually going away. Bayer? Bayer looked confused. Why change the candles? Candles? Why change the candles? Ling Long was also thinking about this question. It doesn't matter. Luo Tian shook his head and changed the subject. When was a new angel born in the 12th universe? Was it the same period as Mel's? I haven't heard other angels say it. You didn't ask, no one would rush to tell you that there is also an apprentice angel in the 12th universe. Ling Long replied with a smile. What you said makes sense. Luo Tian nodded, and flew quickly towards the direction of the 18th universe. After 20 minutes, Luo Tian landed on the white planet in the 18th universe. Pa! Ling Long also flew out of Luo Tian's body in an instant, slowly condensed into a shape, and became about the same size as Luo Tian. With this height ratio, it's a pity not to wear a bikini. Luo Tian said, and waved the scepter in his hand at Ling Long in the air. Pa! Suddenly, the angel costume on Ling Long's body was completely renewed and turned into a bikini. Ling Long, Pa! Ling Long was also unambiguous, and changed her body, and the bikini was replaced by the angel costume. I change. Luo Tian pointed with the scepter again. In the blink of an eye, Ling Long's angel costume was once again changed into a bikini. Are you done yet? Ling Long glared at Luo Tian angrily, then transformed back into an angel costume. Anyway, this planet there is no one else on the planet, so you can change into a bikini and let me take a good look at it. Luo Tian suggested. Didn't you just see it? Ling Long said unhappily, stop it or find a way to help me find a Kai as soon as possible, otherwise it will be difficult for this universe to continue to develop. A Kai that matches Broly? Luo Tian pondered. Yes. Ling Long took the scepter and toured the white planet again, and nodded gently. Do you have a suitable candidate? Luo Tian asked. It's because there is no one, so I asked you to find one. Ling Long replied. I found that I am destined to work hard. I am either on the way to find a god of destruction or on the way to find a Kai. Luo Tian sighed, give Broly a Kai. I feel that he must be worthy of the title of the Great Destroyer. You mean to let this Kai become a great Kai? Ling Long pondered. You don't say. It is said that there was a great Kai in the 7th universe. Luo Tian suddenly thought of something and said thoughtfully, do you want to find this Kai to help you develop the 18th universe? Okay. Ling Long nodded, there was nothing to object to, and replied, I believe you. A short silence. Where is this great Kai you are talking about? Ling Long asked again. Dead. Luo Tian answered. Ling Long, it should be said that he is sleeping in Bu's body. Luo Tian added, wait until the time is right to wake him up. Yodo, you mean that he and Bu have merged into one? Ling Long asked helplessly. That's about it. Luo Tian nodded. Ling Long didn't want to talk anymore. How could I not know what kind of person Bu is? If he were to become the king of the worlds, who knows what kind of trouble he would cause? Isn't he more suitable to be the god of destruction? Actually, Bu is pretty good. He switches his body back and forth, sometimes being the god of destruction, sometimes being the king of the worlds, which saves a lot of trouble. Luo Tian said with a smile. Let's wait until Bu returns safely from the Lord of the Omni. Ling Long sighed slightly. It's still unknown whether Bu will be erased by the Lord of the Omni. If he is erased, then we can only make a new choice. Do you want to stay? Luo Tian asked. I'll stay for a while and simply take care of this universe, this planet. When Ling Long talked about the universe, she suddenly felt that Luo Tian was right. Can a planet this small be called a universe? I'd rather call it a planet. Otherwise Luo Tian will scold me again. I can't give him this chance. Well, if you miss me, contact me anytime. Luo Tian said softly. I don't want to. Ling Long answered decisively. You've been in my body for so long, you're already mine, you have to miss me even if you don't want to. Luo Tian said with a domineering look. Ling Long, what are you thinking? Luo Tian followed Ling Long's words and left her in the 18th universe for the time being. He turned into a stream of light as bright as a star and quickly entered the realm of nothingness. Luo Tian first returned to the Earth in the 6th universe and appeared in Bulma's home at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group. It is worth mentioning that Broly has always stayed here to accompany Xiao Ai and has not left. At least Bulma's home is big enough. Not to mention that only Broly lives here, even if all the Namekians live in their home, it is completely enough. Hey? Luo Tian, you went out again? Bulma looked at the returning Luo Tian and immediately greeted him. Yes, after all, I just reached level 60 and need to share it with my best angel friend. Luo Tian told the truth. Mers will definitely be happy for you, right? Bulma asked with a smile. Yeah. Luo Tian nodded. Chapter 215 Prepare a God of Destruction level suit for number 18. I have made you the suit you want according to your requirements. Bulma said, handing Luo Tian an earring. I really don't know if it's better to make it in the previous style. I spent a lot of effort to change the watch into earrings. Try it on and let me see. Luo Tian said to Bulma. Bulma nodded, put the earrings on her ears, and pinched them twice at any position of the earrings. Swish! In just a moment, a group of invisible angel power quickly covered Bulma's body. When I looked again, Bulma was no different from before. Invisible suit? Luo Tian was slightly startled. Bulma, you can do it. Such great progress. Really, I thought you would be surprised, but you saw it at a glance. Bulma was a little disappointed. Originally, Bulma wanted to show off in front of Luo Tian. This is an invisible suit. How is it? Technology can continue to improve. As long as some special materials are mixed in, the invisible effect can be achieved. Bulma laughed. In order to achieve this effect, I didn't sleep for several days. I'll accompany you later. I'll sleep with you. Luo Tian said. Bulma, Luo Tian stepped forward and touched Bulma's body. No, to be precise, Luo Tian stepped forward and touched the battle suit on Bulma's body. Invisible battle suit. This battle suit has a very high level of technology. Once put on, a layer of powerful angel power will be attached to the surface of the body. Moreover, based on Bulma's current strength, after putting on this invisible battle suit, her combat power has been increased to 200. After all, Bulma's combat power is only 2. However, Bulma's defense power has been increased to the level of a god of destruction. Physical fitness. It can be said that if Frieza came to Earth, no matter how he attacked Bulma, he would not cause any harm to her. Of course, Bulma also had no way to deal with Frieza. This kind of battlesuit is completely different from Xiao Ai's nature. Xiao Ai integrates herself into the power of angels, which is equivalent to the rebirth of Moscow's strength. And the battlesuit is used to improve one's own strength, up to level 50, and no longer improve. Because level 50 is the limit of the battlesuit. Bulma gently pinched the earrings twice again. Swish! The invisible battlesuit disappeared and was collected in the earrings. Bulma took off the earrings and handed them to Luo Tian. Only this one is made now, and the other one will take a few days. Bulma explained to Luo Tian. Don't worry, be sure to take care of your body, go to sleep first. Luo Tian said with some heartache. It's okay, I'm old, can't you make me rejuvenated? Bulma smiled playfully, I want to stay 16 forever. Leave this matter to me, I will keep you young forever. Luo Tian nodded. Bulma was about to leave, but suddenly thought of something and stopped. By the way, Luo Tian, do you still remember Emily? Bulma looked back at Luo Tian and asked. Remember, isn't she your best friend since kindergarten? Luo Tian nodded, is she still alive? Bulma, how can you talk like that? Alive, Bulma replied helplessly. Suddenly talking about her, I thought she was gone. Luo Tian sighed, also, the little brat has no rules at all, and wants to play with my tail when we first meet. You remember it all? Bulma's face flushed, and she said a little embarrassedly, I was ignorant at that time, and I didn't know that my boyfriend's tail couldn't be played with by good friends casually. It's okay, you don't have to care about these. Luo Tian comforted. Bulma, why do I feel like you can't wait to let other girls play with your tail? Bulma asked angrily, holding her waist. Don't say that, only beautiful girls can play with it. Luo Tian corrected, Elim's appearance is a little worse for me. Bulma didn't want to talk anymore. There was a moment of silence. Luo Tian, do you know that the Saiyan Prince Vegeta actually invited Emily to dinner last night? Bulma looked at Luo Tian and said seriously. Oh? Is there such a thing? Luo Tian asked knowingly. Krillin also invited Emily. Bulma gave another supplement. In the end, who did Emily go to dinner with? Luo Tian was more curious about the final result. With me. Bulma replied. Luo Tian, too, who did Emily like? Luo Tian asked. From the perspective of appearance, Emily would of course choose Vegeta. Bulma said as a matter of course, and lowered her voice again, there is no way, Krillin has no nose and is very short, it is difficult for girls to like him. I think so too. Luo Tian nodded and asked, so, why didn't you choose Vegeta? Do you know what Vegeta said? Bulma asked. Tell me about it. Luo Tian smiled. Vegeta asked me for Emily's address, broke into her house directly, and said to her, hey, that vulgar woman, have dinner with me tonight, did you hear it? Bulma imitated Vegeta's tone and said to Luo Tian. Luo Tian had expected it a long time ago, and there was nothing to be surprised about it. Emily complained to me, saying what kind of people I introduced to her, so she had dinner with me tonight. Bulma didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, I didn't introduce Vegeta. Have you told her about Vegeta's identity? Luo Tian asked. No, isn't she not interested in Vegeta? Bulma shook her head. Tell her that Vegeta is a prince, and see if she is interested. Luo Tian smiled mysteriously. I'll tell you now. Bulma's eyes lit up, and she immediately took out her mobile phone and called Emily. Emily was still angry, and she complained to Bulma as soon as she answered the phone. Bulma, I treat you as my best friend, but you treat me like this. Look at what kind of boyfriend you introduced to me. Emily snorted and said angrily, one has no nose and is not even tall enough to reach my chest. The other one looks pretty good, but he is very short. I am taller than him even when I wear high heels. And his arrogant personality who gave him the confidence. He even asked me to have dinner with him. Who does he think he is? He is a prince. Bulma Irma said 4 words lightly. Emily was stunned for a long time and couldn't say anything. She was silent for about 10 seconds. You said he was a prince? Don't fool me. Ilimi's voice was a little excited. He is really a prince. Bulma said seriously, I'm a puppy if I lie to you. Which country is he the prince of? Emily was a little moved. The prince of the Saiyans. Bulma told the truth. Saiyans? What is that? Emily was slightly stunned. Do you still remember Luo Tian? Bulma asked, and looked up at Luo Tian while speaking. I don't remember. Emily replied. My boyfriend in kindergarten, you said you wanted to play with his tail. Bulma giggled. Emily burst out laughing at that time. Really? Did I say that in kindergarten? Yes, I said I wouldn't let you play, and you got angry with me. Bulma said with a smile, because of this, you didn't talk to me for a whole day. In the end, I still didn't play? Emily was more concerned about the result. No. Bulma replied. Why are you talking about Luo Tian all of a sudden? Emily asked a little strangely, what does that Vegeta have to do with the Saiyans you mentioned? Luo Tian is a Saiyan, and Vegeta is their prince. Bulma explained, by the way, Luo Tian is next to me, I asked him to say something. Luo Tian, Vegeta is the prince of your Saiyans, right? Yes, that's true. Luo Tian replied. Luo Tian? Hello, when we were young, I hope you don't mind, Emily said a little embarrassedly. It's nothing. Luo Tian smiled indifferently. Prince, it seems a little interesting, and suddenly I don't want to wear high heels. Emily whispered. So, can I cheat you? Bulma laughed, I know you have liked the Prince Charming since you were a child. Although Vegeta doesn't have a Prince Charming, but at least he is a real prince. But why don't you want such a good Prince Charming? Why introduce him to me? Emily asked puzzled. I have Luo Tian. Bulma lowered her voice. Luo Tian is more handsome than Vegeta, right? Emily understood, yes, after all, your family is not short of money for you, it is more suitable to find a handsome one. After the call ended, Emily fell into deep thought, holding the phone in a trance. Then, Emily suddenly remembered that she forgot to ask for Vegeta's contact information. This is tragic. How can I contact this prince? But speaking of it, since Vegeta is a prince, his unreasonable attitude towards me before is understandable. He is a prince. Princes are very individual. Emily had no choice but to call Bulma again to get Vegeta's contact information. Vegeta doesn't seem to have a cell phone. How about this? I'll see if Luo Tian can contact him. You're still at home, right? If you contact Vegeta, let him come to find you, okay? Bulma asked Emily's opinion based on what Luo Tian had just told her. I see, have dinner together, then go shopping together, watch a movie, stay in a hotel, is this the process? Emily asked. That's about right. Bulma replied. Okay, I see. Emily was looking forward to it for a while. After ending the call, Emily immediately took a bath, washed herself fragrantly, and dressed up carefully. This is the first date with the prince. You must dress yourself up beautifully. Just when Emily had just dressed up for a while, there was a knock on the door from outside. Emily was very excited and ran to open the door quickly. The door opened, and a bald man appeared at the door. Miss Emily, hello. Clin blushed and greeted her a little embarrassedly. It's Clin. Emily immediately showed a look of disappointment. Miss Emily, I found a delicious restaurant, let's go and try it together? Clin asked. Sorry, Clin, I already have an appointment, sorry. Emily shuddered a little unnaturally and answered with gritted teeth. Emily is not stupid, and she has specially conducted a simple investigation on Clint through facial recognition. This little bald head is not simple. When he was young, he won excellent results in the world's first martial arts conference twice in a row. Moreover, he is also a disciple of Master Kame. Emily knows clearly that this little bald head is very strong. From the video of the world's first martial arts conference, he can smash a stone pillar with one head. This is also the reason why Emily is more polite to Clint. Don't be killed by him because you reject him, that would be a tragedy. Hey? Do you have a date? Krillin was a little unwilling. What a pity. Wait, you are not going to date that guy Vegeta, are you? No. Emily shook her head quickly, fearing that innocent Vegeta would be involved. What if Krillin going to trouble Vegeta? Can the weak Prince Vegeta withstand it? At least Emily thinks he can't. That's good, as long as it's not Vegeta. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief, and then pestered, then since it's not possible tonight, then tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. These are what Krillin learned from Leaping. Leaping asked Krillin to do this. It is worth mentioning that this time, Myers sent Krillin and others back, and did a favor, and resurrected the dead Leaping and Tien Shinyan and others. Let's talk about it later. Emily wanted to cry but had no tears. You haven't finished yet? Don't you know I'm rejecting you? As the two were talking, Vegeta slowly walked over from a distance. When she saw Vegeta's figure, Emily was startled. Krillin also felt something and immediately looked in the direction of Vegeta. Hey, that woman, are you looking for me? Vegeta asked from a distance. Emily, can you speak? Humph, have you figured it out and want to have dinner with me? Vegeta snorted. Emily didn't know how to answer this question for a while. The main reason was that Krillin was still there. This Emily stuttered. Emily, didn't you just say that the person you asked out wasn't Vegeta? Krillin looked at Vegeta, then at Emily, and felt more and more that something was wrong. Why do I feel that these two people are having an affair? Noitste's Emily was almost dying of anxiety. Humph, do you want to have dinner together or not? Just give me a straight answer, I don't have time to waste here with you. I still have to practice. Vegeta was a little unhappy. I've let that guy Kakarot surpass me by so much. I'm going to have dinner with you, and you're still hesitating so unhappily. Yes, I want to have dinner with you. Emily mustered up the courage and said to Vegeta. Emily has figured it out. Krillin shouldn't mess around, right? After all, they are all Bulma's friends. Krillin hung his head at that time, like a deflated ball. Do women like strong men? Okay, then go ahead, Krillin said helplessly. Sorry, Krillin, you are a good person, but you are not my type. Emily said apologetically. I like the prince. Not the nose. I know, I wish you happiness. Krillin sighed dejectedly. Hurry up if you want to eat, don't dawdle there. Vegeta snorted and said a little unhappy. If Luo Tian hadn't asked me to have dinner with you, do you think I would do such a boring thing with a woman from Earth? Emily, well, who let him be a prince? It's normal to speak aggressively. Emily quickly went back to the house to clean up, and stepped forward to hold Vegeta's arm. Krillin watched the two people gradually snuggling together, his heart was broken. No, I'd better let Leaping find me a girlfriend. Bulma's girlfriend is unreliable. I'd rather like aliens than me, an earthling. Don't get so close to me. Vegeta grinned, feeling a little unhappy. Especially when he had close contact with Emily's body, Vegeta suddenly felt that his heartbeat seemed to speed up inexplicably. What's going on? Will I be attracted to women on Earth? I'm a Saiyan. The two walked forward, and the direction of travel was a bit random. After all, both of them were thinking about their own thoughts. With this randomness, Vegeta and Emily entered a dead end. At the end of the alley, three unscrupulous young men were smoking and chatting. When they saw Emily's beautiful appearance and curvy figure, the three young men's eyes lit up and showed a squinting expression. One of the young men immediately took out a pistol and pointed it at Vegeta and Emily. A date in a place like this? The young man in the lead smiled smugly. Boy, you are so unlucky. Another young man also smiled meanly and took out a dagger. Let us play with your girlfriend. The third young man licked his lips with his tongue. You don't mess around. Emily was shocked and her body trembled violently. Beauty, don't be afraid, we will be very gentle. The young man in the lead looked at Emily with a smile, and said in amazement, I haven't seen such a pretty woman for a long time. Hey, boy, get out of here if you don't want to die. Vegeta said nothing. Doesn't this kid understand human language? The young man in the lead snorted coldly, and without any hesitation, he pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The gun went off. The bullet flew towards Vegeta at a very fast speed. Vegeta raised his hand and caught the flying bullet. Emily screamed in fear when she heard the gunshot and quickly hid behind Vegeta. The three young men were stunned for a moment, and naturally found that Vegeta seemed to be catching the bullet. A short silence. The three young men laughed loudly, and their laughter became more and more brilliant. Do you think you are Superman? Catch the bullet with your bare hands, he's a fool, right? I think he must have a problem with his brain. The three laughed unscrupulously while mocking. Vegeta stretched out his hand calmly and presented the bullet in his hand to the three young men. The smiles of the three gradually solidified and froze on their faces. What? The technology of this planet is such an outdated weapon? Vegeta snorted and stepped forward to snatch the other's pistol. You give me the gun back. The young man in the lead was panicked. Why are you still snatching someone else's pistol with your bare hands? Kaka. Vegeta gently pinched the pistol and crushed it into pieces at that time. Vegeta opened his hand and let the pistol fragments slowly flow through his fingers. The three young men hugged each other in fear and trembled. Emily had covered her eyes, but after hearing Vegeta's voice, she quietly looked through her fingers. Then, Emily saw Vegeta crushing the pistol with his hands. Emily was dumbfounded and stunned. Humph, you dare to threaten me? Vegeta snorted coldly, raised his right hand slightly, and a purple-red light condensed in his hand. Spare my life. The three young men knelt down directly, kowtowed and begged for mercy. Destroy. Vegeta had no reason to be polite, and the purple-red light quickly hit the young man in the lead. Pop! The young man's body dissipated instantly like a soap bubble and turned into nothingness. Humph, you should feel honored to die under my destruction. Vegeta snorted. The other two young men were completely scared and couldn't say anything. Bang! Bang! Vegeta kicked the other two young men into the sky one by one. Then, Vegeta pointed his finger in the air and blasted the two young men into pieces. Emily was stunned and opened her mouth. A duck egg could fit in her mouth. Hey, what are you going to eat later? Vegeta asked Emily. You are so powerful? Emily stuttered and looked at Vegeta in disbelief. Of course, I am the prince of the Saiyans, the fighting nation. Vegeta pointed his thumb at his nose. Fighting nation? Emily didn't quite understand and asked again, then who is more powerful between you and Krillin? Krillin? That little bald guy? Don't compare me with that weak chicken. My combat power is 2.5 million, and that little bald guy is good at 20,000. Calculate who is more powerful? Vegeta snorted and showed a look of disdain. An ignorant woman actually compared me with a little bald guy like Krillin. I am really angry. 20,000? 2.5 million? Such a big difference? Emily was stunned. Humph, let's have dinner together. Vegeta snorted. Finish the task Luotian gave me as soon as possible. So I can practice with Luotian. This time, I must surpass that guy Kakarot no matter what. What do you want to eat? Emily asked ecstatically. Whatever. Vegeta replied indifferently. I know a delicious restaurant, let's go there to try it. Emily suggested. Humph, you decide. Vegeta snorted coldly. Emily immediately pulled Vegeta and walked towards the restaurant. On the way, Emily asked excitedly, You Vegeta, are you really a prince? Of course. Vegeta replied. The prince of the Saiyans? Emily asked again. What? What do you want to ask? Vegeta was a little impatient. No, just asking. Emily felt that the prince named Vegeta was getting more and more pleasing to the eye. The two took the elevator to the restaurant and had dinner together. Seeing Vegeta eating the meal of 60 people by himself, Emily was shocked again. Are you human? Everyone in the restaurant focused their eyes on Vegeta. Emily was also speechless. If my family wasn't rich, I would be poor if I ate like this. Eat 70% full first. Vegeta snorted, the food in this restaurant is good. I haven't eaten so well for a long time. Emily, 70% full? Are you kidding me? Emily wanted to cry but had no tears. You eat so much to be 70% full? Then how many people's meals do you have to eat to be full? Mission accomplished, let's do this for today. Vegeta got up and left. What do you mean? Emily was a little confused. Vegeta slowly stopped. Are you leaving after you finish eating? Did you come to me just to eat? Emily asked angrily. I came to you just to have dinner, that's all. Vegeta said lightly. Emily was furious at the time, her chest heaving up and down. Is there a man like you? I don't care. You have to accompany me tonight. Emily said, and hugged Vegeta. Vegeta didn't know why, that iceberg the heart seemed to melt suddenly at this moment. However, the melting speed was very slow. Vegeta was a little immobile for a while. Everyone in the restaurant cast their eyes on the two people, and some young couples looked at them with envy. Marry him, marry him. Some people even shouted loudly. Vegeta fiercely swept towards the person who shouted the loudest. The man was startled, and his voice stopped abruptly, not daring to speak loudly. Humph, I'll accompany you if I want to, who's afraid of who? Vegeta gritted his teeth, hugged Emily's waist, slowly left the ground, and came to the window of the restaurant. Ya, what are you going to do? This is the 28th floor. Emily exclaimed. Vegeta didn't say anything, and flew out holding Emily. Everyone present was frightened and pale, and appeared at the window one after another, looking into the distance. I saw that Vegeta had already flown into the sky holding Emily, and in the afterglow of the evening, it was particularly eye-catching. Are they here to film? Someone couldn't help but sigh, it's just that the heroine is a little bit unaccustomed to it. I can't bear to watch this scene. Are you scared to death? Another person rubbed his eyes. Please vote for me, Emily, can we stop bragging? You can fly when you are just born. You think you are so cute. Tell me, where are we going next? Vegeta asked. I need to go home first. Emily said with a red face, you just flew up to the sky while holding me, I thought you were going to jump off the building. I was scared to death. Vegeta looked down and found that Emily's pants were wet. Humph, stupid Earth woman, you are scared to death over such a small thing? Vegeta snorted disdainfully. What do you mean by Earth woman? You sound like you are not from Earth. Emily pouted and said unhappily. Didn't I tell you? I am a Saiyan. Vegeta snorted. Are Saiyans not from Earth? Emily asked strangely. Vegeta didn't want to answer this stupid question. 3 more days passed. Bulma finally made another set of invisible battle suits and handed the 2 earrings in her hand to Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction and put the 2 earrings away for the time being. There is no rush to give them now. Wait until the 2 androids wake up. I have to practice well in the next period of time. Observe Vegeta by the way. Time passed day by day. Luo Tian's angel power continued to purify with the growth of time. In just 1 year, Luo Tian's angel power has been raised to a height of 65. However, it only increased by 5 levels in a year, which made Luo Tian feel a little unhappy. I usually increase at least 10 levels a year, or even higher. As a result, it only increased by 5 levels a year. Who can bear this sense of gap? Also, the level of 65 is not high or low, weaker than that of Kus, Bardos, and Makarita. In fact, this is the reason why Luo Tian felt a little unhappy. At least you can reach the level where I can beat Makarita. Makarita's level is 66. 1 level away from her. But even if Luo Tian reaches level 66, he will have to wait for a while before he can challenge Makarita. After all, although Luo Tian and Makarita are both level 66, there is a decimal point behind them. This decimal point reminds Luo Tian of a platform in his previous life that had a slash, and the decimal point was hidden behind it. Are my current levels similar to this slash? The decimal point behind it was not mentioned. In fact, there is still a little difference if there is a decimal point. It is worth mentioning that Luo Tian originally planned to go to Bados to compete with her a while ago. Later, Luo Tian changed his mind. I was only level 60 at that time. Why should I go there to be abused? The gap between level 60 and level 68 is too big. Now Luo Tian's strength has reached level 65, and he knows how far he has surpassed level 60. Looking at level 60 from level 65 is like looking at the foot of the Himalayas from the top of the mountain. This is the gap between levels. However, Luo Tian still feels a little uncomfortable because he only improved 5 levels in a year. Luo Tian had no choice but to call Mel's and ask about his level. When he learned that Mel's level had not improved at all, Luo Tian felt much better. Immediately afterwards Luo Tian was not idle, and he called Bayer to ask about the purity of her angel power, that is, the level. Bayer was pretty good, she actually upgraded 1 level to level 47. I remembered that when I saw her before, she had reached level 46.9, so it took a year to upgrade by 0.1 level. Not bad. Luo Tian was very happy. There is no harm without comparison. Galactic Patrol Headquarters, Mel's room. After answering Luo Tian's call inexplicably, Mels held the scepter and fell into deep thought at the crystal ball. Why did you call to ask me what level I was? Did you upgrade another level? I forgot to ask you just now. Should I call back and ask? Luo Tian just asked Mels what level he was, and then ended the call immediately. Myers subconsciously said his level, and was about to ask Luo Tian what level he was at, but Luo Tian hung up the phone. Myers felt a little speechless. You asked me what level I was at, why don't you tell me what level you are at? Myers hesitated again and again, but decided to ask Luo Tian about his level. You were already level 60 before, and your upgrade speed will definitely be very slow in the future. I feel that you will definitely not be able to upgrade one level in a year. It must be like this. Myers took a deep breath and started calling Luo Tian through the scepter. Luo Tian connected the video call through the crystal ball on the scepter. Myers, do you have anything else to do? Luo Tian smiled. Luo Tian, you haven't told me what level you are yet, Myers asked. By the way, how is Kyer? Luo Tian did not answer and changed the subject. Kyer? Very good. I took her to many planets for training. At least in this year, her courage has improved a lot. Myers answered seriously. Now that her courage has improved, we can find a way to let her increase her energy. Luo Tian pondered. Yes, I want to train her to be the second Broly. By the way, how is Vegeta, whom you trained? Myers asked with a smile. Not very good. Luo Tian shook his head. This guy has been a little depraved since he returned to Earth. I feel that he has become a love-brained person. Become a love-brained person? Myers was stunned and a little confused. To put it simply, he has fallen in love with a woman on Earth. Luo Tian explained, he has indeed been practicing recently, but he has not made much progress. You have to encourage Vegeta to work harder, so how can he surpass Kyer? Myers said with a smile. Yes, you are right, you have to encourage him well. Luo Tian nodded. As Myers chatted, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Didn't I want to ask you about your level? Luo Tian, what level are you? Myers asked again. By the way, Myers, have you heard of Bayer? Luo Tian changed the subject again. Bayer, you know her? Myers was stunned again, and was taken away by Luo Tian. I remember hearing someone say that you are the only trainee angel. Myers, you are not honest. Luo Tian sighed. I didn't say that, did I? Myers wiped his sweat. You must have remembered it wrong. Forget it, it's not important. Luo Tian shook his head, but what I didn't expect was that Bayer, this little angel, is quite beautiful. Why didn't you introduce such a beautiful angel to me earlier? Myers, you are not honest at all. I regard you as my best angel friend, what about you? Myers was a little embarrassed by what Luo Tian said, scratched his head, and felt as if he owed Luo Tian. Wait, did I let you fool me again? Does Bayer's existence have anything to do with me? If you don't ask yourself, can I tell you? As expected, after not seeing each other for a year, I was easily fooled by him and almost fainted again. We angels usually don't take the initiative to say anything unless you ask. Mels answered immediately, although you asked, we may not answer. Look at Mels, what are you talking about? Luo Tian showed a look of displeasure. What did I say wrong? Mels was stunned. You angels? So you don't regard me as an angel anymore? Luo Tian scolded. Mels, that's not what I meant. Mels was immediately at a loss for words. Then what do you mean? Luo Tian asked. Mels was speechless. Mels, these words of mine are classic quotes from beautiful girls. Luo Tian suddenly changed his attitude. Classic quotes from beautiful girls? Mels was slightly stunned. Isn't it a bit unreasonable? Luo Tian asked. Mels was speechless. You know it's unreasonable, but you still say so. I've made you unable to do it. So if you date pretty girls in the future, be careful of their tricks, you will be caught if you are not careful, this is a tribulation of your angel training. Luo Tian said earnestly. Mers, that I don't have any intention of dating beautiful girls yet, Mels replied. So, if there are any beautiful girls you can introduce to me, I will help you solve this complicated problem. I like to cure all kinds of dissatisfaction. Luo Tian laughed. Mers covered his forehead and was really defeated. Are you talking around just to say this? Okay, I will pay attention. Mels nodded. Wait, how did you lead me into the ditch again? That Luo Tian, what level are you? Mels had to ask again. Mers, you asked me this question twice in a row, and I changed the subject, don't you know what I mean? Luo Tian's voice was relatively low. Mers? What do you mean? Mel's was puzzled. I don't want to say it to hit you, look at you, how come you have no emotional intelligence at all? Still asking. Luo Tian scolded. I'm not afraid of being hit, just say it. Mel's gritted his teeth. I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep if I tell you. Luo Tian said in a deep voice. We angels don't need to sleep. Mel's replied with a smile, just say it, I can bear it, I'm really embarrassed to say it, after all, it's a bit embarrassing to only upgrade a few levels in a year. Luo Tian sighed. So, what level is it? Mel's was even more curious. Level 65. Luo Tian replied. Mel's felt heartbroken at the time. Level 65? Are you kidding? It's only been a year, and you have upgraded from level 60 to level 65? Are you really an angel? Mel stood there motionless, as if he was frozen. Is it stuck again? It is said that there will be no signal jam when talking through the scepter, Luo Tian said in a strange way. Mers ended the call directly. It hurts my self-esteem. Why are we all trainee angels? You have been promoted to the level of a formal angel in an instant. Luo Tian held the scepter with the signal cut off, and felt a little guilty for a while. I hit him so hard, do I not regard him as a friend? Well, friends are used to hit. It wasn't long after Luo Tian finished talking to Mel's that Bayer called. Bayer had almost the same idea as Mel's. You asked me what level I was, but you didn't tell me, you are so shameless. So Bayer also wanted to know what level Luo Tian was. Did you improve by 0.01 decimal point in this year? Luo Tian, time flies so fast. A year has passed unknowingly. Did your level improve by 0.01 decimal point? Bayer blinked her big blue eyes and asked curiously, when I saw you before, your level was 60.11, right? Is it 60.12 now? Luo Tian, why do you say that? Luo Tian asked back. I heard from Sister Martinu that when she was at level 60, she almost improved by 0.01 decimal point a year. Bayer smiled. Then you will be disappointed. Luo Tian shook his head. Sure enough, not even a decimal point has improved. Bayer sighed, but there is nothing to be disappointed about. Some angels improve quickly, and some angels only improve by 0.01 decimal point in several years. It's normal. You said that I improved 5 levels a year, isn't it a bit abnormal? Luo Tian sighed, showing a helpless look. Ya, what did you say? Bayer was a little stagnant. I'm level 65 now, so the decimal point can be ignored. Luo Tian answered. Bayer was silent, and felt endless shock at that time. Upgrade 5 levels in 1 year. Are you an angel? What level is Martinu? Luo Tian asked again. Sister Martinu, it was level 65 a year ago, I don't know how much it is now, Bayer answered, and looked at Luo Tian with some admiration. Upgrade 5 levels in 1 year. You are on the pace of becoming a high priest. Bayer certainly won't feel as heartbroken as Mel's. After all, Bayer and Luo Tian just met, and their relationship is not yet very good. You are not with Martinu? Luo Tian was stunned and found that Bayer was in the universe. No, Bayer answered a little embarrassedly. Are you traveling outside? Luo Tian asked. No, I'm on my way back to the Destruction God realm. Bayer said a little embarrassedly. Luo Tian didn't think much about it, but Bayer's next words made Luo Tian speechless at the time. Bayer added to what she just said, in fact, I have been wandering in the universe for the past year, Luo Tian. I'm lost, Bayer said with a red face. So after you met me last time, you never went back? Luo Tian wiped his sweat. Humph, you are so kind, as I said. If you hadn't told Sister Martinu to look in the mirror last time, would I have left the Destruction God realm without permission and not been able to find my home? Bayer shouted angrily. Luo Tian, blame me? How bad are you at finding your way? You haven't found your home after a year? But then again, you are the angel I found the fastest. Bayer said excitedly. Luo Tian wiped his sweat silently. What's so exciting about this? Usually, it takes me several years to find other angels if no one leads the way. Bayer added. Bayer, why do I feel that when you say these you are not ashamed, but proud of it? Luo Tian sighed. I don't want to talk to you anymore. If you have a conscience, come and send me back. Bayer snorted, I don't even know which universe I am in now. You ate my conscience, so be it. Luo Tian ended the call directly after he finished speaking. Is your conscience delicious? Bayer muttered, but didn't react. Then Bayer wandered around in the starry sky. She wandered for several hours. Bayer suddenly came to her senses. Have I eaten my conscience? Are you calling me a dog? Luo Tian, you wait. See how I deal with you. Wait a minute, I don't think I can beat him. I'd better find my home first. Buyer once again started the long search for home. Luo Tian finally understood why he had never heard of this female god before. She must be so bad at finding her way that she is a road cancer, right? She has been looking for her home for a year but still can't find it. She is probably the type who gets lost as soon as she leaves home. So talented. I will help you find your home. How free am I? I won't help you. Besides, this is your experience. Just look for it slowly. You will definitely succeed. Baizai Mountain. After returning to Earth, Sun Gohan returned to his normal life. At this time, he was lying on the desk doing his homework. Poor child, he just at the age of 6, he has already started to learn all kinds of knowledge on Earth. After doing his homework for a while, Sun Gohan suddenly missed his father. It has been a year, why hasn't his father come back yet? Suddenly, Sun Gohan suddenly sensed a strong breath coming rapidly from the distant starry sky. And this breath, Sun Gohan is too familiar with it. In addition to this breath, there is another equally strong breath, equally evil. Sun Gohan's face changed again and again. Ding ling ling. Ding ling ling. The phone on the table suddenly rang. Sun Gohan hurriedly stepped forward to answer the phone. It's Uncle Krillin. Sun Gohan recognized Krillin's voice. Gohan, did you sense it just now? There is a very strong breath. Krillin said in a low voice. Yes. Sun Gohan replied, it seems to be Frieza, getting closer and closer to us. In addition to Frieza, there is another evil aura that is almost as powerful as him. This is troublesome. Hasn't Goku come back yet? Krillin asked in a deep voice. No, Dad hasn't come back. Sun Gohan shook his head. Where is Luo Tian? Have you contacted Luo Tian? Is Broly on Earth? Krillin asked again. I haven't contacted him for a long time. Sun Gohan replied. This is bad. Krillin wanted to cry. I don't have a girlfriend yet, I don't want to die again. My death last time was too tragic. Emily's home. Vegeta put down his bowl and chopsticks and immediately rushed to the yard. Vegeta, what's wrong? What happened? Emily followed. Damn it. Kakarot, that bastard. He didn't cut the grass and root it out. Vegeta snorted, his teeth itching with hatred. I clearly saw that Frieza had been beaten to death in that pit. How did he come back to life? Who is Kakarot? Emily was stunned. Luo Tian will definitely not help us, and let us solve this kind of thing by ourselves. Vegeta did not answer the question, grinning. What happened? Emily didn't understand. Emily, I tell you clearly, the end of the earth has come. Vegeta snorted. Ya, what did you say? The end of the earth? Emily was stunned for a moment, revealing a confused look. But I won't let him succeed. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, this time, let me destroy Frieza. Swish. Vegeta said no more, and quickly rushed into the sky, turning into a bright stream of light, flying into the distance. The seventh universe, the vast starry sky. Frieza's spaceship is speeding in the Milky Way where the Earth is located. In the spaceship, Frieza, who was transformed into a half-robot, showed a smug smile. That's the Earth, Dad. Frieza looked at the blue planet in the distant starry sky and said to a tall man beside him, the Super Saiyan killed Cooler and almost killed me. I want to reach the Earth before him. Since the man named Broly has become an intern god of destruction, we can't afford to provoke such a person, but this Super Saiyan named Son Goku, we must destroy him no matter what. This planet is not big, just destroy it directly. Cooled said lightly, but his eyes revealed endless hatred. As Frieza said, they couldn't afford to offend an apprentice god of destruction like Broly. After all, Broly was an apprentice god of destruction appointed by the great priest. This kind of person is not easy to offend. But this Saiyan named Son Goku has no background. Moreover, Frieza felt that the gap between him and Son Goku was not very big. But the gap between him and Broly was too big. Of course, there is another biggest factor. That is, Son Goku's family lives in a place called Earth. This is also the reason why Frieza rushed to trouble Son Goku. But Broly has no fixed place to live. In addition, a long time ago, Frieza's spaceship lost its direction immediately after entering the realm of nothingness. Fortunately, Frieza reacted very quickly and immediately asked the spaceship to go back, so that it would not be completely lost in the realm of nothingness. It would be too easy for them to destroy that planet directly. I want him to see how powerful I am. Frisia was filled with hatred and sneered, we already know through the detector that his spaceship is also heading towards the Earth. I will let you know soon that I am more powerful than you. Sir Frisia, we just explored the Earth remotely and found that this planet is a dead star. Zaviza stepped forward and saluted. It is worth mentioning that the Gula Mecha team composed of Zaviza, Dre, and Nez has been incorporated by Frisia because of Gula's death. And it was the three of them who saved Frisia. Otherwise, with Frisia's injuries, he would definitely die if he was left alone. I knew about this a long time ago. Frisia snorted and said lightly, the Earth of the 6th universe and the Earth of the 7th universe have been exchanged. It is said that the Earth on the 7th universe has a channel that can directly reach the Earth of the 6th universe. The 7th universe, the Earth. Just a dozen minutes before Frisia's spaceship landed on the Earth. Swish! A machine with a very strange shape appeared out of thin air in the sky. The machine slowly fell from the sky. Click! The transparent cover on the top of the machine opened. A middle-parted blue-haired boy with a long sword on his back flew out of the machine. The boy immediately looked around the scene on the Earth. However, when the boy saw a dead planet, he was immediately dumbfounded and looked confused. What's going on? Time is fine. I really went back to 3 years ago. The boy carefully looked at the year on the time machine and became even more confused. What happened to the Earth? Why did it become like this? Could it be that the artificial man had been activated a long time ago? This is a bit beyond my cognition. The boy circled the planet and immediately flew over to put the time machine into the capsule. Then, the boy patrolled the Earth again. The more the boy looked, the more he felt something was wrong. Why is this world completely different from the world I am familiar with? The boy looked at his watch and found that the buildings were completely different at the same coordinate position. I can be sure that the coordinate position is Zatubu, here are rolling mountains. The boy was a little confused. How could this be? Just then, the boy glanced and suddenly found a vortex in the sky. What is that? What does that vortex represent? Out of curiosity, the boy flew towards the vortex. As soon as the boy came near the vortex, he suddenly sensed a breath coming quickly from the distant starry sky. That's Frisia's breath. The boy said to himself, in addition to Frisia, there is also his father. As for his name, I don't know. Judging from the two of them, the time I came is fine. As soon as the boy finished speaking, suddenly, a strong suction force came from the vortex and acted on him at that time. What's going on? The boy's face changed color, and he hurriedly tried to resist the suction of the vortex. But in front of the huge vortex, the boy was like a small minion. Swish! The boy's body entered the vortex uncontrollably and disappeared in an instant. Not long after, the boy successfully entered the Earth of the 6th universe, rolled over countless times in the air, and fell to the ground. The boy grimaced in pain, climbed up from the ground, and immediately looked up at the sky in horror. But, there was nothing in the sky. The vortex disappeared. The boy looked carefully again and found himself in a green jungle. Where is this? The boy was even more confused. The Earth just now the whole world could not sense the existence of a human being, but now here I sense the aura and there are many powerful auras. The boy's eyes flashed with a blank light. The 7th universe, Earth. Swoosh! Frisia's spaceship fell from the sky and landed on the barren land of the Earth. Crack! The hatch of the spaceship opened, and Frisia took the lead and flew out. Kurd followed Frisia and looked around. This planet is obviously a dead planet. Kurd said to Frisia. Yes, Dad. Frisia nodded and ordered his men, go find a vortex on the planet immediately. It's in the sky and should be very conspicuous. Yes. Shaviza and other men bowed. Frisia, do you mean that this planet originally belonged to the Earth of the 6th universe? Kurd asked. The two Earths of the 7th and 6th universes have exchanged with each other. It seems that there is a channel that can directly reach the other Earth. Frisia nodded, the guy named Son Goku lives on that Earth. It seems that the Super Saiyan named Son Goku also knows about the Earth. Kurd pondered, it's right for us to go to the Earth where he lives. If it doesn't work, destroy that planet. Even if we can't kill him, let him suffer. That's right. Frisia's mouth corners slightly raised. The passage to the Earth of the 6th universe is easy to find. Shaviza and other brothers quickly found the huge vortex. Frisia and others boarded the spaceship and entered the vortex. The 6th universe, Earth. Vegeta has been waiting in the area near the vortex for a long time. As soon as Vegeta arrived here, Le Ping arrived soon and landed beside him. Vegeta glanced at Le Ping and didn't speak. Le Ping also remained silent. Swish! The next moment, a helicopter came from a distance at high speed. The plane landed, and Luo Tian and Bulma got off the plane. I haven't been on a plane for a long time, it feels good. Luo Tian sighed. Is it Luo Tian? Bulma? Li Ping was stunned. Vegeta also looked in the direction of Luo Tian and immediately walked forward. Luo Tian, you promised to teach me after dinner with Emily. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Vegeta, you can't become a Super Saiyan now? Luo Tian looked at Vegeta and asked. Vegeta, should I? Vegeta snorted. Now you have a peaceful heart. As long as there are huge fluctuations in emotions, it's not a problem to become a Super Saiyan. Luo Tian smiled. Ya, what did you say? I have a peaceful heart now? In other words, my S cells. Vegeta was surprised and happy. Yes, the S cells have grown almost enough. Luo Tian nodded. Vegeta felt that happiness came too suddenly. As long as my emotions fluctuate greatly, can I become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta was very excited. You can comprehend the opportunity of transformation yourself. Luo Tian nodded, if you really can't transform, I can help you. As he said, Luo Tian gently waved the scepter in his hand, and immediately projected a picture. The image in the picture was Emily's home. Vegeta naturally recognized it at a glance. As long as you crush Emily to death, I think you will have a great chance of transformation. Luo Tian said, stretching out his hand and pointing at the picture. Stop! Vegeta panicked and said hurriedly, I know how to transform myself, this matter has nothing to do with her. Okay, since you know it, forget it. Luo Tian took the picture back. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief and broke out in a cold sweat. You know what, Luo Tian, I didn't expect Vegeta to care about Emily. Bulma sighed a little. I was right, wasn't I? Luo Tian was just trying to scare Vegeta, of course, but he wouldn't hurt an innocent person. Li Ping looked confused. But then, Li Ping felt a little unhappy. Broly isn't here. Besides, I'm not targeting Luo Tian. I just want to care about Bulma. Bulma, what are you doing here? It's nonsense. Li Ping scolded. What are you talking about? Bulma was stunned. It's dangerous here. Li Ping scolded. Of course I came to see Frieza. Bulma said calmly, I also want to see what the Emperor of the Universe looks like. You came to see Frieza? Don't you know it's dangerous here? Even Vegeta was killed by him on Namek. Li Ping was anxious, fearing that the goddess in his heart would be in danger. Vegeta, 10,000 alpacas flew through Vegeta's mind. What are you talking about? Is it worth it to be dragged out and whipped again for the fact that I was killed on Namek? Bang! Vegeta kicked and kicked, leaping at that time. Ouch! Leaping screamed and rolled dozens of somersaults on the ground. When he landed, he almost fainted. Humph, you're lucky you didn't get killed. Vegeta snorted. Bulma wiped her sweat silently. It's not easy for Emily to be alive. Will Vegeta slap Emily to death in anger? Hey, Vegeta, you have to be nice to my bestie. Bulma gave Vegeta a shot of prevention in advance. Humph. Vegeta snorted and didn't say much. Luo Tian, is it really appropriate for us to match Emily and Vegeta together? Bulma lowered her voice and whispered to Luo Tian. It's nothing inappropriate for me, for you forget it, it's nothing. Luo Tian shook his head. Bulma, he was halfway through his words. Swish. Swish. Just then, Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi fell from the sky and landed near Luo Tian and others. Vegeta, are you still on Earth? Tian Xinyan asked with a dark face, and looked in the direction of Luo Tian again. Luo Tian is also here, what do you mean? Luo Tian frowned. You said these two sentences in a row. Although you didn't mean to target me, it felt like you were targeting me. Luo Tian looked around and found that Broly was not around. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. No thugs. About a month ago, Luo Tian asked Broly to travel to various universes to gain knowledge and lay a foundation for his own strength. Now Broly has strength, but his knowledge is too little. Only by traveling to various universes can we gain more knowledge. Broly agreed and took Xiao Ai to travel to various universes that day. I didn't mean to target you deliberately. I was talking about Vegeta. Tian Xinyan explained hurriedly. Brother Tian Jiaozi was about to say something but stopped. Shut up first. Tian Xinyan scolded in a low voice. Jiaozi covered his mouth and looked in the direction of Li Ping, who fainted. What do you want to say? Vegeta glanced at Tian Xinyan, his expression full of disdain. Isn't this guy the three-eyed alien whose arm was knocked off by Nappa's punch? How weak. I have a lot to say. It was your companion who killed me. I really don't know you. Tian Xinyan bared his teeth, feeling indignant. Wait a minute. Vegeta interrupted Tian Xinyan and corrected him. Humph, you released the skill that overdrew your life, how can you say that Nappa killed you? It's ridiculous. Tian Xinyan, brother Tian, I have to say it even if you don't let me. Jiaozi couldn't help it anymore and pointed at Li Ping who was lying over there. Li Ping seems to be injured. Tian Xinyan's face changed color and he hurriedly looked in the direction of Li Ping. Then, Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi immediately flew forward and helped Li Ping up. Li Ping, are you okay? Tian Xinyan asked with concern. I'm not going to die for the time being. Li Ping wanted to cry. Who hurt you? Tian Xinyan asked. Li Ping looked in the direction of Vegeta. Is it that guy Vegeta? Tian Xinyan was furious. Forget it, we are not his opponent, so let's not look for abuse. Li Ping hurriedly stopped him. Tian Xinyan hesitated for a moment, but he didn't dare to make a move. After all, the gap was too big, so he just talked nonsense. It's serious, isn't it? Is it Frisia? Tian Xinyan changed the subject. Yes, it should be that guy Frisia. Li Ping nodded. Humph, Frisia, you wait, although I can't become a Super Saiyan now, but my destructive energy has increased again. Vegeta showed a confident face, raised his right hand slightly, and a purple-red energy ball immediately appeared in his hand. This time, the destructive energy condensed by Vegeta was as big as a mung bean. Before, it was only the size of a sesame seed. Then, Vegeta looked at Luo Tian with some pride. The meaning in his eyes seemed to say, praise me. My destruction is already so great. Not bad. Luo Tian only said 2 words. Is it really not bad? For Luo Tian, Vegeta's performance can only be regarded as average. But Luo Tian still decided to give Vegeta some confidence. Simply attacking him will not make him an outstanding god of destruction. Luo Tian really wants to see such a scene. That is, when Beerus wakes up and comes to Earth, he finds that Earth has been moved to the 6th universe. Beerus will naturally be furious and then make trouble for Goku, Vegeta, and others. Then Beerus tragically discovered that whether it was Goku, Vegeta, or even Gohan and Piccolo, they had basically reached the height of the god of destruction. Then, Beerus was severely abused by the 4 of them. When Beerus released his full strength and prepared to fight seriously, Broly appeared. Of course, these are all Luo Tian's ideas, and it is still difficult to implement them. Fortunately, Beerus is still a long way from waking up, and he can do many things in these years. Oh? Piccolo, are you standing there blowing the wind? Vegeta turned his head and looked in the direction of Piccolo. Piccolo stood on a protruding stone and looked at Vegeta with a dark face. I haven't settled the score with you for what happened on Namek yet. Vegeta snorted. I'm always here for you. Piccolo replied calmly. Humph, after I kill Frisia, it'll be your turn next. Vegeta casually threw the destructive energy at a nearby stone. Pop! The stone shattered like a soap bubble and turned into nothingness, completely disappeared. Vegeta's expression became more and more proud. Just then, Son Gohan and Krillin also rushed over from a distant area and landed near Luo Tian and others. Frisia is here! Piccolo suddenly shouted loudly. As soon as the voice fell, everyone saw a spaceship appearing in the sky. It was Frisia and his spaceship that were transmitted from the 7th universe. The spaceship rolled thousands of somersaults in the air and almost disintegrated. Vegeta and others were speechless. The people in the spaceship seemed to be in a bad mood. Boom! The next moment, the spaceship fell in a distant mountainous area, making a loud noise. Fortunately, this spaceship was relatively strong and would not be damaged. However, even so, Frisia and others on the spaceship were dizzy and dazzled, and many small stars appeared in front of their eyes. Frisia even felt as if his face was kicked by a little brother, and he became more and more unhappy, and slapped the little brother to death. The hatch of the spacecraft opened, and Frisia and others flew out and landed on the ground. Frisia shook his head and finally didn't feel as dizzy as before. Is this the Earth? The environment is not bad. Frisia looked around and said with a smile. That Super Saiyan will return to the Earth in about 3 hours. Kurt smiled. Frisia, should we wait for him? Of course we have to wait, Dad. Frisia nodded. When he comes back, he will see the Earth destroyed by me with his own eyes. Ha ha ha, he will be in great pain. Before that, I'm just sitting around. Let's kill those Earthlings first. Kurt smiled and made arrangements immediately. Okay, Dad. Frisia responded, and ordered his men such as Shaviza, everyone disband, eliminate the people on Earth one by one, and don't leave a single one alive. Yes. Shaviza and others saluted immediately. Pa. As they were talking, a young man stepped in near where Frisia and others were. Frisia naturally saw the young man who appeared here, and asked with narrowed eyes, Earthling, what do you want? Humph, I came here specially to kill you. The young man's expression was indifferent. Frisia was slightly stunned for a moment, showing a look of astonishment. Kurd was also a little confused. This Earthling has a personality. You said you want to kill us? You really don't know the height of the world. Frisia snorted coldly and smiled contemptuously. I know who you are Frisia, right? The boy asked lightly. Today is a big chapter, 11,000 words, please vote. Chapter 217 High Priest, Luo Tian, come to the temple of the Omni King. Frisia was slightly stunned. He did not expect that someone on this planet could recognize him. What an honor! On such a backward planet, someone actually knows my name. Frisia was indeed a little surprised. But do you know that I am the Emperor of the Universe? The most powerful human. The boy said nothing. Kill him. Frisia ordered a younger brother. Yes. The younger brother immediately nodded excitedly, adjusted the energy gun in his hand, and pointed the gun at the boy's body. Others, hurry up and eliminate the Earthlings. Frisia gave orders to Shaviza and other younger brothers. Idiot with a combat power of only 5. The younger brother had already learned the combat power value of the boy through the detector, smiled contemptuously, and pulled the trigger to launch the energy bomb. The energy bomb flew towards the boy at a very fast speed. Puff! The boy released a little breath, and blew away the energy bomb that flew over. The younger brother was a little dazed, looking a little confused. Swish! The boy came quickly, lightly punched over, and hit the younger brother on the head. The younger brother flew backwards and hit the spaceship behind him, dying on the spot. The younger brothers of Frisia present were furious. Frisia glanced at the boy, with a little surprise in his eyes, and then replaced by a look of disdain. You bastard! The younger brothers rushed forward. The boy drew out the long sword behind him calmly. Swish, swish, swish. The boy waved the long sword and passed by these younger brothers. Pa! 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 The next moment, these younger brothers of Frisia fell to the ground one by one, and were killed by the boy with a sword. This kid is so arrogant. Let me take care of him. Dri was furious, and energy burst out of his body, rushing towards the boy. Swish! The boy swung his long sword fiercely. Swish! Dri's head was separated from his body at that moment. Shaviza and Nez were also stunned immediately. How could this guy's sword be so sharp? Swish! The boy had no reason to be polite, and he appeared in front of Shaviza at a high speed and slashed with his sword. Suddenly, Shaviza's body was cut in half by the boy. Nez was terrified. Swish! The boy threw his sword fiercely. Puff! The long sword directly penetrated into Nez's chest, giving him a chill. The Gula Mecha team was killed by the boy in less than a minute. Clean. The young man flew forward, stepped on Nez's body, pulled out the long sword in his body, wiped the blood on his clothes, and then put the sword back into the scabbard. On Luo Tian's side, Vegeta and others naturally sensed the strong breath of the young man at the first time. What happened? Bulma turned her head and asked Luo Tian. A mysterious man appeared. Luo Tian answered. Mysterious man? Bulma was stunned. I just sensed that there were many powerful auras suddenly appearing on the other side of the mountain, but in an instant, those powerful auras disappeared. Krillin was also surprised. What's going on? Li Ping also showed a look of confusion. Mysterious man? Could it be a new enemy? Piccolo frowned, his face slightly changed color. There is a high probability that it is Vegeta's son. Luo Tian pondered. Vegeta's son? Bulma was also a little curious. Emily is pregnant so soon? Vegeta, Luo Tian, stop joking, how could I have a son? Vegeta was the first to not believe it. Are you asking me to be a father? I, Vegeta, don't want to be cheated. Vegeta's son? Is Emily about to give birth? Krillin asked in surprise, his voice a little sad. This is not right. Even if it is born, it is only 1 or 2 months old at most. Can Saiyans fight at such a young age? Li Ping felt puzzled and shocked. The aura of those people just now was very strong, especially the 3 of them, which can be described as terrible. As a result, the mysterious man wiped them out in an instant. Although I didn't see the situation at the scene, it should be a kill in seconds. Hey! Well done! Kurd was surprised and praised him insincerely. This earthling is so powerful that he can easily defeat the people of the Gurram Mecha team. Frisia narrowed his eyes, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Did you kill the Jinyu special forces? It's your turn next. The boy looked indifferent and did not answer Frisia's question. It's really surprising, did you hear it? Frisia. He still wants to kill us. Kurd smiled contemptuously. You arrogant guy are going to die. Frisia snorted coldly, see how I deal with you. I can kill you in an instant, you all be careful. The boy's face was cold. You asked us to be careful? The tone of your voice is really a bit like that guy Vegeta. Frisia couldn't help laughing. The boy was silent. And after a short silence. He is my father. The boy told the truth. Anyway, they are all going to die. Dead people won't reveal secrets. Frisia's eyes widened at the time, showing a look of astonishment. Vegeta's son? Are you kidding? Oh? When did this guy Vegeta give birth? Frisia was immediately curious. I remember he had never been to Earth before. With your appearance and style, you are obviously a hybrid of Saiyans and Earthlings. King Kurd also showed a look of surprise. This kid is actually Vegeta's son? Vegeta should have never been to Earth, maybe he is an adopted son. Kurd guessed. Boy, god damn it. This guy's words are really ugly. I will let you die rhythmically. No wonder you are so rampant, this is very similar to Vegeta. Frisia chuckled, boy, you really inherited Vegeta's arrogance. Then do you know that Vegeta was killed by me? Now I kill you. The boy snorted. Just you. Even if Vegeta comes, I can't beat him. Frisia smiled slightly. By the way, let me tell you something. There is not only Mr. Son Goku who is a Super Saiyan. There is another one in front of us. The corners of the boy's mouth rose slightly. What did you say? Frisia's face changed color. Cold's pupil shrank. Ah! The boy shouted, golden light bloomed on his body, his hair stood up slightly, his pupils turned green, and he suddenly turned into a Super Saiyan. After seeing the boy's transformation, Frisia was completely dumbfounded. Vegeta and others also sensed the boy's powerful aura at the first time. Whose aura is this? Why is it so strong? Is it that mysterious man? Li Ping exclaimed. It's Dad. This is Dad's aura. As powerful as Dad's aura at that time. Son Gohan said with some excitement. That's right. Krillin nodded. Yeah, it's indeed about the same strength as Son Goku's, but it's completely different. Piccolo shook his head. Vegeta's body began to tremble violently again. Why? Why has another person surpassed me? Will it ever end? It's okay for me to lose to Broly, after all, he is the legendary Super Saiyan. It doesn't matter if I lose to Kakarot, I will surpass him one day. Now another person appears, and there is a certain possibility that he is a Saiyan. How many surviving Saiyans are there? Vegeta felt very unbalanced. Go to hell. Frisia released a huge ball of energy at the boy without any hesitation. The energy roared towards the boy at a very fast speed. Boom! A huge explosion occurred at the boy's location, and a huge mushroom cloud was instantly raised. The shock wave brought by the mushroom cloud spread to the surroundings, raising layers of dust and smoke. Well done, Frisia. Vegeta's cub is no match for us. Kurd said with a smile. Huff, huff, huff. Frisia was panting heavily, looking a little nervous. Just then, the boy's voice suddenly came from a hill in the distance. Frisia. Frisia and Kurd immediately turned their heads and looked in the direction of the boy. As soon as he looked over, he saw an energy bomb whizzing towards him. Frisia was filled with 1,000 idiots. You are such a bad fellow. I just looked at you and you released an energy bomb. Frisia and Kurd both subconsciously took off into the air. As Frisia was flying, he suddenly felt a strong warning coming from above his head and immediately looked up. What Frisia saw was that the boy was swinging his sword towards him. I remember that sword seemed quite sharp. Suddenly, Frisia's face was filled with despair. No, don't come over here. No, I think I can hold on. I should be fine. Just as Frisia was thinking this, the boy's sword split Frisia in half from head to toe like cutting tofu. Frisia could clearly feel that the boy's body seemed to be dislocated. No, it was because his eyes were dislocated. Did I really get split in half by this guy? How is this possible? I am the Emperor of the universe. How could I die? I, Frisia, will not die. He. The boy swung his sword and instantly split Frisia into pieces. Boom. The energy in the boy's hand sprayed out, bombing Frisia into slag. Then, the boy looked sideways at Kurd, who was dumbfounded. Kurd was completely dumbfounded, and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time, feeling a heavy blow. After a brief hesitation, Kurd gritted his teeth and fell from the air, appearing opposite the boy, with an extremely ugly face. You are much stronger than I thought, and you destroyed my son Frisia in an instant. Kurd forced a smile. How about you replace Frisia as my son? You are qualified to be a member of our family, and you can do whatever you want on all the planets better than the Earth. The boy didn't speak, but looked at him coldly. I remember you are Vegeta's son. Saiyans are all very individual. Kurd chuckled, what a pity. I thought I could have a godson. Say more. You won't be able to speak in a while. The boy looked indifferent. Your sword is good. Kurd gritted his teeth and said, it easily broke the tempered Frisia into pieces. Can I see it? The boy was silent. How is it? Are you afraid to give me the sword? Kurd smiled softly. The boy no longer hesitated, drew out the long sword behind him, and threw it to Kurd on the opposite side. Snap! Kurd caught the long sword with his right hand, showing a smug smile, and looked at the sword in his hand carefully, and couldn't help praising it. It is indeed very sharp. You defeated the Gula Mecha team and Frisia with this sword, right? What do you want to say? The boy smiled. It's very simple. You can't win without this sword. Kurd yelled, you can't win. As he said that, Kurd swung the long sword fiercely and chopped it towards the boy's head. The boy raised his hand lightly and caught the long sword with his hand. Kurd's eyes widened, his eyes full of surprise and shock. You are wrong, it's not like that. The boy said, and his other hand was already on Kurd's chest. Wait a minute. Actually I like Vegeta very much. Kurd was anxious, and the sense of crisis in his heart rose sharply. Boom. The boy had no reason to be polite, and released energy in his hand, and the energy penetrated Kurd's heart on the spot. Kurd's body flew backwards and hit the boulder behind him, killing him on the spot. The boy sprayed energy in his hand and directly bombed Kurd into slag. Swoosh! The boy sent another Qigong wave over and destroyed the spacecraft by the way. Then, the boy immediately looked in the direction of Luo Tian and the others. I have heard my mother talk about these people. I can basically match them one by one. Hey? Who is the man with Aunt Bulma? The boy looked at Luo Tian deeply. A glance, and then there was nothing to be surprised about. Maybe it's Aunt Bulma's boyfriend. I'm going to meet Mr. Son Goku, do you want to go with me? The boy shouted to Luo Tian and others, showing a kind smile. Except Luo Tian, Vegeta, and others present were all slightly stunned. How did he know about my father? Son Gohan was stunned, and immediately turned his head to look at Luo Tian. Uncle Luo Tian, who is he? Won't you know when you go there? Luo Tian smiled slightly, and, didn't I say? He is Vegeta's son. Luo Tian, don't make such a joke. Vegeta's face was sweating, and he clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth and said, even if I have a son, he can't be this big. Then go and see. Luo Tian said with a smile. Then Luo Tian held Bulma and flew over there. Luo Tian, is he really Vegeta's son? Bulma looked at Luo Tian in confusion. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. How is this possible? That boy looks at least a teenager. Bulma shook her head. Emily was still in school at that age, and she didn't have a boyfriend at that time. Bulma, have you heard of time travel? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Time travel? You mean Vegeta's son traveled from the future to the present? Bulma exclaimed. Luo Tian nodded gently. Is there really such a thing as time travel? Bulma showed a face full of curiosity. Luo Tian did not answer. So, is he Emily's son? Bulma asked again. Yes. Luo Tian tapped his forehead lightly. Hey? Is he really the son of Emily and Vegeta? Bulma was amazed, and then muttered thoughtfully, could it be that his name is Trunks? How? Luo Tian asked with some surprise. When I was in high school, Emily and I were unexpectedly assigned to the same class. We had a good relationship and joked that if one of us had a son in the future, the son would be named Trunks. Bulma smiled, her voice a little resentful, if anyone has a daughter, she will be named Bra. It seems that Emily should have the child first, so the name Trunks is probably taken by her. Just ask and you will know. Luo Tian smiled, and quickly caught up with the boy in front. Boy, hello, the boy hurriedly greeted politely. Your name is Trunks, right? Luo Tian asked. Although Luo Tian can find out the boy's name through the angel's ability. But there is no need. Why bother to check it yourself if you can ask? If everything is known through the angel's ability, it would be a bit idle. When he appeared in front of the boy, Luo Tian looked at him carefully. The boy looks very similar to Trunks in the plot. If you don't look carefully, it is difficult to tell them apart. It is worth mentioning that Emily, like Bulma, also has blue hair. It's just that Emily's hair color is lighter. So the current Trunks may have lighter hair color than the Trunks in the plot. The other images are not much different. The boy was stunned at the time, showing a look of astonishment. Who is this person? Why did he call out my name in one breath? This is a bit troublesome. My name is so easy to call out. Is my identity exposed? Cold sweat slid down Trunks' face. Sorry, I can't say this. Trunks hesitated for a moment and didn't say his name. Is it because you are the son of Emily and Vegeta that you can't say it? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Trunks, the shock in Trunks' eyes is visible to the naked eye. How did you know? Did you hear me talking to Frieza and the others just now? I didn't sense the presence of other people nearby. Wait a minute. Why can't I sense your breath? Who are you? Trunks' face changed color slightly. You traveled through time and space and came to our era. You are so lucky that you didn't meet the god of time and space destroyer. Luo Tian sighed. You even know about my traveling through time and space. Trunks looked at Luo Tian in shock. Perhaps because he was too surprised, he almost fell from the sky. Luo Tian and his friends were flying in front and Vegeta and others were following far behind. They were about several hundred meters away from here, so they couldn't hear the conversation between the two sides. When they saw Trunks almost falling from the sky, Vegeta and others were all stunned, and they didn't know what happened at all. It seems Luo Tian seems to know him. Krillin muttered. Is he really your son? Vegeta. Piccolo asked. Vegeta, how many times do you want me to say it? Don't I know whether I have a son or not? Vegeta shouted with a dark face. What Luo Tian said shouldn't be false, right? Krillin pondered. Let's go and see. Tien Shinyan suggested, whether he is Vegeta's son or not, at least he looks not like a bad guy. Vegeta glanced at Tien Shinyan with a cold face. You mean I'm a bad guy? But I am indeed a bad guy. I have killed many innocent people. You are right, I will forgive you for now. I also want to go over and see who he is. How could he be my son? A group of people followed Luo Tian and Trunks and flew away. How do you know this? Trunks looked at Luo Tian in surprise. Don't you know? Luo Tian is a god, there is nothing that God doesn't know. Bulma smiled. God? Are you a god? Trunks was even more shocked. You can say that. Luo Tian nodded slightly. God, is it really useful? Trunks lowered his head. In the future, the gods were all destroyed by the androids. What can you do even if you know my identity? I still didn't speak. Can you keep it a secret for me? Trunks asked hurriedly, about my identity. Nothing to hide. Luo Tian smiled. Trunks said no more. Swoosh. Trunks flew quickly to a place not far away and landed in a stone forest area in front. Then, Trunks took out the universal capsule and threw it out. Pop. The capsule turned into a refrigerator. Trunks stepped forward and opened the refrigerator, and said to the people who were gradually falling, Mr. Goku will arrive on Earth in 3 hours. There are many drinks here, please feel free to drink. Then I won't be polite. Bulma nodded. I want to drink too. Son Gohan grinned. This seems to be a refrigerator produced by our company, right? Bulma stepped forward to look at the style of the refrigerator and said thoughtfully. How do you know about my father? Son Gohan turned his head and asked Trunks. I heard about it, I haven't seen him. Trunks replied. How do you know that Goku will appear here in 3 hours? Krillin asked again. This Trunks didn't know how to answer this question for a moment, so he had to respond apologetically, sorry, I can't tell you. Why can't you say it? Who are you? Vegeta was a little unhappy, and asked with a dark face, are you really my son? Trunks wanted to cry. Why was my identity exposed as soon as I arrived? I'm sorry, I can't say. Trunks felt even more guilty. Dad is really sorry. I really can't say it. If I say it, you and Mom will be embarrassed. I don't exist in this era. Now you are just suspicious. You don't think I'm your son. When you defeated Frieza, you were a Super Saiyan, right? Son Gohan asked. Yes, Trunks nodded. Don't brag, there are only me and Luo Tian, Broly and those guys from the 6th universe left as Saiyans. Wait, you are not from the Shadera planet in the 6th universe, right? Vegeta suddenly had an idea and asked Trunks. The sixth universe? Shadera planet? What is that? Trunks was a little confused, he had never heard of the Shadera planet in the sixth universe. Humph, you don't know anything, and you still say you are a Saiyan. Vegeta thought this kid looked very unpleasant. Anyway, he did become a Super Saiyan and defeated Frieza. Son Gohan said for Trunks. Saiyans should have black hair. Vegeta still felt unhappy. However, after Vegeta said this, he suddenly felt that he was targeting Luo Tian. Luo Tian doesn't count. He is a god. Vegeta hurriedly added. Trunks was slightly stunned. How come it sounds like my father is Bulma's boyfriend is also a Saiyan? Has he cultivated to become the god of earth? Or did the god of earth give up his position to Luo Tian? It seems that this is the only explanation. After all, according to Trunks's knowledge, he believes that God should be a god like God. Trunks has not jumped out of the earth and into the universe. Okay, don't ask any more, he's a little embarrassed. Bulma said for Trunks and winked at him. Then, Bulma lowered her voice again and whispered to Trunks, your mother and I are best friends. Thank you. Trunks showed a grateful look. Everyone fell silent. Luo Tian did not reveal Trunks' true identity again. Everything that needed to be said had been said. Trunks himself did not want to reveal his identity, that was his own business. Next, everyone present was patiently waiting for Sun Wukong to return. Luo Tian was not in the habit of waiting for people, he took out the scepter directly, contacted Sun Wukong through the crystal ball on the scepter, and asked him to come back quickly. Hey? Are you all waiting for me? Sun Wukong was stunned, and his voice immediately came out through Luo Tian's scepter, who was the person who just defeated Frieza. Awesome. Let's talk about it when you come back. Luo Tian smiled, ha ha ha, you can't hide anything from you. Sun Wukong laughed, I know, I'll go back right away. As he said that, Sun Wukong tried to sense the breath on the other side of the earth in the spaceship. A few seconds later. Sorry, Luo Tian, I can't sense their breath, Sun Wukong said apologetically, can you let Piccolo or Gohan release their breath? Luo Tian did not object and gave an order to Sun Wuhan directly. Hey? Explosion of energy? Sun Wuhan was stunned, so that Dad can come back? Trunks was confused. What does it mean? Gohan did not hesitate any longer and immediately released his energy. Vegeta's face changed again and again after sensing the powerful energy of Gohan. Kakarot's son, how did his energy become so powerful? I feel like he is almost surpassing me. I have to practice hard next. If this continues, I will be left far behind by them. Gohan Piccolo was very pleased. Gohan, it's really amazing, the aura has been strengthened a lot. Trunks was also slightly shocked and surprised. Is brother Gohan so strong at this age? Just when Son Gohan just burst out his aura, Luo Tian suddenly felt his scepter vibrate slightly. Luo Tian looked carefully and found that it was the call from the High Priest. Luo Tian was slightly stunned. What does the High Priest want me for? Luo Tian immediately flashed to a distance and answered the phone in a place where no one was. High Priest, what do you want to talk to me about? Luo Tian asked. Luo Tian, there is indeed something very important, please come over, the High Priest said with a serious expression. What is it? Your expression looks a little scary. Luo Tian saw the solemn expression of the High Priest through the crystal ball on the scepter. What else can make your expression so serious? Come over and talk. The High Priest pondered. Did Broly get into trouble? Luo Tian asked. It has something to do with Broly, but it's not him who got into trouble. The High Priest shook his head, you'll know the details when you come over, I won't go to pick you up. Luo Tian, at my current speed, it will take a day to fly over, right? Luo Tian wiped his sweat. Sometimes, flying is also a kind of experience. Stop complaining, let's go quickly, calculate the time, it should be just right. The High Priest said in an unquestionable tone. Luo Tian was speechless. You can obviously come to pick me up, but you have to let me fly over by myself. But Luo Tian was also somewhat curious. Since I was born, I have never seen the King of All. This time when I go to the High Priest, I should see the King of All. After all, Broly has already seen the King of All. It's good to go and see. After ending the call, Luo Tian said to Bulma, Bulma, I'm going to leave the Earth for a trip, and I'm not sure when I'll be back yet. Hey? Leaving the Earth again? Bulma was stunned. Gone. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he tapped the scepter in his hand on the ground lightly. Pa! A ball of bright flames like stars quickly covered Luo Tian's body. Swoosh! Luo Tian turned into a stream of light, sank into the starry sky in an instant, and soon disappeared without a trace. Trunks widened his eyes and showed a look of astonishment. What's going on? The man named Luo Tian flew away? Aunt Bulma, where did he go? Trunks asked in surprise. I don't know where he went, but he has left the earth. Bulma replied. Leaving the earth? Did he fly into space out of thin air? Trunks was stunned. Bulma nodded. The shock in Trunks' eyes was visible to the naked eye. Flying into outer space? Aren't we Saiyans unable to survive in outer space? And his flying speed was too fast. I felt that he disappeared in a flash. Is he really a Saiyan? Also, why can't I sense his breath? Shua. Just when Trunks was shocked by Luo Tian's identity, Son Goku teleported and appeared next to Son Gohan in a flash. Trunks was stunned again. Hey? Mr. Goku? How did he appear? Won't he be back in 3 hours? Everyone present was stunned for a moment, and each one was more surprised than the other. Goku! Krillin exclaimed. Dad! Son Gohan rushed over. Hello everyone, I'm back. Sun Wukong smiled and waved. While speaking, Sun Wukong immediately noticed Trunks, who appeared at the scene. Hey? You are Sun Wukong? Didn't know Trunks at all. You don't know him? Piccolo asked. No. Sun Wukong shook his head. But this kid knew you would appear in this place, Krillin answered. No, he just said that Sun Wukong would appear in 3 hours. Piccolo corrected. Trunks was silent. Why is it completely different from the history I know? Is it because my appearance changed history? Also, how did Mr. Goku suddenly appear here? The reason why I appeared in this place is because I sensed Gohan's breath. Sun Wukong said truthfully. Sensed the breath? What does Goku mean? Krillin was puzzled. I'll tell you later. Sun Wukong said to Krillin, and looked at Trunks again. Did you defeat Frieza? It's amazing. Indeed, he defeated Frieza, and he became a Super Saiyan like you. Piccolo answered this question for Trunks. Sun Wukong was slightly stunned, and looked at Trunks with more surprise. After a few seconds of silence. You are really young and promising. I didn't expect you can also become a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong sighed. Luo Tian said that he is Vegeta's son. Piccolo gave another supplement. Trunks, it seems that everyone knows that I am Vegeta's son. Should I continue to hide it? Hey? Where is Luo Tian? Sun Wukong found that Luo Tian was not at the scene and couldn't help asking. He left for something. Krillin had just heard the conversation between Bulma and Trunks, so he explained to Sun Wukong. Wait a minute, Luo Tian said he is Vegeta's son? Sun Wukong suddenly came back to his senses, looked at Trunks in surprise, and then looked at Vegeta over there. Vegeta's face darkened. Why are you looking at me? Sure enough, he looks very similar to Vegeta. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Vegeta bared his teeth. I don't have a son. Vegeta snorted. Since Luo Tian said so, it must have something to do with you. Sun Wukong laughed, but then again, I didn't expect that your son is so big, Vegeta. Vegeta, Trunks was speechless. Mr. Son Goku, I have something to tell you, just for a moment. Trunks hesitated again and again, but decided to tell Son Goku alone about what will happen in the future. Do you still want to keep it a secret from us? Li Ping said with a smile. Sorry, please wait a moment. Son Goku waved to everyone present. Trunks took Son Goku to a far distance, at least 1,000 meters away from Vegeta and others before stopping. Let's talk here. Trunks said. I should thank you for defeating Frieza for me. Son Goku smiled slightly. I am still too kind, I should have destroyed him on Namek. It is indeed you who should defeat Frieza and his gang, but there was a mistake in time, so I had to deal with it. Trunks explained. Frieza's spaceship is faster than mine. I don't think he has any intention of reflecting on himself. I was just about to come and deal with them, but you showed up. Sun Wukong sighed. According to my understanding, you should be able to return to Earth in 3 hours. When you come back, everything will be too late. Trunks smiled bitterly. I just don't know how Mr. Wukong came back in an instant. That's teleportation. Sun Wukong explained. My friends Anyadrid taught me. They are incredible. Although they don't have much energy, they know all kinds of skills. Is that so? I accidentally changed history. I wanted to come to see Mr. Wukong alone, but I didn't expect to meet so many people. Trunks didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and that Mr. Luo Tian seems to know everything, including my identity. I just don't know how he knows all this. That's normal. Luo Tian is a great god. Sun Wukong laughed. A god like the gods of heaven? Trunks asked curiously. Much greater than the gods. Sun Wukong scratched his head and asked curiously, but by the way, are you really Vegeta's son? Trunks, yes. Trunks nodded. Sun Wukong showed an expression of as expected. I want to ask Mr. Goku something. Trunks changed the subject. Can Mr. Goku become a Super Saiyan at will? It was a little difficult at the beginning, but it's almost no problem after switching a few times. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. Switch? Switch to normal state? Trunks was stunned. Switch to Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong answered. Trunks? Super Saiyan God? What is that? Trunks had never heard of it. A transformation more powerful than Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong explained. Trunks widened his eyes and showed a look of disbelief. There was silence for several seconds. Is there a more powerful transformation than Super Saiyan? Trunks really learned something new. Sun Wukong nodded. Can I see it? Trunks asked with some anticipation. Okay, no problem. Sun Wukong readily agreed. Then, Sun Wukong took a deep breath, and his expression became more serious. Shua. In just a moment, the breath on Sun Wukong disappeared and turned into divine power. The breath disappeared, and I can't sense the existence of the breath at all. Trunks was stunned. Snap. Sun Wukong's body was burning with flames, and his hair turned bright red. Super Saiyan God, transformation. Vegeta and others present also saw Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan God transformation, and they were all surprised. Trunks was completely stunned. This kind of change, Trunks had never heard of. Is this the Super Saiyan God? Trunks stuttered. What is this change, Goku? Bulma asked. Dad has become the Super Saiyan God. Sun Wuhan answered. Super Saiyan God? Tien Shinyan was surprised. What's the relationship with Super Saiyan? The hair turned red, and it seems that the body became slimmer. Li Ping pondered. Super Saiyan God, a more powerful transformation than Super Saiyan. Piccolo sighed. This should be a unique ability of God. Vegeta was trembling all over. Kakarot is showing off in front of me again. It's a pity that I can't even transform into a Super Saiyan now. This guy has surpassed me by so much. I'm so unwilling. This is Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong smiled at Trunks. The hair color turned red, and the aura disappeared completely. It's not the same as Super Saiyan. Trunks looked heavy. I just don't know, is it really stronger than Super Saiyan? I think it's much stronger. Sun Wukong nodded. Then can I try it? Trunks asked. Try it? Sun Wukong was stunned. I'm a Super Saiyan. Trunks said, and golden light burst out from his body, and he immediately started the Super Saiyan transformation. Sun Wukong looked over thoughtfully. He should be Vegeta's biological son, that's right. That guy turned golden. Tien Shinyan was surprised. From the color, it seems that gold is more noble. Li Ping guessed. You're wrong, red is stronger than gold. Piccolo shook his head. They both transformed. What do they want to do? Li Ping asked. I'm sorry. Trunks looked heavy. Hey? Sun Wukong was slightly startled. Snap. Trunks immediately drew out the long sword behind him and swung it down at Sun Wukong's head. Looking at the long sword that was slashing, Sun Wukong did not move. Trunks immediately stopped the sword above Sun Wukong's forehead, revealing a speechless face. Why don't you hide? Trunks asked. Because you don't have any murderous intent, I know you will stop. Sun Wukong smiled. I won't stop this time, okay? Trunks asked. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded, slowly turned around, and turned his back to Trunks. Trunks? What do you mean? Why are you turning your back to me? You can attack me as you like, I don't need to see with my eyes. Sun Wukong smiled back, with confidence in his eyes. Okay, then I won't be polite. Trunks nodded and waved the long sword in his hand at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong didn't even use his eyes to see, and easily dodged all the attacks swung by Trunks. Trunks didn't hit Sun Wukong for a long time, and was surprised and happy for a while. I didn't expect Mr. Wukong to be so powerful. It really surprised me. No more fighting. Trunks said, and immediately retracted the long sword and threw it behind him. Crack. The long sword was inserted into the scabbard. Snap. Trunks returned to normal, with a faint smile on his face, and praised, as expected of Mr. Gaku, the reputation is well deserved. This is the first time I know there is a Super Saiyan God, but why do I feel like I came to the wrong time and space? Come to the wrong time and space? Sun Wukong was slightly stunned. As Mr. Luo Tian said, I came to this world 20 years in the future. I came here by time machine. Trunks told the truth. Ah? From the future? 20 years later? Sun Wukong was surprised. After all, Sun Wukong had not been with Luo Tian before, and didn't know these things. No wonder you are Vegeta's son. I was wondering how Vegeta could have such a big son? Sun Wukong suddenly realized. Yes, Trunks nodded shyly and replied, I will be born in 2.5 years. So that's how it is. Sun Wukong understood. I came here in a time machine not to talk about this, but to tell you something very important. Trunks' expression became serious. Oh? Sun Wukong was stunned. 3 years later, at about 10 a.m. on May 12th, on a small island 9 kilometers away from Nandu, 2 terrible villains will appear. Trunks explained, they are all monsters with incomparable power that people of this era can't imagine. Sun Wukong frowned and asked, are they aliens? No, they are artificial people born on this earth, you can understand them as robots. Trunks replied, they were created by Dr. Gero, a scientist of the Red Ribbon Army. Red Ribbon Army? Sun Wukong was stunned again. Yes, the Red Ribbon Army was destroyed by you a long time ago, but Dr. Gero is still alive and he is still doing research. Trunks replied. Do they need to conquer the world? Sun Wukong asked again. Not sure, I think it might be. Trunks nodded, and these 2 extremely vicious artificial people, even Dr. Gero, their father, was killed, which means that they are artificial people who enjoy killing and destroying. If they don't kill people, maybe Luo Tian can train them into gods of destruction? Sun Wukong dragged his chin in thought. God of destruction? What is that? Trunks was stunned. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Go on to talk about these 2 androids. Sun Wukong shook his head, thinking that explaining the matter of the God of destruction was too complicated. Trunks, it is worth mentioning that there are 2 people on the other side. With my current strength, I am definitely not their opponent in a one-on-one fight. Trunks said in a deep voice. Wait a minute, there are 2 people on the other side, where is your partner? Sun Wukong asked in the later stage. No, I am the only warrior left after 20 years. Trunks said in a heavy tone. Sun Wukong's face also changed color. In the battle 3 years later, my father, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi, and Piccolo were all killed. Trunks's expression became more and more sad. Even my brother Gohan, who taught me Kung Fu, died 4 years before our time. You know, once Piccolo dies, the Dragon Balls will be gone, and no one can be resurrected. Because the androids keep taking people's lives, the future world I live in is like hell. They are too strong. They are really too strong. Wait a minute, where is Luo Tian? Where is Broly? Sun Wukong asked curiously. No, I have never heard of them. Trunks shook his head. Sun Wukong, never heard of? What does that mean? Sun Wukong was a little puzzled. In my time, no one has ever talked about them. Trunks pondered, this is also the first time I have seen Mr. Luo Tian. As for Broly that Mr. Wukong mentioned, who is he? Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, very powerful. Sun Wukong replied. The legendary Super Saiyan? Trunks was stunned and asked, isn't the Super Saiyan I just transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan? This is different. Sun Wukong shook his head. Trunks was a little confused. What's different? By the way, what about me? How am I? Was I killed too? Sun Wukong asked. You didn't participate in the battle because you will get seriously ill soon and then die. Trunks explained. Sun Wukong, it's a viral heart disease. This disease is incurable in this era. Trunks replied. It's terrible, can't senzu beans cure this disease? Or can't Shenlong cure my disease? Sun Wukong asked. This disease comes and goes quickly. Trunks said in a deep voice, maybe you died before you had time to collect the Dragon Balls? But I don't know if making a wish to the dragon can cure your disease? Sun Wukong was speechless. No, I'm going to die. It's such a pity that I can't fight them. Sun Wukong felt sorry for a while, and then said, I don't know if Luo Tian can cure my disease. It's a pity that Luo Tian went out, and it's still unknown when he will come back. Do you feel sorry for not being able to fight? Don't you feel terrified? Trunks asked in confusion. They are indeed terrible as you said, but I think my Super Saiyan God should be able to deal with them. Sun Wukong said confidently. You are worthy of being a Saiyan. Just as Brother Gohan and Aunt Bulma said, you are great, and I came at the right time. Trunks smiled slightly, and then his expression became more and more serious, and he said in a deep voice, Mr. Goku, if you are confident that you can defeat those two androids, can you go to the future with me and help me eliminate them? I think the two of us can work together, maybe we can eliminate them. As he said, Trunks took out a small medicine bottle from his pocket. This is a special medicine for viral heart disease, please keep it, Mr. Goku. Trunks handed the small medicine bottle to Sun Wukong. Take it immediately after the symptoms appear. There will be a special medicine for the incurable disease of this era in 20 years. According to our calculations at that time, Mr. Goku should have had viral heart disease in half a year, so there is no rush for now. Really? That's great. Thank you very much. Sun Wukong was very excited, and quickly put away the small medicine bottle, and asked, I agree to go with you to the future to eliminate the two androids, but I haven't been home for a long time. Chi-Chi will be angry. Can I leave in 2 days? Of course, no problem. Trunks agreed readily and nodded. In fact, it is not appropriate to do so, and it will change history. But it's good that this tragic history has changed. I believe in Mr. Goku, and I also ask Aunt Bulma, she has finally completed this time machine. So do you have to continue to hide your identity from everyone? Sun Wukong asked. I'm worried that my father and mother will be embarrassed if they tell everyone, they will not be together, and I may not exist. Trunks wiped his sweat. I didn't expect that Mr. Luo Tian would know about this. Will Vegeta be embarrassed? I don't think so, don't worry. Sun Wukong laughed. Trunks, so the person who disappeared was not you. I think I should tell my friends everything. If I don't tell them, how can I explain that I went to the future with you? Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling that lying was a very complicated matter. Okay, I'll listen to Mr. Wukong. Trunks thought about it carefully, nodded, and said in a heavy tone, but the energy required for the time machine to go back and forth takes a long time to replenish, so if Mr. Wukong wants to return to the present era, it may take at least 3 years. 3 years? Is it going to take that long? Sun Wukong said in a lost voice. Mr. Wukong, are you still willing to go over and help me? Trunks asked embarrassedly. Since I promised you, then go. Sun Wukong agreed seriously. Thank you so much, Mr. Wukong. Trunks thanked him quickly. Then, Sun Wukong took Trunks and told his friends his identity in detail. When Vegeta heard that Trunks was a son from the future, he felt bad. This son of a bitch. You came from the future, you didn't look for your father, you looked for Kakarot? Do you know that your father hates Kakarot the most? You can even look for Luo Tian. A Luo Tian didn't exist in your era? But you can't look for Kakarot. Dad, I'm really sorry, I shouldn't have kept it from you. Trunks saluted Vegeta apologetically. Get out of here, you're not my son. Vegeta snorted coldly. Trunks, hey? Vegeta, if Trunks is not your son, whose child would it be? Sun Wukong was a little confused. Could it be Broly's? Vegeta was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and golden light almost burst out from his body. Vegeta, come on, you almost became a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong was very excited and cheered for Vegeta. 10,000 grass mud horses passed through Vegeta's heart. Kakarot, you bastard. If you don't say this, I will become a Super Saiyan. It's so hateful. Vegeta was furious. But just now, Vegeta really touched the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan. I can really become a Super Saiyan. I have to trouble Goku again. Krillin sighed, let's not go this time, right? There won't be enough space for so many people if we go. Leaping shook his head. Since Sun Wukong is going to the future to help Trunks, then we should make plans as soon as possible. Piccolo looked heavy. Don't forget, 3 years later, 2 androids will come to us. If everything goes well for Mr. Goku and I, we will come back as soon as possible. Trunks replied, it should be in time. If nothing goes wrong, Mr. Goku and I may return a month before the start of the android. That's good. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. So everyone should practice well in the next 3 years. Piccolo said lightly. Everyone present nodded solemnly. The matter was basically settled. 2 days later, Sun Wukong will follow Trunks to the future time and space and help him destroy the androids. Although Vegeta felt bad, this was the only way. After all, Vegeta can't become a Super Saiyan yet. If that trick of destruction fails, it will be completely bad. Kakarot, Luo Tian took you to Idrit, what did you learn? Vegeta gritted his teeth and asked curiously. Yes, Gaku, I wanted to ask you just now. We saw you appear in an instant, what skill is that? Krillin asked excitedly. I don't have time, I only learned one skill, and it took a lot of effort to learn it. Sun Wukong sighed, this skill is called teleportation. Teleportation? Krillin and others present were slightly stunned. Although Sun Wukong had performed teleportation just now, it was still surprising to hear him say it in person now. Wukong, was that teleportation just now? Tian Xinyan asked. Yes, that's it. Sun Wukong nodded, to put it simply, this skill does not refer to a place, but you must think of a certain person and sense his breath, so you can't go to a place where that person is not there. Let me show you again, where should I go? Sun Wukong thought carefully and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Before everyone after reacting, Sun Wukong came back in an instant. Tisk. Vegeta was upset. Why didn't Luo Tian bring me to Idrit so that I could learn this skill? Look. Sun Wukong said, with a pair of sunglasses in his hand. Those are Mr. Wu Tian's sunglasses. Krillin was surprised. It's at least 10,000 kilometers away from Kame House, it's amazing. Li Ping looked at Sun Wukong enviously. Isn't it useful? Sun Wukong smiled and gave the sunglasses to Krillin. Krillin, you can return them to Grandpa Kame when the time comes. Got it. Krillin nodded. Well, when and where will we meet in 3 years? Tian Xinyan turned his head and asked Trunks. Around 10 am on May 12th, 3 years later, on an island 9 kilometers southwest of Nandu. Trunks replied, the androids will appear there. We can just go to that island an hour ago, that is, at 9 am, Piccolo suggested to the people present, and his expression became more serious, we must prepare for the absence of Luo Tian and Wukong. In other words, those who don't have confidence should not come. This time the opponent is extraordinary, and you can't be weak. This chapter has 15,000 words, just asking if you are afraid. Let's update it chapter by chapter, you don't have to wait. Chapter 218 Wukong goes to the future time and space, Luo Tian descends to the temple of the king of all, then I won't come. Li Ping laughed. Ha ha ha. Krillin knew Li Ping was joking, and laughed along. We will get back as soon as possible. Sun Wukong said solemnly. This is also related to the fate of his own era. I can't go to the future and ignore my own world, right? Humph, Kakarot, just go to the future. Vegeta snorted, I'm afraid that when you come back, the 2 androids of this era will have been dealt with by me. If that's the case, that's great. Sun Wukong nodded gently and smiled. I have an idea. Li Ping suddenly had an idea, should we eliminate Dr. Gero who made the androids? We can ask through the Dragon Ball, and the dragon will definitely know where he lives, so we don't have to work hard in 3 years. Hey? Li Ping, your idea is good. This way we don't have to fight, it's really great. Krillin showed a look of surprise. Sister, if you dare to do anything unnecessary, I will destroy you immediately. Do you understand? Vegeta shouted angrily. Li Ping trembled with fear, his face was extremely ugly. A short silence. Wukong, what do you think? Li Ping hurriedly asked Sun Wukong's opinion. I'm sorry, Li Ping, I want to fight if I stay. Sun Wukong scratched his head embarrassedly, and that scientist hasn't done anything now, how can we do it? Li Ping felt heartbroken and couldn't say anything. Li Ping, I also want to fight, I want to try my ability, even if I die, I have no complaints. Tian Xinyan whispered. Li Ping, Tian Xinyan, which group are you from? For the future of Trunks and our future, let's work together to win. Sun Wukong raised his hand and cheered. Krillin and Son Gohan raised their hands together. Bulma watched the show from the side without saying much. Then everyone, it depends on you. Here in 3 years, I will come back as soon as possible. Sun Wukong smiled and said to everyone. Kakarot, are you so proud of becoming a Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God? Vegeta snorted, I will definitely defeat you in the future. Don't forget, I am the future god of destruction. Swoosh. After Vegeta finished speaking, he immediately turned into a golden light and flew into the sky, and soon disappeared without a trace. The god of destruction that Dad is talking about is Trunks asked in a somewhat strange way. Trunks, go quickly, don't you always want to see your dad? Bulma had seen through Trunks' thoughts and smiled at him. Yes, thank you, Aunt Bulma. Trunks blushed and reminded, Mr. Goku, we will meet at Aunt Bulma's house in 2 days and then set off. I understand, I understand. Sun Wukong readily agreed. Swoosh! Trunks turned into a stream of light and quickly chased in the direction of Vegeta. Vegeta went straight back to Emily's house. For Vegeta, this place is his home on Earth, and he has a little feeling for it. Since the destruction of planet Vegeta, Vegeta has no home and has been wandering around in the universe. Now, there is a woman waiting for him all the time, and the prince's heart began to melt. Pop! Vegeta fell from the sky and landed in Emily's yard. Emily waited for Vegeta to return in the yard with a worried look on her face. When she saw him come back, she immediately rushed into his arms. You scared me to death, Vegeta. I thought something happened. It's great that you are safe and sound. Emily breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, he's coming. Vegeta bared his teeth and suddenly pointed to the sky. Who? Emily was stunned. Pa! Trunks followed closely, fell from the sky, appeared in Emily's yard, and saw the young mother. Trunks was a little embarrassed, uneasy for a moment, not knowing what to say. Who is he? Vegeta, your friend? Emily asked hurriedly. Humph, my son. Vegeta snorted. Emily's eyes widened at the time, revealing a look of astonishment. Then, Emily was furious and pushed Vegeta away. Vegeta did not move. Emily was bounced back, retreating continuously, and almost sat on the ground. Vegeta ignored her and just looked at her indifferently. As a prince, Vegeta would not take care of Emily, especially at this time. Vegeta! You already have a son. Emily glared at Vegeta. You bastard! You have a son and you're still with me. Trunks, I feel that my sudden appearance may separate mom and dad. This will cause me in this era to cease to exist. Mom, it's not like that. Trunks hurried forward and said. Who is your mom? Emily's lips trembled with anger. Vegeta, you are really good. Not only do you have a son, you also let your son recognize me as his mother. There are women who are happy to be fathers, but I have never seen women who are happy to be mothers. Vegeta, I hate you. Emily said angrily, turning around and walking outside. When Emily walked to the door, she suddenly remembered, this is my home. This is my home, get out. Emily drove people away. Humph, ignorant earth woman. Vegeta snorted, and ordered Trunks, boy, you explain. Trunks, mom, listen to me first. I'm really your son, my name is Trunks. Trunks said with a wry smile. Trunks? Emily was stunned, and she was quite familiar with this name. When they were in high school, Emily and Bulma joked with each other, saying that they would give their son or daughter a nice name in the future. The two searched for a long time and finally chose the names Trunks and Bra. After discussion, they decided that the child who was born first would be named after these two names. As for the child who was born later, think about it slowly. It was originally a joke, but after Emily gave birth to Trunks, she suddenly thought of the agreement she had made with Bulma, so she gave Trunks this name. You said your name is Trunks? Emily looked at Trunks from top to bottom and asked curiously. I am from 20 years in the future. My father is Vegeta and my mother is you. Trunks smiled bitterly, and his face became redder as he spoke. From the future? 20 years later? Emily was immediately at a loss for words. Can you make up a more reliable reason? Humph, stupid earth woman, don't you believe in time machines? Vegeta couldn't listen any longer. This guy came to our time through a time machine. Time machine? Emily didn't quite believe it. That's it. Trunks took out a capsule and threw it out. Pop. The capsule turned into a time machine. Is this thing a time machine? Emily circled the time machine twice. This is what Aunt Bulma spent many years to develop, that sad future, Trunks said, and then simply told Emily what would happen in the future. Emily gradually believed it. After all, she also believed that Bulma was a genius in science. It shouldn't be difficult for her to make a time machine. Ah! So many people died in the future? Fortunately, Bulma and I are alive, but it's a pity that your father died. Emily patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Trunks, Vegeta, so, you really came from the future to this era, that's great, my son is so handsome, as a mother, I'm really happy for you. Emily looked at Trunks and liked him more and more. 2 days later. Everyone gathered at Bulma's house. Goku and Trunks were ready to go to the future. Goku, be careful. Chi-Chi showed a worried look. Don't worry, Chi-Chi, I will come back as soon as possible. Goku nodded, and said to Gohan, Gohan, take good care of your mother. Okay. Come on, Dad. Gohan responded. Trunks, will you come back to play in the future? Emily pulled Trunks reluctantly. I will come back in 3 years. Trunks nodded, Take care, Mom. Be safe. Emily said. Yes. Trunks replied, and glanced at Vegeta standing in the distance. Vegeta said nothing, silently watching Trunks step into the time machine. Seeing Son Goku's family and Vegeta's family, Bulma felt a little strange. Should it's time to start a family? Pico, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, Krillin, Jiaozi and others all came to see them off. Goku and Trunks boarded the time machine. Although the time machine was not very big, it could still accommodate 2 people. 3 people could squeeze in without any problem. The time machine slowly took off and flew into the azure blue sky. Goku and Trunks waved goodbye to everyone in the time machine. The next moment, the time machine started to spin rapidly. Swish! In just a moment, the time machine disappeared from the spot. It took only a few seconds for the time machine to appear in a barren area and slowly fall from the sky. Hey! What is this place? Trunks' face changed color. Goku jumped off the time machine and ran to the side to vomit. Mr. Goku, are you okay? Trunks asked with concern. It's okay, I just feel a little dizzy. Sun Wukong felt that he was too dizzy just now. Trunks, Mr. Wukong actually felt dizzy in the time machine. Mr. Wukong, take a look, why do I feel something is wrong? Have we come to an era that we are completely unfamiliar with? Trunks's face changed again and again, and he flew over to check the year of the time machine. No problem, it is indeed 20 years later in the future. How could the Earth be like this 20 years later? Although the Earth 20 years later also looks depressed and decayed, it is definitely not as dead as it is now. It feels like there is no living creature on the entire planet. Are we back too late? The androids have killed all the humans on this planet. Trunks gritted his teeth, his face full of anger, and clenched his fists tightly. The next moment, Trunks raised his wrist and looked at the coordinates on the watch. Then, Trunks was confused again. Something is wrong, this area should be a mountainous area 18 kilometers outside the west capital. How did it become a ruin of the city? Trunks was even more puzzled, and suddenly thought of something in his mind. I remembered that when I went back before, I encountered a similar situation. Later, I was sucked into a vortex and appeared on the real Earth. This is the Earth of the 6th universe. Our previous Earth belongs to the 7th universe. Sun Wukong had already understood it. Hey? What is the 6th universe and the 7th universe? Trunks looked puzzled. I don't know how to explain it to you. Simply put, the 2 universes are like looking in the mirror. Our Earth was originally in the 7th universe, and then it was moved to the 6th universe. Sun Wukong explained. Trunks was confused after listening. But now we should be in the 6th universe, this is a bit troublesome. Sun Wukong held his chin and said in a deep voice, I don't know how to return to the 7th universe. Is it far? Trunks asked. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. And what makes me most uneasy is that there seems to be no food on the planet we are on now. All the food has been irradiated by a strange thing. Trunks said, picked up a box of luncheon meat, opened it and took a look. The luncheon meat has been deteriorated by radiation, emitting a foul smell and can no longer be used. So we have to find a way to leave as soon as possible, otherwise we will starve to death. Sun Wukong said in a low voice, and suddenly slapped his forehead and thought of something. Mr. Wukong, have you thought of a way? Trunks asked. Teleport. Sun Wukong smiled, I can teleport, I will try to sense the breath. What about me? Trunks asked, should I stay and wait for Mr. Wukong to pick me up? Teleport can take people away, put away the time machine first, and I will take you away from here by teleporting. Sun Wukong said to Trunks. Yes. Trunks nodded, stepped forward and turned the time machine into a capsule and put it away. Sun Wukong put his index and middle fingers together on his forehead and began to sense the breath in the starry sky. A full 10 minutes passed. Found it. Found a very strong breath. I don't know who it is. Let's go and ask first. Sun Wukong suggested. Okay, Mr. Wukong. Trunks nodded helplessly. No matter where we go, it's better than staying on this Death Star. Swish. Sun Wukong used instant teleportation and disappeared from the Earth with Trunks in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, Sun Wukong and Trunks appeared on a strange planet. This is a rather strange planet. The sky is deep purple. There are 2 suns shining together, making the whole world full of uniform light. The surface of the planet is covered with a strange emerald vegetation. These plants emit a faint blue light. The height and shape of the plants are different. Some are like huge mushrooms, some are like winding vines, and some have bioluminescent properties and can change color with changes in the environment. Trunks looked around in surprise. How did he get here in an instant? Sun Wukong looked closely and saw a familiar but somewhat strange person. Frisia? Trunks quickly noticed the person next to him. Is he still alive in our era? It's not Frisia, this is the 6th universe, it should be Frisia from the 6th universe. Sun Wukong laughed. Trunks nodded, not quite understanding. The man opposite who looked like Frisia was also confused at this time. These two people appeared beside me in an instant. Who are they? Who are you? What are you doing on this planet? Frost asked. Hello, I'm Sun Wukong. We want to go to the 7th universe. Do you know how to get there? Sun Wukong greeted him friendly. Hello, I'm Frost. Frost nodded gently and looked around. Should we kill them here? The problem is, there's no point in killing them. And these two people appeared suddenly, let's make friends first. After thinking this through, Frost no longer wanted to kill them. The 7th universe? I have indeed heard of the 7th universe. It is a mirror universe with ours, right? Frost said thoughtfully. You know all this, it's amazing. Sun Wukong was surprised and happy. I have worked with Lord God of Destruction and Lord Kaishan, so I know a little about these things. Frost smiled. Then can you help us return to the 7th universe? Sun Wukong asked, please, we have important things to do when we go back. I'm afraid I'll see if I can contact Lord Kaishan. If Lord Kaishan is willing to help, it should be easy to send you back. Frost thought about it carefully and decided to make friends with Sun Wukong for the time being. After all, this guy is from the 7th universe and has nothing to do with our 6th universe. Not an enemy. Lord Kaishan. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Won't I become a Kaishan in the future? It would be great if I could meet the Kaishan of the 6th universe. Just to see what abilities the Kaishan have. Lord Kaishan. Are you there? I'm Frost. Frost took out a strange communicator and shouted at the device. The communicator is a spherical button, which is not much different from the one used to communicate with the angels. It's Frost, what's up? The voice of the Kaishan soon sounded. Here's the thing, Lord Kaishan, 2 humans from the 7th universe appeared on the purple cabbage star where I am now, and they want to return to the 7th universe. Frost told the King of the Worlds about Sun Wukong. People from the 7th universe have come to our 6th universe? You wait, I'll be there soon. After King of the Worlds finished speaking, he appeared beside Sun Wukong and others in a flash. Sun Wukong was slightly stunned, and his eyes widened, looking at the green fat man in front of him. He is Fuwa, the king of the 6th universe. Are you Lord Kaio? Sun Wukong stepped forward to greet him. Hello, I'm Gaku, and I want to be a king of the worlds in the future. Fava looked Sun Wukong up and down. You still want to be a king of the worlds? You are from the 7th universe? Fuwa squinted at Sun Wukong, and then looked at Trunks behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. Since you can come to the 6th universe from the 7th universe, why can't you return to the 7th universe from the 6th universe? Fuwa asked back. Sun Wukong was confused and scratched his head, not knowing how to answer this complicated question. After thinking for nearly 10 seconds, Sun Wukong scratched his head and answered, this how to say it. We live on the Earth. In our era, the Earth of the 6th universe and the 7th universe exchanged. We came to this era through a time machine, so we appeared on the Earth of the 6th universe. Fuwa is the king of the worlds, and it is easy for him to capture the key points of what Sun Wukong said. The Earth of the 2 universes is exchanged? Time machine? Travel through time and space? Fuwa was stunned by all these things, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. You travel through time and space? Go back to the past? Fuwa was shocked and shouted angrily, do you know that traveling through time and space is a serious crime? Especially going back to the past. Hey? Did I commit a crime? Sun Wukong was stunned. Don't let Lord Xiongpa know about this, otherwise you will be destroyed by him. Favar lowered his voice and whispered in Sun Wukong's ear. However, after taking a closer look at Sun Wukong and Trunks, Favar found that the energy in their bodies was particularly pure, without a trace of evil. Favar felt a little shocked. It is difficult to meet such a human being. Even a good man like Frost has evil energy in his body. But these two have none at all. These 2 humans in the 7th universe are really amazing. This is why Favar said such a thing. Kaishan is naturally fond of such humans. Kampa? Who is it? Sun Wukong asked curiously. The god of destruction. Favar replied. So it's the god of destruction, really amazing. Sun Wukong suddenly realized. Favar, why do I feel that you are not afraid at all? I won't talk to you anymore. I'd better send you to the 7th universe as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be troublesome enough. Anyway, the one who traveled through time and space is from the 7th universe, and it has nothing to do with our 6th universe. You are going to the Earth of the 7th universe, right? Fu Hua asked. Sun Wukong and Trunks nodded together. No problem. Fu Hua agreed readily. How long will it take to get back? Sun Wukong asked. We will be there soon, hold me. Fu Hua called. Sun Wukong and Trunks immediately stepped forward and held Fu Hua. Kai Kai. Fu Hua muttered something in his mouth, and immediately performed instant movement and disappeared from the spot. Frost bowed to Fu Hua. In just a moment, Fu Hua appeared on the Earth of the 7th universe with Sun Wukong and Trunks. The three of them met the two androids. Oh, how did the Earth of the 7th universe become like this? I see, the reason why the planet became like this is because of these two, right? Fu Hua frowned and immediately looked at androids 17 and 18 opposite him. Android. Trunks's face changed again and again, and he immediately drew his long sword from behind and prepared for battle. Trunks, are they two androids? Sun Wukong was stunned and turned his head to ask Trunks. Yes, Mr. Wukong. Trunks nodded solemnly. At this time, number 17 and number 18 were also a little confused. Didn't Sun Wukong die? How did he come back to life? Am I seeing this right? Isn't this Sun Wukong? Number 17 looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. No wonder I haven't seen Trunks for a long time. You must have been busy asking for help during this period. Number 18 also stroked his hair and showed a playful smile. Who is the other green monster? Isn't it Piccolo? Number 17 glanced at King Kai Fu Hua again. You two have destroyed the peace of the planet, what crime should you be punished for? Fu Hua shouted. Oh? This green fat guy is quite righteous. Number 17 smiled lightly. Trunks, you are good, you found two partners to fight side by side with you. But do you think you can defeat the two of us like this? Hey, you are Son Goku, right? Number 18 asked. Yes, I am Son Goku, are you two the androids that Trunks said? Son Goku looked at number 17, then at number 18. Of course, we are the most powerful androids in history. We are not interested in your identity. Because you are going to die soon. Number 17 nodded, turned his head and said to number 18, Number 18, how about one each? Leave Son Goku to me. Number 18 smiled. You go deal with that green fat guy, I'll deal with Sun Wukong. It's so hard to have someone to have fun with. It's boring to kill him all at once. Number 17 snorted, as for that Trunks, let him team up with whoever he wants. Don't worry about him. He's nothing special anyway. Trunks was so angry that his teeth itched. Who do you look down on? Okay, okay. Number 18 nodded in agreement, but I will kill everyone in the next city with my own hands. Deal. Number 17 did not object. Do you know who I am? I am God. I am the greatest Kai King God in the 6th universe. Fu Hua shouted, you have killed people on this planet without authorization, which has destroyed the peace of the universe. Although it has crossed a universe, it doesn't mean that I won't meddle in other people's business. God? So what? Number 17 smiled contemptuously, does this world still need God to rule it? Hey, green fat guy, your opponent is me. Number 18 waved at Fu Hua. A woman who doesn't know how to live or die. Fu Hua snorted coldly and glared fiercely. Puff, a strong impact force quickly acted on number 18. Number 18 screamed and flew backwards at that time, and suddenly hit a building behind him. Puff. The steel bars of the building directly penetrated No 18's spine. The bloody steel bars came out from No 18's chest, and blood flowed down from the steel bars. Number 18 didn't even react to what happened, and was killed instantly by King Kai Fu Hua. It is worth mentioning that the strength of King Kai Fu Hua of the 6th universe and King Kai Shin of the 7th universe is not much different. Or it can be said that Fu Hua is more powerful than Shin. As a King Kai, although he can't deal with a powerful person like Cell, it is still easy to deal with a cyborg. After all, in the original work, Piccolo, who had assimilated with the gods, was already as strong as number 17, but after meeting the king of the world martial arts tournament, he decisively chose to give up. Of course, because Piccolo was once a god, the king of the world had a dimensional attack on him. But in terms of strength, Piccolo is indeed not as strong as the king of the world. Orange Piccolo is an exception in the later plot. This is also the reason why Fuwa was able to kill number 18 in seconds. Sun Wukong was slightly stunned, showing a look of shock. This king of the world is so powerful. He killed this woman in a second. Trunks was even more dumbfounded, looking at Fuwa in disbelief. If I knew there was such a powerful person in the universe, why would I go back to find Mr. Wukong? Number 18 was killed instantly. Number 17 was dumbfounded, his body trembled violently, and he looked at Fuwa vigilantly. "Ya, what did you do just now?" Number 17 stuttered when he spoke. "You go to hell too." Fuwa snorted coldly, and glared at number 17. A ball of invisible divine power quickly covered No 17's position. Number 17 reacted very quickly, and quickly turned over to avoid Fuwa's attack. Then, number 17 fled quickly to the distance. "You can't run away. In front of God, don't even think about running away." Fuwa snorted, moved over in an instant, and appeared directly in front of number 17. When number 17 saw Fuwa suddenly appearing in front of him, he immediately braked. His face was extremely ugly. "Sun Wukong, what a fast speed. That seemed to be teleportation. But his teleportation is completely different from mine." "Ah!" Number 17 panicked and suddenly released a huge ball of energy towards Fuwa. Boom! The energy covered the area where Fuwa was, making a loud noise. However, Fuwa had easily dodged it and appeared in the sky with a light jump. "Hey!" Fuwa waved his hand in the air and grabbed his hand upwards. Suddenly, No 17's body was suspended uncontrollably. "What? How is this possible? Why can't I move my body?" Number 17 was shocked and stunned. "All humans who destroy the peace of the universe will be punished." Fuwa was not polite. He waved his hand in the air again, and the invisible divine power quickly acted on number 17. Boom! No 17's body fell from the air like a heavy artillery shell, leaving a human-shaped pit on the ground. "Pa!" Fava fell from the sky and stepped on No 17's chest. Puff! No 17's mouth spurted blood, his whole body twitched, and soon he was out of breath. Fava slowly jumped off No 17's body, clapped his hands, and showed a smug smile. Trunks was completely stunned. These two androids who destroyed world peace for 16 years ended up dying just like that? Trunks felt like he was dreaming. Sun Wukong scratched his head and looked at Fuwa in surprise, with a bit of excitement on his face. "Fava? Why are you looking at me like that? You seem so strong, can I compete with you?" Sun Wukong asked with some anticipation. "Oh? You want to compete with me?" Fuwa was stunned, and then shook his head. "You can't. Don't ask for your trouble. Don't Luo Tian said that I will become an outstanding Kai King God in the future, so I also want to become stronger as soon as possible." Sun Wukong said excitedly, "I really want to know how big the gap between you and me is. Okay, I'll let you know what it means that there are always people better than you." Fuwa thought about it seriously and felt that there should be no big problem to spar with this person. Trunks was speechless for a while. After all, this ending was something Trunks never expected. "Come on, I will use 1% of my divine power to prevent you from being too seriously injured." Fuwa smiled, "I declare in advance that I will not treat you, I don't know how to heal." "It's okay, I know a little bit of healing." Sun Wukong said, and golden light burst out from his body, and he immediately started the Super Saiyan transformation. Seeing Sun Wukong become a Super Saiyan, Fuwa showed a look of surprise. "Why are you still playing with transformation? After this guy transformed, I feel his strength has increased by at least 50 times. No wonder he wants to compete with me. He is quite well hidden. Yes, I underestimated you a little. Your transformation is not simple." Fuwa nodded. Although he said so, he still did not take Sun Wukong seriously. After all, Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan transformation can only beat number 18 at best. "Then I won't be polite," Sun Wukong said, rushing towards Fuwa quickly, and punching and kicking him. Although Fuwa's body looks a little fat, he still deftly resists all of Sun Wukong's attacks. After several rounds of confrontation, bang! Fuwa slapped Sun Wukong on the chest. Sun Wukong's feet rubbed the ground and slid backwards, leaving 2 long marks on the ground. "How is it? Are you not good enough?" Fuwa said with a smile, "I just used 10% of my energy just now. That's amazing, then I'll show my real ability." Sun Wukong said, taking a deep breath. Pop! The next moment, Sun Wukong's body was burning with flames, and his hair returned to its original shape and turned red in an instant. Super Saiyan God! Divine power? You kid actually cultivated divine power. Fu Hua was slightly stunned, and his face changed color. Such a strong power. This is my strongest state at present, let's start again. Sun Wukong took an offensive stance. Fu Hua's expression became more and more solemn. This state is not easy to deal with. I feel that I will fall over if I am not careful. No, I am the Kai of the 6th universe, I must not lose to the human of the 7th universe. And this human may become the Kai of the 7th universe. I can't lose to him even more. Come on. Fu Hua quietly gathered all his power. Here it comes. Sun Wukong rushed towards Fu Hua quickly and swung a powerful punch. Fu Hua slightly turned sideways to avoid Sun Wukong's fist. Bang! Fu Hua hit Sun Wukong's chest with a heavy blow. Sun Wukong's reaction was also very fast, and at this moment he actually activated the evasion ability of the ultimate freedom. Shua! Sun Wukong dodged Fu Hua's heavy blow. Fu Hua was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect the opponent to dodge so easily. Bang! Sun Wukong's attack also arrived, and a heavy punch hit Fu Hua's shoulder. Fu Hua grimaced in pain, feeling that his shoulder was about to be knocked off. Sun Wukong was stunned, as if he saw Fu Hua's state, and immediately retracted the next attack. Bang! Fu Hua kicked sideways and hit Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong sat on the ground with his buttocks, rolled on the ground several times, and then lay on the ground. Then, Sun Wukong climbed up from the ground and said with a smile, as expected of Lord Kaishin, so powerful. I lost. Fu Hua, this kid seemed to be deliberately letting the game go just now. Don't think I can't see it. But this kid is really likable. It's rare to have such a human. Well, you're not bad. If you practice hard, you may become the strongest Kaishin in the future. Fu Hua spoke the truth and gave Sun Wukong a high evaluation. Really? I'll work hard. Sun Wukong nodded repeatedly. However, the stronger the Kaishin is, the higher his ability is. There are many things to learn. Fu Hua pondered. Is there a lot more to learn? Sun Wukong was stunned. Of course, it's much more complicated to train a Kaishin than to train a god of destruction. Fu Hua smiled. Can I learn from you? Sun Wukong asked Fu Hua for his opinion. Fu Hua, why should I train a human from the 7th universe? Wouldn't it be better for me to train humans from our 6th universe? That Lord Kaishin, do you like beautiful women? Sun Wukong touched Fu Hua with his elbow and asked in a low voice. Trunks, Mr. Gaku, Lord Kaishin is a god, isn't this rude? Trunks was speechless. Beauty? It's too easy for me. I can see it whenever I want. My eyes can see everywhere. Fu Hua snorted. I can make what you see become reality. Sun Wukong chuckled. Then you have to get her consent. Although I am a god, I am not the kind of casual god. Fu Hua snorted. It's not a big problem, I think she will agree. Sun Wukong scratched his head and asked again, it doesn't matter if she is older? As long as she still has charm, I can consider it. Fu Hua thought about it and nodded in agreement. Trunks fell to the ground. Gods also like beautiful women. I thought gods could be more serious. It turns out that this Lord Kaishin is an unserious Kaishin. Trunks, your mother's name is Emily, right? Sun Wukong stepped forward and asked Trunks. Mr. Gaku, what do you mean? Trunks suddenly had a bad feeling. Let Fu Hua touch it. After all, he saved your world, right? Sun Wukong chuckled. Trunks wanted to cry but had no tears. Why don't you find your mother or your wife? Well, Goku's mother and his wife are both dead in our time. And Aunt Bulma. Trunks suggested. Anyway, I don't agree to find my mother. Bulma is not okay. Sun Wukong shook his head decisively. Trunks was stunned, a little confused, and asked, Aunt Bulma is a little prettier than my mother. That won't work. She's Luo Tian's girlfriend. Luo Tian will be very angry if he knows. Sun Wukong refused without any hesitation. Didn't they say that Luo Tian doesn't exist in this era? Trunks asked. Lord Kaishin, have you heard of Luo Tian? Sun Wukong turned his head and asked Fu Hua. Is the beauty you want to find for me called Luo Tian? Fu Hua was a little excited. Sun Wukong, no, do you know him? He is an angel who achieved success through practice. Sun Wukong explained. Oh? You can become an angel through practice? Fu Hua was slightly stunned and shook his head. I have never heard of it, I have never heard of this person. So, Mr. Wukong, there is no Luo Tian in our era, you can rest assured. Trunks breathed a sigh of relief. That won't work either, Luo Tian will know sooner or later, I don't agree. Sun Wukong refused again. Trunks, I don't agree either. Why should he touch my mother? Lord Kaishan, I have to discuss this matter with that woman, how about waiting for 2 days? Sun Wukong suggested. Okay, I'll come to you in 2 days, if you can satisfy me, I can train you. Fava nodded, indicating that it was okay. Fava actually figured it out. This kid is not from our era. So even if he is successfully trained, it will not have much impact on me in this era. The one who is affected is me in the past. Wakaka. You should be very happy about me in the past, right? I have trained an outstanding Kaishan now, and I will go back to spur my past self. This will make me work harder, right? No. I don't seem to have much contact with the 7th universe. Wait a minute, this kid has moved to the 6th universe now, right? I almost overlooked this question. So, the Kaishan I trained may become my disciple in the past. How great! Just thinking about it makes me feel that my past self got a great bargain. Since Fuva has figured it out, he simply didn't stay here, and immediately used teleportation to leave. Sir Kaishan, won't you stay for dinner? Trunks asked hurriedly. However, Fuwa has disappeared. Trunks, I shouldn't have kept him for dinner. Who knows what he will do to my mother while eating. Mr. Gaku is too much. Mr. Gaku, does Lord Kaishan also use teleportation? Trunks asked. I forgot to ask. Sun Wukong scratched his head, it seems to be, but it is not quite the same as my teleportation. Really? What's the difference? Trunks asked again. I don't know, it feels like Lord Kaishan's teleportation distance is longer, it seems that he can teleport without breath sensing, and my teleportation requires breath sensing to be able to do it. Sun Wukong held his chin in thought. It would be great if Mr. Gaku could learn Lord Kaishan's teleportation. Trunks smiled slightly. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded. Mr. Wukong, let's go home first. Mom and Aunt Bulma will be very happy to see you. Trunks suggested. I seem to have seen your mother once or twice. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Under Trunks's leadership, the two returned to the basement of the Universal Capsule Group in Zidu. Mom, Aunt Bulma, I'm back. Trunks stepped forward and knocked on the door. The door opened, Emily poked her head out, and Bulma followed behind Emily and looked over here. Hey? Wukong. Bulma was surprised and happy. Bulma, how did you become like this? Suddenly I feel a little uncomfortable. Sun Wukong scratched his head, a little sad. Getting old, right? Bulma smiled softly, everyone will get old, after all, I'm almost 60 years old now. In my era, you seem to be 18 years old. Sun Wukong pondered. Bulma? So Trunks, you have successfully returned to the past? Emily also said happily, let's go in first. Sun Wukong and Trunks walked into the room and sat down under Bulma's arrangement. Gaku, how many years have we not seen each other? 20 years? 20 years. I didn't expect Trunks to bring you back, which really surprised me. Bulma kept sighing, stepped forward and pulled Sun Wukong's arm, sighing for a while. Really? It's been so long for you? Sun Wukong laughed. You are still as heartless as before. Bulma punched Sun Wukong. Hello Gaku, in fact, we have only met 2 or 3 times in total, right? Emily sighed, the first time was when you just returned to Earth, I met you with Vegeta, and the second time was forget it, I won't say it. Hey? When was the second time? Sun Wukong was stunned and asked curiously. The second time was when you died, to bid you farewell, Emily answered. Sun Wukong, you have met a few times before, at my house, Emily may not remember. Bulma smiled, but Gaku should have an impression, right? A little bit. Sun Wukong laughed. But by the way, Trunks, if you bring Gaku back, can you solve the problem of the androids? Bulma asked, are you two going to join forces to deal with the androids? Aunt Bulma, Mom, the androids have been eliminated. Trunks said with some excitement. Bulma was stunned. Emily was also stunned for a moment, thinking that she had heard wrongly. Trunks had to tell his mother and Bulma everything that had happened before. The two women cried with joy after hearing this. That day, Bulma and Emily prepared a sumptuous meal for Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was very happy to eat. By the way, Bulma, haven't you heard of Luo Tian? Sun Wukong asked. Luo Tian? Who is that? Bulma shook her head blankly. Hey? Is there really no Luo Tian in this era? It's really a headache. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Isn't it Bulma's boyfriend? Emily asked with a gossipy face, and explained, in our era, Bulma has always been single, and I don't know who she is waiting for. She said she is waiting for someone to wait for. Emily, don't talk nonsense, I just haven't found the right person. Bulma whispered. Really? Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. I didn't expect history to change so much. Goku is so much stronger than we know. Bulma sighed for a while. Thanks to Luo Tian, I learned Ultra Instinct and became a Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong answered truthfully. It's Luo Tian again. Emily giggled and looked at Bulma meaningfully. Why are you looking at me? Bulma snorted, I don't know him. By the way, Emily, I want to trouble you with something. Sun Wukong looked at Emily a little embarrassed. Don't be so polite, Goku. Emily smiled cheerfully, you are Bulma's best friend and Vegeta's best friend. As long as I can help, I will do anything you ask me to do. Trunks, Mom, you agreed too quickly. Also, I really want to defend my dad. My dad is not Mr. Goku's best friend. They should be lifelong rivals, right? If Dad knew what you said, I feel like Dad would crawl out of his grave. Really? I just don't know how to start. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. What do you need me to do? Just tell me. Emily smiled. Well, it's not a big deal. Sun Wukong told Emily about Fuwa's request. Emily's smile gradually froze. Bulma wiped her sweat silently. Whose god is this? He didn't even let go of an old woman who was almost 60 years old. Are you kidding me? Let him touch your wife. Emily was furious, and the foam sprayed Sun Wukong's face. I always feel uncomfortable when a man touches Chi-Chi. Sun Wukong scratched his head, besides isn't Chi-Chi dead in this era? Emily almost cried. So someone touching me makes you feel comfortable? Dead? Hey? I suddenly have a good suggestion. Sun Wukong suddenly had an idea. What suggestion? Bulma asked. I can teleport, maybe I can find the surviving Namekians. As long as I bring a Namekian to Earth, the gods will be resurrected, and the dead should be resurrected as well, right? Sun Wukong pondered. Bulma's eyes lit up, thinking this was a good idea. Emily's eyes also flashed with anticipation, and she asked excitedly, so, Vegeta can also be resurrected? But don't be too happy too soon. Sun Wukong scratched his head and explained, after all, they have been dead for 20 years, right? As far as I know, if their souls are sent to reincarnate, I'm afraid there is no way to revive them. Especially Vegeta, he did a lot of bad things in the past, right? He should go to hell after death, maybe his soul is gone. Emily's face suddenly became ugly. You'd better not say it. You gave me hope, but let me down. Let me ask Lord Kai first. Let me see if I can sense Lord Kai's breath. Sun Wukong did what he said, and put his index and middle fingers together on his forehead. A minute later. Found it. I found the breath of Lord Kai. I'll be back soon. Sun Wukong laughed and immediately used teleportation to disappear. In just a moment, Sun Wukong appeared on the planet of Lord Kai of the North. When Sun Wukong appeared, the little gorilla Bobris immediately ran over, tilted his head and looked at Sun Wukong with a look of suspicion. Isn't this guy dead? How did he come back to life? It shouldn't be, didn't he die of a heart attack? Dragon Ball doesn't seem to be able to revive people who died of natural causes. Bobris, long time no see, are you okay? Sun Wukong greeted him eagerly. Chichiji. Bobris waved his claws. Where is Lord Kai of the North? Sun Wukong asked. Bobris pointed to a recliner in the distance. Sun Wukong stepped forward and saw Lord Kai of the North sleeping on the recliner. Lord Kai, wake up, I'm Goku. Sun Wukong greeted. King Kai rubbed his eyes, and when he saw clearly that it was Sun Wukong, and saw that there was no halo on Sun Wukong's head, he was stunned and stood up from his seat. Goku? Am I seeing things? Are you resurrected? King Kai looked confused. Fortunately, I am God. Otherwise I thought I saw a ghost. It's not a ghost, I saw a person. I'm not dead, it's a long story. Sun Wukong scratched his head and had to tell King Kai everything about the time travel. King Kai, so you are Wukong 20 years ago. King Kai suddenly realized, you scared me. Lord Kai, I came here to find Namek and restore the vitality of the earth. Sun Wukong explained. Namek, even if you find it, do you have a spaceship to go to that planet? King Kai asked. I can teleport. As long as I can sense the breath over there, I can arrive in an instant. Sun Wukong smiled, Lord Kai, just tell me the location of Namek. Got it. King Kai nodded and agreed. Main time and space. The upper area of the world of nothingness. A huge jellyfish swam slowly at the top of the world of nothingness. On the back of this jellyfish, there is a sacred and solemn temple. The shape of the temple resembles a Chinese character, Chuan. This is the temple of the King of all. Swoosh! A stream of light as bright as a star flashed through the realm of nothingness and landed at the door of the temple of the King of all. Are you here? The high priest smiled and looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded gently. It took 2 days to finally fly to the temple of the King of all. It's really far away. The angels are not allowed to use teleportation, which is indeed a very troublesome thing. Luo Tian looked at the high priest. It seems that he has been waiting at the door for a while. What's the hurry? Luo Tian asked. If I was in a hurry, I would teleport you here. The high priest smiled. I let you fly here by yourself if I'm not in a hurry. Luo Tian, you make a lot of sense, I'm even speechless. The reason why I asked you to come here and calculate the time is because there is a distinguished guest visiting, and I want to bring you to broaden your horizons. The high priest smiled and looked at Luo Tian and explained. Distinguished guest? Who is it? Luo Tian was slightly stunned. Of course it is the Lord of Time and Space Destroyer. The high priest said word by word. Luo Tian's heart was slightly startled. The Lord of Time and Space Destroyer? This is fucking you want to take me to meet the Lord of Time and Space Destroyer? This god is as high as level 100. It seems that the high priest is only level 90. The Lord of Time and Space Destroyer has reached the height of level 100. By the way, I wonder what level the Omni King is? It seems that no one has ever talked about this question. It's a pity that Linglong is not in my body. You should have said it earlier, and said you wanted to meet the Lord of Time and Space Destroyer earlier, so that I could bring Linglong here. And I have never heard of the Lord of Time and Space Destroyer. This has touched my blind spot in knowledge. He came to our time and space? Luo Tian asked. He should be here soon. The high priest pondered. Oh? How did you predict that he would come in 2 days? Luo Tian asked curiously. I can't predict such a thing. He told me. The high priest smiled. Luo Tian, I thought you predicted it. I heard that the space destroyer is level 100? Luo Tian asked. Who told you that? The high priest asked with a smile. Guessed. Luo Tian answered, but he didn't mention Linglong. Linglong told you, right? The high priest seemed to be able to see through everything and revealed the secret in one sentence. You know it, but you're still asking. Luo Tian answered unhappily, just say yes or no. Yes, that's right, the level of Lord Space Destroyer is 100. The high priest nodded solemnly, and warned, so when you see him, don't be rude to me like you did to me. You and I are both angels, so we will naturally tolerate you, but Lord Space Destroyer seems to have a bad temper. You called me here even though you have a bad temper. Are you planning to let him destroy me? Luo Tian sighed slightly. You are a nitpicker. You really deserve this title. The high priest didn't know what to say to him, and with a gorgeous turn, he walked towards the temple of the Omni King. Come in with me first. Luo Tian didn't object. Since I'm here, I can't just go back without doing anything, right? Am I the one who gives in easily? Although the space destroyer is as high as 100 levels, it doesn't mean that I can't be promoted to this level in the future. Didn't you say that this matter has something to do with Broly? Luo Tian caught up with the high priest and turned his head to ask. Whether it is related or not is just my guess maybe. The high priest pondered. Luo Tian, you are really good at talking. I have been led astray by you. Luo Tian has already entered the temple of the Omni King. The appearance of the temple of the Omni King is not much different from what Luo Tian saw in anime or comics. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to describe it as boundless. After moving forward for a distance, evenly arranged pillars suddenly appeared on both sides. The pillars stretched for thousands of meters, giving people a sacred feeling. At the end of the pillars, there was a throne. Luo Tian looked in the direction of the throne and found that there was nothing on the throne. There was no Omni King, let alone the Omni King's guards. Is the Lord of all not here? Luo Tian turned his head and asked the high priest. I heard that the Lord of Time and Space Destroyer was coming, so the Lord of all ran out to play. The high priest smiled slightly. Luo Tian, how afraid is the Lord of all? Is he hiding from people? Today is still a 15,000 word chapter, the update is awesome, right? Chapter 219. The Lord of Time and Space Destroyer? Want to destroy our time and space? So, you must be polite when you see the Lord of Time and Space Destroyer later. After all, even the Lord of all is afraid of him. The high priest reminded again. Where is Bu? Luo Tian did not answer this question, but asked. Of course, he was written out to play by the Lord of All. The high priest smiled, the Lord of All likes this mount very much at present. Luo Tian was speechless. Poor little destroyer. It actually became the mount of the Lord of All. But what can we do about it? After all, you can't snatch the mount that the Omni King likes from him, right? Then wait patiently. Luo Tian didn't say anything else. Well, wait patiently. The high priest nodded slightly. The two of them waited patiently for the arrival of the space-time destroyer in the Omni King temple. After waiting for a while, the space-time destroyer still didn't come. Master High Priest, are you sure he will come in a while? Luo Tian was a little impatient. You can't just wait like this, right? Be patient, sometimes waiting is also a kind of practice. The high priest looked calm. Luo Tian was speechless for a while. Luo Tian, you are a genius. In just 1 year, you have upgraded from level 60 to level 65. The high priest was full of emotion. I went from Mana Gorge to Song Yi and I, baking flies to scratch the white seal. Luo Tian, but I was 10,000 years old at that time. You were only in your 20s. The high priest groaned. Luo Tian did not say anything. It is indeed a very proud thing to be praised by the high priest. I hope that one day you can surpass me and become the most powerful god in our time and space. The high priest said to Luo Tian with a smile. Aren't you afraid that I will surpass you and be a threat to you? Luo Tian laughed. Will it? The high priest smiled kindly. In fact, I don't have any requirements. I just want to marry a few wives and live a stable life. Luo Tian sighed. The reason why I am strong is that I don't want to be harassed by outsiders. The high priest, your requirements are indeed not high. What the high priest doesn't seem to know is that Luo Tian has been thinking about his daughter for a long time. Everyone has their own ambitions, and so do gods. Just do whatever you want. The high priest did not interfere with Luo Tian's inner thoughts. Everyone has their own ideals and goals. As a high priest, I will only guide them to do something and will not force them to interfere. Or in other words, out of sight, out of mind. The more you interfere, you will find that no matter what the other party does, it will never suit your wishes. By the way, High Priest, what level is the Lord of the Omni? Luo Tian asked curiously. How should I put it? The Lord of the Omni has a defense of 90 levels, physical attack is only 30 levels, and magic attack is 80 levels. The High Priest thought for a while before saying Luo Tian's question, and pondered, let's put it this way for now, after all, the issue of levels has just been raised in recent years. Luo Tian fell into deep thought. This level is a bit strange. Defense level 90? Physical attack level 30? Magic attack level 80? Luo Tian seemed to be able to judge that the magic attack of the Omni King mentioned by the High Priest should refer to erasure. After all, Ling Long said before that as long as you reach level 80, you will not be erased by the Omni King. In other words, if the Omni King wants to erase me now, he can do it by just waving his little hand. What a scary guy. Luo Tian, take care of Mel's more when you have time, he treats you as his best friend. The High Priest said to Luo Tian sincerely. In fact, I also want to take care of him more, but as my level continues to rise, I feel that he will have psychological pressure. Luo Tian sighed. The High Priest was silent. What you said makes sense, I don't know how to refute it. Indeed, Mel's mentality has collapsed recently. After all, your good friend suddenly surpasses you by a lot, it's strange how you feel. Then, Luo Tian and the High Priest were silent for a while. There was nothing to talk about between Luo Tian and the High Priest. You can't gossip about him, right? There's no need. As long as Luo Tian can practice well, it's fine. Trunks Time and Space. The 7th universe, the planet of King Kai of the North. Found it, in that direction. King Kai pointed to a certain direction. Okay, Lord King Kai. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, as long as you know the general direction, you may be able to sense the breath of Namek. I remember, you learned your teleportation from the Udrid people, right? King Kai thought, you've died before I knew it. It's been more than 20 years, but by the way, you came to play with me last month. Hey? Sun Wukong was slightly stunned and looked back at King Kai. Of course you would come here to play with me after you died, and sometimes you would practice on my planet. King Kai said with a smile. Really? Sun Wukong laughed. Then, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Is it so? Sun Wukong laughed. After that, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. I can sense the breath of Namek, that's great, I'm leaving. After Sun Wukong said this, he disappeared in an instant. Just when Sun Wukong had just left, an orange figure flashed and appeared on King Kai's planet. "You're back so soon?" King Kai looked at Sun Wukong and asked. "Sun Wukong? You are the Goku of our time." King Kai then noticed the golden halo floating above Sun Wukong's head. "Lord King Kai, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand what you are saying?" Sun Wukong scratched his head. "Bulma is amazing. She finally completed the time machine. Trunks successfully returned to the past and brought you 20 years ago to our time," King Kai explained. King Kai naturally knew everything about what happened on Earth. It was mainly because Sun Wukong often came to ask if there was any way to save you. But, what can be done? After all, Sun Wukong and the others are dead. The dead are not allowed to interfere with what happens on Earth. Sun Wukong and the others were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. However, Sun Wukong learned from King Kai that Bulma was making a time machine, and it seemed that she was going to use the time machine to go back to the past and change history. "I still don't understand. Since history has changed, didn't I suddenly resurrect?" Sun Wukong scratched his head. "Will there be two of me? This is called multiple time and space. Once the past time and space have changed, there will be an extra different time and space." King Kai explained, "It is a serious crime to change history, but Miss Bulma doesn't know, so let's just assume that ignorance is not a crime." "You just said that Trunks brought my past self here?" Sun Wukong asked in surprise. "Yes, he just went to Namek, and plans to find a Namekian to go to Earth to be a god, and try to resurrect you." King Kai sighed. "My past self was really amazing." Future Sun Wukong laughed, "But I can't be resurrected, I died of a heart attack." "There is no way," King Kai nodded. "It's just Trunks brought my past self here, how could he defeat the android? 20 years ago, I should be about the same strength as Trunks now, right?" Future Sun Wukong scratched his head. The two were chatting casually. Swish! Just then, Goku returned to King Kai's planet with a Namekian. "Lord Kai, this is the new god I found on Namek. Let's go." After Goku finished speaking, he immediately disappeared with Dendi. "King Kai, Babras, future Goku, my past self, did you ignore me?" King Kai was also speechless. "Didn't you see that there was one more person at the scene? You actually left directly." Future Goku was immediately at a loss for words. "I can't follow you to Earth with teleportation, can I?" "Shua." Goku returned to Trunks in an instant. "Mr. Goku, you're back so soon?" Trunks was surprised and happy, and looked at Dendi nervously. "His name is Dendi, a genius from Namek." Sun Wukong laughed and introduced to Dendi, "Dendi, this is Trunks, and the other two are Bulma and Emily." Dendi greeted them one by one, turned his head and looked at Sun Wukong, hesitant to speak. "Let's go to the temple first," Sun Wukong suggested. "The temple on this earth should still exist." "Where is it?" Trunks asked. "It's floating in the sky, haven't you been there?" Sun Wukong asked. Trunks shook his head. "Let's go, I'll take you to see it." "Since you don't know the existence of the temple, I think it's still safe on the temple. By the way, how is the immortal Garen?" Sun Wukong suddenly thought of something and asked again. "Are you talking about the cat? He was killed by the android 20 years ago." Bulma replied, and the fat man with a knife next to him, after seeing the cat dead, slashed android 18 several times. Unfortunately, the other party was unharmed. Later, the fat man with a knife was killed by android 18. I saw all this from the surveillance of that year. "Are you talking about Yajirobe?" Sun Wukong sighed. "Yes, it's been too long, and I don't remember his name very clearly." Bulma nodded. "Then let's go to the temple first," Sun Wukong suggested. "Go, I also hope they can be resurrected soon," Bulma responded. Emily didn't say anything, still angry about the matter of King Kai. "I'm almost 60 years old, you King Kai, don't you even let me go?" On the way to the temple, Dendi couldn't help it, turned his head and looked at Sun Wukong, and said, "Mr. Wukong, didn't you see someone who looks exactly like you just now?" "Someone who looks exactly like me?" Sun Wukong smiled. "I was slightly startled. I really didn't notice myself in this time and space." Sun Wukong is the kind of person with a big nerve. "On the planet we just went to, the planet of Lord North Kai." Dendi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Really?" Sun Wukong showed a thoughtful expression. "Why does he look exactly like me?" "There is also a halo on his head," Dendi explained. "I'll go over and take a look later." Sun Wukong nodded, not in a hurry. The three of them came to the temple. The temple was still spotless, as if someone had cleaned it. Just when Sun Wukong and others had just appeared, a person who looked like a black coal ball walked out of a room. Mr. Bobo. You are still alive. Sun Wukong was surprised and happy, and hurried forward to greet him. Wukong? Are you resurrected? Mr. Bobo widened his eyes and showed a look of surprise. I'm not dead. Sun Wukong had to tell Mr. Popo about Trunks' return to the past. Mr. Popo suddenly realized. Then, Mr. Popo also told his own experience. Since Piccolo died and the gods disappeared, Mr. Popo has been staying in the temple. He did not go down to deal with the androids, but patiently waited for the new gods to appear. I believe that there will always be a day when the new gods will appear. Mr. Popo's eyes were moist, and he looked at Dandy excitedly. My premonition was right, Dandy. How long will it take for the Dragon Ball to recover? Sun Wukong asked. If there are Dragon Balls that have been used on Earth and turned into stone, they can be resurrected immediately. Dandy replied. Then, how many wishes can Shenlong fulfill? Sun Wukong asked again. 3. Dandy replied. Can you revive people who have died once? Sun Wukong was more concerned about this issue. Then we have to make some adjustments at the beginning. The wishes to be fulfilled will become 2. Dandy thought for a while and said. Can the dragon resurrect people in batches? For example, can it resurrect all the people killed by the androids? Can this wish come true? Sun Wukong asked again. In that case, we have to make further adjustments. There is only one wish left that can be realized. Dandy explained. Then let's make some adjustments. Sun Wukong suggested. It is estimated that only a few people can be resurrected, unless they have done a lot of good things and are enjoying happiness in heaven. Mr. Bobo sighed. Most people will be reborn again in 20 years. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded. I will resurrect the Dragon Ball first. Dandy responded. Do you have a dragon model? I'll get it. Mr. Bobo was very excited and immediately went into the room to take out the dragon model. Please put the model on the ground over there. Dandy said politely to Mr. Bobo. Yes. Mr. Bobo did as he was told. Pop. Dandy pointed with his hand, and an invisible energy quickly acted on the model. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on the model, and the light shot up into the sky, turning into 7 streams of light in the air and dispersing to all parts of the world. Okay, Dragon Ball is resurrected again. Dandy smiled. It's that simple. Son Goku was excited. Trunks, you take the Dragon Ball radar to find the Dragon Ball. I'll go to see the person who looks exactly like me at King Kai's place. Okay, Mr. Goku. God, Dandy, thank you so much. Trunks burst into tears. Just call me Dandy. Dandy smiled. Yeah. Trunks nodded vigorously and ran home quickly to get the Dragon Ball radar. Swish. But Son Goku used instant teleportation and appeared on King Kai's planet in an instant, and saw the person who looked exactly like him. The two Gokus looked at each other, as if they were looking in the mirror. Hey? Are you me from this era? Goku looked at his future self in surprise. Are you the me from 20 years ago that Trunks brought back? Goku from the future was filled with emotion. I just saw it all. You successfully brought the Namekians back to Earth and revived the Dragon Balls. That's great. The Earth is saved, and Gohan and Chi-Chi should be able to be revived. You still can't be revived? Goku asked. I died of a heart attack, so there's no way to be revived. Goku from the future laughed, but it doesn't matter. I'm already satisfied that Gohan and the others can be revived. By the way, among our friends, has anyone been reborn? Goku asked. No. Goku from the future shook his head. Where's Vegeta? Sun Wukong was more concerned about Vegeta. He did so many bad things, his soul hasn't been destroyed, right? Vegeta's soul is in hell, it should be resurrected. Future Sun Wukong smiled. Great. Sun Wukong nodded excitedly. Are you planning to let them all be resurrected and fight against the androids together? Future Sun Wukong asked. Androids? They have been destroyed. Sun Wukong said. Destroyed? How did he do that? Future Sun Wukong was stunned. It's a long story. It was destroyed by the Kaishin of the 6th universe. Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Kaishin? What is that? Future Sun Wukong looked at the North King next to him with some surprise. Lord Kaishin? The 6th universe? King Kai was slightly startled. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded. I didn't expect that it was Lord Kaishin of the 6th universe who saved the Earth of our universe. King Kai sighed for a while, and then sighed in a low voice, I just don't know what Lord Kaishin of our universe is doing. I originally wanted to do it myself. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. I can feel that you seem to be stronger than I was 20 years ago. Future Sun Wukong looked at his past self. That's because Luo Tian taught me Ultra Instinct. Sun Wukong answered truthfully. Luo Tian? Who is it? Future Sun Wukong didn't know Luo Tian. It seems that there is no Luo Tian in your era. As for why, I don't know. Sun Wukong shook his head. Let's compete with each other. Future Sun Wukong suddenly became interested. To be honest, if I can be resurrected, those two artificial people are not my opponents at all. Hey? Really? Sun Wukong was stunned. After you died, are you still practicing hard? Yes. Future Sun Wukong nodded. Well, let's try it. Sun Wukong responded and immediately took a fighting stance. Won't you transform? Future Sun Wukong asked. No. Sun Wukong shook his head, try it with normal state first. Then I won't be polite. Future Sun Wukong said, and the energy on his body suddenly burst out. The powerful energy spread to the surroundings with Future Sun Wukong as the center. After sensing the powerful energy of his future self, Sun Wukong's face changed again and again, and his expression became more and more serious. Sun Wukong clearly felt that if it was just normal state, his future self had far surpassed himself. This is normal. I have been training here for 20 years. Even if I don't become a Super Saiyan, my energy has been greatly improved. Future Sun Wukong showed a confident look. You are really amazing. You can increase your energy to this level. I feel that your current energy strength is almost close to 40% of my Super Saiyan transformation strength. Sun Wukong sighed for a while. Now, Sun Wukong has been training in Yadrit for a year, and his basic combat power has been improved to 8 million. After all, the Yadrit star taught Sun Wukong how to perfectly control Qi. Although Sun Wukong has not fully learned it, he has improved his basic combat power. However, the future Sun Wukong is the same. After his death, he has practiced for 20 years, and his basic combat power has reached 100 million. Sun Wukong becomes a Super Saiyan, and his combat power base of 8 million can increase his combat power to 400 million. Then I won't be polite. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, and the flames on his body burned, and he immediately turned into a Super Saiyan god. When he saw his past transformation, the future Sun Wukong was stunned and looked stunned. What kind of transformation is this? I can't sense the existence of Qi at all. The future Sun Wukong asked in surprise. This is called Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong explained, and laughed, after a year of practice, I can finally transform energy into divine power. Divine power? The future Sun Wukong was even more surprised. You should also transform quickly. Sun Wukong called out. Your transformation makes me unable to sense the strength of the breath, but it feels very strong. The future Sun Wukong's expression became more and more solemn. Pa. Then, the future Sun Wukong no longer hesitated, and golden light burst out on his body, and he had already turned into a Super Saiyan. However, the golden light from the future Sun Wukong was more intense and more dazzling than when Sun Wukong just turned into a Super Saiyan. In just a moment, the combat power of the future Sun Wukong has increased to 8 billion, an increase of 80 times. This is what I have been practicing for 20 years, so that the Super Saiyan can better fit myself. It can be called the full power of the Super Saiyan. The future Sun Wukong said to his past self. You are really amazing to be able to build a Super Saiyan to this level. Sun Wukong nodded with praise. Then I won't be polite. The future Sun Wukong took a fighting stance. Sun Wukong was even more ready for the battle. Swish! The future Sun Wukong's body glowed with golden light, turned into a stream of light, and quickly rushed towards his past self, and swung a powerful punch. Seeing the moment when the future Sun Wukong's fist was about to hit his past self. Shua! Sun Wukong disappeared in a flash. Future Sun Wukong's fist hit nothing. Then, the face of future Sun Wukong changed color and looked around for his past self. Hey, I'm here. Sun Wukong appeared behind his future self and laughed at him. Future Sun Wukong turned his head mechanically and his face changed slightly. Future Sun Wukong never thought that his past self I can't be so fast in speed. Now it's my turn to attack. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, a red light flashed and he quickly appeared in front of his future self. Future Sun Wukong immediately took a defensive posture. Shua! Sun Wukong's figure shook and suddenly appeared behind his future self. Pa! Sun Wukong slapped his palm lightly and hit his future self on the back. Future Sun Wukong staggered and fell to the ground, and the golden light on his body also dissipated at once. Sun Wukong walked forward, dispersed the flames on his body, and stretched out his hand to pull up his future self. Future Sun Wukong was completely stunned. Why is the gap between me and him so big? I have practiced Super Saiyan to perfect. I only am not his opponent at all. This is me 20 years ago. Wukong, in the past, you cultivated divine power, which is a qualitative change in energy. King Kai explained to the future Sun Wukong, so it's normal that you can't beat him. I didn't expect you to become so powerful. Is it because of the person named Luo Tian you mentioned? The future Sun Wukong kept sighing. Yes, because of his help, I was able to complete the Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong nodded. It's amazing. I have practiced 20 years more than you, but I am far inferior to your Super Saiyan God. The future Sun Wukong felt a headache. I also want to become a Super Saiyan God as soon as possible. I will teach you when I have time in the future. Sun Wukong laughed, and his expression became solemn again, but your basics are really amazing. It seems that I have to practice my basics well. Main time and space. The temple of the king of all. More than an hour passed. The chief priest suddenly moved his eyes and turned his head to look at the top of the temple. He's here. The high priest whispered to Luo Tian. Luo Tian's expression became serious. What does a level 100 space-time destroyer look like? Greetings, Lord Space-Time Destroyer. The high priest bowed and saluted upwards. Luo Tian also saluted. Proper etiquette is indispensable. Lord High Priest, you are too polite. A voice with endless majesty sounded in the air. The next moment, someone slowly fell from the air and appeared opposite Luo Tian and the high priest. Luo Tian looked up and saw the other person's appearance clearly at a glance. This person was wearing an angel's outfit, with a light blue complexion and long ears. Behind this person's head, there were two halos of gods suspended. The color of the halos was extremely dazzling, like white jade. This appearance clearly resembled the god of destruction Beerus. Is this guy the space-time destroyer? What is his relationship with Beerus? Oh? The little angel with a tail? The time and space destroyer had noticed Luo Tian a long time ago and glanced at him. He is Luo Tian, originally a human, who became a real angel through his hard work and cultivation. The high priest explained with a smile. Not bad. The time and space destroyer simply said two words and said nothing more, not even looking at Luo Tian. Luo Tian, do I have no sense of existence? Master Time and Space Destroyer, please come this way. The high priest made an invitation. I have prepared a sumptuous meal for you. Thank you, Master High Priest. The Time and Space Destroyer nodded and thanked him. Under the leadership of the high priest, Luo Tian followed them to a place far away from the throne. Snap! The high priest snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a long table appeared out of thin air. Luo Tian looked at the table. The width of the table was about 1.6 meters, and as for the length, at least tens of thousands of meters. There is a comfortable chair every few steps on both sides of the table. On the table, there are all kinds of delicacies. Luo Tian took a quick look. At least all the delicacies on the menu list were not missed. In addition to the delicacies on Earth, there are also various delicacies from other universes and other planets. Luo Tian, so this space-time destroyer came here to eat and drink for free? Please enjoy it, Lord Space-Time Destroyer. The high priest invited. Not bad. Seeing such a rich delicacy, the space-time destroyer nodded with satisfaction and found a place to sit down and eat. The high priest did not eat, but stood by, looking neither humble nor arrogant. Luo Tian was embarrassed to eat. Besides, Luo Tian actually had no great interest in these delicacies. The food at Bulma's house was already excellent. The space-time destroyer ate without any image. His mouth was full of oil, and he even put his fingers in his mouth and sucked. Luo Tian was a little speechless. You are not eating crayfish, what are you sucking? Hey? Such a long table, but there is not even a spicy crayfish on it. High priest, I give you a bad review. The god of time and space destroyer ate for about half an hour. The high priest was standing by his side from beginning to end. Since the high priest was standing by his side, Luo Tian could not say much and could only stand on the big table behind the priest. A big shot of level 100. Don't mess with him if you have nothing to do. Of course, Luo Tian is not the kind of person who seeks death. And Luo Tian has no idea about the god of time and space destroyer. He was a little bit unbridled in front of the high priest because he knew that the high priest and other angels had relatively good tempers. Of course, Luo Tian was just joking and he really didn't have any ill intentions. If there was really any ill intention, do you really think that the angels couldn't sense it? Speaking of this, Luo Tian suddenly thought of Bu. This guy should be able to sense whether the other party has ill intentions. Broly and Satan have no ill intentions towards Bu, which is why Bu is willing to follow them. But Mers is different. Mers wants to control Bu to some extent, which makes Bu dislike him at all. Where is the Omni King? The god of time and space destroyer suddenly spoke and sucked his fingers again. The Omni King went out to play. The high priest replied with a smile. To avoid me? The destroyer of space and time smiled. Maybe. The high priest nodded with a smile, but did not deny it. Yes, high priest, the food in your space and time is quite good. The destroyer of space and time stood up and looked at the high priest, showing a satisfied smile. Thank you for your compliment, high priest. The high priest bowed slightly and saluted. Then I won't destroy your space and time this time. The destroyer of space and time pondered. Okay. The high priest nodded. Luo Tian was stunned for a moment. What does it mean? Destroy our space and time? Why does this guy mean that the purpose of coming to our space and time this time is to destroy our space and time? Let's go. The destroyer of space and time said to the high priest. Have a good trip, high priest. The high priest saluted again. By the way, it is said that a new great destroyer god was born in your space-time? Before the space-time destroyer god left, he suddenly stopped and asked. Yes, Lord Space-Time Destroyer God, the reason why there is one more great destroyer god is to make many destroyer gods work better. The high priest smiled and answered. Not bad. The space-time destroyer god nodded and didn't say much. Luo Tian had nothing to complain about. Although the space-time destroyer god had said not bad several times. But Luo Tian knew clearly that it was better to empty his mind at this time. After all, the other party has reached level 100, and he should be able to see what you are thinking in your heart very quickly. Recently, I have been thinking about retirement. If the great destroyer god of your space-time is competent, maybe you can consider inheriting my position. The space-time destroyer god's mouth corners slightly raised, and a light arc appeared. Oh my lord, space-time destroyer god is going to retire? This is big news. The high priest was a little surprised. As for the selection of a new space-time destroyer, it may be done through the space-time power conference. The space-time destroyer pondered, you should work hard. After all, your space-time is one of the top 10 excellent space-times among all space-times. We will work hard. The high priest nodded gently. The space-time destroyer said no more, and disappeared in a flash. Luo Tian looked at the direction where the space-time destroyer disappeared, and quickly collected the information he said. The space-time destroyer is going to retire? Is our space-time one of the top 10 excellent space-times? Is Broly likely to become the new space-time destroyer? Luo Tian was filled with emotion, and immediately turned his head to look at the high priest, and asked in a low voice, is he gone? Gone. The high priest nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Ya, what's your expression? Why do I see you sweating? Luo Tian's expression moved, and he asked in surprise. As you can see, our space-time was almost destroyed by the Lord of Space-Time Destruction. The high priest sighed softly, fortunately, it's okay, at least there won't be any problems for the time being. Destroyed? Luo Tian was stunned. Did you hear everything just now? The main purpose of the Lord of Space-Time Destruction coming here this time is to inspect our space-time. If there is a problem with our space-time, he will destroy our space-time without hesitation. The high priest explained. Luo Tian was silent. So you called me here to let me see how he destroys our space-time? Luo Tian asked. So I said that I want you to gain some experience, right? The high priest smiled slightly. Why don't you let Mels come to gain some experience? Luo Tian asked curiously. Mers is my own son after all. If the Lord of Space-Time Destruction really wants to destroy our space-time, I would rather he disappears inexplicably, rather than feel endless despair and fear. The high priest looked up at the sky of the temple, and it was unknown what he was thinking in his eyes. Luo Tian, so if our space-time is destroyed, Mels and I will disappear, right? Luo Tian asked. Not only you and Mels will disappear, but all the gods, people, or planets in this space-time except me will disappear together. The high priest replied. What about Lord Omni King? Luo Tian asked again. Will disappear too. The high priest pondered. Only you are fine? Luo Tian, he was stunned for a moment. That's about right. The high priest nodded, and then looked at Luo Tian with a serious expression. Luo Tian, you are a very smart angel. The reason why I let you watch these is that I hope you will not do anything that violates the rules. I can tell you for sure that the reason why the Lord of Time and Space Destroyer came to our time and space is because he has set his sights on our time and space. I know, I will be careful. Luo Tian's heart trembled and nodded. Let me emphasize the things outside the rules again. The high priest pondered. First, angels are not allowed to use teleportation. Have you ever seen an angel use instant teleportation? After all, angels are a special kind of life form. Once they use instant teleportation without authorization, they will cause additional impact on time and space, thereby attracting the god of time and space destroyer. So, I just need to find a Kai King to lead me. It doesn't count as a violation, right? Luo Tian pondered. Not counted. The high priest nodded. After a short pause, the high priest continued with what he had just said. Secondly, angels are not allowed to interfere in the battles between humans. Forcible intervention will also affect time and space, and may cause the god of time and space to eliminate them directly. Luo Tian was silent. In the plot of Dragon Ball Super, the reason why Myers disappeared because he challenged Moro, was it because he was destroyed by the god of time and space? Then, the high priest may have pleaded with the god of time and space destroyer, so he rebuilt a body for him? It seems to make sense. Third, angels are not allowed to travel through time and space, especially to go back to the past. The high priest looked solemn and looked at Luo Tian and said, of course, using the cycle of time and space does not count. You can follow the king of the worlds to study the direction of planets or humans in the future, but you cannot change the future. It can only be used as a reference. Moreover, the future you go to can only be the future of our time and space, not the future of a parallel time and space. Luo Tian did not respond. Just like the future of Mr. Trunks, you can't go. The high priest specifically named. Luo Tian was not surprised that the high priest knew about Trunks. The high priest had already reached level 95. Ling Long said that there was nothing he didn't know. These 3 points are the main ones. The others don't matter. The high priest pondered. I know. Luo Tian nodded and asked, if one day all the gods in Trunks' time and space are destroyed, do you not need to worry about it? If there really is such a day, it's not your concern. The high priest shook his head and replied, when that day really comes, I'm afraid that time and space will have no meaning to exist. There is a high probability that it will be wiped out by the Lord of the Omni in that time and space. If the Lord of the Omni does not do so, the Lord of Time and Space Destroyer will destroy that time and space. At least if the Lord of the Omni takes action personally, the Lord of the Omni will stay. Luo Tian fell silent again. It seems that the power of the God of Time and Space Destroyer is very high. As expected of a level 100 Great God. I wonder if there is a platinum above the Great God? Speaking of which, this Lord Destroyer of Time and Space looks very similar to Beerus. Luo Tian said thoughtfully. Your feeling is correct, he is indeed Mr. Beerus' father. The high priest nodded. Luo Tian, Beerus' father is the Lord Destroyer of Time and Space? No wonder Beerus is so strong. But Xiongpa is not that strong. There is a saying in human beings that the 9 sons of a dragon are different. The high priest said lightly, so not every one of his children is very powerful. The only one who inherited the strength of Lord Destroyer of Time and Space is Mr. Beerus. Luo Tian nodded, and was a little puzzled again, and asked, it is said that Beerus exists in basically every time and space, right? Which one is his biological son? All of them. The high priest thought for a while and answered, after all, they are all related to Lord Destroyer of Time and Space. Basically understand. Luo Tian nodded. In fact, the principle of time and space is very simple. Sometimes a thought can change a time and space and make it branch. There is a very simple example. For example, when you first started, you originally planned to train Mr. Vegeta, but because of a thought, you changed to train Mr. Broly. Therefore, there may be a time and space where you train Mr. Vegeta, and of course it also exists in the current time and space. The high priest gave another explanation. So, is there really a time and space where I train Vegeta alone? Luo Tian asked. No, I just gave an example, you don't need to care about these details. The high priest replied. Luo Tian, you are the only existence in the whole time and space. The high priest added. Luo Tian? What do you mean? Luo Tian was stunned. To put it simply, you only exist in our current time and space, and you will not appear in other time and space. The high priest replied, in fact, this is similar to the Lord of Time and Space Destruction. Oh? Luo Tian fell into deep thought and asked, in other words, the past me no longer exists? Yes. The high priest nodded. Luo Tian was speechless. I am the only existence in time and space? Really, it's a headache. I wanted to say hello to my future self or my past self. Luo Tian sighed. High Priest, Trunks Spacetime. With the Dragon Ball radar, Trunks spent several hours and finally gathered all the Dragon Balls. 7 Dragon Balls were placed on the ground of the heaven, flashing golden light. Dragon, come out and fulfill our wish. Trunks shouted to the 7 Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls burst into a brighter golden light. In a moment, the golden light gathered together, forming a golden light column that rushed into the sky. Then, the golden light column transformed into a huge blue dragon. The whole sky immediately darkened. The blue dragon meandered above the night sky, blinking its huge eyes and looking at the god Dandy and Trunks. Lord God, I already know the wish, I will revive all those killed by the androids. Shenlong's voice sounded. Hello Shenlong, can I change my wish? Trunks suddenly asked. You say it. Shenlong replied. Can the earth and the people on it go back to 20 years ago? Trunks asked. This wish was thought up by Bulma, who asked Trunks to ask if such a wish could be realized. In this way, Son Goku can be resurrected. Sorry, it's too long ago, I can't do it. Shenlong shook his head, because many people have been reincarnated, and reshaping time is not allowed. It seems that it still can't work. Trunks shook his head with some disappointment, then we can only fulfill the wish of resurrecting all the people killed by the androids as agreed before. Please, Shenlong. Dandy nodded. However, I can only resurrect humans with souls, and those who have lost their souls or reincarnated cannot be resurrected. Shenlong added. Dandy said he understood. Buzz infinite divine power flashed in Shenlong's eyes, and it quickly acted on the entire earth. This time, Shenlong didn't resurrect many people. After all, 20 years have passed. On the entire earth, less than 1,000 people were resurrected. Anyone who can be resurrected is either a great good person or a very evil person. Originally, Trunks wanted to add the 4 words except bad people. But Bulma said that Vegeta might be a bad person, plus this 4 words, maybe Vegeta can't be resurrected. Before that, Trunks specifically asked the god Dandy if Vegeta was a bad guy. Dandy nodded decisively, indicating that Vegeta was a bad guy. After all, in this time and space, Vegeta killed a village of Namekians, and Dandy still had a prejudice against him. Dandy knew that Trunks was Vegeta's son, and that Trunks was a good person, but he didn't have any big prejudice against Trunks because of Vegeta. Lord God, your wish has come true, goodbye. After the dragon finished speaking, it turned into a golden light. Snap! 7 Dragon Balls rushed into the sky, turned into stones, and scattered all over the world. The sky was bright again. Swish! The next second, an old Namekian suddenly appeared on the temple. It was the former god. God Mr. Popo was so excited that he burst into tears. Am I resurrected again? God was stunned and a little confused for a while. It is worth mentioning that in Trunks' time and space, Piccolo and God did not assimilate, so God is still alive. Shenlong resurrected Piccolo, and God naturally returned with him. Great, the wish has come true, Dad and Brother Gohan should all be resurrected, right? Trunks was so excited that he immediately let go of the induction and tried to sense the breath of his father and son Gohan. However, because he was too excited, Trunks sensed for about 30 seconds before he sensed his father's breath. Dandy, I'm going to find my father and brother Gohan first. Trunks said hurriedly. Go. Dandy nodded. Swoosh. Trunks turned into a golden light and flew towards the ground. It wasn't long before Trunks appeared in the area where the first androids fought and met his father of this era. Pa! Trunks dispersed the golden light, fell from the sky, and landed in front of his father. Dad! Trunks was very excited. Humph, who is your dad? Vegeta snorted, frowned tightly, and stared at Trunks coldly. Dad, I'm Trunks. Trunks said hurriedly. Trunks? Vegeta was stunned, this is my son's name. How did you grow up? Wait, am I resurrected? Yes, Dad, you are resurrected. Trunks answered quickly. It is worth mentioning that many people will basically forget their memories in the underworld after resurrection. Only a small number of people have memories in the underworld. This part of people includes humans who have worked hard to practice in the underworld, especially those with physical bodies, whose memories will be more profound. Even Frieza, after resurrection, also has memories. As a result, Frieza passed through the underworld, and reached a new realm by constantly honing his heart, and started the transformation of Golden Frieza. But Vegeta didn't have too many memories of the underworld, because his soul was imprisoned in the most ordinary hell, and his soul didn't get much tempering. And Frisia took care of him alone, and deliberately put him in a place that was equivalent to hell for him. What's going on? Vegeta asked. Trunks had to tell Vegeta everything about the time machine and going back to pick up Son Goku, and Son Goku found a new god to revive the Dragon Ball through instant teleportation. Kakarot from 20 years ago came to our era? Vegeta was a little unhappy. Hey, this guy is really nosy. Trunks didn't speak. Where is the android? Was he killed by Kakarot? Vegeta asked again. He was not killed by Mr. Goku, but by the Kai of the 6th universe. Trunks told the truth. The Kaishin of the 6th universe? Who is he? Vegeta was stunned. It seems to be a great god. Trunks pondered, and suddenly felt that he and his father did not have much in common. He quickly changed the subject and said, "It's great that Dad can be resurrected. By the way, I'm going to find Brother Gohan. Dad can gather at the temple in heaven first. If you meet other partners, tell them to go to the temple." Vegeta snorted and agreed. Trunks quickly flew towards Son Gohan again. Soon, Trunks saw the resurrected Son Gohan in the ruins of a city. Trunks? Son Gohan smiled at Trunks. "Brother Gohan, it's great that you are resurrected too." Trunks was so excited that tears flowed down his face and he went forward to hug Son Gohan. "Trunks, you are amazing." Son Gohan asked with a smile, "Did you defeat the android?" Noid was the android defeated by Lord Kaishin of the 6th universe. Trunks briefly described what happened to him. "You brought your father from the past?" Son Gohan was stunned. Swish. While talking, Son Goku performed instant movement and appeared beside Son Gohan in just a moment. "Dad." Son Gohan was surprised and happy, tears kept flowing in his eyes. Since his father died, Son Gohan has not seen his father for a long time. When they met again, they were in heaven. But the nature of the present is completely different. After all, at this moment, Son Gohan feels that it is really good to be alive. "Gohan, you are so old, I am not used to it." Son Goku looked at Son Gohan and said with a smile. "Dad came from 20 years ago, right? My age after resurrect, I only don't think I am older than Trunks, right?" Son Gohan answered. Trunks scratched his head in embarrassment. "Gohan, where's your arm?" Son Goku suddenly found that his son only had one arm left. "I lost it when I fought against the androids a long time ago." Son Gohan replied. "Androids are really abominable." Son Goku sighed, "Let me heal you." "Heal?" Son Gohan was stunned. "I don't know if an arm that has been lost for a long time can be restored." Son Goku said, taking a deep breath, releasing healing light in his hand, and quickly covering Son Gohan's broken arm. Suddenly, Son Gohan's broken arm grew outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. It took a full 30 seconds. Son Gohan's broken arm was completely healed by Son Goku's healing technique. It's healed, Gohan." Son Goku was very relieved. "Ah! My father in the past has mastered the healing technique." Son Gohan was surprised and happy. "It's okay, after all, I'm not good at healing." Son Wukong pondered, "The healing just now almost consumed more than half of my energy. It's a pity that there are no senzu beans. If there were senzu beans, I could replenish Dad's energy immediately." Sun Wuhan sighed, "I just don't know if Sage Garen has been resurrected. I heard that everyone except me in this era has been resurrected." Sun Wukong replied. "My father in this era died of a heart attack. It seems that there is still no way to revive him." Sun Wuhan was a little sad. "Luo Tian can revive the dead, but I don't know if he can revive people with heart disease. I'll ask him when I go back." Sun Wukong thought about it carefully and said to Sun Wuhan, "There must be a way. Don't worry, Gohan." Trunks showed a face full of envy on the side. "Look at the father and son. Look at me and my father Gohan." Just then, Piccolo fell from the sky and landed next to Sun Wuhan. "Uncle Piccolo!" Sun Gohan cried with joy. "Great, Uncle Piccolo, you are resurrected too? Is this Goku?" Piccolo quickly noticed Son Goku next to Son Gohan, and looked at him with some surprise. "Hi, Piccolo." Son Goku waved and greeted. "Who made this Dragon Ball? Can it revive people who died of a serious illness?" Piccolo sighed. "Uncle Piccolo, this is my father 20 years ago." Son Gohan laughed and explained to Piccolo. "Son Goku 20 years ago?" Piccolo was stunned. To what happened? Trunks had no choice but to explain what happened to him again. "Is there such a thing?" Piccolo was surprised. "So it was Dendi who came to Earth to be the new god? Great, I've long disliked that old god." "Son Goku, Trunks was speechless for a while. A short silence. Let's go, let's gather at the temple first. Trunks suggested, next we have to rebuild the earth. Okay. Sun Wukong did not object. Then, Sun Wukong and others took off and flew towards the temple. About an hour. Sun Wukong and others have all gathered on the temple of the earth. Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi, Leaping, Yajirobe, Garen Sage, Kame Sage, etc., all the warriors have been resurrected. Many warriors laughed and talked. Sun Wukong is still the soul among these characters. Only Vegeta was a little unhappy. Kakarot, how long do you plan to stay in this era? Vegeta snorted and asked unhappily. At least 3 years, because the time machine needs to be charged for 3 years, right? Trunks? Sun Wukong turned his head and asked Trunks. Yes, that's right. Trunks nodded. On the day you set out, I will definitely defeat you. I am the strongest Saiyan. Vegeta clenched his fist. Come on, Vegeta. In my time, you were just a little bit away from becoming a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong laughed. Vegeta, this book has finally reached 1 million words. Please vote to encourage me. Chapter 220 Transformation, Super Angel. By the way, you can become a Super Saiyan in this era, right? After all, Trunks can become a Super Saiyan, and so can Gohan. Sun Wukong said to Vegeta with a smile. Vegeta felt heartbroken at that time. Because, Vegeta of this era really would not become a Super Saiyan. In this era, Vegeta also met Emily, lived a more comfortable life, and had a son. Originally, Vegeta planned to practice well and strive to surpass Kakarot as soon as possible. As a result, not long after Vegeta met Emily, Kakarot got sick and died. Vegeta no longer had the fighting spirit he had before, and lived a life of eating and drinking in this era. Because in Vegeta's view, even if he continued to become stronger, there was no great meaning. My lifelong opponent died of a heart attack. Vegeta was depressed for this and did not eat or drink for several days. Later, androids 17 and 18 appeared and killed one soldier after another. Vegeta did not become a Super Saiyan because of anyone's death. In the battle with number 18, was killed. But when Vegeta died, there was a bit of expectation on his face. Can I see Kakarot in another world? However, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Vegeta did not see Kakarot, whom he missed so much, in another world. Because Vegeta had killed many innocent people in his life, although this battle with the androids could make up for his sins a little, he was still sentenced to hell. In hell, Vegeta often looked up at heaven, looking forward to meeting Kakarot. Then, there was nothing else now when Vegeta heard Son Goku's words, he felt bad all over. It seemed that among the Saiyans present, only I would not become a Super Saiyan. Even my son and Kakarot's son would change. Vegeta snorted, and really felt ashamed to stay here any longer. He immediately flew into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Wukong, you want me to death? Krillin came forward and hugged Sun Wukong, crying and crying, I was so happy the day you died. Sun Wukong, it's not me who died, it's my future self who died. Sun Wukong corrected. I don't care, I'm happy to see you again. Krillin cried with joy. Sun Wukong scratched his head helplessly. Gohan, Krillin, we haven't seen each other since we separated on Earth. Dendi sighed deeply. Dendi Sun Wuhan was very excited. So you are Dendi, I felt familiar just now, I didn't expect you to grow so tall. Krillin came forward and held Dendi's hand. Ha ha ha, Dendi is already taller than Uncle Krillin. Sun Wuhan laughed. Gohan is taller than Krillin too. Dendi smiled. Krillin felt heartbroken at the time. Can you not make a fuss about height? Since Earth has a new god, I have decided to assimilate with Piccolo and provide him with strength and wisdom. The god suddenly announced to everyone present. No need, I just came here to help. I can go back to Namek. Dendi was a little embarrassed. Since you are already here, there is no need to go back to Namek. It is most appropriate for you to become the god of Earth. The god smiled. This Dendi didn't know what to say. It's a happy decision. The god stepped forward and patted Dandi's shoulder. Dendi didn't say anything more, which was considered as tacit agreement. Goodbye, everyone. The god walked towards Piccolo. Pico, did I say I want to assimilate with you? Piccolo snorted. This world needs strong warriors, don't you want to become stronger? The god smiled and looked at Piccolo. Pico's body trembled violently, and after a brief hesitation, he finally made up his mind. Come on. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Put your hand on my chest. The god said. Piccolo did as he was told, but his outstretched hand was a little trembling. Ha! The god shouted, and his whole body turned into a stream of light, and entered Piccolo's body through his hand. The two completed assimilation in an instant. When he looked again, the energy in Piccolo's body surged wildly, and his aura was extremely powerful. After sensing Piccolo's powerful aura, Son Gohan and Trunks were stunned. The two are now just the most ordinary Super Saiyans, and they can clearly feel the powerful strength of Piccolo. It's amazing, I feel that I have surpassed my Super Saiyan. Trunks was surprised. Uncle Piccolo, I am so happy for you. Son Gohan was very excited. Piccolo patted Son Gohan's shoulder gently, showing a doting smile. Vegeta had just flown out not far when he sensed Piccolo's powerful aura and immediately stopped in the air. Is this Kakarote's aura? Has the past Kakarote become so powerful? Vegeta gritted his teeth, his heart full of reluctance. No, I have to go back and take a look. Vegeta went back and returned to the temple. When he saw that it was Piccolo's powerful aura, Vegeta was stunned. What a joke! A name Kian could be so powerful. Hey, are you Piccolo? Vegeta couldn't help it and asked. At this time, Vegeta didn't care whether he had gone back or not. Yes. Piccolo nodded. What a joke, why is your aura suddenly so powerful? Vegeta looked at Piccolo in disbelief. He has assimilated with the gods. Krillin explained. Yeah, what did you say? It's that simple? Vegeta was stunned again, feeling deeply hit. Now everyone is stronger than me, right? Piccolo, it's amazing. You in our time and space assimilated the Great Elder, but you are not as strong as you are now. Sun Wukong sighed. Assimilated the Great Elder? Piccolo was stunned, is there such a thing? Sun Wukong nodded solemnly and told the companions present in a simple and concise manner what happened in his time and space. The companions were silent for a while after hearing Sun Wukong's words. Especially Trunks, it was the first time he heard what happened in the past from Sun Wukong's mouth. Hearing this, Vegeta grinned and felt very uncomfortable. Why am I so tragic? Luo Tian? The Saiyan you are talking about is called Luo Tian? Vegeta frowned, and suddenly thought of something. I remember that there was indeed a Saiyan named Luo Tian a long time ago because there was a glitch when his name was randomly generated. I only have an impression of him now. Dad, is there also a person named Luo Tian in our era? Trunks asked. There is, but he died not long after he was born. Vegeta shook his head. Hey? Died? How did he die? Sun Wukong asked. It was too long ago, I don't remember it very clearly, it seems that his combat power was too weak to death. Vegeta pondered. Sun Wukong, I can't believe that in your era, this guy has become so powerful. Vegeta really can't imagine it. Haha, yes, yes. Sun Wukong nodded. Kakarote, don't be complacent, I will definitely defeat you before you go back. Vegeta snorted, feeling more and more unhappy. Wait until you become a Super Saiyan first. Sun Wukong laughed, not caring at all. Perhaps for Sun Wukong, Vegeta has never been considered his opponent. Swoosh. Vegeta turned into a stream of light, quickly left the temple, and found a place to practice. In the future, except for Sun Wukong of this era, almost everyone is resurrected, which can be said to be a happy ending. And those who survived and those who were resurrected began to rebuild the earth. 2 days later. Baizai Mountain, Sun Wukong's home. At home, Sun Wukong's wife Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Emily were laughing and talking. Sun Wukong was sitting at the door patiently waiting for Fu Hua's arrival. Sun Wuhan and Trunks went out to help build the city. Swoosh. Suddenly, Fu Hua appeared beside Sun Wukong and looked at him expectantly. Is it settled? Fu Hua asked with a smile. Well, she doesn't agree. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Sorry, I won't go with you. Ha ha ha, it's okay, am I really the kind of god who lacks women? Fu Hua laughed. Besides, the women you found for me are almost 60 years old. Although they are well maintained, their skin is already loose, which is not my cup of tea. Although I don't understand it very well, but I understand what you mean. Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. They are indeed a little old. I was a little uncomfortable when I first saw them. While the two were talking, Bulma and Emily walked out of Sun Wukong's house with cold faces and looked at him with anger. Do you still want to practice with me? Fu Hua asked with a smile. Can I go? Sun Wukong was surprised and happy. Then let's go. Fu Hua extended his hand in a friendly manner. Sun Wukong immediately reached out his hand and held Fu Hua's hand together. Bulma, Emily, please tell Chi Chi that I'm going out to practice. No, I'm not the me of your era, I'm leaving. Sun Wukong waved his hand. Kai Kai. Fava teleported and disappeared in an instant. Main time and space. Temple of the Omni King, at the door. Since there's nothing else to do, I'll take my leave, High Priest. Luo Tian bowed. Go. The High Priest nodded. By the way, when does the Omni King usually come back? Should I wait for him to come back before leaving? Luo Tian asked. Generally speaking, the Omni King will come back in 3 to 5 months at least, and 3 to 5 years at most. The High Priest pondered. Luo Tian, then I won't wait. Luo Tian shook his head. The High Priest said no more. Luo Tian had nothing to hesitate about, and he tapped the scepter lightly on the ground. Swoosh! Luo Tian turned into a stream of light as bright as a star, and instantly entered the realm of nothingness, moving rapidly in this void. Where should I go next? Luo Tian had already made plans and decided to go to the 11th universe to compete with Makarita. Makarita is a level 66 angel. Luo Tian is only one level behind her. Now Luo Tian really wants to know, how big of a difference will there be with such a level difference? Makarita is a very good opponent. And Makarita said before that as long as I can beat her, she will marry me. Luo Tian has nothing to be polite about. I have already reached level 65, why don't I find an angel to try? Also, Luo Tian is confident that he can defeat her. Do you really think I am only level 65? Then you are wrong. I still have a trump card. Swoosh! Luo Tian speeded up and flew towards the direction of the 11th universe. It takes a long time to get to the destroyer god realm of the 11th universe from here. When Luo Tian entered the cosmic space of the 11th universe, he suddenly sensed a familiar angelic aura in a nearby area. Luo Tian turned a corner and appeared beside the other party. Luo Tian? Bai rubbed her eyes and showed a look of surprise. Why are you here? Luo Tian asked. I still want to ask you, what are you doing in our 12th universe? Bai snorted and questioned Luo Tian. Luo Tian? You call this the 12th universe? The more I think about it, the more wrong it seems. How could you upgrade from level 60 to level 65 in just 1 year? I don't believe it. You must be lying to me, right? Bai pouted and looked at Luo Tian with suspicion. Let you see it. Luo Tian smiled. You are really lying to me, you are so boring. Bai snorted, thinking that Luo Tian was too bad. Is it fun to lie? Angels shouldn't deceive each other. Bai said angrily. Let's go, you can continue to wander around in your so-called 12th universe. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he immediately turned into a stream of light as bright as a star and quickly left the scene. Wait a minute. Take me with you. Send me back to the destruction god realm first. Bai was anxious, and the bright light on her body burst out, and she hurriedly chased after him. Although it was difficult for Bai to catch up with Luo Tian, fortunately she could sense Luo Tian's angel power. Bai was happy in her heart. I won't get lost if I follow you, right? No matter where you go, I will follow you. Bai followed Luo Tian closely. Luo Tian sensed that Bai had caught up, and slowly slowed down. Pa! The next moment, Bai rushed up and hit Luo Tian. Luo Tian, the impact was quite strong. It hurts. Bai rubbed her chest in pain. Why did you stop suddenly? Why are you following me? Luo Tian asked. I'm going back to the destruction god realm of the 12th universe, and we just happened to be on the way. Bai rubbed her chest and said. This made Luo Tian speechless. People who don't know would think I did something to you. Are you sure this is the 12th universe? Luo Tian asked with a smile. If it's not the 12th universe, it can be the first universe? Bai snorted, although I'm a road idiot, if I can't even tell which universe it is, how can I be angels? Luo Tian, Bai, I like unruly people, especially women. Luo Tian sighed. What do you mean? Bai snorted. What a coincidence, I also want to go to the destruction god realm, and I have something to do with the angels here. You can go with me. Luo Tian smiled. What do you want to do with Sister Martinu? Bai became more alert. Let's go. Luo Tian didn't explain too much. I didn't mean to look for your Sister Martinu. Do you think this is the 12th universe? Luo Tian said no more and flew forward quickly. Bai had to catch up. Hurry up and follow him back to the destroyer god realm. Otherwise, I don't know how long I will drift in the universe. Flying forward for a while. If Luo Tian hadn't waited for Bai, Bayer would have been left out of sight. Finally, Bayer saw the unique inverted pyramid-shaped planet in the Destroyer God realm from a distance. Bayer was so excited that tears filled her eyes. I finally found my home. It's great to be home, Bayer breathed a long sigh of relief. Luo Tian took Bayer down from the sky and landed on the land of the Destroyer God realm. It's been a year. During the year I was away, has the Destroyer God realm been renovated? Bayer suddenly felt that the Destroyer God realm was a little different from the memory. Luo Tian, when you condensed the essence of the universe, you melted a pig into it, right? You actually thought that this place was renovated? Do you still think this is the 12th universe? Oh, isn't this Luo Tian and Bayer? Makarita walked over from a distance and smiled at them. Hey? Makarita? Are you here to visit? Bayer was stunned and asked. Makarita? Where is Sister Martinu? Isn't she with you? Bayer asked again. Makarita? What do you mean? Sister Martinu, I'm back. Bayer shouted loudly and flew over to look for Martinu. Luo Tian, oh, she doesn't think this is the 12th universe, does she? Makarita wiped her sweat. Luo Tian nodded vigorously. Makarita was speechless, covering her forehead, not knowing what to say. Is she really an angel? Did she condense a pig when she condensed the essence of the universe? Luo Tian asked. Every angel has its own characteristics. She may be a stupid type. Makarita pondered. What type are you? Luo Tian looked at Makarita curiously, and the more he looked at her, the more beautiful she became. Compared with Bardos, Makarita is more charming and enchanting. In layman's terms, Makarita seems to be full of fox charm, and there is always a sense of wanting to seduce people in her eyes. And Bardos is like the feeling of first love. As for Kes, she is different from the two of them. She is the type of intellectual big sister. What type am I? Makarita was slightly startled. What do you think? You belong to the type that attracts me. Luo Tian chuckled. Oh my, the little brat has grown up and likes to tease his sister? Makarita looked at Luo Tian with a smile, her eyes glittering. I have asked twice to express my feelings clearly. Luo Tian said seriously. What feelings? Makarita asked with a smile. Marry me. Luo Tian's eyebrows were full of affection. Makarita, is there anyone who proposes like you? Your silence means you agree. Luo Tian looked at Makarita with deep affection. Oh my, I remember that Weiss did propose to me on your behalf. What did I say at that time? Makarita asked with a smile. Why do you need to ask me what you said? Can't you remember it yourself? Luo Tian said with a smile. I said I would marry you if you can beat me. Makarita looked at Luo Tian with a smile. So I came here this time to spar with you. Luo Tian was waiting for this sentence from Makarita. Okay, okay. Makarita nodded and moved her soft body. I haven't exercised properly for a long time. Then I will play with you. Yet. Luo Tian immediately took a stance for sparring. Pa. The next moment, a powerful angelic power burst out from Luo Tian's body. When I looked again, I saw that the milky yellow halo floating on Luo Tian's neck gradually changed color. There was a trend of evolving towards gold. Makarita was stunned and looked at the halo on Luo Tian's neck in surprise. Oh my, why did the halo on your neck change color? Makarita pointed at the halo on Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian looked down and found that the color of the halo on his neck was slowly changing. It seemed to be evolving towards gold. It doesn't matter. Luo Tian shook his head. Are you ready? I'm going to attack. Level 65. Makarita suddenly noticed Luo Tian's level and opened her mouth slightly, revealing a look of shock appeared on her face. Makarita, I'm going to start. Luo Tian smiled. Come on. Makarita's expression also became serious, and the angel power on her body surged wildly, and layers of bright light like stars appeared around her body. I can't lose to an apprentice angel. But this apprentice angel is so strong. In just 20 years, the purity of angel power has been condensed to this level. Swish! Luo Tian no longer hesitated, and with a flash of his body, he quickly rushed towards Makarita. Makarita's reaction was also very fast, and she disappeared in an instant. Swish swish swish! The two kept flashing above the destruction god realm, and kept disappearing, leaving a trail of phantoms. A minute later. Swish! Luo Tian slapped Makarita's body. Shua! A layer of illusion appeared on Makarita's body. Luo Tian's palm fell into the air. Oh my, amazing, amazing! Makarita's voice sounded hundreds of meters behind Luo Tian. Luo Tian slowly turned around and dispersed the bright light on his body. After the 1-minute sparring just now, Luo Tian basically knew the gap between himself and Makarita. Sure enough, she was about the same level as the god of destruction. Even if she was one level higher, she definitely had the strength to crush her opponent. And Luo Tian could see that Makarita was not serious at all. If she was serious, I'm afraid I would lose miserably. Not bad. Luo Tian nodded. Now you know the gap between us, right? Makarita laughed. It doesn't matter, I will surpass you one day. Luo Tian replied with a smile. Isn't it just one level difference? I can surpass you then, it's so simple. According to my progress, I can reach level 66 like you in no more than 3 months. Luo Tian smiled. Makarita was silent. This little angel is improving so fast. If it's true, I'm in danger. Do I really have to marry him then? It seems I have to find time to practice. Angels take practice as a gradual process. As a result, since Luo Tian appeared, he and Mel's have started to get involved. It's a pity that after a while, Mel's mentality was almost blown up by him. Should I follow them? Let's stop here today. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Where's Bayer? Makarita suddenly thought of Bayer. It seems to be in your room. Luo Tian sensed it a little and immediately sensed Bayer's faint breath. Makarita and Luo Tian looked at each other and quickly flew in the direction of Bayer. In an elegant courtyard of the Destroyer God realm, Bayer was lying on a big pink bed in the room, sleeping soundly without any image. Makarita, Luo Tian looked up and down at Bayer's body. Although this female angel looked a little silly, her figure was indeed worthy of praise. Especially when she slept, her exquisite figure made people imagine. Don't angels need to sleep? Luo Tian asked. Angels don't need to sleep, but that doesn't mean they can't sleep. Makarita replied, it's just like angels don't need to eat, but that doesn't mean they can't eat. Is this your room? Luo Tian looked at the layout of the room and found that it was full of feminine atmosphere, and even the smell of Makarita in the room. Yes, yes. When I have nothing to do, I will take a rest here, drink tea, and read a book. Makarita nodded and sighed slightly, that's my bed, I just changed the sheets, have pity on her. She spent a year searching in the universe and finally found this place. She actually thought this was the Destroyer God realm of the 12th universe. Luo Tian sighed. Makarita, such a stupid angel, just kill it and leave it to embarrass the angel family. Luo Tian sighed. Makarita was speechless. Who are you calling stupid? Bayer suddenly opened her eyes and glared at Luo Tian. You didn't sleep? Luo Tian asked. Humph, I just fell asleep and heard you say I was stupid. I was woken up by you. Bayer hummed, pouted, and was unhappy. Luo Tian didn't speak. Makarita, where is Sister Martinu? When will she come back? Bayer asked. Makarita didn't want to talk anymore. You thought this was the 12th universe? But Sister Martinu is so nice to me. Is this a room specially built for me? I like it very much. Bayer giggled, but the color of this bed sheet I don't like it very much. Makarita sighed softly, and suddenly turned her head to look at Luo Tian. Your suggestion just now can actually be considered. Is that what I said? Luo Tian nodded. What are you two talking about? Bayer snorted. By the way, where is Wei Mei? Why didn't I see him? Luo Tian changed the subject and asked casually. Luo Tian, what are you talking about? This is the 12th universe, and the god of destruction of the 12th universe is called Jin, not Wei Mei. Bayer pouted and snorted, the stupidest angel is obviously you. Luo Tian ignored him. Makarita couldn't say anything. Why can you say it so confidently? Wait a minute, did Wei Mei come here with Makarita? Bayer suddenly thought of something, suddenly realized it, patted her forehead, and asked in confusion, but the strange thing is, you two came here, why are Sister Martinu and Jin not at home? I know, they must have gone out for something, you wait for them here, right? Makarita, let's go out and talk, I feel like staying here will make me stupid. Luo Tian suggested to Makarita. Makarita nodded gently. In fact, I think so too. The two left the room quickly. Bayer made a face at Luo Tian's back. You are stupid. Bayer lost all sleepiness and rushed out of the room immediately, catching up with Luo Tian and Makarita. Makarita, give me 3 years, I will definitely surpass you. Luo Tian looked at Makarita and said. My agreement is only valid this year. Makarita's heart moved, and she quickly added, the right of interpretation belongs to me. Luo Tian, you are cheating. Luo Tian said unhappily. Oh my, according to your way of counting years, today is December 25th, and there are still 6 days until the year is over. Macaretta laughed. What can you do in 6 days? Luo Tian, Macaretta, please speak nicely. It's better not to force me. Luo Tian looked unhappy. I am just speaking nicely. Macaretta looked at Luo Tian with a smile, and the meaning in her eyes seemed to say, what can you do to me? Who made me 1 level higher than you? In this world where 1 level higher can crush the opponent, you may have no way out. Are you sure it is only valid this year? Luo Tian asked with a dark face. Oh my, Luo Tian, you look so handsome when you are serious. Macaretta burst out laughing. Luo Tian, this female angel is so charming. You are obviously rejecting me, but I feel like you are seducing me. In that case, I won't be polite. Luo Tian took a deep breath. How are you going to be rude to me? Macaretta threw a wink, her expression becoming more charming. Although I am an angel, my prototype is the Saiyan of the fighting nation. Luo Tian pondered. So what? Macaretta smiled. Anyway, I am 1 level higher than you. In terms of strength, I have completely crushed you. Do you know why I kept my tail after becoming an angel? Luo Tian said, and the silver-white tail behind him swayed gently, which was particularly eye-catching. Is it to be more interesting? Macaretta looked at it thoughtfully. Luo Tian, oh my, I just happened to see some clips between humans and then I knew this way of playing. Macaretta was afraid that Luo Tian and Bayer would misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained. The explanation meant that she herself had never played it. Some clips of humans? Macaretta, what do you mean? Bayer didn't understand. Little girl, go play somewhere else. Luo Tian felt that Bayer was a bit of a nuisance. Children should not interrupt when adults are talking. Bayer, who are you talking about? Also, this is the 11th universe, are you stupid? Luo Tian added unhappily. The 11th universe? You lied to me. How could I not know which universe this is? Bayer snorted, expressing her disbelief. Swish. Luo Tian's figure swayed, and he appeared behind Bayer in an instant. Pa. Then, Luo Tian gently slapped his palm and hit Bayer on the back of the neck. Bayer didn't even have time to react before she was knocked unconscious by Luo Tian's slap. Macaretta, don't you know what it means to be gentle with women? Let this silly angel sleep for a while. Luo Tian carried Bayer's body and put her on a recliner beside him. Macaretta didn't know what to say. Luo Tian returned to the opposite side of Macaretta. Do you want to continue to spar with me? Macaretta asked. I don't want my wife to fly away. Luo Tian said seriously. Is there such a metaphor? The duck in hand Macaretta rolled her eyes. Although Macaretta rolled her eyes, she looked more and more beautiful in Luo Tian's eyes. At this time, Luo Tian suddenly felt that the blue skin was acceptable. Well, I will spar with you again, but this time I'm going to be serious. Macaretta said with a smile. Let's continue the topic just now. Luo Tian smiled and asked, where was I just talking about? Macaretta, tail. Macaretta blinked her beautiful eyes. Do you know why I keep a tail? Luo Tian grinned. It's not really to add to the mood. Macaretta covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her body shook. Have you heard of the transformation of Saiyans? Luo Tian asked. Transform? Macaretta was stunned. You might as well say that cross-dressing is more interesting. Luo Tian was almost defeated. This charming angel. She is rejecting you while seducing you. Do you think you can bear it? At least Luo Tian can't bear it. Snap. Luo Tian raised his right hand slightly upward, and a ball of light as bright as a star suddenly appeared in his hand. Is this a ball of light condensed by angel power? Macaretta was slightly stunned. Are you going to use that to hit me? Not hitting you, I would feel bad if I hit you. Luo Tian shook his head. When you hit Bayer, you did it without hesitation. Macaretta said angrily. Why do you want to compare with that stupid angel? Luo Tian smiled and raised his hand slightly. Swoosh. Suddenly, the bright ball of light in Luo Tian's hand slowly flew into the air. Macaretta had no idea what Luo Tian wanted to do. A brilliant ball of light soon appeared in the sky above the destroyer god realm, emitting a dazzling light like a star. I still don't understand. You created a ball of light with angelic power. Are you going to provide you with angelic power? Macaretta looked at the ball of light in the sky with some curiosity, and then looked at Luo Tian, feeling puzzled. After I got this tail, I have been studying my body, even more seriously than studying your body. Luo Tian pondered. Macaretta, if you want to study your own body, study it well. Why do you want to include me? I found that although I have condensed into a real angel, there is still a trace of Saiyan blood in my body. Luo Tian said with a smile. Oh? Makarita was stunned. This trace of Saiyan blood is all gathered in the tail. Luo Tian said, and the tail behind him swayed gently. Makarita nodded thoughtfully. Did you see the ball of light condensed in my sky? Luo Tian pointed to the brilliant ball of light in the sky. I see. Makarita smiled charmingly, I still don't know what you want to do. Maybe you don't know much about Saiyans. Luo Tian smiled, when Saiyans see the full moon, their eyes will absorb electromagnetic waves of more than 75 million Hz, and react to the tail, and then they can complete the transformation. So, do you mean that you can also transform? Makarita finally understood. I became a real angel through practice, but I still retain a trace of Saiyan blood. Luo Tian explained with a smile, so I have been studying how to integrate this trace of Saiyan blood with the blood of angels. After a long time of research, I finally found a more special way. Does it have anything to do with this light ball? Makarita pointed to the bright light ball floating in the sky. It's similar to the transformation of Saiyans. The bright light ball I condensed with the power of angels will be reflected on the tail after being absorbed by the eyes, and the transformation effect will be completed. Luo Tian said, looking up and staring at the bright light ball in the sky. Pa! The next moment, Luo Tian's whole body suddenly burst into golden light, his hair stood up high, and his pupils turned golden. At the same time, the tail behind Luo Tian also flashed with golden light. Makarita was stunned, her mouth opened so wide that a duck egg could fit in it. The transformation of Saiyans is called Super Saiyan, so I'll give my transformation a name, Super Angel. Luo Tian smiled and looked at Makarita. Makarita was silent, and she clearly felt that Luo Tian's angel power was surging wildly. By the way, it is worth mentioning that after a Saiyan becomes a Super Saiyan, his energy can be increased by 50 times. Luo Tian said with a smile, although my transformation cannot increase that much, it can still be increased by 10 times. Makarita, but don't worry, this is the transformation I just developed in the past year. It is not very stable at present and can only last for 1 minute. Luo Tian showed a domineering smile, run, Makarita, I hope you can remain undefeated in this minute. Makarita's face changed slightly. At this moment, Makarita could clearly feel that the purity of Luo Tian's angel power had reached at least 67. It was directly increased by 2 levels from 65. Oh my, I didn't expect you to transform. Makarita gradually calmed down, and suddenly looked behind Luo Tian in surprise. High Priest? Are you here to see Luo Tian's transformation? It is indeed beyond my expectation. Luo Tian was stunned and couldn't help but look back. After all, the level of the High Priest is too high. If he hides his breath, even if he appears here, Luo Tian cannot sense his existence. After taking a look, Luo Tian found that there was nothing behind him. Luo Tian had known for a long time that Makarita might play such a trick, so there was nothing to care about. Sure enough, when Luo Tian looked back at Makarita, he found that she had turned into a stream of light as bright as a star and left the Destruction God realm in an instant. Makarita, I won't bully you. I'll let you run for 30 seconds first. Luo Tian took out the scepter calmly and said to Makarita through the crystal ball on the scepter. Makarita, the countdown starts now. Luo Tian's voice sounded again. Makarita was speechless. Why do I feel a little panicked after hearing your countdown? Makarita ran faster. However, Makarita made a soul-stirring voice while running, come and catch me, if you catch me, I will let Bardos marry you. Luo Tian, does this have anything to do with Bardos? Luo Tian was speechless. You are really good at playing. If I catch you, you will let Bardos marry me. What Bardos do you want? Only children make choices, I want them all. Boom. Just as Luo Tian's voice fell, the bright ball of light in the sky shattered on the spot, turned into stars, and scattered towards the land of the Destroyer God realm. The reason why you can transform is because of this ball of light, right? Makarita said with a smile, now that I have destroyed the ball of light, how can you transform? As she spoke, Makarita looked at Luo Tian from a distance. Luo Tian's whole body was still emitting golden light, and he had not recovered to his original appearance. Makarita looked confused. I forgot to tell you that I released that bright light ball just now because I thought it would look more impressive. Luo Tian smiled and said, in fact, even without that light ball, I can become what I am now. Because before this, I was used to using my tail to absorb the angel power in my body and achieve the effect of transformation. Makarita, how shameless. Makarita hurriedly increased her flying speed. I have to run quickly. If he catches up with me, I will have to marry him. I don't want to get married yet. 8. 7, 61. Luo Tian counted again. After the voice fell, Luo Tian turned into a golden light and quickly chased in the direction of Makarita. Now, after Luo Tian became a super angel, his level has reached 67, one level higher than Makarita. Before, Luo Tian was only level 65, one level lower than Makarita. Makarita gave in to Luo Tian so that Luo Tian would not lose so badly. Therefore, after Luo Tian surpassed Makarita, he would certainly reciprocate and be humble to her. Swish! Luo Tian increased his speed to the extreme, and the golden light emanating from his body had the brilliance of stars, forming a long tail. Luo Tian's gold was getting closer and closer to Makarita. Makarita's expression became more and more solemn, and she felt that she was completely inferior to Luo Tian in speed. Swish! 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 Makarita flashed several times, leaving a series of shadows in the air. Luo Tian chased after her. About 30 seconds passed. Shua! Luo Tian appeared behind Makarita in an instant and patted her lightly on the shoulder. Makarita, do you want to continue? Luo Tian looked at Makarita with a smile. I have caught up with you. Makarita took a deep breath, shook her head gently, and replied, okay, I lost. That's right. Luo Tian grinned, and his smile became more and more brilliant. Can't your transformation only last for 1 minute? Now 1 minute has passed. Makarita looked at Luo Tian and said. The reason why she said that was because Luo Tian's body was still shining with golden light, and he still maintained his transformed form. Well, the last time I tried, I could only hold on for a minute at most. Maybe I have improved myself in the past few days. Luo Tian pondered, now it's about 1.5 minutes. Makarita didn't want to talk anymore. You are too shameless. It was agreed to be 1 minute. You have 30 more seconds. Okay, according to the agreement, I will let Bardos marry you. Makarita threw a coquettish look at Luo Tian, revealing a soul-sucking look. I will fight for Bardos myself, and you don't need to help me. Luo Tian refused, I want you. I can marry you, but if you marry me, you can't marry Bardos and Kes anymore. Makarita said with a smile. Then let them both be my lovers. Luo Tian pondered. Makarita, after all, you still want all three. As an angel, don't be so greedy. Makarita sighed slightly. Before my transformation disappears, I will stamp your face first, and then come to marry you later. Luo Tian said, quickly closing the distance with Makarita. Bo. The next second, Luo Tian's lips kissed Makarita's face beautifully. Why do I feel like I kissed purple cabbage? Purple cabbage doesn't seem to be this color, it seems to be a bit like the color of blueberries. Just think of it as blueberries. You Makarita didn't know what to say. As an angel, she was teased by a little angel today. Who would believe it if she told others? But Makarita was not angry. As an angel, you must always have a peaceful heart. From now on, you are my woman. Luo Tian said domineeringly, if anyone dares to bully you, just say my name. Makarita, who would bully me? I am an angel. I am the only one who bullies others. Pa. Luo Tian dispersed the golden light on his body and took a deep breath. Makarita looked at Luo Tian from head to toe and found that he did not become weak because of the transformation. Is it really the Saiyan blood that caused his transformation? When I reach level 100, I will come to marry you. Luo Tian said with a smile, let's go, little Tata. Makarita, little Tata? Who are you talking about? Luo Tian left without hesitation and immediately turned into a stream of light as bright as the stars, and soon disappeared without a trace. Makarita was in a mess in the starry sky. What do you mean? You kissed me and then ran away? Didn't you say you would marry me? You have to wait until you reach level 100 before coming here? Can you reach level 100? The High Priest has experienced hundreds of millions of years of training, but he still can't reach level 100. This goal is a bit ambitious after all, he is still a little kid. But it's okay this way. Makarita breathed a sigh of relief. At least now, Makarita has no intention of getting married. In fact, Luo Tian is still very self-aware. Now I am only level 65. Although I can be upgraded by 2 levels after transformation, there is still a big gap compared with the High Priest. My father-in-law is an angel of level 95. If you can't even surpass him, you still want to marry her 3 daughters? Just marry one, talk it over, maybe he can reluctantly agree. You want to marry 3? Luo Tian felt that the High Priest would definitely teach him how to be an angel in a minute. So Luo Tian stopped when he saw the good, and simply stamped Makarita first. Luo Tian felt that his super angel transformation could be further developed. Unfortunately, the super angel can only increase its own strength by 10 times, which is not comparable to the transformation of the Super Saiyan. But Luo Tian has nothing to complain about. This is the transformation of an angel, which increases the purity of the angel's power by 10 times at once. Just ask which angel can do it. I think if we continue to develop it, there will definitely be Super Angel 2 and Super Angel 3. Yes. There will definitely be. Luo Tian was very happy. Luo Tian quickly shuttled through the starry sky, and at a glance, he found a planet that looked familiar. It was the Pride Planet. Since he had come to the 11th universe, he would go to the Pride Planet to sit down and talk to Jillian about his ideals. Luo Tian drew an arc in the starry sky and flew quickly towards the direction of the Pride Planet. A delicious planet. Not long after Luo Tian left, Bayer woke up quietly. Luo Tian! You dare to hit me! Bayer jumped up from the ground and was immediately furious. You dare to hit me in my 12th universe. Makarita looked at Bayer calmly on the side without saying a word. Why did you still think this was the 12th universe? Makarita, where is Sister Martinu? Hasn't she come back yet? Bayer turned her head and asked Makarita. Makarita was speechless. When my sister Martinu comes back, I will ask her to help me fight back. Bayer was furious. Since I was born, no angel has ever beaten me. Makarita didn't want to talk anymore. When Luo Tian and I were sparring, this stupid angel didn't see it. Why do you think your sister Martinu can beat Luo Tian? Makarita, say something, do you also think he is too much? Bayer was anxious and asked hurriedly. Bayer, this is the 11th universe. Makarita sighed slightly. Bayer's expression gradually solidified. There was silence for 10 seconds. Is this the 11th universe? Ha ha ha, no wonder I feel that the layout and style here are a little different from my home. I thought that Sister Martinu renovated it again during the year I was away. Misunderstanding. Bayer smiled awkwardly. Makarita, why do I see that you are full of evil spirit? Is it true that, as Luo Tian said, you melted a pig into the essence of the universe? Where is Luo Tian? Bayer asked. He has left. Makarita answered. Left? Damn it. It's really too damned. He left after beating me? Bayer gnashed her teeth in hatred. Bayer, as an angel, you must have a peaceful heart and don't get angry easily. Makarita advised. I'm going to complain to the high priest. Bayer snorted, and a scepter immediately appeared in her hand, and she knocked the scepter lightly on the ground. Swish! Bayer turned into a stream of light as bright as a star and quickly disappeared into the starry sky. Looking at the place where Bayer disappeared, Makarita sighed helplessly again. Can you really find the temple of the Lord of all Kings? You are going in the wrong direction. Makarita felt a headache for a while. However, Makarita was more shocked and sighed about Luo Tian. I didn't expect that an angel cultivated by humans would have superpowers in just 20 years. The more real the angel's strength is. That's amazing. Maybe he can really reach level 100. If that's the case, it seems that it's not impossible to marry him. Maybe the two of us can give birth to a very good little angel. No, I have to stay away from Bayer in the future. What if the little angel born by Luo Tian and I is as stupid as her? It's not enough for me to worry about. Makarita thought a lot at the moment. It's the end of the month, don't keep the monthly ticket. Chapter 221 transformed to level 67. Should I talk to Bardos? The 11th universe, the proud planet. Jiren's residence. The winding paths here feel like a paradise. Jiren was sitting cross-legged in the yard of his home, closing his eyes and resting. For Jiren, this is a kind of practice. However, just when Jiren was concentrating on practicing, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. Jiren was so scared that his hair stood on end, his face was extremely ugly, and he rushed to the side without hesitation, smashed the wall of his house, and rushed into the sky. How could Jiren not be afraid? Someone appeared behind him silently, and he didn't know it at all. This is too scary. And this person patted my shoulder. Jiren shook his head and looked around for the person who patted his shoulder. However, Jiren looked around and didn't find anyone. Could it be that there was something wrong with my consciousness just now? Jiren looked around and didn't find anyone. Of course, Jiren also patiently released the sense and sensed all the movements around. Even a mosquito within 3 kilometers nearby could be sensed clearly by Jiren. However, Jiren didn't sense the appearance of humans nearby. Is it because I was fascinated when I was practicing just now? It's an illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion. Jiren breathed a sigh of relief. Pa. Just when Jiren was just relieved, he felt someone patting his shoulder again. Jiren's slightly relaxed body tensed up again, his hair stood up again, and his face turned pale with fear. Swoosh! Jiren quickly dodged to the side and looked behind him. Still saw nothing. But Jiren was sure that someone must have patted his shoulder just now. There was no mistake. Who is it? Come out! Jiren shouted angrily. No one answered. Jiren felt a little mentally broken. Who is it? Why can't I feel his presence? Pa! Suddenly, Jiren felt someone patting his shoulder again. Jiren was frightened, and without any hesitation, he immediately threw a fierce elbow to the back. Luo Tian stretched out a finger to block Jiren's attack. Jillian took a closer look, and after seeing that it was Luo Tian, he felt relieved. Yes, it's Lord Luo Tian. Jillian bowed quickly, with deep fear in his eyes. It turned out to be Luo Tian. No wonder he was silent. He is too powerful also. Luo Tian, you have become a god, and you still joke like this. Do you want to scare me to death? Don't you know I was scared just now? It's terrible. Then, Jillian suddenly thought of something and looked for another person. However, Jillian didn't find Mel's after searching for a long time. No need to look, Mel's is not here. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Mel's is gone? Jillian was stunned, and his face changed again and again. Luo Tian, the meaning of the words changed. How much do you hope Mel's is gone? Sorry, I said the wrong thing. I meant, didn't Lord Mers come? Jillian changed his words. Yes, I was on my way and just came to see you. Luo Tian nodded. Thank you, Lord Luo Tian. Jillian breathed a sigh of relief. I just came to see you on my way. How is it, Jillian? Let me see your full strength and see what level you are. Luo Tian smiled and looked at Jillian. Got it. Jillian nodded, and then without any hesitation, he immediately burst out the energy in his body. Luo Tian sensed it slightly. Jillian's level is still level 30, which is about the same as the last time I saw him, but the decimal point behind it has increased. If the previous Jillian was 30.5, then the current Jillian level should reach 30.9. It can be said that Jillian is not far from level 31. Not bad. Luo Tian patted Jillian's shoulder again. What about Sun Wukong? I want to know what level he is? Jillian asked. Luo Tian thought about it and stretched out a finger calmly. Level 10. Jiren's face changed slightly. Last time, Jiren learned from Mel's that Sun Wukong was not even level 1. It's only been a year, has he already reached level 10? Jiren's expression became more. It is becoming more and more solemn. No, level 1. Luo Tian corrected. Jiren, it turns out to be only level 1. You scared me. I thought he upgraded so quickly. It's not level 1, actually. He can only last for a few minutes at level 1. Luo Tian shook his head and told the truth. Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan God transformation is indeed only level 1. This is completely different from the Super Saiyan God in the plot. After all, Sun Wukong's normal training for the Super Saiyan God in the plot is already very strong. But in this era, Sun Wukong's foundation is relatively weak, so he can only reach level 1 at most when he becomes a Super Saiyan God. It can barely be regarded as touching the edge of level 1. Jiren was silent. My opponent doesn't seem to be that good. It took so long to finally reach level 1. I'm already over level 30. Wouldn't it be possible to kill him instantly? Jillian felt a little disdainful in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it. It's nothing, I just passed by to see if you are still alive. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Jillian, how can you talk like this? Do your best, never underestimate your opponent. Luo Tian reminded. Got it. Jillian nodded. Luo Tian knocked the scepter in his hand lightly on the ground, and the body burst into a bright flame like a star. Swoosh! Luo Tian returned to the universe and soared in this vast starry sky. Where should I go next? Luo Tian originally planned to look for Bardos or Kurz. But after thinking about it, he felt that his own strength was still too weak. If he really wanted to compete with them, even if he became a super angel, he might not be their opponent. After all, Kurz's level reached 67, and Bardos reached 68. The transformation of a super angel can only last for 2 minutes at most. I told Makarita that it can only last for 1 minute before, just to tease her. Luo Tian decided to return to Earth and practice hard. Let's improve our strength first. And Luo Tian wants to reach a higher level as soon as possible. From what the High Priest said, the God of Space Destruction has set his sights on this space. What if the God of Space Destruction is in a bad mood one day and comes to destroy this space? That would be a real tragedy. Luo Tian wouldn't even know how he disappeared. Swoosh! Luo Tian turned into a stream of light as bright as a star and flew quickly towards the direction of the 6th universe. The 9th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction. Destruction! The destructive energy in Bardock's hand surged, and a ball of destruction covered a nearby planet. Snap! The planet shattered in an instant, turned into nothingness, and disappeared in the starry sky. Very good, Lord Bardock, you are getting more and more proficient in the control of destruction. Mojito smiled. Mojito, how many levels am I at? Bardock took a deep breath. Then, show your strongest state. Mojito nodded without objection. Okay, please wait. Bardock nodded, and his expression became serious. Boom! The next moment, Bardock's body suddenly burst out with increasingly powerful divine power. The red light quickly spread all over his body. Sizzle sizzle, red lightning wrapped around Bardock's body, crackling. Super Saiyan God 2. How is it, Mojito? Bardock asked with some expectation. Not bad, Lord Bardock is really great. Mojito nodded with satisfaction and smiled. It was right to choose Lord Bardock at the beginning. He actually raised his strength to this level in such a short time. What level? Bardock was more concerned about his own level. Very good, level 45. Mojito smiled. Only level 45? Bardock's heart sank. It's already pretty good. You were only level 32 a year ago. Mojito exclaimed, sure enough, honing your normal state will greatly increase your level when you transform. It's far from enough. Bardock said in a deep voice, my eldest son was captured by Xiongpa's guys. I must surpass Xiongpa to rescue him. In that case, Mr. Bardock has to work harder. Mojito said calmly, generally, we angels are not allowed to interfere in the affairs between the gods of destruction. I know. Bardock nodded, originally, I could ask the great god of destruction Broly to help with this matter. It's just a matter of a word, but I want to defeat the fat cat with my own efforts. It's right for Lord Bardock to think so. Mojito nodded with satisfaction, and observed the dynamics of the 9th universe with the scepter again. At present, our 9th universe has been completely stabilized. Of course, this is inseparable from Lord Bardock's hard work. In the next period of time, Lord Bardock can do what he wants. Really? How long is the vacation? Bardock was stunned. 3 to 5 years is not a problem, but you have to come back occasionally. Mojito smiled. Thank you, Mojito. Bardock bowed quickly. Go, and renew your relationship with your wife. Mojito already knew Bardock's intention. Is there really a past relationship? Bardock took a deep breath and thanked him again. Then, Bardock said goodbye to Mojito, turned into a red light, and flew quickly towards the 6th universe. Luo Tian returned to the realm of nothingness from the 11th universe and flew towards the 6th universe. While flying, Luo Tian suddenly sensed Bardock's breath and flew towards him. Luo Tian? Bardock was surprised and happy, and immediately stepped forward to greet Luo Tian. Are you going to the 6th universe? Luo Tian looked at Bardock and asked. Yes, Mojito told me that our 9th universe is now stable, and that I can have a long vacation. Bardock told the truth, I decided to go to Earth in the 6th universe to find Jinia. Go ahead. Luo Tian nodded, I'm going back to Earth, so let's go together. On the way back, Bardock casually asked about Kakarot's situation. Luo Tian had nothing to hide, so he simply told Bardock about Sun Wukong. After hearing this, Bardock fell into deep thought. Kakarot went to the future? The son of Vegeta in the future time and space came to our time? This is really incredible. Will Kakarot come back in 3 years? Bardock was speechless. That's right. Luo Tian nodded. Bardock didn't say anything more. I thought I could live with Kakarot for a while on Earth this time. It seems that this wish cannot be fulfilled. Flew for a long time again. Luo Tian finally brought Bardock back to Earth. Luo Tian, I'll go take care of my own business. Call me anytime if you need me. Bardock bowed to Luo Tian. Go. Luo Tian nodded. Bardock no longer hesitated and flew towards the residence of the Jin family. Soon, Bardock appeared above the Jin family and looked down. At this glance, Bardock's brows knitted tightly together. The former assassin organization had sent people to surround Jin. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. There were at least hundreds of people. The leader had a pointed face and looked at least 100 years old. The other person was very familiar to Bardock. He was the boss of the assassin organization Tao Bibai. Bardock was not in a hurry. He would see what they wanted to do first. If they really want to harm Jinnah, Bardock will not let them go easily. Jinnah, come out, you are surrounded. A younger brother shouted loudly. Come out honestly, our boss will come to pick you up in person. Another younger brother followed. After the voice fell, Jinnah walked out of the room, and when she saw so many people, her face suddenly turned pale. Boss, give me a call, it would be great if I could go back and report directly, so you don't have to come to pick me up in person. Jinnah smiled bitterly. Jinnah, where is the person with you? Where is he? The old man next to Tao Bibai suddenly spoke. Elder Crane Immortal. Jinnah's face changed color again after seeing the other party. This time the scene is quite big. Even the elders came out. Answer my questions honestly. Crane Immortal looked at Jinnah and said. I don't know. He said he wanted to leave the earth. I don't know where he was going. The universe is so big, right? Jinnah hurriedly explained carefully. Leave the earth? Crane Hermit frowned. He did tell me so. Jinnah nodded seriously. Little girl, do you know what will happen if you lie to someone? Tao Bibai's face turned cold. I really didn't lie to you. Jinnah hurriedly replied. Bardock looked down at all this, and his eyes suddenly noticed a person next to Crane Hermit. This was a strange-looking guy, who looked pale, especially his head. The top of his head seemed to have been opened and replaced with a transparent cover. What surprised Bardock was that there was no breath fluctuation on this person. Is he a dead person? Bardock whispered. But Bardock didn't think much about it, knowing that if he didn't go down, Jinnah might be in danger. Swoosh! Bardock slowly fell from the sky and quickly appeared beside Jinnah. What do you want to talk to me about? Bardock said lightly, his face showing a bit of coldness. Mr. Number 19, it's him. Tao Bibai immediately said to the pale man beside him. If Luo Tian was here, he would definitely recognize this person's identity at a glance. This person looks almost exactly like number 19, at least on the surface there is no big difference. He is not Sun Wukong. Number 19 scanned Bardock's body, compared it in the database, and shook his head gently. Really not Sun Wukong? Tao Bibai was stunned, with a bit of disappointment in his expression. Although it's not Sun Wukong, there is a 90% probability that it is Sun Wukong's relative. Number 19 pondered. He said he is Sun Wukong's father. Tao Bibai pondered, so it's true? Lord Number 19, are you sure you can deal with him? Crane Immortal asked on the side, this guy is very powerful, even Tao Bibai is not his opponent. Humph, in front of the androids, he is nothing. Number 19 showed contempt on his face and walked towards Bardock. Jine, are you okay? Bardock asked Jine with concern. It's okay, did you come on time? Jine smiled playfully. Bardock, what time is it, are you still joking here? None of them can escape today. Bardock snorted. Hey, what's your name? Number 19 stepped forward and looked at Bardock. I have to say, you are a very good experimental carrier. Using your body for experiments may produce more powerful models. Bardock? Bardock didn't understand. You are so unlucky to meet me. Number 19 smiled lightly, grabbed forward with his big hand, and slapped Bardock's body. Snap! Bardock raised his hand lightly and easily caught No 19's waving claws. Looking for death. Bardock snorted coldly and slapped Number 19 in the face. Puff, maybe because Bardock's hand was too heavy, this slap sent No 19's head flying. Bang! No 19's headless head fell to the ground at once. Everyone present was dumbfounded, looking at Bardock in horror. This guy is a tough guy. A slap actually knocked a person's head off. Fortunately, most of the people at the scene were assassins. Even so, after seeing such a scene, these assassins were so frightened that their faces changed again and again. Assassins often kill people. But they have never encountered a slap like Bardock that knocked a person's head off. Bardock was also a little surprised. Why did his head fly off? Bardock looked carefully and found that the other party's headless body was a body made of machinery. The connection between the head and the neck was made of precision instruments. No wonder the head is so weak. Sizzle sizzle, the electric current on the headless body of Number 19 kept flashing, and the whole body was twitching. Ah, it turned out to be a robot. Jine exclaimed and immediately came to his senses. The many younger brothers present also breathed a sigh of relief. If it was a robot, there would be no need to be afraid. Bardock looked coldly at Tao Pai Pai and Crane Hermit. Tao Pai Pai and Crane Hermit were trembling with fear. They never thought that such a powerful android would be slapped off his head by this guy. And it was unknown where No 19's head had flown to. This was a tragedy. I spared your life last time, but you didn't know how to cherish it. This time, none of you can escape. Bardock snorted. Sir, spare my life. Tao Pai Pai knelt down directly, and also pulled Crane Hermit to kneel down and pay tribute. Destroy. The destructive energy in Bardock's hand flashed, and instantly hit Tao Pai Pai and Crane Hermit. Pop. The bodies of the two immediately shattered like soap bubbles, turned into nothingness, and disappeared. Then, Bardock had no reason to be polite. He waved his hand lightly and wanted to kill the killer brothers present again. You are so powerful, you wiped them all out with just a wave of your hand. Jinnah was shocked. Didn't I tell you to leave them? Don't work in such an organization anymore. Bardock looked at Jinnah and asked. They came to me on their own initiative, maybe they wanted to capture you for research. Jinnah recovered from the shock and explained quickly. I have wiped them out, and you are safe from now on. Bardock said calmly. You said last time that you would come to me after you become a god, so, have you become a god? Jinnah asked curiously. Bardock nodded. What god? Jinnah asked. The god of destruction. Bardock answered truthfully. I haven't heard of it. Jinnah shook her head. To put it simply, it is a god who controls a universe. Bardock smiled. So powerful, so, in our universe, you can walk sideways? Jinnah asked naively. No, I am in charge of the 9th universe now, this belongs to the 6th universe. Bardock shook his head. There are many more universes. Jine was stunned. I'll tell you slowly later. Bardock replied. Then, Bardock took Jine away from this area and re-established a home in another city. Bardock did not tell Jine about Son Goku and the others for the time being. After all, Jine's memory has disappeared, and she may not understand if he tells her too much. Time passed day by day. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. On May 12th, the sun of destiny rose. Baizai Mountain, at the doorstep of Sun Wukong's home. Uncle Piccolo, why hasn't Dad come back yet? Sun Wuhan showed a worried look. Maybe something happened in the future, Piccolo said in a deep voice. Did Dad get into danger when he went to fight the androids? Sun Wuhan's face changed color. Pico didn't answer this question. Pico, Gohan, didn't you say Goku would come back before the androids appeared? Where is he? Chi-Chi walked out of the room and asked the two of them. Don't worry, Mom, Dad will be fine. Sun Wuhan said hurriedly. It's time for us to set off too. Piccolo suggested, anyway, let's gather on that island first. Yes. Sun Wuhan replied. Do you want to bring a lunchbox? Chi-Chi took out a lunchbox. No, Mom. Sun Wuhan wiped his sweat. We are going to fight. What's the matter with taking food with you? Let's go. Gohan. Piccolo soared into the air. Gohan also flew up immediately and followed behind. You must be careful. Chi-Chi shouted. Piccolo and Gohan flew into the sky and sped towards the agreed island. After flying forward for a distance, Gohan suddenly found a familiar figure in front of him. Uncle Piccolo, look, that's Uncle Krillin. Gohan pointed to the front. Piccolo nodded slightly. The two caught up with Krillin. Uncle Krillin, long time no see. Gohan greeted. Oh, Gohan, you've grown up. Krillin greeted with a smile, and suddenly found that Goku didn't come with him, and hurriedly asked, where's Goku? Didn't he come back from the future? No. Piccolo replied. Didn't you say you would come back early? Is there something wrong in the future? Krillin's face became heavy. Who knows? Piccolo shook his head. Goku won't come back, didn't Trunks say that? All of us might be killed by the androids. Krillin shuddered, I don't have a girlfriend yet. Uncle Krillin, it's been 3 years, haven't you found a girlfriend yet? Son Gohan asked curiously. Krillin, you kid, do you think it's easy to find a girlfriend? Since you want to find a girlfriend, you must find a pretty one, and a virtuous one, so that you can live at home in the future. Krillin smiled. Come on, Uncle Krillin, I believe Uncle Krillin will find a girlfriend. Son Gohan encouraged. Well, I like to hear this. Krillin nodded. After flying forward for a distance, the three finally saw a small island 9 kilometers southwest of Nandu. There, it's that island. Krillin pointed to the island in front. The three floated above the side of the island, overlooking the entire island. What a big island, Son Gohan sighed. There are quite a few people on this island, it's not good. Krillin said in a deep voice. If we don't find a way to lead the androids to somewhere else, the people on the island will suffer. Son Gohan whispered. You're right. Krillin nodded, and turned his head to look in another direction. There are two powerful auras on the other side of the mountain, they should be Yamcha and Tien Shinyan, let's go over there. Swoosh. The three of them flew quickly towards a nearby island. The next moment, Piccolo and the others saw Yamcha and Tien Shinyan appearing here. In addition to Yamcha and Tien Shinyan, Bulma and Emily were also here. The two sides greeted each other. Gohan has grown so tall. Bulma looked at Son Gohan. Bulma? Emily? Why are you here too? Krillin asked hurriedly. Emily and I will take a look at the androids and then go back. Bulma smiled. Yes. Emily nodded. Emily, the little guy in your arms, is it Vegeta's son Trunks? Krillin leaned over to take a look. Yes. Emily replied. I never thought Trunks looked so fierce when he was a child. Krillin looked at Trunks and laughed. What do you mean? Emily stared at Krillin angrily. I rejected you, and you put all your resentment on my son? Krillin, did I mean that? That I've thought it through a long time ago, don't get me wrong. Krillin wiped his sweat. Humph, that's good. I'm a mother now. Don't have any illusions about me. Emily snorted. Krillin wanted to cry. I only pursued you once or twice at that time. Since you rejected me, I stopped pursuing you. When did I have any illusions about you? Now is not the time to gossip. Where is Vegeta? Piccolo asked. I don't know. We haven't lived together recently. Emily shook her head and replied, but I think he will come. He has been training hard for so long, waiting for this day. Where is Luo Tian? Piccolo asked Bulma again. Luo Tian left the earth a while ago. I don't know where he went. Bulma replied. Piccolo was helpless. Neither Luo Tian nor Sun Wukong were here. The situation is a bit complicated. I left Jiaozi at home. To be honest, although he has practiced, he certainly can't handle this kind of battle. Tien Shinyan explained. That's good. Krillin nodded. Where's Goku? Didn't he come back from the future? Li Ping asked. Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Krillin nodded together. Goku didn't come. Luo Tian wasn't here either. It feels a bit troublesome. Li Ping said with some concern. Didn't Trunks say that he would come back before the androids appeared? Something must have happened in the future. Piccolo looked heavy. What could happen? Did Goku lose to the androids of the future? Li Ping's face changed color. No one knows what will happen in the future. We can only wait until Goku comes back. Krillin said in a deep voice. Trunks, time and space. Let's go back to a month ago. New Universal Capsule Group headquarters. Bulma has prepared the time machine. Son Goku and Trunks are ready to board the time machine to return to the past. Piccolo, Son Gohan, Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, Jiaozi, Kame Sensei, Garen Sensei, Yajirobe, and others came to see him off. When saying goodbye, sadness is inevitable. There was a little accident when charging. It was originally expected to complete the charging 2 months in advance, but unfortunately this material is too rare and it is troublesome to collect. Bulma explained to Son Goku and Trunks. It doesn't matter. According to the historical process in the past, artificial people will be born in a month. Son Goku smiled heartily, with a nonchalant look on his face. Yes. Trunks nodded. Then let's go. Son Goku said with some anticipation. Okay, Mr. Goku. Trunks responded. However, just when the two were about to step onto the time machine. Swoosh. A golden stream of light whistled from a distance and quickly landed beside Son Goku. Kakarot, what about the agreement? Do you want to escape without a fight? Vegeta snorted, looking at Sun Wukong with a fighting spirit. Ah, it's Vegeta, have you finished your training? Sun Wukong scratched his head. Of course, I will definitely defeat you this time. Vegeta clenched his fists. Well, let's compete with each other. Sun Wukong walked away. Vegeta also showed a face of confidence and appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Kakarot, you will definitely lose this time. Vegeta smiled proudly. After my hard training, I can not only become a Super Saiyan, but I also surpassed the Super Saiyan. Surpassed the Super Saiyan? Vegeta, you are amazing. Sun Wukong scratched his head and praised. Get ready to start. Vegeta clenched his fists and was about to burst out energy. However, just when Vegeta was about to become a Super Saiyan and burst out all his energy, swish. A green monster appeared out of nowhere behind Sun Wukong, and its pointed tail stabbed towards Sun Wukong. Everyone present was stunned. No one expected that such a monster would suddenly appear at the scene. And no one present knew the origin of this monster. Vegeta's pupil shrank, and he didn't even have time to remind Sun Wukong. Hey? Sun Wukong was slightly stunned. Just as Cell's tail was about to stab Sun Wukong's back, Sun Wukong's dodge ability was activated. Swish! Sun Wukong slightly turned his body to avoid Cell's tail and quickly counterattacked. Bang! Sun Wukong kicked directly in Cell's face. Cell was kicked and rolled over in the air and sat on the ground. Then, Cell looked at Son Goku in surprise, revealing a look of disbelief. This kid dodged very quickly. He actually dodged. I should have absorbed other people's energy first. What a mistake. Swish, swish, swish. Vegeta and others immediately surrounded Cell in the middle. What kind of monster is this? Krillin was stunned. It looks really weird. Yamcha said in a deep voice. He actually attacked Goku. Tien Shinyan frowned. Dad, are you okay? Son Gohan asked with some concern. It's okay. Son Goku shook his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have been practicing with Lord Kaioshin for a while, and I have a deeper understanding of Ultra Instinct. Otherwise, I might not be able to dodge that attack just now. How did this guy appear? We didn't even notice him. Piccolo frowned. Cell got up from the ground, patted the dust off his body calmly, and rubbed his face that was hurt by Sun Wukong's kick just now. He got up. Li Ping said in a deep voice. Not bad, Sun Wukong, your reaction ability is very good. Cell chuckled. He spoke. Krillin exclaimed. How do you know me? Sun Wukong was stunned. I want to let me tell you, you answer me a few questions first. Cell snorted. You say. Sun Wukong nodded. As far as I know, weren't you all killed by the androids? And how were you resurrected? Cell looked at Sun Wukong and asked. You even know about the androids? Krillin was slightly surprised. Not only do I know about the androids, I know everything about each of you. Cell snorted coldly. Your name is Krillin, right? Your specialty is the Qi Yuan Zhan. Those over there are Tien Shinyan and Yamcha, that person is Piccolo, and those over there are Vegeta, Son Gohan and Trunks. Am I right? The names all match, right? Everyone present was stunned, staring at the green monster closely. Humph, why are you wasting so much time? Vegeta was so angry that he trembled all over. I finally got to compete with Kakarot, but suddenly such a monster appeared. Boom! Vegeta suddenly burst out with a huge breath, and the vast energy spread out around him. After sensing Vegeta's powerful breath, everyone present, except Sun Wukong, was stunned. If Luo Tian was here, he would definitely be able to see it at a glance. After hard training, Vegeta finally reached the second form of Super Saiyan. According to the plot of the original work, this is the result of Vegeta and Trunks' 1-year training in the Spirit and Time Cabin. In the future time and space of Trunks, Vegeta is resurrected with after that, through hard training, he completed the Super Saiyan transformation, and after 2 years of hard training, he finally reached the current level. Super Saiyan second form increased Vegeta's basic combat power by 60 times. However, what Vegeta didn't know was that Sun Wukong in this time and space had completed the transformation of Super Saiyan fourth form a long time ago, which increased his basic combat power to 80 times, that is, the full power form. But unfortunately, Sun Wukong of this era has died, so Vegeta naturally can't see it. Vegeta is so powerful. Sun Wukong was surprised and almost blurted out, you are almost catching up with me in this era. Vegeta was slightly stunned. What do you mean by almost catching up with you of this era? You mean I am not as good as you of this era? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I have surpassed the Super Saiyan. My energy is even more powerful. How could I lose to Kakarot of this era? And how could you possibly meet Kakarot of this era? Unfounded nonsense. Vegeta snorted coldly and rushed towards Cell quickly. Cell's face was extremely ugly. He never expected Vegeta to be so powerful. Vegeta had no reason to be polite and kicked Cell. Cell was shocked and hurriedly crossed his hands to try to block Vegeta's kick. Bang! With a muffled sound, Vegeta's kick directly broke through Cell's defense. Swish! Cell was kicked high into the air by Vegeta. This damn Vegeta! How can he be so powerful? Cell grimaced in pain and gritted his teeth. No, he is more powerful than I could have imagined. Were number 17 and number 18 both killed by Vegeta? I have to escape from here quickly. Otherwise I will die. You will be surprised by my next move, and then I will take this opportunity to escape. Cell snorted coldly and condensed energy in his right hand. Afterburner. Cell condensed an afterburner. This is a move of Vegeta that cannot be simpler. After all, when Cell absorbed Vegeta's cells, he could not use the Big Bang attack. However, just when Cell's afterburner was just condensed, he suddenly saw a huge ball of energy rising into the air and covering him at a rapid speed. What is that? Cell was horrified. Vegeta, don't kill him yet. Find out his identity first. Sun Wukong shouted hurriedly. Humph, there's no need to know this guy's identity. Vegeta snorted. Beast. Damn it. Cell shouted loudly. Swish. Then, Cell was completely devoured by Vegeta's energy. Sun Wukong, Pico and others, everyone present was speechless. Where did this monster come from? You killed him without knowing it. Clearly forget it, he's not a good person anyway. Krillin smiled awkwardly. Maybe he's still a cyborg created by Dr. Gero. Tien Shinyan guessed casually. Since he's dead, don't worry about him. Piccolo replied. Dad is so powerful, I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Trunks was surprised and happy. It's a pity that I have been working on the construction of the planet with Brother Gohan for the past 3 years. I'm afraid Brother Gohan and I haven't improved much, right? I feel that my father's energy strength has far exceeded those 2 androids. If those 2 androids were still alive, I think with my father's strength, he could easily kill them in second skill. I just don't know who is stronger between my dad and Mr. Goku. Kakarot, next is you. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. Vegeta, I didn't expect you to become so powerful. Sun Wukong kept sighing, you are amazing. You can reach this level through your own hard work. Stop talking nonsense, Kakarot. Vegeta snorted, hurry up and transform. Don't you know what Super Saiyan God is? Transform it and let me see it. I think I still don't need Super Saiyan God. It's not very intuitive to use. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. Vegeta was stunned. I'll use my transformation in this era. Sun Wukong said, and suddenly a very strong golden light emerged from his body. Boom! The powerful airflow rushed to the surroundings with Sun Wukong as the center. Many people present were blown all over the place by Sun Wukong's airflow. Even the time machine placed nearby was knocked to the ground and hit the wall next to it because of the impact of the airflow. Bulma, Trunks suddenly had a bad feeling. Sun Wukong's breath finally stabilized, and he smiled faintly and looked at Vegeta opposite. Vegeta's face became extremely ugly. Vegeta clearly sensed that Kakarot had far surpassed him in terms of breath strength alone. This is a tragedy. Damn it! How could I lose to you? Vegeta gnashed his teeth in hatred and rushed towards Sun Wukong quickly. Bang bang bang! Vegeta launched a fierce attack on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong easily resisted. After several rounds of fighting, Sun Wukong slapped Vegeta on the chest and knocked him to the ground. Vegeta immediately jumped up from the ground, his forehead veins bulged, and his face was extremely ugly. Why is Kakarot so much stronger than me? I won't accept it. Vegeta was so angry that his whole body trembled. Vegeta, I'm sorry, I have to go back. Sun Wukong said, and his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Shua! In just a moment, Sun Wukong appeared behind Vegeta. Pa! Then, Sun Wukong's body burned with flames and turned on the Super Saiyan God transformation. Bang! Sun Wukong slapped Vegeta on the back of the neck. Vegeta fell to the ground softly and fainted at that time. Everyone present was stunned. Trunks, in particular, was extremely shocked. Dad was already so powerful, but he was still easily defeated by Mr. Goku. So the Super Saiyan God is so powerful? I'm sorry, Emily, Trunks, I feel that Vegeta is a little irritable now, and this can help him sober up. Sun Wukong scratched his head and said to Emily and Trunks a little embarrassedly. You should apologize to the time machine. Bulma sighed on the side. Time machine? Sun Wukong was stunned. When Mr. Goku exploded just now, he blew the time machine down, and it happened to damage an important part of the time machine. Trunks was at a loss for words. Ah! Sun Wukong wanted to cry but had no tears. But you are so lucky. If you leave this important component alone, it may malfunction when you travel through time and space. Bulma smiled and said, Goku's move just now actually allowed me to find some minor problems with the time machine. After repairing the time machine, I believe there will be no more trouble. How long will it take to repair it? Sun Wukong scratched his head and asked. The material of this component is difficult to find. It may take more than a month to set off to the past. Bulma estimated the time slightly. Ah? In other words, when we go back, the androids will have been activated? Sun Wukong was distressed. That's right. Bulma nodded. This is troublesome. Gohan and the others may be in danger. Sun Wukong felt that his head was big and he was anxious. Didn't you say that there is Luo Tian? And there is Broly. With them, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Bulma asked. I'm just afraid that they are not on Earth. Sun Wukong was impatient. There is nothing we can do about it. If the time machine is not properly repaired, you and Trunks will most likely disappear forever during the time travel. You'd better be careful. Bulma pondered. It seems there is no other way. We can only wait patiently. Sun Wukong scratched his head and nodded again. I thought I would say goodbye to you this time, Goku. Krillin muttered softly, I have been preparing a lot of tears. Krillin, you don't have a nose. You will cry when your nose is sore. How do you cry? Leaping asked curiously. Go away, I don't know you. Krillin's face darkened. It's the end of the month, please give me your monthly tickets. Chapter 222 Beget Hour, Destruction, do you dare to absorb it? Main time and space. The sixth universe, Earth. On a mountain in Nandu. What time is it now? Son Gohan asked Bulma. 9:30, in another 30 minutes, the android will appear. Bulma looked at the time. Waited for a moment. Someone is coming this way, not a bad guy. Piccolo suddenly said. Is it Vegeta? Krillin was stunned, is he a good guy or a bad guy? Emily glared at him, handed the child to Bulma first, and then walked behind Krillin angrily. There is murderous intent. Krillin suddenly had a bad premonition. Bang! Emily punched Krillin's bald head. Krillin grimaced in pain. This woman, how can she be so barbaric? Why did I like such a woman at that time? Not cute at all. If you say bad things about Vegeta again, I won't let you go. Emily snorted, turned back to Bulma, and took Trunks into her arms. Krillin rubbed his head that was hurt by the beating, feeling so innocent. I was just telling the truth, why did you hit him? Swoosh. Just then, an airship came from a distance at high speed and landed on the mountain where Piccolo and others were. It's Yajirobe. Krillin hurriedly greeted. I'm not late. Yajirobe's face was cold, and he quickly scanned the people at the scene and asked, is Sun Wukong not back yet? No, maybe something happened in the future. Krillin nodded. This is the senzu beans that the immortal Garen gave you. Yajirobe hurriedly handed over the bag of senzu beans. Krillin took the bag of beans with both hands and said excitedly, great, with these beans, I can save my life. Goodbye. The two of them got on the airship and prepared to leave. Yajirobe, won't you fight alongside us? Krillin asked. If Sun Wukong is not here, I won't stay and die. I still have a lot of things to do. Yajirobe snorted, drove the airship, and left the scene quickly. Don't you think it's strange? It's past 10 o'clock now, and I haven't sensed the breath of the androids yet. Tien Shinyan said in a deep voice. Yeah, Krillin nodded. Is what Trunks said true? Or has history changed so the androids don't exist in our time? Leaping guessed. History will definitely change. Piccolo said lightly, but it doesn't mean that the androids will disappear. The main reason is that we can't sense the other party's breath at all. Li Ping pondered, if there really is such a powerful android on this earth, no matter where he is, we should be able to sense his presence. Boom! As he was talking, the airship in the sky suddenly made a loud noise and a huge explosion occurred. Everyone present was shocked. It's Yajirobe! Krillin exclaimed. Look, it seems that two people are attacking Yajirobe's airship. Piccolo's eyes lit up and looked at the blue sky. I saw two figures appearing in the sky. It's a pity that the two people were too far away from here, and Piccolo and others couldn't see them clearly. Swish! Swish! The two figures quickly fell from the sky and entered the town. Did you see it clearly? Krillin asked hurriedly. It's not very clear. And I can't sense their breath at all. Piccolo said in a deep voice. Is it because the other party is an android, so there is no breath at all? Son Gohan guessed. What Gohan said makes sense. Piccolo nodded slightly, since we can't sense their breath, we can only search with our eyes. Wait a minute. What should we do if we find the enemy? Krillin asked hurriedly. After all, we can't deal with the opponent. If you find the enemy, burst out your breath immediately to notify everyone. Piccolo made a prompt decision and turned to Son Gohan and said, Gohan, Quirobe is still alive, you find him? Yes. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan nodded. Let's go. Piccolo gave an order. Son Goku is not here, Piccolo is the soul of this team. Swish. 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 Several soldiers flew towards the city together, splitting into several golden lights in the air. Son Gohan flew towards the location of Yajirobe. In the town, Android 19 and 20 swaggered on the road. Both of them wore hats, covering the transparent material on their heads. Number 19, we must settle the account with Sun Wukong's father. Number 20 said coldly. Yes. Last time I went out without enough energy. This time I meet him, I will definitely make him look good. Number 19 was very unhappy. Fortunately, you are lucky, your body is not too seriously injured, as long as the head is reconnected, you can recover. Number 20 breathed a sigh of relief and said earnestly, although I hope to find a better carrier for the experiment, I don't want to lose you. Without a new carrier, we can only activate number 17 and number 18. Number 19 suggested. Don't rush to activate them. Number 20 shook his head and said in a deep voice, to be honest, their energy intensity has far exceeded my budget, and they are not very stable. My original intention was to find a better experimental carrier and inject his blood into our bodies. But unfortunately, the Saiyan blood is incompatible with ours. Number 19 did not speak. In fact, the two had already started. Number 20 has been studying how to integrate the blood of the Saiyans into his body and make himself stronger. In this way, he can better control number 17 and number 18. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. No matter how hard number 20 tries, he can never integrate the blood or genes of the Saiyans into his body. As for how to obtain the blood of the Saiyans, it is very simple. As long as the spy robot collects their blood samples, it can be done. Hey, did you see it? A flying ship exploded in the air just now. Just then, an old man suddenly said something to number 19 and number 20. Number 19 turned his head to look at him and walked over. Did you see it? The old man asked again. However, the old man soon found something wrong. He saw that the man's face was pale, like a zombie, and his expression looked very unpleasant. What do you want to do? The old man looked at number 19 who was approaching gradually with vigilance. The old man's son smoked a cigarette and looked at number 19, but there was not much expression on his face. Bang! Number 19 slammed his head and hit the old man's face directly. The old man screamed and died on the spot. The old man's son was shocked. He was a little confused for a moment and didn't understand what was going on. Did we provoke you? Number 19 punched the old man's son and knocked him out. The old man's son fell on a building in the distance, leaving a deep mark on it. Number 19 licked the blood on his hand and smiled faintly. It seemed that killing was a very pleasant thing for him. Beep beep. At this time, a car drove over from the road in the distance and kept honking at number 20 who was standing in the middle of the road. The sound was extremely harsh. Number 20 was unmoved. Hey, get out of the way quickly, why are you standing in the middle of the road in a daze, you idiot? The driver stretched out his head and yelled at number 20. Number 20 opened 5 fingers and poked them into the body of the car. The driver was stunned at the time. Snap! Number 20 stretched his hand out of the car and brought out a lot of parts. The car was crackling and sparking. The driver was completely confused. You are a monster, right? Snap! Number 20 waved his hand violently and grabbed the driver's neck. The driver was shocked, but completely unable to resist. Bang! Number 20 grabbed the driver's neck and lifted it up. Suddenly, the driver's head penetrated the roof of the car. Number 20 tightly grasped the other's neck. The driver's head was twisted and deformed, his eyeballs bulged outward, and the blood seemed unable to keep up. Snap! Number 20 had no expression on his face. He broke the driver's neck with one hand and his head drooped down. Ah! A girl passing by just witnessed the terrible scene in front of her and screamed. Beep! Someone with extremely high energy is coming this way. Is the detector malfunctioning? Number 20 was slightly stunned and turned to ask number 19. It's not a malfunction. I also captured this information. Number 19 nodded. This energy number is far beyond the level of normal people. Number 20 pondered. If I had been equipped with a detector 3 years ago, I would have known the energy value of Sun Wukong's father. Number 19 said expressionlessly. He will appear. Just like Sun Wukong will appear. Number 20 snorted, it is possible that this person with extremely high energy value is Sun Wukong or his father. Swish. Swish. The two immediately flew high into the sky and looked down from above. On the street below, someone came out cautiously and looked around. He is not Sun Wukong, nor is he Sun Wukong's father. There is a 96% chance that he is Le Ping. Number 19 gave an analysis. At least he has a lot of energy. Number 20 pondered, go down and absorb his energy at present, the best way for our model is to absorb more and more energy. In this way, we can surpass number 17 or number 18. Yes. Number 19 nodded respectfully. The two slowly fell from the air and appeared behind Le Ping. Le Ping seemed to feel that something was wrong at the time. Looking back, he found two strangers. Hey, did you see it? Where did the two murderers go? Le Ping asked. Number 19 smiled gently. Could it be Le Ping's heart trembled? It's us. Number 20 smiled. Le Ping was shocked, kicked in the air, retreated quickly, and shouted loudly, everyone pa. As soon as Le Ping shouted two words, number 20 quickly attacked, waved his big hand forward, and pinched Le Ping's mouth. Then, number 20 pinched Le Ping's mouth and lifted his body high. Le Ping struggled desperately, but felt that the other party's hand was too tight. At this moment, Le Ping felt like a chicken, without any power in front of an eagle. Moreover, Le Ping also found that his power seemed to be sucked away by the other party. Puff. Number 20 had nothing to be polite about, and swung his palm over and penetrated Le Ping's body. Suddenly, a bloody big hand stretched out from Le Ping's back. At that time, Le Ping felt that his vitality was rapidly dissipating. Pa. Number 20 pulled his hand out of Le Ping's body. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, Piccolo, Krillin and Tian Xinyan came from a distance and landed nearby. Le Ping. Krillin exclaimed. Pa. Number 20 threw Le Ping to the ground. He's still alive. Krillin, take him to the place where you put the beans and feed him. Piccolo made a prompt decision. Understood. Krillin nodded, picked up the fainted Le Ping and flew into the sky. Number 19 and number 20 did not chase. Are you androids? You finally showed up. Piccolo said coldly. The two androids looked at Piccolo with some surprise. How do you know we are androids? And you know we will show up here. Number 20 frowned, even Son Goku's father doesn't know about this. Piccolo? Son Goku's father? Did they meet Sun Wukong's father? Answer my question. Number 20 looked at Piccolo expressionlessly. Don't worry, let's fight first. Piccolo said lightly. All right. Number 20 smiled. Come with me. Piccolo soared into the air. Do you want to create an environment without people? There is no need to leave here. I will help you. Number 20 sneered, and two streams of light shot out of his eyes. Boom. The stream of light hit the city, and with a loud bang, a corner of the city exploded. For a while, the city was filled with smoke and the sound was endless. No 20's eyes kept emitting streams of light. In just a moment, half of the area of this green island was covered by the explosion. You. Piccolo looked extremely ugly. How is it? Are you satisfied with this deserted environment now? Piccolo. Number 20 sneered, but half of the people on the island are still alive, I have shown mercy. How do you know my name? Piccolo was stunned. Not only do I know your name, we also know the name of this guy. Number 20 sneered, your name is Tian Xinyan, right? Tian Xinyan was silent. Now is not the time to talk about this, do you dare to follow me? Piccolo snorted coldly and took off into the air at that time. Swish. Piccolo and Tian Xinyan took the two androids and flew quickly to the distance. Under the treatment of senzu beans, Le Ping fully recovered. Le Ping, you just said that they can absorb other people's energy? Krillin asked. I don't know exactly what happened. Anyway, after I was caught by them, my energy gradually disappeared. Le Ping said in a deep voice. It seems that the android invented by Dr. Gero is quite powerful. Emily sighed, and turned her head to ask, Bulma, didn't you also invent a robot? The robot I invented is very powerful. Bulma laughed. How powerful is it? Emily asked curiously. It shouldn't be a problem to beat 100 Vegetas. Bulma said thoughtfully. Emily, Bulma, you are so annoying. Emily glared at Bulma angrily. You make me speechless when you say that, okay? Don't use Vegeta as a unit of measurement. I'm just telling the truth. Bulma sighed, unfortunately she is dead? Emily was stunned. It's not really dead, she just sealed her memory. Bulma looked up at the sky. 7th universe, a planet. Broly, are you going to stay here tonight? Xiao Ai's body was shining. Yeah. Broly nodded and gently stroked Xiao Ai's round body. The environment here is great, Xiao Ai likes it very much. Xiao Ai seemed very happy. Broly lay directly on the ground, crossed his hands behind his head, and looked up at the starry sky. Xiao Ai was floating beside Broly, also looking at the dark night. At this moment, one person and one robot, there seemed to be no sense of disobedience. The 6th universe, Earth. If he can really absorb energy, it's too dangerous. I have to tell Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan immediately took off and flew into the sky. To be honest, I don't want to go. I'm really sorry, I can't do anything about them. If I go, I'll just die in vain. Leaping gritted his teeth and said. I'll go and give them senzu beans. Krillin flew up and called out to Leaping, Bulma and others. Krillin, you don't know how powerful the androids are. Leaping shouted. However, Krillin had already flown away. Leaping felt that it was a bit embarrassing for him to stay with Bulma and Emily. The men all went out to fight. Damn it. Since we can't beat them, it's okay to just go and watch the fun. Leaping gritted his teeth and flew into the sky immediately. Soon, only Bulma and Emily, as well as Trunks in Emily's arms, were left at the scene. In addition to the three of them, Yajirobe also stood not far away, posing a cool pose. Hey, aren't you going? Emily turned her head and asked Yajirobe. Of course not. Yajirobe replied. I heard you're amazing. Even one more person would be good at this time. Emily looked at Yajirobe and advised. Emily is right. Your partners and the Earth are in crisis. Before Luotian and Wukong come back, it's okay for you to delay time. Bulma also advised. Really? Yajirobe was unmoved. Why are you still so indifferent? Emily shouted angrily. Shameful. Bulma also scolded. Yajirobe almost cried. You two women are too much. Teaming up to bully me. I can't fly. Yajirobe looked aggrieved. Bulma, Emily, after flying for a while, number 20 suddenly found that there were highlands with rocks everywhere nearby, which was very suitable for hiding. Pico, where are you going to fly? Let's fight here. You have no right to choose. After number 20 finished speaking, he landed on the ground below. Pico observed the terrain around him. This flat land was surrounded by rocks. They planned to hide in the rocks to fight in case of an emergency. It was a good idea. Tell me before the battle. How did you know about us? Piccolo asked lightly. I can tell you, but you have to answer a few questions for me first. Number 20 smiled lightly. You tell me. Piccolo nodded. Where is Sun Wukong? Why is he not here? Number 20 asked. He left for something and will not come back for the time being. Piccolo did not tell Sun Wukong about going to the future. Then, where is Sun Wukong's father? Number 20 asked again. Why do you suddenly talk about Sun Wukong's father? Piccolo was stunned. Just answer my questions and don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Number 20 snorted coldly. I don't know, you mean, you have met Son Goku's father? Piccolo understood. No comment. Number 20 had a cold expression. Okay, I have answered your questions, now you can answer mine. Piccolo said lightly. Number 20, have you answered my questions? None of them are the answers I want to know. Forget it, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Number 20 thought for a while and said to Piccolo, in fact, the reason is very simple. We have been using small robots to detect your movements over the years, starting from the World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament, all the way to the battle between Son Goku and you and Vegeta. After Son Goku destroyed our Red Ribbon Army, we started this research. The content of the research is how to defeat Son Goku. What kind of artificial human can destroy him? Is it out of hatred for Son Goku? Piccolo asked again. Yes, because of Sun Wukong, the Red Ribbon Army's dream of ruling the world has become a bubble. Number 20 said in a deep voice, only Dr. Gero is left alone to do research. From your tone, it seems that you are Dr. Gero himself. Piccolo looked at number 20 and said. Number 20 was stunned and a little shocked. This guy is quite smart. Don't talk nonsense, I am the artificial man number 20 created by Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero is dead. Number 20 said in a low voice. I basically understand. Piccolo nodded. I finally know what's going on. By the way, have you also investigated the battle on Namek? No need. Through the battle between Son Goku and Vegeta, we can clearly know the true strength of Son Goku. Number 20 said coldly, although Son Goku's strength will increase with age, it will definitely not increase significantly. It's a pity that Son Goku is lucky not to be here, otherwise he would have died in a rhythmic way. You made a mistake. The battle on Namek is our greatest sublimation. Piccolo snorted, turned his head and said to Tien Shinyan, you don't have to do anything, let me deal with him. Boom. As he said, Piccolo's light flashed, and he had already burst out his energy. Tien Shinyan on the side was stunned. Has Piccolo become so powerful? As expected of a Namekian, I am far from his opponent. Not bad, Piccolo, I didn't expect your energy to be raised to this level. No 20's eyes lit up, it's incredible, it's far beyond the calculated result. But we won't panic, not to mention me, even number 19 can defeat you. Let's start. Piccolo said lightly. Swish. As he said that, Piccolo took the lead and rushed towards number 19. Number 19 was also ready for battle immediately. Swish. Pico's figure flashed, and he appeared behind number 19 in an instant, and kicked him hard. Number 19 flew backwards at that time and plunged headfirst into a nearby stone mountain. But then, number 19 flew out from the stone ruins and roared towards Piccolo. Pico dodged No 19's attack with a flash, and then he took off into the air. Magic light killing cannon. Picnic put his index and middle fingers together, and a spiral flame whizzed towards number 19. Number 19 gritted his teeth and slapped it, directly knocking the spiral flame away. Then, number 19 rushed into the sky and started a fierce battle with Picnic. Just when the two were fighting fiercely, Son Gohan, Krillin and Yamcha fell from the sky and landed beside Tien Shinyan. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan looked worried. Don't worry, Piccolo has the upper hand now. This guy is so strong I really don't know how he trained. Tien Shinyan sighed. Bang bang bang. Picnic showed his power and beat number 19 without any chance to fight back. Really, so the energy absorption was just my illusion? Yamcha looked back and muttered thoughtfully. It's amazing. Krillin praised, as expected of Piccolo, he is still very reliable at the critical moment. Come on, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan was even more excited. Bang. Just then, Piccolo kicked number 19 down from the air with a heavy blow. Boom. Number 19 fell heavily to the ground, leaving a hole on the ground. But then number 19 climbed up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Look, this guy didn't feel any pain even after being beaten like that. Yamcha hurriedly said. Can't the androids feel pain and fatigue? Tien Shinyan guessed. Magic flash. Piccolo roared, and a beam of energy shot out of his hand. No 20's eyes lit up at that time. What a good thing. That spiral flame is not easy to absorb. But this thing is very powerful to absorb. Wakaka. Number 19 laughed loudly, immediately opened his right hand and raised it high, catching the falling magic flash. Swish. The magic flash released by Piccolo was easily absorbed by number 19. Krillin was stunned. Gohan was also shocked. Absorbed. Tien Shinyan exclaimed. As expected, this bastard. Yamcha shouted. Uncle Piccolo, don't use the magic flash, he can absorb our energy. Gohan reminded loudly. Piccolo, as expected. Just now I felt something was wrong. Fortunately, the energy I released was not very strong, so even if he absorbed it, he didn't absorb much. Hee. Number 19 sneered, and immediately took off into the air, whistling towards Piccolo. Humph. Piccolo was not afraid at all, and was about to attack number 19. Bang. It's just that someone was faster. There was only a muffled sound, and number 19, who had just taken off not long ago, was kicked in the waist by someone. Ouch! No 19's waist was almost broken, and he screamed and flew out directly. Boom. Number 19 hit the ground head first and rolled several times on the ground. When No 19's body stopped, he looked extremely embarrassed. Number 20 was startled and turned his head to look in the direction of the man who appeared. The man was suspended in the air, his hair stood up, wearing combat armor, and showing a contemptuous smile. It was Vegeta. Humph, Kakarot is not here, is it your turn to give orders, Piccolo? Vegeta snorted and looked at Piccolo with a smile. Piccolo looked calm and didn't say much. Number 19 got up from the ground and glared at Vegeta. But then, number 19 seemed to have thought of something, and quickly turned his head to ask number 20, Number 20, please allow me to destroy Vegeta. Okay. Number 20 nodded. Number 19 immediately took a fighting stance and looked at Piccolo and Vegeta. A sneak attack is not a skill, you two should go together. Number 19 chuckled. Hey, Vegeta, his opponent is me. Piccolo said lightly. Pico, your level is too low. It's too slow to fight. I couldn't stand it over there, so I couldn't help but attack. Vegeta snorted. Tisk. Piccolo snorted. 3 seconds, give me 3 seconds to deal with this guy, Vegeta said coldly. 3 seconds? You want to finish him off in 3 seconds? Piccolo was stunned. Of course, 3 seconds is a lot. Vegeta said with a smile, and seeing this guy's actions, I already knew how strong he was. They are not as scary as the legend says. Just pay attention to the fact that you can absorb energy with your palms. Although you have been monitoring me, you missed the most critical part. Number 19 snorted coldly, Vegeta, we already know your fighting skills very well. Really? Have you seen this? Vegeta said, and a golden light immediately emerged from his body. Pop. Golden light shone all over Vegeta's body, and he had already started the Super Saiyan transformation. The powerful energy spread out from Vegeta to the surroundings. After seeing the golden light shone from Vegeta, number 19 was stunned. Number 20 was also dumbfounded. What a powerful energy! Pico was even more stunned. He didn't expect Vegeta to become a Super Saiyan. Become a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan was surprised. What's going on? Why can Vegeta also become a Super Saiyan? Is it because of the peaceful heart that Luo Tian said? Krillin exclaimed, or, Vegeta, you have a peaceful heart after having a relationship with Emily. Vegeta, get out of here, I have nothing to say to you. Vegeta's face darkened. If I have a relationship, will I become a super earthling? Krillin sighed. Luo Tian is right. My state of mind is indeed very peaceful. Under this condition, as long as I let my emotions fluctuate greatly, I will become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta snorted, but it was purely out of malice. I just wanted to make myself stronger, so I trained hard for this. Finally one day, my anger at myself made me sober, and I successfully became a Super Saiyan. I was so happy that I was crazy. It's just a matter of time before I surpass Kakarot. Vegeta became more and more excited as he spoke. Picker, Krillin, and others were silent for a while. Don't you know that Goku will also become a Super Saiyan god? You just became a Super Saiyan, so arrogant. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. No matter what you become, you are not our opponent. Number 20 said coldly. Humph, Vegeta, you shouldn't come here to interfere. Number 19 chuckled, but it's okay, I'll absorb your energy first. Really? Do you want to absorb my energy? I'll give it to you. Vegeta said, and raised his right hand gently. Pop. A purple-red ball of light suddenly jumped out of Vegeta's hand. The diameter of the purple-red ball of light was about 20 centimeters, and it was filled with the breath of death. Dare to absorb it? Vegeta grinned, and with a flick of his hand, the purple-red ball of light in his hand flew towards number 19 at a slow speed. It seemed to say, absorb me. What is that? Tien Shinyan was stunned for a moment. Destruction? Isn't that destruction? Krillin was stunned. Can you already condense the destruction to such a large size? Piccolo was even more shocked. Is it surprising? Vegeta smiled more and more proudly. 4 years ago, my destruction was only the size of sesame seeds. After 4 years of hard training, I finally condensed the destruction to a diameter of 20 centimeters. Kakarot, when will you come back, you bastard? I'm still waiting to beat you up. Looking at the destructive energy flying towards him, number 19 hesitated for a moment. Because number 19 keenly felt that this thing looked very dangerous. Maybe he would die if he touched it. Don't look at such a small thing, but the energy inside feels very huge. If I absorb it, will I become very strong? Number 19 wanted to absorb but didn't dare to absorb it, standing there, his expression struggling. Absorb quickly. Number 19, what are you doing standing there stupidly? Don't be scared by him. Number 20 shouted at number 19. Number 19 thought about it and it was true. This guy Vegeta must be playing tricks. Do you really think I dare not absorb this thing? Is there any energy that I dare not absorb? Humph, Vegeta, you will regret it. Number 19 opened his hand and aimed at the destructive energy flying over. The speed of the destructive energy was not very fast, and it easily came into contact with No 19's palm. Pa! A surprising scene happened. No 19's body was shattered like a soap bubble at that time. Pa! No 19's body turned into nothingness and disappeared completely. Looking at the purple-red ball of light again, it still retained its original flying state. Number 20 was dumbfounded, showing a look of astonishment, feeling endless shock and panic. What happened? Why did number 19 explode? No. It didn't explode, it seemed to be bombed into slag by something. No, not even slag was left. When did Vegeta learn this move? The robot that monitored the battle between Vegeta and Sun Wukong inexplicably malfunctioned. Could it be because of something that happened at that time? It is worth mentioning that the robot mentioned by number 20 malfunctioned. The obstacle was caused by Luo Tian's appearance. Of course, Luo Tian couldn't let a robot detect his movements. He just released a little bit of angel power and destroyed the robot. However, the remote data of the robot has been transmitted to Dr. Gro. But the part about Luo Tian was naturally not passed. What a pity. I wanted to see the android's face twisted by fear. Vegeta snorted and waved at the destruction light ball. Swish! The destruction light ball quickly returned to Vegeta's hand. Vegeta took the destruction light ball back into his body and looked at Android 20 with a smile. Number 20 was stunned, his face was full of fear, and his eyes showed deep fear. The next one is you, old idiot. Vegeta snorted and looked at number 20 with a sneer. Number 20, who is the old idiot? Vegeta is really hateful. Is there anyone who curses like you? I did underestimate you, Vegeta. Number 20 said coldly, but you still have no chance of winning. Humph, I won't let you die so easily this time. I want to watch you gradually die out of fear. Vegeta snorted. No matter how powerful you are, you can never be the opponent of the androids. Number 20 said lightly. Come on. Vegeta hooked his finger at number 20. What? Number 19, you are still alive? Number 20 suddenly looked behind Vegeta. Ya, what did you say? Vegeta's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly looked behind him. After seeing this, Vegeta immediately realized that he had been fooled. Where is number 19 behind him? Clearly there is nothing. Vegeta had a bad premonition and hurriedly turned back to look in the direction of number 20. Sure enough, number 20 had already fled the scene at a high speed and entered the stone forest not far away. Damn it! Don't even think about running. Vegeta was furious, feeling like he was being played like a donkey. Swoosh! Vegeta rushed up quickly and followed number 20. However, number 20 had no breath on him. Vegeta looked around and couldn't find him at all. Uncle Piccolo, what should we do? Son Gohan asked. Let's go over and see. Piccolo suggested. I'll go over and see if the androids have been destroyed by Vegeta. Tien Shinyan nodded. I'll go too. Krillin responded. Although I don't want to go, I'll still go and see. Li Ping said in a deep voice. Uncle Piccolo, I'll go too. I've been training for so long, I can't just give up like this. Son Gohan also said. I understand, but don't fight him, you are no match for him. Piccolo warned with a serious look, he must be hiding in the rocks. He is a cyborg, and his position cannot be sensed by breath. Once you find him, notify me or Vegeta immediately. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, Piccolo and others also flew into the stone forest, looking for No 20's actions. Come out quickly. You coward. Didn't you say that you cyborgs will definitely win? Come out quickly. Vegeta shouted loudly. Number 20 hid behind a rock, with a bit of fear in his eyes. I just won't go out. What can you do to me? Damn it. This guy really took advantage of the terrain here. Vegeta gritted his teeth, I will definitely force you out. As he said, Vegeta soared into the air, flew into the sky, raised his right hand high, and condensed a purple-red destructive energy in his hand. No 20's face changed again and again. This purple-red light ball is really terrifying. I don't know what it's made of. If I get hit, I'll break on the spot. And it can't be absorbed. Are you still not coming out? If you don't come out, this area will be flattened. Vegeta snorted and said loudly, you will disappear with this thing. No 20's eyes showed fear. Hey, don't fight. We're still down there. Krillin panicked and shouted. Vegeta, damn it. Little bald head. Why are you here to join in the fun? Vegeta bared his teeth and was very unhappy. Get out of my way, I'm going to raise this area to the ground. Vegeta, your thing won't destroy the earth too, right? Piccolo flew up and asked Vegeta. Vegeta was silent. Indeed, this thing is too powerful. If I can't control it well, it will easily destroy the earth. I'm just trying to scare that guy. Humph, let's change one. Vegeta snorted coldly, immediately retracted the destructive energy, and switched to a golden light ball. The golden light ball is a relatively common energy. Get out of the way. Vegeta shouted, and directly smashed the energy light ball towards the ground below. No 20's eyes lit up. I feel that this energy should be absorbable. Swoosh, No 20 quickly appeared right below the energy ball, raised his hands high, and easily absorbed the energy released by Vegeta. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Vegeta, you are such a good person. Number 20 laughed. Not good. Vegeta's face changed color, and he hurriedly chased after him. Swish. Number 20 moved and disappeared quickly on the spot. When Vegeta reacted, he found that the other party had disappeared. It's terrible, he is much faster than I thought. Vegeta kept grinning. Number 20 hid behind a stone, his face was extremely ugly. I didn't expect Vegeta to be so powerful. Much more powerful than the information investigated at that time. It seems that there is no other way. I can only go back and activate number 17 and number 18 as soon as possible. Suddenly, number 20 glanced and found Son Gohan standing on a stone in the distance. In addition to Son Gohan, there are Tien Shinyan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha. Number 20 suddenly changed his mind. If I gather their energy and add it to myself, I can definitely defeat Vegeta. As long as you are careful of Vegeta's purple-red light ball, there will be no problem. Whose energy should I absorb first? Let's start with Piccolo. This guy is not much different from number 19 in strength. Piccolo's energy is enough for me to use for a while. Vegeta, you wait for me. Number 20 quietly appeared behind Piccolo and hooked him from behind, covering Piccolo's mouth with his left hand, and his legs tightly wrapped around Piccolo's body. Piccolo's body trembled violently, and he couldn't say anything. Hehe, now you won't be able to call your accomplices. I'm going to drain your energy. Number 20 sneered, they can't find this place. I know the location of each of them. Piccolo didn't hesitate at all and immediately contacted Son Gohan through his mind. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan was stunned and immediately released the induction. Soon he could sense Piccolo's breath. Swish. Son Gohan flew up quickly and quickly appeared behind number 20. Bang. Son Gohan hit No 20's head with a heavy blow. Number 20 was caught off guard and fell directly from the air. But then number 20 stopped in the air and looked at Son Gohan in disbelief. How did this kid find this place? Uncle Piccolo, are you okay? Son Gohan asked with concern. It's okay. Thank you for saving me, Gohan. Piccolo thanked him and gasped for air, obviously losing a lot of energy. Swoosh. 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 The next moment, Vegeta and others surrounded number 20. No 20's face became more and more ugly. Uncle Krillin, give Uncle Piccolo a senzu bean. Son Gohan said hurriedly. Take it. Krillin took out a senzu bean and threw it to Piccolo. Piccolo immediately took it and stuffed it into his mouth to eat. Swoosh. Piccolo fell from the sky and landed next to number 20. Vegeta, I should have dealt with number 19, but you meddled in other people's business and killed him. Piccolo snorted. What do you want to say? Vegeta smiled lightly. Let me take care of this guy. You don't need to intervene this time. Piccolo said coldly. It's up to you. I'm not afraid even if you give him all your energy. Vegeta smiled confidently. Piccolo said no more and suddenly used his knee to hit No 20's chin hard. Number 20 flew backwards and almost fell to the ground. Krillin and the others had seen Piccolo's strength before, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Number 20 was furious and rushed towards Piccolo with his teeth and claws. Bang! Piccolo made a fierce elbow strike and directly knocked number 20 down from the air. Number 20 fell into the pile of rocks below, with endless shock on his face. Why can't I beat him? Didn't I absorb a lot of his energy? Why is this guy so strong? In the distance, a red jet in the sky was flying towards the battle area. There were 3 people and a baby on the plane. Hey, you guys are going to see the androids. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yajirobe looked miserable. Stop talking nonsense. Bulma snorted. We'll just take a look at the androids and go back right away. Emily giggled. What's so good about it? It's so dangerous. Yajirobe wanted to cry. These two women are really brave. Don't you know that androids are dangerous? Swish. Pico waved his hand fiercely and cut off No 20's arm with his palm. Number 20 was shocked, and his pupils were full of horror. Listen, we can fight in one go, which is what you call energy doubling, and let the breath burst out in a large scale. Piccolo smiled contemptuously, therefore, the energy you took from me just now is not much. Great, I won. Son Gohan was very excited and happy for Uncle Piccolo. Bang! Pico flew over and immediately No 20 kicked down from the air. Boom! No 20's body smashed into the rocks below, looking extremely embarrassed. This bastard! I never expected Piccolo would have such powerful energy. In the original history, we should have been destroyed by these two androids, but because of the appearance of Luotian and Trunks, the future has changed. Piccolo chuckled, are you not as strong as you imagined? Or have we become stronger? Great, without Goku, we can also defeat them. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, Dad is back and has no place to use his skills. Son Gohan laughed. Although I don't like the powerful energy of Piccolo and Vegeta, I am finally relieved. Tien Shinyan smiled. Great. Leaping smiled. Pico, kill him. Vegeta snorted, I can't stand your dilatory fighting style the most. Or do you want to show mercy and spare his life? Of course I will kill him, I will never show mercy. Piccolo snorted. Number 20 looked extremely ugly. What to do? I have to find a way to escape from this place. But how to escape? Beep beep. Just then, Bulma and Emily's planes came quickly from a distance. Idiot, don't get closer. Yajirobe panicked and said hurriedly. It doesn't matter, everyone is alive, which means the battle is over. Bulma laughed, but she didn't care. Bulma is right. Emily nodded. Yajirobe burst into tears. How can you two women be so brave? Hey? Are those Bulma and Emily? Krillin was stunned. Bulma and Emily waved and greeted the people present. Hey! Look! That guy is an android. He's still there. Yajirobe suddenly noticed Android 20 from the plane. Bulma was also slightly stunned, and immediately recognized the true identity of Android 20. Isn't that Dr. Gero? You're just in time. Dr. Gero shouted, I said you can never win. Number 17 and number 18 will wake up soon and come to kill you. Vegeta and others who were present were stunned when they heard the news. Hey! Dr. Gero immediately ejected a ball of powerful energy from his hand, and the energy covered the plane. The scene even set off layers of huge storms. When the smoke gradually dissipated, number 20 was gone. Bulma used her body to block Emily and Trunks in her arms. Emily, are you okay? Bulma asked with some concern. She is really my best friend. She actually protected me and my child in such a dangerous time. Emily breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. It's okay. I have an invisible suit made of the essence of the universe. Bulma smiled, the defense can reach the level of the god of destruction. Vegeta, Emily. Emily didn't understand. Damn it, we can't let him run away. Vegeta searched for the androids everywhere. Hey, Vegeta. Didn't you see that I was in danger just now? Emily walked up angrily and scolded Vegeta. Humph, if you hadn't come over here, would the android have taken the opportunity to escape? Vegeta looked unhappy. Blame me? Emily's angry face emerged. Now is not the time to quarrel. I want to ask first, is the old man just now an android? Bulma asked. Hey? Yes. Krillin nodded. He might be Dr. Gero himself. I've seen his photo in a scientist's magazine. Bulma pondered, has he transformed himself into a cyborg? Poor guy, it's a pity that he doesn't have the essence of the universe, otherwise he could create a more powerful cyborg. No one cares about me. Yajirobe lay in the broken stones, wanting to cry but unable to. Is that cyborg Dr. Gero? Vegeta was stunned. He is a very famous scientist and a genius. Bulma guessed, maybe he wants to live in this world for a long time, so he transformed himself. Really? Krillin scratched his head. Didn't my future son say that? Dr. Gero has been killed by the cyborg. Vegeta snorted, expressing his disbelief. History has changed. After all, Goku has gone to the future, and according to what Trunks said, there is no Luotian in Trunks' future world. Piccolo pondered, so I think, maybe number 20, that is, number 17 and number 18 mentioned by Dr. Gero, they are the androids of Trunks' future world. Everyone present was silent. Fighting for a long time, fighting for nothing? No real androids were fought. It's a pity that Trunks didn't come back, and we don't know what number 17 and number 18 look like. Krillin shook his head. Tell me, where is Dr. Gero's research institute, where? He should be back to the research institute. Vegeta asked. It seems to be in the mountains near Baidu. It is said that he turned the cave into a research institute. I wonder if it is still there now. Bulma thought for a while and answered. Then before Dr. Gero returns to the research institute to wake up number 17 and number 18, find a way to destroy his research institute. Piccolo suggested. Humph, there is no need for that. I want to have a good fight with them. There is no point in fighting with the androids just now. Vegeta snorted, his expression became more and more disdainful. Swoosh. After the voice fell, Vegeta turned into a golden light and quickly rushed into the sky. He flew away. Tien Shinyan said. Vegeta has completely regained his confidence. After he became a Super Saiyan, at least his energy has far exceeded that of Goku in the Namek period, and his destructive energy can already be condensed to that size. Maybe he can really defeat those two androids. Pico said, looking at the direction where Vegeta left. Next, you guys go find Dr. Gero's research institute together. We should destroy them before the androids start up. Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Li Ping and others nodded together. Bulma, can you and Emily go back? Krillin asked. Yes, my invisible suit has the ability to fly. Bulma nodded, although my defense has reached the strength of the god of destruction, I don't like fighting, Emily and I will go back first. Let's go. Piccolo urged. Swish, swish, swish. Pico and others rushed into the sky at a high speed. Dr. Gero's Research Institute. Luo Tian appeared at the door of the Research Institute. Looking at the heavy metal door at the door of the Research Institute, Luo Tian just waved the scepter in his hand lightly. Snap! The metal door disappeared in an instant, revealing a dark cave. Dr. Gro, who was moving quickly among the rocks, suddenly felt that something was wrong. Pa! A heavy metal door fell from the sky and hit Dr. Gro, pressing him down. Dr. Gro? What's going on? Who is hitting me? It's the end of the month, take out your monthly tickets, don't hide them. Chapter 223 Advance. Level 70. All King Guard level. Dr. Gro stumbled and fell to the ground, feeling sick. Has someone caught up with me? Dr. Gro's face changed again and again, and he hurriedly and carefully crawled out from under the gate, looking around vigilantly. However, Dr. Gro was confused again. It seemed that there was no one around. Dr. Gro immediately looked at the thing that hit him. Then Dr. Gero found that thing a little familiar. Why do I feel that it is the gate of my institute? Am I dreaming? Why did the gate of the institute suddenly fall from the sky and hit me? Who did it? Is it really the gate of the institute? Just as Dr. Gero was about to go forward to check carefully, he suddenly sensed that there was energy flying towards him. Dr. Gero was startled and hid behind a stone. Swoosh! Dr. Gero looked closely and found that it was Vegeta flying through the air. It's Vegeta, the haunted guy. Dr. Gero was stunned again. Could it be that this guy just hit me? The question is, where did Vegeta get such a door? It feels like the door of our institute. Wait a minute, where is Vegeta going? He and I are flying in the same direction. Is he going to my institute? Is it a coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Vegeta can't know the location of my institute. Only a very few scientists know it. Thinking of this, Bulma's face suddenly appeared in Dr. Gero's mind. Is that woman Bulma? The lady of the Universal Capsule Group. Maybe she heard about me from her father. Beep. Just then, Dr. Gero detected a lot of energy flying towards him through the energy radar again. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, Piccolo, Son Gohan, Krillin, Tien Shinyan, and Li Ping flew through the air. Seeing the direction these people were heading, Dr. Gero's face was extremely ugly. That's right. Their target is my research institute. They must want to destroy them before I activate number 17 and number 18. This won't do. This won't do. I didn't tell anyone the exact location. It's hard to find. I can still get there early even if I take a detour. Well, before that, let me see what's going on with this door. Dr. Gero quickly stepped forward to check the door that he had smashed under. Dr. Gero's face instantly became paler after this check. Dr. Gero clearly saw that this door was indeed the door of the institute. But Dr. Gero was a little confused. How could the door fall from the sky and hit me? Dr. Gro looked at the door again. It didn't seem to be destroyed by anyone. It seemed to have flown from the air. What on earth is going on? Dr. Gro had a bad feeling in his heart. He quickly accelerated and flew towards the institute. Dr. Gro's institute. Luo Tian stepped into the institute and saw number 17 and number 18 lying in the sleeping cabin at a glance. Especially number 18, lying there, like a sleeping beauty, giving people a heart-pounding feeling. Luo Tian pointed the scepter in the air again. Shua. The door of No 18's sleeping cabin disappeared all of a sudden, revealing her curvy body. Dr. Gro was hit by the door that fell from the sky again and fell to the ground. Dr. Gro quickly got up from the ground. When he saw the door of the sleeping cabin with the number 18 written on it, he instantly fell into deep thought. Then, Dr. Gro's face changed again and again. It seems that my home has been stolen. This is a tragedy. Who is in my house? You not only stole my home, but you also hit me with my door. You are too much. Dr. Gro panicked. It's over. My number 17 and number 18 will be destroyed by this thief. However, how did he get the door to hit me? Does he know magic? It seems that this is the only possibility. I have to go home quickly. Dr. Gro ran quickly towards the direction of the research institute. Bang! Just as Dr. Gro was moving forward quickly, another sleeping cabin door fell from the sky and hit him on the head. Dr. Gro staggered several times and fell to the ground again. Dr. Gro rolled several times on the ground, immediately stood up, and went forward to check the hatch that hit him. Although Dr. Gro had been prepared for a long time, his face was extremely ugly after seeing the number 17 written on it. Sure enough, number 17 also met with an accident. This is bad. What should I do? Should I go back to the institute? No matter what, let's go back and take a look. Dr. Gro gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Bang! The next moment, another hatch fell from the air and hit Dr. Gro's shoulder. Dr. Gro almost fell to the ground, glanced in the direction of the hatch, and saw the 16 written on it. Dr. Gro did not go forward to check this time. There is no time to check, so let's go back quickly. Dr. Gro's institute. Luo Tian first moved the hatches of the three artificial people away, and then gently pointed the scepter in his hand at number 18. Pa! No 18's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and she stared at Luo Tian without blinking. Number 18, I'm here to help you. Are you Dr. Gro's new assistant? Number 18 asked softly. Luo Tian reached out his hand. Number 18 took Luo Tian's hand, got up from the sleeping cabin, and quickly looked around to see the surrounding situation. Number 18 didn't find Dr. Gro, and was a little puzzled. You look familiar? I remember seeing you somewhere. Number 18 looked at Luo Tian this time and said thoughtfully. You have grown up, lazuli. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Hearing this name, No 18's face changed slightly, but soon he was relieved. It is normal that someone in the institute knows my real name. You even know my real name. Number 18 smiled charmingly, and looked quietly in the direction of number 17. I have to find a way to wake number 17 up as soon as possible. But where is Dr. Gro? Where is Dr. Gro? Number 18 didn't think deeply about Luo Tian's identity. After all, for number 18, he just wants to destroy Dr. Gro's remote control as soon as possible. That remote control is too abominable. Keeping it will only make number 17 and I continue to sleep. Still outside, maybe dead. Luo Tian replied. Number 18? When number 18 heard Luo Tian's words, he was stunned at first, and then felt that happiness came a little suddenly. Is this handsome man Dr. Gro's enemy? Number 18 threw this question to Luo Tian. Not really, I just don't like him, that's all. Luo Tian replied. Number 18, then do you know where Dr. Gro's remote control is? Number 18 asked again. Here. Luo Tian pointed to the table of a work table with his scepter. Number 18 was slightly startled and looked in the direction of the table, but found that there was nothing on it. Number 18 turned his head to look at Luo Tian, revealing a face full of doubts. Why are you looking at me? Look at the remote control? Luo Tian smiled. Where is the remote control? Number 18 snorted. Having said that, number 18 still looked at the table again. However, when number 18 looked again, he found that there was already an extra remote control on the table. It feels like it just appeared out of thin air. Are you a magician? Number 18 looked at Luo Tian meaningfully, and immediately stepped forward to pick up the remote control and looked at it carefully. For a moment, number 18 felt that the remote control was a bit mysterious. Is this thing real? Is it real? Number 18 was half believing and half doubting. Why do I feel like you made it? Press it and it will stop? Luo Tian asked. Yes, you know. Number 18 suddenly became alert. Then, number 18 accidentally touched a button on the remote control. Snap! Number 18 stood there motionless, and it had stopped working. Luo Tian was speechless. Luo Tian didn't need to use the remote control, but just pointed the scepter at number 18. Immediately, number 18 restarted, and there was a little more expression in his lifeless eyes. Why do I feel like I just crashed? Number 18 was stunned for a moment. You just accidentally pressed the power off button. Luo Tian pointed at the remote control in No 18's hand. Number 18 immediately looked at the remote control in his hand. This thing is real. Destroy it quickly. As he said, number 18 threw the remote control in his hand to the ground and stepped on it hard. Snap! However, at the moment when number 18 stepped on the remote control, the button of the remote control was touched. Number 18 was once again fixed on the scene, and his eyes gradually lost their expression. Luo Tian was also speechless about this. When Luo Tian watched the anime, he saw Krillin stepping on the ground with the remote control, and he was really worried that he would not step on it well and freeze number 18. I didn't expect that I would come to this Dragon Ball world today, and I really verified the possibility of such a thing happening. Luo Tian had to point the scepter at number 18 again to wake her up. At the same time, Luo Tian also removed the emergency brake switch of number 18. This is a very small chip that controls the central nervous system of number 18. As long as it is removed, number 18 will no longer be controlled by this instrument. In addition, Luo Tian also moved the bomb in number 18 away. Dr. Gro was moving quickly in the mountains. After walking for a while, Dr. Gro suddenly felt that something was wrong. Dr. Gro looked down and found that there was a bomb hanging on his chest. Dr. Gro jumped up in shock. Where did this bomb come from? Wait a minute. Why does this bomb look so familiar to me? Dr. Gro slowed down and took a closer look. He found that the number 18 was printed on the bomb. Isn't this the bomb in number 18? How is it possible? How did the bomb in number 18 get to me? Dr. Gro felt like he was seeing a ghost. Explosion countdown, 32. Just then, Dr. Gro suddenly heard a voice coming from the bomb. I don't remember the sound of a countdown on a bomb before. Also, even if there is a countdown, it should be 10 seconds, okay? How can it start from 3? You are a scoundrel. Dr. Gro panicked and threw the bomb in his hand out in a hurry. Boom! Just as Dr. Gro let go of the bomb, it exploded next to him. Dr. Gro was affected and one of his legs was blown off at that time. When the smoke dissipated, Dr. Gro was already seriously injured. Fortunately, Dr. Gro had already reduced his pain by hundreds of times. Although one leg and half of his arm were gone, he didn't feel the pain. Such a huge explosion immediately attracted the attention of Vegeta and others. Swish, swish, swish. Vegeta and others quickly flew over here and surrounded Dr. Gro again. Dr. Gero's face became more and more ugly. Humph, you can't run away this time, right? Vegeta snorted. Did you step on the mine just now? Piccolo pondered, it should be the mine you developed yourself, right? Otherwise, it can't be so powerful that it can even blow off one of your legs. This is called self-inflicted trouble. Krillin said with a smile. You will suffer the consequences. Li Ping also said. Dr. Gro, this is considered self-inflicted trouble. I put bombs in the bodies of number 17 and number 18, and now the bombs inexplicably ran into my hands and exploded. What can I say? I still feel miserable. Take us to your research institute. Vegeta snorted. Don't be so hypocritical, you have already wiped out my research institute. What's the point of saying this now? Dr. Gro was so angry that his head was dizzy. What are you talking about? Klin was stunned. Did you wipe out your research institute? We didn't find your research institute, okay? It wasn't you? Dr. Gro was a little confused. If it wasn't them, who else could it be? I didn't. He provoked others. I mainly targeted Sun Wukong and his companions. This is strange. But, just when Dr. Gro was talking. Bang! A bomb appeared on Dr. Gero's body again. It appeared inexplicably. Look! There is something on his body, as if it suddenly appeared. Li Ping exclaimed. It looks like a small bomb. Krillin was stunned. Dr. Gerald looked down and almost fainted with anger. This is fucking isn't this the bomb in No. 17's body? Even number 17 Dr. Gero had almost no hesitation, picked up the bomb and was about to throw it in the direction of Vegeta. But, just when Dr. Gero just picked up the bomb. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the bomb immediately exploded. Krillin and Le Ping and others immediately rushed out and fell to the ground. Vegeta just protected his head with his arms, with a lot of doubts on his face. What's going on? Where did the bomb come from? Pico was even more confused. When the smoke gradually dissipated, Dr. Gero's increasingly miserable body was revealed. Dr. Gero's other leg was also blown to half, and he lay on the ground with a shoulder injury, and oil was flowing out of his body. Dr. Gero felt that his vitality was spreading rapidly. I was killed by the bomb? This is too tragic. Humph, it seems that if I leave it alone, I will die soon. Vegeta snorted and smiled contemptuously. Beast! Who is it? Who destroyed my home? Dr. Gero shouted hysterically. Tell me the specific location of the institute, I can help you check it out. Vegeta asked with a smile. After a brief hesitation, Dr. Gero immediately told the specific location of the institute. The guy who stole my home made me look so miserable, I must not forgive him. Vegeta, avenge me. Dr. Gero gritted his teeth. Humph, revenge for you? You really want to? Vegeta chuckled. I just want to see what you said about Android 17 and 18 look like. Swoosh. Vegeta took off and flew quickly in the direction Dr. Gero said. Piccolo, what should we do? Krillin asked hurriedly. Even if this guy is left alone, he will die soon. Let's go and see. Piccolo made a prompt decision, we must not let those two androids start. Yes. Krillin and others nodded together. Take me with you, I also want to know what happened to those two androids. Dr. Gero pleaded. You wishful thinking, you killed so many innocent people, and you still want us to take you there, are you trying to play a trick? Li Ping shouted loudly. Not killing you immediately is already very kind to you. Tian Xinyan followed and shouted. Let's go. Piccolo said and flew away immediately. The others followed quickly. Don't leave me behind. Dr. Gero gritted his teeth, even if I have to crawl, I will crawl back to the institute. After that, Dr. Gero crawled towards the institute like a zombie. Dr. Gero's institute. Hey? Why do I feel like I just crashed again? Sweat fell from No 18's face. When you stepped on the remote control, you accidentally triggered the button on it, and then you were frozen. Luo Tian sighed. Number 18, then, number 18 looked down at the crushed remote control. Hey? The remote control is broken, how did you restart me? Number 18 asked curiously. I was not in the sleeping cabin when I woke up again, and the sleeping cabin had activated my instrument. Have you heard the story of the prince and the princess? Luo Tian smiled. What do you mean? Number 18 was slightly stunned. Once upon a time there was a sleeping beauty, and then well, this is a very beautiful story. Luo Tian explained, then the prince and the sleeping beauty lived a shameless life. Number 18, you mean you just kissed me? Number 18 touched his lips with his hand and looked at Luo Tian angrily. I wanted to wake you up by kissing you, but then I thought you had been sleeping for so long and hadn't brushed your teeth, so I gave up. Luo Tian sighed. No 18's face turned red at the time. What do you mean? Do you think I have bad breath? Number 18 was ashamed, and then he was furious and was about to attack Luo Tian. Brush your teeth first, then fight. Luo Tian raised his hand, and an electric toothbrush and a tube of toothpaste immediately appeared in his hand. Number 18 was stunned and his eyes widened. Where did this thing come from? Are you really a magician? Number 18 looked at Luo Tian and asked. It doesn't matter. Luo Tian shook his head and handed the electric toothbrush to number 18, look how good I am to you, the toothbrush is electric. Number 18, what does this have to do with electric toothbrushes? Go quickly, develop a good habit of brushing your teeth. Luo Tian stuffed the electric toothbrush into No 18's hands. Number 18 held the electric toothbrush and was messy in the wind. Paw. Then, number 18 squeezed the electric toothbrush hard and crushed it immediately. Damn it, you dare to play tricks on me, I won't let you go. Number 18 was furious and rushed towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian slightly turned his body to avoid No 18's attack, and gently dragged No 18's body with his hand. The next moment, Luo Tian aimed at No 18's butt and slapped it hard. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. Number 18 was angry and blushing, and kept struggling on Luo Tian's body. As soon as Luo Tian loosened his hand slightly, number 18 immediately distanced himself from Luo Tian. Luo Tian continued the previous topic and sighed sincerely, someone once told me that toys for boys and girls are actually quite interesting. When we were young, girls liked dolls and the like, but boys liked all kinds of electronic toys when we grew up, it was just the opposite. Number 18? Why can't I understand what you are saying? Who are you? Number 18 showed a look of astonishment. Why do I feel that I can't beat him? I'm a man-made man. Haven't you recognized me yet? Luo Tian sighed in a low voice, your IQ is a bit similar to that of Bayer, the silly angel. Bayer? Number 18 had never heard of this name. The seventh universe, the universe. Shu. Bayer suddenly sneezed and stopped in this starry sky. Who is talking about me? Bayer waved the scepter in her hand, I feel that there can be no one else except Luo Tian. Bayer bit her lip and looked around. Then, Bayer turned gorgeously and flew in the direction she came from before. Bayer's tears were about to fall as she flew. 3 years. I have been wandering in the universe for 3 years, but I still haven't found the destruction god realm of the 12th universe. Flew for another distance. Bayer suddenly found a large space station in front of her. After hesitating for a while, she flew quickly in the direction of the space station. Mel stood at the window of his room and looked at Bayer in the starry sky. Then, Mel saw Bayer passing by him without even looking at him. Mels, didn't you find me? Hey, Bayer, are you looking for me? Mels took out the scepter and immediately contacted Bayer through the crystal ball on the scepter. Beer was startled, turned her head to look at the crystal ball on the scepter, and Mel's in the crystal ball. Isn't this Mel's? Beer asked in surprise. It's me, Mel's replied. What do you want from me? Beer asked. I just saw you. Mel said. You saw me? Beer was startled again, have you come to the 12th universe? Mel's? No, aren't you in our 7th universe? Mel's replied. What are you kidding? I'm obviously in the 12th universe, how could I be in the 7th universe? Beer shook her head, expressing disbelief. Look to the left. Mel's suggested. Beer turned her head to look over. That's the right. Mel's didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A Beer scratched her head embarrassedly, turned her head to look in another direction. Sure enough, Beer glanced and saw Mel standing at a window position in the space station. Bayer hurriedly flew over there and appeared at the window. Come in. Myers opened the window and invited Bayer in. After Bayer walked into the room, she looked around and asked speechlessly, is this the 7th universe? You don't think this is the 12th universe? Myers was speechless. I have been running around in this universe for half a year. Bayer wanted to cry. I said that no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find the destroyer god realm. Myers couldn't complain. You are in the 7th universe, and I didn't see you find the destroyer god realm. Forget it, I don't want to look for it, I want to play with you for a while. Bayer gritted her teeth and said. Okay, then you can disguise yourself a little and say that you are my sister. Myers suggested. Okay, okay. Bayer changed her clothes and changed into the same style as Myers, and her skin color turned into light purple. Myers nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, at least Bayer's ability to change did not have any problems. Except for being a super directionally challenged person, his other abilities are all good. The two were chatting when there was a knock on the door. Mers went forward and opened the door. Kale came in from outside and soon noticed Beer, who appeared in the room. Kale, she is my sister. Myers introduced. Beer, she is my new god of destruction. Kale. You are Kale, nice to meet you. Beer went forward and shook hands with Kale. What a beautiful big sister. Kale blinked and looked at Beer. What's going on? Myers, which god of destruction is Kai targeting in Luo Tian? Bayer asked. A man named Vegeta. Myers answered. How strong is that man named Vegeta? Bayer asked again. Not very good at the moment, far inferior to Kai. Myers told the truth, I have been observing him for some time, and he is at most slightly stronger than Sun Wukong 3 years ago. So, you should win this test without a doubt? Bayer was very excited. About the same. Myers nodded, showing a face full of confidence. At least in the test of the god of destruction, I am sure to win. What about the test of the king of Kai? Bayer asked again, how is Luo Tian's king of Kai? The new king of Kai he recruited originally had the potential to become an angel, but unfortunately he trained in a wrong way. Myers smiled. Just ask if he can win? Bayer asked. It's not clear yet, because Mr. Sun Wukong has gone to another time and space. Myers answered truthfully. He allowed humans to travel through time and space without authorization? He is so brave. Bayer exclaimed. It is time and space traveled through a time machine, so it will not cause much impact for the time being. Myers shook his head, and from beginning to end, Luo Tian did not participate too much. That's good. Bayer nodded, and asked seriously, Myers, do you know what level Luo Tian is now? I don't know. Myers shook his head. It can be said that we have basically had no contact in the past 3 years. What about you? Have you contacted him? Me neither. Bayer wanted to cry when she said this. I have been looking for my home for the past 3 years. But I didn't find it. Just ask if you are sad or not. He had reached level 65 3 years ago. It's hard to imagine that another 3 years have passed. How many levels will he reach? Myers took a breath. What about you? Myers, how many levels are you? Bayer asked curiously. Level 51. Myers sighed. Well, I'm level 48, only 3 levels behind you. Bayer laughed. Do you think Luo Tian will reach level 70? Myers asked. No way. Level 70 is the level of the guards of the Lord of all Kings. Bayer exclaimed, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. You're right, after all, it's very difficult to reach level 60 or above and then upgrade to another level. Myers breathed a sigh of relief. The 6th universe, Earth. Dr. Gro's Research Institute. Let's start number 17 first. Luo Tian said, pointing the scepter in his hand at number 17 in the air. Snap. Number 17 immediately opened his bright eyes, with a gleam in his eyes. Number 17 saw Luo Tian and number 18 at the moment he woke up. However, when number 17 saw Luo Tian, he suddenly felt that he looked familiar, as if he was someone in his memory. However, number 17 didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly looked for Dr. Gro. Number 18 was slightly stunned. Is that stick a magician's staff? Number 17 woke up with just a light finger? Did I wake up like this too? Hello, are you Dr. Gro's new assistant? Number 17 looked at Luo Tian and asked politely. Don't you remember me? Luo Tian smiled and said, I met you and your brother about 20 years ago. More than 20 years ago? Number 17 was stunned, his brain working rapidly. Soon, the appearance of the alien floating in the air overlapped with the image of Luo Tian in front of him. You are that alien. Number 17 suddenly realized. Alien? No, 18's eyes lit up and he came back to his senses immediately. I remembered that he seemed to be the alien from more than 20 years ago. It turned out to be you? Number 18 looked up and down at Luo Tian. I remember you have black hair. Aliens age really fast, their hair has turned white. Luo Tian smiled. Why are you here? Number 17 asked curiously. I came to rescue you. Luo Tian smiled, if it weren't for me, you two would have to continue sleeping. Where is Dr. Gro? Number 17 asked vigilantly. Number 17, Dr. Gro's remote control has been destroyed by me, so we have nothing to fear. Number 18 leaned close to No 17's ear and whispered to him. Number 17 felt that happiness came too suddenly. The remote control was destroyed? Great. Have you seen Dr. Gro? Number 17 asked again. No. I think I was also awakened by him. Number 18 lowered his voice. Although I don't like him very much, but he was able to wake us up, so I owe him a favor. Number 17 pondered, as for the trivial matters of more than 20 years ago, let it go with the wind. You are quite generous. Number 18 snorted, I also want to join forces with you to beat him up. Do you mean that you are not his opponent alone? Number 17 was slightly startled. No, I didn't do it seriously. No, 18's cheeks flushed, and he was embarrassed to talk about the spanking he had just received from Luo Tian. It was so embarrassing. The dignified android number 18 was slapped hard on the buttocks just after he started up. For a moment. After number 18 finished speaking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of number 16 lying nearby. Hey? That's number 16. Number 18 blinked her beautiful eyes and quickly walked towards number 16. It is worth mentioning that the door of No 16's sleeping cabin was also moved away by Luo Tian. It's number 16, I haven't seen him before. Number 17 walked over and took a look, and nodded slightly. Number 15 seems to have been dealt with by Dr. Gro. Do you want to activate him? Number 18 asked number 17 for his opinion. Activate. Number 17 nodded without objection. As for Luo Tian at the scene, he has been ignored by the two androids. After all, in No 17's view, he is the most powerful android in history. Even if you are an alien, what can you do? Since you activated me, I can ignore the past. After all, it was not a big deal back then. As for the childish thing like you shot yourself in the head with a bullet, I can do it easily now. Number 18 immediately stepped forward and pressed the start button of number 16. Then nothing happened. Number 16 was still sleeping and didn't seem to wake up. Hey, let me use your stick. Number 18 said to Luo Tian. Okay. Luo Tian handed the scepter to number 18. Wake up, number 16. Number 18 pointed at number 16 in the air. Number 16 didn't react at all. Number 18, why doesn't this thing work? You two come and take a look, there's another one here. Luo Tian waved to number 17 and number 18. Number 17 and number 18 were slightly stunned and quickly looked in the direction of Luo Tian. The two were a little confused. When did Luo Tian run to that corner? He was clearly beside us before. How did he move over? However, out of curiosity, number 17 and number 18 immediately walked to Luo Tian's side and looked at an android in the sleeping cabin. Luo Tian saw that the woman lying in the sleeping cabin was a woman with dark brown wavy hair. She had a good figure and a decent image. Luo Tian had heard of this woman a little bit. She was number 21. Number 21? Number 17 was slightly stunned. I didn't expect number 21 to be here. Number 18 was also a little surprised. Luo Tian had read some introductions about number 21 in his previous life. According to the setting in the plot, the prototype of number 21 is Dr. Gro's wife. The same is true in the Dragon Ball world where Luo Tian is. In fact, in the plot of Dragon Ball, the prototype of android number 16 is the son of Dr. Gro and number 21. However, their son died a long time ago. Later, Dr. Gro created a brand new robot number 16 based on the image of his son. Number 18, start her up. Number 17 ordered number 18. Number 18, I didn't even start no 16yo. You want me to start number 21? I don't know how to start it. Number 18 had no choice but to point the scepter at number 21 and mutter, start it, number 21. Then nothing happened. Number 21 didn't start. After all, Luo Tian had cut off all their lines before that. No response. Number 18 said in a deep voice. Who unplugged the power? Number 17 walked over and found that the power supply had been cut off. Number 18 was speechless. No wonder there was no response after starting it for a long time. Give me back the scepter. Luo Tian said with a smile and gently hooked his finger. Swoosh. The scepter in No 18's hand flew back to Luo Tian's hand. Number 18 was stunned. This thing can fly by itself? Snap. Luo Tian pointed the scepter at number 21. Suddenly, No 21's eyes slowly opened. Number 17 showed a look of astonishment. Number 18 looked at the power supply that had been cut off in a strange way. Can it be started without electricity? Is it because of the backup power supply? Number 17 muttered. Number 21 walked out of the sleeping cabin and immediately looked around. Luo Tian felt No 21's physical strength a little bit. Now, because of the early start, her overall strength is not much different from number 18. After all, number 21 is still in the stage of research and development. If it is started in about 8 years, its strength will at least reach the strength of Majin Buu, or even exceed him. But now, it is estimated that there is no hope. After all, number 21 does not have Majin Buu's cells in his body. Number 21, congratulations on seeing the light of day again. Number 17 smiled. Number 21 swept over number 17, number 18, and Luo Tian respectively. Number 17. Number 18. Who is this man? Is he another android created by Dr. Gero? There is no information about him in the database. Number 21 doesn't know Luo Tian at all. Are you Dr. Gero's new assistant? Number 21 blinked his bright eyes and asked Luo Tian. Don't worry about him, he's here to join in the fun. Number 17 said lightly. To be precise, he's an alien. Number 18 added, as for which planet he's from, we don't know. Really? Just here to join in the fun? Number 21 nodded gently. Then, number 21 seemed to suddenly think of something and hurriedly walked towards number 16. Soon, number 21 saw number 16 sleeping in the sleeping cabin. That's number 16. I was going to start him just now but I don't know who pulled out his power. Number 17 explained with a smile. Number 16. Number 21 looked at number 16 in the sleeping cabin lovingly and gently stroked his cheek. Number 17 and number 18 looked at each other, not understanding why number 21 had such an expression. Where's Dr. Gro? Number 21 turned his head to ask. I don't know, I haven't seen him. Number 17 shook his head and asked Luo Tian again, Alien, have you seen Dr. Gro? I haven't seen him either, but he's dying. Luo Tian took the scepter and looked at it. Number 17 and the other two were speechless. What you said is a bit harsh. Start number 16 first, you don't object, right? Number 21 asked softly. Of course not, just start it if you want to. Number 17 smiled indifferently. Number 21 nodded, stepped forward to turn on the power, and pressed the start button. Number 16 slowly opened his eyes and walked out of the sleeping cabin. Number 16, hello, I'm number 21. Number 21 still looked at number 16 with a doting look. Hello. Number 16 nodded expressionlessly. Swoosh. Just then, the people led by Vegeta finally found the research institute and landed outside one after another. The next moment, Vegeta saw Luo Tian and several androids standing in the room. Luo Tian? Vegeta was stunned. Luo Tian, didn't you leave the Earth? Krillin asked hurriedly. I left the Earth 2 days ago and just came back. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Krillin and others were silent. Why did you stand with these strange people just after coming back? Could it be that Luo Tian was the one who destroyed Dr. Gro's family? If it was Luo Tian, everything would make sense. What a miserable Dr. Gro. Luo Tian, who are they? Piccolo asked hurriedly. Let me introduce them to you. These four are androids 16, 17, 18, and 21. Luo Tian said, pointing at the four androids on the scene. Vegeta and others' faces changed again and again. Why are there so many more androids than we know? Which two are the androids Trunks mentioned? Li Ping asked again. Luo Tian ignored Li Ping. Your question is too stupid. No matter which android Trunks is talking about, I will destroy them one by one today. Vegeta snorted, Luo Tian, get out of the way, let you see my destructive energy. As he said, Vegeta raised his hand lightly, and a purple-red destructive energy appeared in his hand. Humph, it's really boring to fight the android just now. I hope these four androids can make me fight more happily. Vegeta's mouth corners slightly raised, and a shallow arc appeared. Is this guy Vegeta? Number 17 chuckled, sure enough, he is as arrogant as the information says. Your name is Luo Tian? Number 18 asked Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded. It seems you know each other. Number 18 said with a smile. I am also a Saiyan. Luo Tian smiled. Number 18, number 17, both of them looked at Luo Tian with some surprise. So he is a Saiyan. Like Sun Wukong, they are of the same race. Number 21 also looked in the direction of Luo Tian, with a somewhat unexpected look, but he didn't say much. Okay, no matter who you are, it doesn't matter. Number 17 said calmly, and turned to number 16 and ordered, Number 16, let's see your level. I refuse. Number 16 replied lightly. Number 17, strange guy, actually refused. Number 17 was speechless. Let me do it. Number 21 raised his head and took a step forward. Oh? What? Are you going to fight me, Vegeta, alone? Vegeta snorted and smiled contemptuously. Number 21 didn't say anything and walked outside. Very good, it doesn't seem to be fun to destroy you. I'd better give you a good beating, and then destroy you. Vegeta suddenly changed his mind and immediately took back the destructive energy in his hand. This is the time to perform well in front of Luo Tian. Luo Tian will definitely be proud of my outstanding performance. No, the word proud should not be used. It's like he is my father. Forget it, doesn't matter what word I use. Let's go over there to fight. There are many sophisticated instruments here. It would be a pity to destroy them. Number 21 stroked his long hair and said to Vegeta with a smile. It's the same no matter where we fight. Vegeta snorted and landed in the direction pointed by number 21. Number 21 also flew over slowly and landed in front of Vegeta. As for Piccolo and others, they all looked a little relaxed and solemn at the same time. The reason for their relaxed expressions was that Luo Tian suddenly appeared. Luo Tian could appear here. I believe that those androids would not cause any big waves, right? Luo Tian appeared beside number 17 and number 18 mainly to feel their personalities. After all, the personalities of androids that appeared in different time and space are not constant. If they were the androids in Trunks' time and space, Luo Tian would naturally not be able to train them into gods of destruction and kings. If their personalities were still good, Luo Tian did have the intention of training them into gods. At first glance, the personalities of these two androids are pretty good. At least from their current performance, they are not bad people. Luo Tian, you came at the right time. I have been practicing seriously in the past 3 years. Vegeta snorted, his face becoming more and more proud. Just watch. Snap. Golden light burst out from Vegeta's body, and he started the Super Saiyan transformation. Luo Tian did not speak. It was just the most basic Super Saiyan transformation. To be honest, Luo Tian didn't care much about Vegeta in these 3 years. Because Luo Tian also had to practice. Originally, Luo Tian wanted to train Vegeta well. But the matter of the god of time and space destroyer made Luo Tian feel imminent. If you are not careful, the entire time and space will disappear. Even if you train the god of destruction or the king of the worlds well, what can you do? It is better to improve your own strength as soon as possible, that is the first choice. According to the high priest, only when one's own strength reaches level 90, will one not be destroyed by the god of time and space destruction. To be precise, one will not disappear with the disappearance of time and space. Level 90. What does that mean? That is the strength of the high priest. For this reason, Luo Tian worked hard and cultivated hard in the past 3 years, and finally raised his level to level 70. Or it can be said that Luo Tian reached level 70 2 years ago. It took 1 year to raise from level 65 to level 70, reaching the level of the King's Guard. There are more than 200 monthly tickets this month to break through the 1000 mark. Dear bosses, please throw all your monthly tickets at me. Chapter 224 Golden Angel Halo. However, in the next 2 years, Luo Tian did not raise another level. Luo Tian was a little distressed about this. It took 1 year to go from level 65 to level 70. In the end, after 2 years, he was still level 70. Who would believe this gap? Luo Tian even thought that he had reached his limit. Is my upper limit only level 70? It can't be so tragic, right? Fortunately, Luo Tian felt that the decimal point after his level 70 was still rising. It has risen from 70.1 to 70.9 in 2 years, and it is not far from level 71. But Luo Tian still felt that it was too slow. My goal is level 100, but you have grown so slowly at level 70. How can you make me feel embarrassed? Luo Tian kept complaining in his heart, and felt that it was difficult to improve, so he gradually reduced the speed of cultivation and came here to cultivate feelings with Android 18. Perhaps as a Saiyan, he should have a peaceful heart. Since letting Vegeta have a passionate love affair can calm his mind. What if it was me? Can I also calm my mind? With a try and see mentality, Luo Tian appeared in front of Android 18 and woke her up. As for whether it can succeed, we will take it one step at a time. Moreover, cultivation, especially the cultivation of the angels, is just a simple purification of angelic power. However, there is no precedent for this. Each angel has a different experience in cultivation. If there were really precedents to refer to, Mel's would not be so bad. In the words of some fantasy novels, this is called walking your own path. Why not find Bulma for a relationship? Luo Tian has also thought deeply about this. After all, I have known Bulma for a long time, and in fact, our usual communication is already considered a close boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. What Luo Tian needs is a relatively new relationship. This is something that Luo Tian sometimes complains about. Am I a scumbag? No matter. I have become an angel, why do you care if I am a scumbag? Is it too much for an angel to have several girlfriends? If it were you, you would only marry one after you cultivated to become the greatest god in the universe? Luo Tian absolutely admires such people. But Luo Tian is definitely not a man who only marries one. Emperors in the past all had 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. As a true god, I don't want much. They are just a few goddesses in my heart when I watched Dragon Ball before, that's all. It is also worth mentioning that after Luo Tian reached level 70, he did not publicize it everywhere. This time, Luo Tian was very low-key. It is estimated that no one knows his level. As for whether the high priest knows, Luo Tian is not very clear. Luo Tian, how is it? I have successfully become a Super Saiyan. As you said, the peaceful heart Vegeta pointed to his nose with his thumb. However, just as Vegeta's voice just fell, number 21 had already rushed towards him and punched Vegeta in the abdomen. Puff! Vegeta spit out a mouthful of acid water. This shameless woman. I'm not ready yet, you start to attack. Bang bang bang. Vegeta quickly counterattacked. In the confrontation of several rounds, number 21 punched Vegeta again. Vegeta dodged to the side, avoided No 21's fist, and clamped her arm. With a strong hand, he slammed her body heavily on a boulder next to him. Boom! After No 21's body came into contact with the boulder, there was a loud bang, and the stone broke into several pieces. But soon, number 21 stabilized his body in the air. Vegeta snorted coldly, rushed towards number 21 quickly, and waved his palm to kill. Number 21 took off into the air and dodged Vegeta's attack. Vegeta chased up again and punched number 21. Number 21 rolled over in the air and landed steadily. I didn't expect that Vegeta is much more powerful than the information provided by Dr. Gro. Number 17 smiled and looked over there. That's right. Number 18 nodded. Number 16 looked at some birds that appeared in the distant area with a cold expression and didn't speak. Vegeta is really powerful. Number 17 snorted and focused his attention on Luo Tian again. A short silence. Are you really a Saiyan? Number 17 asked. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. Your look doesn't look like a Saiyan anymore. Number 17 looked at Luo Tian's appearance and said curiously. Is the halo on your head a decoration? Number 18 pointed to the halo floating on Luo Tian's neck and walked forward. Is the golden halo made of gold? This is much more precious than gold. Luo Tian replied. Let me see. Number 18 said, and stepped forward to grab the halo on Luo Tian's head. Luo Tian, are you polite? Can the halo of our angel family be grabbed casually? Of course, Luo Tian couldn't let number 18 succeed, and gently pulled No 18's hand with his scepter. Stingy guy, can't you even take a look? Number 18 snorted. Luo Tian leaned close to No 18's ear and whispered a few words. Don't let me see. Number 18 blushed and said angrily. I won't let you see it either. Luo Tian said. Number 18, can it be the same? No 18's chest rose and fell with anger. It's almost the same. Luo Tian smiled, this halo is connected to my body, don't touch it randomly, and the color was light yellow at the beginning, but now it has turned golden. Number 18? Connected to your body? Aren't you a Saiyan? I haven't seen this halo on Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Number 18 was a little confused. Do you have to discuss the structure of the human body? Luo Tian asked. No 18's face darkened and he didn't want to talk anymore. Not far away. The area where Krillin and others were. Hey, did you find something? Krillin asked suddenly. Are you talking about artificial people? That woman is really good at making people. Vegeta seems to be on par with her, but she looks calm. Li Ping said in a deep voice. I'm talking about Luo Tian. Krillin wiped his sweat and whispered. Luo Tian? Li Ping was stunned. Pico also looked in the direction of Krillin. Look at the halo on Luo Tian's neck. I remember the color was light yellow, but now it has turned golden. Krillin said to Li Ping. Yes, it has indeed changed color. Li Ping nodded, but what does this mean? Maybe as the strength increases, the color is constantly changing. Piccolo said lightly on the side. How strong is Luo Tian? Krillin sighed. Anyway, he is much stronger than us. Piccolo's expression was calm, even a rebellious person like Vegeta is respectful in front of Luo Tian. Just think about how strong he is. Krillin nodded vigorously, agreeing deeply, and looked in the direction of Li Ping again. Why are you looking at me? Li Ping asked. Don't provoke Luo Tian for no reason. You are lucky that you didn't get beaten to death. Krillin lowered his voice. Li Ping, you don't need to tell me about this, how could I not know? Li Ping shouted angrily. Look. That guy is still alive. Tian Xinyan suddenly shouted and pointed to the side. Everyone looked in the direction Tian Xinyan pointed. I saw Dr. Gero just crawled to a stone not far away. Dr. Gero looked like a zombie at this time. Fortunately, the grey oil flowing on his body was different from the color of blood. Otherwise, people who didn't know would really think he was a zombie. Dr. Gero didn't die. With strong willpower, he finally crawled to the scene. However, when Dr. Gero appeared at the scene, he was a little surprised to see number 17 and number 18 awake at first. But then, Dr. Gero noticed number 16 and number 21. Number 16. Number 21. How come you woke up too? Dr. Gero asked loudly. Wait a minute. Number 21, who was fighting with Vegeta, suddenly waved his hand. Humph, your energy is almost gone, right? Vegeta smiled contemptuously, Want to take a break to recover your energy? It's up to you, you can replace someone else. Number 21 didn't speak, but quickly appeared beside Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero looked up at number 21, his face slightly changed color. Vegeta was slightly startled, and looked over there coldly. Luo Tian didn't say much, and also held an attitude of watching the show. I didn't expect you to turn yourself into a cyborg. Number 21 looked cold, with a little sadness in his tone. Number 21. Why did you start at this time? Dr. Gero asked with gritted teeth. If you start at this time, your strength will only stagnate and you can't achieve the most perfect effect. I don't want the perfect effect, and I don't want to sleep forever. Number 21 snorted coldly. What do you know? You don't know anything. You stupid woman. Dr. Gero shouted. Let's put aside the matter of you turning me into a cyborg for now. Number 21 looked at Dr. Gero and said, I just want to ask you, did you get rid of our son? Dr. Gero's face froze and he was silent immediately. Give me back my son. Number 21 was so angry that he trembled all over. Crack. Number 21 slapped and directly cut off Dr. Gero's head. Everyone present was shocked. Especially Clin and the others, whose faces changed again and again. What a cruel woman. Just cut off Dr. Gero's head? Yeah, what do you want to do? Although Dr. Gero's head fell off, he did not die immediately because he was a man-made man, and he shouted angrily. I'm just seeking justice for my son. Number 21 snorted, and the flame in his hand flashed, and quickly hit Dr. Gero's body. Boom. Dr. Gero's body was blown into pieces on the spot. He is a failed work. Although I tried my best to save him, I still didn't finish it. Dr. Gero looked heavy, glanced at the fragments of his body, and his face was extremely ugly. He was already dead, you shouldn't have dug him out. Number 21 gritted his teeth and said hatefully. As he spoke, number 21 gradually increased the strength of his hands. It seemed that number 21 was going to crush Dr. Gero's head with his own hands. Dr. Gero's face became distorted. Besides, you are going to let number 16 sleep forever. He is my hard work, I will never allow you to do this. Number 21 said and exerted force again. Crack. Dr. Gero's head was broken at once, the oil sprayed everywhere, and mechanical parts jumped out one by one. Dirty guy. Number 21 snorted and patted the oil on his body in disgust. What a terrible guy, he killed Dr. Gero with his own hands. Krillin's face was pale and he shivered slightly. Sure enough, androids are emotionless. Le Ping said in a deep voice. Poor Dr. Gero, he was killed by the android he created. Tian Xinyan sighed. Sun Gohan and Piccolo did not speak. Why do I feel like Dr. Gero did something to No 21's son? Clin pondered, does number 21 already have a son? Who knows? Le Ping shook his head. Number 17 and number 18 were also speechless. Oh my, women are really cruel when they are resentful. Luo Tian said with some emotion. So, don't mess with me. Number 18 snorted. I just like spicy food, the spicier the better. Luo Tian said with a smile. Number 18, number 17 rolled his eyes at Luo Tian and couldn't help asking, are you attracted to number 18? Number 18 immediately turned around and looked at number 17, angrily saying, Number 17, don't talk nonsense. Lapis, you are still as cute as when you were a child. Luo Tian said with a smile. Number 17, who are you talking about being cute? Humph, do you know what the consequences will be if you describe the most powerful android in history like this? Number 17 said with a dark face. Luo Tian ignored him. I haven't seen Broly for a long time. Now everyone dares to confront me. Forget it, since you are No 18's brother, I won't bother with you. After crushing Dr. Gero with his own hands, number 21 clapped his hands and appeared in front of Vegeta. Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. Were you not scared just now? Number 21 looked at asked Vegeta. Humph, can such a small thing scare this prince? Vegeta smiled contemptuously, when I was very young, I did something similar, there is nothing to be afraid of. Let's continue. Number 21 said expressionlessly. I thought you were running away. Vegeta snorted. I didn't do it seriously just now, you know? Number 21 said lightly. Then you'd better do it seriously, otherwise you will regret it. Vegeta snorted. Okay then. Number 21 smiled lightly and rushed towards Vegeta quickly. Bang. Number 21 hit Vegeta's forehead heavily with his head. Vegeta took several steps back and almost fell to the ground. Vegeta became more and more angry and his face was extremely ugly. Then, Vegeta rushed up quickly and hit No 21's chest with a heavy punch. Number 21 hugged Vegeta's neck, pushed his body down, and hit Vegeta's abdomen with his knee. Vegeta screamed in pain. Bang! Number 21 kicked Vegeta into the boulder next to him, leaving a hole in the stone. But soon, Vegeta crawled out of the hole in a mess. Not good. I'm afraid Vegeta will lose. Piccolo's expression was moved. Should we go up to help? Krillin asked hurriedly. There are 4 people on the other side. Li Ping said in a deep voice. Don't we have Uncle Luo Tian? Sun Gohan asked naively. It seems that they are going to rush up. Number 17 smiled, and looked at Luo Tian next to him. Which side are you on? I'm standing in the middle, not helping either side. Luo Tian smiled. You are so cunning, but do you know that the fate of being a bat is usually not very good? Number 17 smiled. If it was a powerful bat, you wouldn't say that. Luo Tian was not in a hurry to punish number 17 for the time being. It's up to you. You are right not to intervene, otherwise you will get hurt. Number 17 snorted, I am no longer the Lapis of the past. Luo Tian had no plan. It's hard for number 21 to deal with so many alone, right? Number 16, don't you want to go over and help? Number 17 looked at number 16 with interest. No, I won't go. Number 16 refused decisively. Number 17, the refusal was quite straightforward. You are such a lazy guy, why were you created? Number 17 asked helplessly. Of course it was to kill Sun Wukong. Number 16 replied. Okay, whatever you want. Number 17 walked towards the direction where number 21 and Vegeta were fighting. Do you want me to help? Number 18 asked. No, let me do it. It's just a good time to stretch my body. Number 17 smiled and soon appeared near Piccolo and others. The faces of Piccolo and others changed again and again. What did Luo Tian say just now? Krillin asked in a low voice. Don't count on Luo Tian. He said he remained neutral. Piccolo replied. Krillin, obviously, Luo Tian might have fallen in love with the android named number 18 over there. Li Ping said it all. No way. Luo Tian is a god, would he fall in love with an android? Tian Xinyan was the first to express his disbelief. I don't think it's likely either. Maybe he just thought the other person was good looking and went up to tease him. Krillin guessed. Did you forget something? Piccolo said in a deep voice. The people present looked at Piccolo together, not understanding what he was talking about. How did these androids start? Piccolo asked. You mean, Luo Tian activated these 4 androids? Krillin shuddered slightly. Has Luo Tian become a fallen angel? Li Ping said in a deep voice. Uncle Luo Tian is not a bad person. Sun Gohan said for Luo Tian. Although I don't know what you are talking about, I will make a statement here in advance. Number 17 snorted and said to Piccolo and others, Vegeta and number 21 are in a one-on-one match. If someone else participates, I will be rude to him. Vegeta, what do you think? Humph. Not very good. Vegeta said with a cold face, but I agree with your proposal. Instead of letting me fight with the Earthlings or Namekians, or even Kakarot, it is better for me to die alone. What a wonderful declaration, worthy of being the Prince of the Saiyans. Number 17 applauded. Bah! You puppets are not qualified to comment on me. Vegeta snorted coldly and spit out a mouthful of saliva. Do you want to continue? Number 21 asked with a smile. Of course. Vegeta's face showed a strong fighting spirit. Okay. After number 21 finished speaking, he quickly rushed towards Vegeta and punched Vegeta in the face. Vegeta's body flew backwards. But soon, Vegeta adjusted his body shape, stepped on the ground with both feet, and suddenly jumped up. Bang! Vegeta hit No 21's face with his forehead. Then, Vegeta kicked number 21 hard, kicking number 21 down from the air. Number 21 fell to the ground. Vegeta pressed his right hand down, and an energy bomb shot out of his hand. Boom! The energy bomb hit number 21. Vegeta swooped down from the air and landed opposite number 21. However, number 21 still looked very calm. I'm really angry, don't you know it hurts? Vegeta gnashed his teeth in hatred. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Sun Wukong should be more powerful than you. Number 21 smiled. Ya, what did you say? What is Kakarot? I am the most powerful Saiyan. Vegeta shouted angrily. I don't think you are that great. Number 21 smiled contemptuously. Then I'll have to show you some real power. Vegeta sneered, raised his right hand slightly, and a destructive energy immediately appeared in his hand. When he saw the destructive energy appear, number 21 frowned. Watch this. Vegeta threw his hand and threw the destructive energy towards number 21. Swish. Number 21 dodged the energy attack. Bang. Number 21 appeared in front of Vegeta in an instant and punched him in the face. Vegeta was caught off guard and felt a burning pain on his face. Vegeta squinted and found that the destructive energy had been emptied and flew towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian took the destructive energy with his scepter. Vegeta, just when Vegeta was stunned. Bang. Number 21 attacked again and kicked Vegeta's arm. Crack. Vegeta's arm made a crisp sound and twisted out of shape. Vegeta screamed in pain and almost fell to the ground. No, Vegeta is in danger. Krillin said in a deep voice, should we go up to help? No. Piccolo shook his head calmly. Krillin turned his head and looked at Piccolo. Let's see the situation first. Piccolo said lightly. Okay. Krillin responded and lowered his voice, Luo Tian shouldn't let it go. Pico didn't say much. Do you want to continue? Number 21 had a cold expression, your arm is broken. Damn it. I can't forgive you. Vegeta was furious and rushed towards number 21. Bang. Number 21 dodged Vegeta's attack and punched him in the face. Vegeta was knocked to the ground again, gasping for breath at the time, feeling endless humiliation. Destruction. Vegeta gritted his teeth, climbed up from the ground, and a purple-red destructive light spot in his hand whizzed towards number 21. Shua. Number 21 dodged Vegeta's attack again and kicked him in the face. Boom. Vegeta fell to the ground with a bang. In fact, you are nothing great. The only thing you need to pay attention to is your purple-red energy. As long as you dodge it, you will be fine. Number 21 smiled lightly. Vegeta climbed up from the ground, looking more and more embarrassed. Bang. Number 21 kicked and hit Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta screamed in pain and gasped for breath. Pop. The next moment, the golden light on Vegeta's body dissipated, and he returned to normal. His head tilted and he fainted on the spot. The hair color has turned black, and the strange light has disappeared. It's really an incredible phenomenon. Number 17 sighed, and looked in the direction of Piccolo and others, and said with a smile, you really have the spirit of a martial artist. When Vegeta was knocked to the ground, no one dared to go up to help. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, you are not doing well. Piccolo and others were ready to fight. Who are you insulting? But don't worry, Vegeta is not dead yet. Number 17 smiled lightly, hurry up and give him a senzu bean, he will be alive and kicking immediately. Piccolo and others were slightly stunned, and never expected number 17 to say this. When Vegeta wakes up, you tell him to let him improve his martial arts before competing with us. Number 17 snorted. Number 21 landed beside number 17 calmly. Let's go. Number 17 greeted number 18 and number 16 not far away. Hey, Luo Tian, do you know where Sun Wukong's home is? Number 18 asked Luo Tian. I know. Luo Tian nodded. Tell me about it. Number 18 blinked. No need to ask so much, number 18. Number 17 stopped him, it's so fun to find it yourself. It's no fun to ask all at once. Okay. Number 18 didn't ask any more questions, looked at number 16 again, and couldn't help asking, number 16, what are you looking at? You guys made a fuss, and the birds all flew away. Number 16 pondered. Birds? Number 18 was slightly stunned, a little confused about no 16's brain circuit. Yes, the environment here is very good, birds, I am used to living here. Number 16 nodded. Number 21 looked at number 16 with a doting look, and a faint smile appeared on his cold face. After hearing no 16's words, Piccolo and others present were all stunned. Is this the android Trunks talked about? He doesn't look like a bad guy. I'm leaving. Number 18 said, suddenly turned his head, and tiptoed to kiss Luo Tian on the face. Luo Tian himself was very comfortable, and he almost flashed to the side reflexively and dodged lightly. Number 18 missed. Didn't I give you a toothbrush? Luo Tian said unhappily. Number 18 was immediately furious and wanted to fight to the death. It's okay if you dodge, but you also asked me to brush my teeth. You're too much. Krillin was even more envious and jealous. Even the androids threw themselves at you. But you were indifferent. Just wait, this matter is not over. Number 18 threatened. Remember to brush your teeth next time we meet. Luo Tian suggested. Number 18, let's go. Number 17 said, and was about to take off. Let's go to the town first, I'll change clothes. Number 21 suggested. No problem. Number 17 nodded in agreement. The 4 androids were about to take off and leave. Piccolo, Son Gohan, and others didn't understand the androids' routine for a while, so they didn't say much. Krillin, however, mustered up the courage. Wait a minute. Krillin suddenly said. This voice startled Li Ping next to him, and he wanted to strangle Krillin to death. You let them go quickly. You said you want to challenge them? Didn't you see that even Vegeta is not their opponent? Luo Tian is not going to make a move. Who among us can beat the androids? Your weight is a bit too much. Do you have anything else to say? Number 17 asked with a smile. What is your purpose? Krillin gritted his teeth and stepped forward, looking at number 17 and asked, is it to kill Sun Wukong or to rule the world? First, we have to eliminate Sun Wukong, and don't consider the future. Number 17 replied. Why do you want to eliminate Sun Wukong? Didn't number 21 kill Dr. Gero, who is the enemy of Sun Wukong? Krillin asked. This matter has nothing to do with Dr. Gero, it's just a game for us. Number 17 snorted and smiled indifferently, and Sun Wukong is the most powerful person in this universe, right? Krillin immediately looked in the direction of Luo Tian. The most powerful person is Luo Tian, okay? You don't even know who is the most powerful? Since it's a game, we don't want to ask for his address. Finding Sun Wukong's residence is also a part of the game. Number 17 said with a smile. You may not be Wukong's opponent. Krillin kindly reminded. Thank you for your reminder, but the more you say so, the more we have to try. Number 17 snorted, go and give Vegeta senzu beans, otherwise it won't be good if he dies here. Let's go. Number 21 suddenly lowered his head and kissed Krillin on the face. Krillin was caught off guard and was unfortunately hit, and his face was ruddy at the time. Look, number 18, kissing someone and making them avoid you, really? Number 21 smiled at number 18. Number 18, there's no need to talk about this kind of thing separately. Let's go. Number 17 was speechless. This team has a lot of people, and it's not easy to lead. Especially with 2 women. Fortunately, there are no conflicts between the 2 women for the time being. Over time, various problems may arise. Let's go quickly, it's really a headache. Swoosh. Number 17 took the lead and flew into the sky, and soon disappeared. Krillin looked at No 21's back as she left, and fell into deep thought. Is my spring coming? No, she is an artificial person. If I want to be with an artificial person, I might as well let Bulma make one for me. Krillin was a little entangled for a while. And this number 21 is too cruel, I'm a little scared. Luo Tian also looked at Krillin thoughtfully, and then at number 21 who left. It seems that number 21 and Krillin are quite compatible. This way you don't have to shout in front of me all day that you don't have a girlfriend. Krillin, that number 21 seems to be interested in you. Li Ping stepped forward and patted Krillin's bald head, smiling and said, Congratulations, Krillin. Don't talk nonsense, she is a robot. How can I be with a robot? Krillin shook his head. No, number 21 is a man-made from a human body, and the original body is a real woman. Luo Tian said. Isn't number 21 a robot? Tian Xinyan was stunned. Among the 4 man-made men, except number 16, which is a pure robot, the other 3 are made through human body transformation. Luo Tian explained, you can understand it as injecting a serum protein into their bodies, making their bodies. The body has mutated, so it has become as powerful as it is now. I see. Piccolo understood. They seem to be different from number 19 and Dr. Gero. They can't absorb energy, right? Krillin asked again. Number 17 and number 18 are energy eternal bodies, and number 16 and number 21 are energy consuming types. Luo Tian answered. What does energy eternal body mean? Krillin was stunned. Does it mean that energy is never consumed? Li Ping also asked. Yes, that's what it means. Luo Tian nodded. Let's go give Vegeta a senzu bean first, he's dying. Piccolo suggested. Ah, okay. Krillin hurriedly ran forward and fed Vegeta a senzu bean. Vegeta woke up slowly, clenched his fists tightly, and was full of resentment. In addition, Vegeta did not dare to look at Luo Tian's eyes, for fear that Luo Tian would scold him. It's so embarrassing. After 3 years of training, he couldn't even beat an android. Luo Tian, why do I feel that these androids are different from the androids of the future that Trunks said? Krillin turned his head and looked at Luo Tian. Don't you think they are not bad guys? Luo Tian said with a smile. Krillin nodded vigorously. Not only are they not bad guys, I think number 21 is quite cute. It's just that he was a little cruel to Dr. Gero, but who made Dr. Gero a bad guy? Krillin made up for his heart. Let's observe it again. First, make sure if they have killed innocent people. Luo Tian smiled slightly, if not, make other plans. Tisk. Vegeta couldn't stay any longer, so he flew up to the sky and left the place quickly. Originally, Vegeta boasted in front of Luo Tian that he had become a Super Saiyan and had unrivaled strength. But he lost to a woman. Vegeta felt that his face was slapped. Vegeta, wait a minute. Luo Tian spoke. Vegeta shuddered, and his face changed again and again. What do you want to do? Follow me. Luo Tian said, flying towards a place not far away. Vegeta gritted his teeth and had to follow him, landing beside Luo Tian. This guy Vegeta is in trouble. Luo Tian thought he could defeat the android, right? Tian Xinyan sighed. Poor guy. Piccolo shook his head, his self-esteem must have been greatly hurt this time. Yes, the one who defeated him was number 21, a beautiful and lovely woman, Krillin said with a red face. Yakuhei, Tian Xinyan, I know Uncle Krillin is not in love with number 21, right? Son Gohan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said something shocking. Don't talk nonsense, Gohan, what do you know as a child? How could I like a cyborg? Krillin did not admit it. At present, it seems that we can only observe the actions of these 4 cyborgs patiently. Piccolo said in a deep voice, and then wait and see when Goku will come back. You are right, Piccolo. Krillin nodded, what are your plans? Me. Piccolo looked up at the sky. From your expression, I know you will have a countermeasure. Tell us, aren't you our friend? Krillin looked at Piccolo and asked. Friend? That's a nice thing to say. When did I become your friend? Piccolo gritted his teeth and shouted, don't dream, I am a demon, I am using you to conquer the whole world. Uncle Piccolo's son Gohan shook his head. Gohan Piccolo was a little soft-hearted. But then, Piccolo gritted his teeth and immediately took off into the air and left here quickly. By the way, he turned out to be the great Demon King Piccolo. I have completely forgotten about this matter. He still wants to conquer the whole world. Tian Xinyan said in a deep voice. No. Uncle Piccolo is not that kind of person. Son Gohan firmly did not believe it. Gohan is right, Piccolo is not that kind of person. Krillin said with a smile, I think his so-called conquest of the world is just an excuse. He wants to be like Goku and Vegeta, always wanting to be stronger than others, so he used his last trick. What last trick? Tian Xinyan asked. Piccolo flew in that direction. Do you know who is over there? Krillin smiled and pointed to the distant sky. Is that direction a place I'm familiar with? Tian Xinyan was a little confused. I remember, isn't that the Temple of the Gods? Li Ping suddenly said. Yes, that's it. Krillin nodded. Temple? What did Piccolo do in the temple? Tian Xinyan was puzzled. Uncle Luo Tian and the great elder of Namek told us that as long as Uncle Piccolo and the gods assimilated into one person, he could become a very powerful warrior. Son Gohan took over the words. Gohan is right. If Saiyans are called Super Saiyans, then Piccolo assimilated with the gods, and he could be called a Super Namekian. Krillin smiled slightly. If Piccolo assimilated with the gods, Dragon Ball would not exist, right? Tian Xinyan said in a deep voice. Yes, sooner or later, this step will be taken. Krillin nodded, but it's okay, Luo Tian will revive us. Yakuhei, Tian Xinyan and Son Gohan were all a little relieved. He breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Luo Tian can still revive us. This guy is better than Shen Long. Then, the 4 of them looked at Luo Tian and Vegeta in the distance. Luo Tian looked at Vegeta calmly. Vegeta lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. Vegeta, I won't punish you this time. Luo Tian sighed. Vegeta's mouth twitched, and suddenly he felt that being punished by Luo Tian seemed to make him feel better. I am still very pleased to see the size of your destructive energy. Luo Tian praised, but it's a pity that you didn't use such a trick right away, but used ordinary Super Saiyans to fight against androids. Vegeta was silent. Indeed, he pretended to be a little bit strong this time. When he wanted to use a destructive trick, the energy couldn't keep up with the output. Do you remember what I told you before? Luo Tian asked. What did you say? Vegeta was stunned. You have told me so many things, I know which one you are talking about. You have always kept your tail. Luo Tian sighed, in fact, you are right to do so, after all, the tail is the foundation of us Saiyans. Vegeta was slightly stunned. Use your tail well, it will bring you unexpected effects. Luo Tian said with a smile. Tail? What effect can the tail bring me? Vegeta was stunned and a little puzzled. Even if it can turn into a giant ape, it only increases the combat power by 10 times, which is completely inferior to the 50 times combat power of a Super Saiyan. Luo Tian did not speak. If you teach everything by hand, then this person will never make progress. Let him learn to think for himself. It's not that Luo Tian is deliberately making a riddle. In fact, the reason is very simple, it's like you are doing a math problem. I know the answer to this math problem, I told you every answer, you can get full marks. The question is, do you know how to solve this problem? The same is true for cultivation. Even for the cultivation of angels, did the high priest tell you how to improve or purify the power of angels? You have to figure it out on your own. Besides, the purification of angel power is actually what it means literally. Why do some angels purify their power so quickly? Just like Luo Tian, why do some angels purify their power so slowly? Just like mirth, this is a difference in understanding things and a difference in the perception of cultivation. And a long time ago, Luo Tian had told Vegeta how to become a Super Saiyan. Obviously this method doesn't work. Because Vegeta doesn't believe it. Now Vegeta believes it, but if you tell him all the details, he can move towards Super Saiyan 4 smoothly, but his achievements in the future will probably become less and less, and he may even be left far behind by Son Goku. You know, in the plot of Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta's achievements are actually not worse than Son Goku. Vegeta has realized the true ultimate self, which is comparable to Sun Wukong's ultimate self. Luo Tian wants Vegeta to go a step further and let him move to a higher level. Think about it again. Luo Tian replied with a smile. Vegeta's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something, and hurriedly said, you mean superimposing Super Saiyan on the basis of gigantic ape? Luo Tian did not answer. Vegeta is still very smart, sometimes he understands at once. I know, the reason why Broly is so powerful is that he uses the energy of gigantic ape and superimposes the energy of Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes flashed. Vegeta, I have been practicing hard all this time, so I don't have time to teach you. Luo Tian sighed, some things need you to figure out by yourself, so that you can go further. Are you also practicing hard? Vegeta was slightly startled and looked at Luo Tian and asked. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. I really want to know how strong you are now. Vegeta hesitated and asked with gritted teeth. Show your strongest strength and attack me with all your strength. Luo Tian said to Vegeta. Are you sure? Vegeta said. Come on. Luo Tian nodded. Then I won't be polite. Vegeta no longer hesitated, and a golden light immediately emerged from his body. What are they doing? Krillin was stunned. Vegeta has become a Super Saiyan. Is he going to attack Luo Tian? Li Ping asked. It seems that Luo Tian asked him to attack. Krillin analyzed. Maybe Uncle Luo Tian wants to see Uncle Vegeta's strength. Son Gohan guessed. I think so too. Krillin nodded. Boom. Vegeta has already exploded his aura to the extreme. Did you find that Vegeta's energy didn't seem to increase after he was reborn from the brink of death this time? Krillin asked curiously. Has it reached its limit? That's why it can't be improved? Tien Shinyan guessed, if it can be improved in this way every time, then it's not possible. Can you infinitely brush the upper limit? Maybe it's really reached the limit. Krillin nodded. Luo Tian, I'm not polite. Vegeta clenched his fist tightly and prepared to attack. Luo Tian waved at Vegeta. Vegeta no longer hesitated, turned into a golden light, and punched Luo Tian fiercely. Looking at Vegeta's attacking fist, Luo Tian stretched out a finger calmly. Snap! Luo Tian easily caught Vegeta's attacking fist with his fingers. Vegeta was stunned and showed a look of astonishment. I didn't expect that I would become a Super Saiyan, and there would be such a big gap between me and Luo Tian. Snap! Vegeta jumped back and immediately pulled a distance from Luo Tian. Then, the golden light on Vegeta's body dissipated and returned to normal. I know that I am far from your opponent now, but one day I will surpass you. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said unwillingly in his heart. That's right, only with ambition and goals can you improve yourself better. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Humph. Vegeta snorted, still showing a rebellious look. But I seem to have told you before, never compare me. Luo Tian sighed softly again. Vegeta, I have more time today, so I'll tell you something you don't know. Luo Tian continued. Things I don't know? Vegeta was stunned. Have I ever told you about the level? Luo Tian asked. What level? Vegeta asked puzzled. A long time ago, I made a numerical statistics on the purity of angel power. Luo Tian pondered. Later, the greatest god in the universe used my statistics to simply divide the levels of the gods in the divine world. Can you understand what I said? Vegeta nodded in confusion. The reason for his confusion was that he didn't know what Luo Tian meant by this. The level division is from level 1 to level 100. Luo Tian pondered. Ya, what level are you now? Vegeta asked. Just now level 70. Luo Tian sighed. I was promoted to level 72 years ago, and I haven't promoted a level in the past 2 years. Vegeta, a short silence. Since you are level 70, then from the gap just now, I am about level 40? Vegeta guessed. Luo Tian shook his head and smiled and said, don't take it for granted, you are not that high. Am I only level 30? Vegeta asked again. Lower. Luo Tian said. Level 20? Vegeta's mouth twitched. Even lower. Luo Tian said. Vegeta was speechless. Another deathly silence. I'm not only level 10, am I? Vegeta suddenly felt the gap between himself and Luo Tian was so big. Even lower. Luo Tian continued to repeat what he had just said. Vegeta suddenly felt heartbroken. This is fucking, am I not even level 10? How do you divide this level? Level 5? Vegeta gritted his teeth and said the level that he was reluctant to say in his heart. No, level 0. Luo Tian shook his head. Vegeta was completely speechless. Level 0? Don't I have a level? Don didn't joke. Vegeta wanted to cry but had no tears. To be precise, your current level after the Super Saiyan transformation is at most level 0.006. Luo Tian pondered. Vegeta looked stunned. Is the 6 at the end of the decimal point you gave me to comfort me? Then tell me. What level is Kakarot? Vegeta asked with gritted teeth. What level is Goku? I don't know now. Luo Tian shook his head. After all, I haven't seen him for 3 years. Vegeta didn't say anything. However, if you can become a Super Saiyan in the state of a giant ape, you will reach the height of level 5. Luo Tian said, of course, the premise is that your foundation has been greatly improved. Vegeta, becoming a Super Saiyan in the state of a giant ape is only level 5? What about Broly? What level is he? Vegeta asked again. Level 59. Luo Tian replied. During these 3 years, Broly has also made progress, and has been promoted from level 58 to level 59. Vegeta didn't want to talk anymore, and felt that the shadow area in his heart was gradually expanding. The gap between me and them is too big. Simply put, if you want to become a god of destruction, you must reach at least level 50. Luo Tian continued to Vegeta, because the weakest god of destruction is level 50. Vegeta was silent. The weakest god of destruction is level 50. I am far inferior to the weakest god of destruction now? Wrong, the weakest god of destruction is currently level 45. Luo Tian corrected again. After all, the weakest god of destruction is Bardock, and he is indeed only level 45. I just want to know, what level is that guy Beerus? Vegeta asked. Finally I know why you like to vote for the monthly ticket at the end of the month, it turns out to be double. The next 3 days will be double monthly tickets, come and vote hard. Chapter 225 Broly returns, I am Luo Tian's sharpest sword level 58. Luo Tian replied. Has Broly surpassed Beerus? Vegeta was surprised. What surprised Vegeta the most was not Broly, but Luo Tian's true strength. Luo Tian is so much higher than Broly? Broly is 1 level higher than Beerus. So, Luo Tian has far surpassed Beerus. So Beerus and Broly are 1 level apart, how much is the gap? Vegeta asked with some curiosity. Beerus can last for 1 minute without dying. Luo Tian smiled. Vegeta was stunned, showing a look of astonishment. Is the gap so big? Just lasting for 1 minute without dying? In other words, a difference of 1 level will result in a difference of hundreds of millions in combat power? Vegeta asked, gritting his teeth. Before level 30, the gap will be slightly smaller. When it reaches level 50 or above, there will be a substantial improvement for each higher level. Luo Tian nodded, stepped forward and patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Vegeta, work hard, the road ahead is very long. Humph, of course I will work hard. I will surpass you one day. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his fighting spirit high. Don't talk about surpassing me first. Merles and I once had a bet. Luo Tian sighed, we each take in a Kai and a god of destruction to train, and will conduct an assessment in a certain year in the future. Mers? The Galactic Patrolman? Vegeta was stunned. His true identity is an angel. Luo Tian replied, and he is the kind of angel with a good family background. Vegeta, I didn't expect that guy to be an angel. No wonder I felt that he was a little different when I saw him before. There was another silence. Just tell me who the god of destruction is? Do I know him? Vegeta was stunned and asked. Kale is the legendary Super Saiyan of the 6th universe. Luo Tian replied. Vegeta was shocked and speechless at the time. You actually asked me to compete with a legendary Super Saiyan. I will be pressed to the ground by her. And the scene of Kale beating Frieza in the past immediately came to Vegeta's mind. That girl is so strong, don't you have no confidence? Luo Tian smiled. Humph. How is it possible? Vegeta shook his head stubbornly. Vegeta, don't think every legendary Super Saiyan is so powerful. Luo Tian smiled and comforted, of course, if Kale is trained by me, she may be able to grow to the height of Broly, but Mers can't. Vegeta was speechless. Why do I feel like she is a bit weak? What level is she now? Vegeta asked. I don't know. Luo Tian shook his head. Vegeta, why don't you go investigate? Even if you know, what can you do? If she is much higher than you, it will only cause a greater blow to you. Luo Tian sighed. Vegeta's body trembled violently again. Isn't the blow you just gave me deep enough? Go, practice well, don't let me down again. Luo Tian said to Vegeta. Vegeta was silent and clenched his fists tightly. Swoosh. Vegeta took off and left the scene immediately. Krillin and others saw Vegeta leaving and flew to Luo Tian one after another. Luo Tian, we are going back too. Krillin greeted. Okay. Luo Tian nodded. Regarding the matter of artificial human, Luo Tian, do you have any special suggestions? Klin scratched his head before leaving. Klin, I wish you can get rid of singleness soon. Luo Tian smiled at Klin and knocked the scepter in his hand on the ground lightly. Swoosh. Luo Tian disappeared quickly. Klin stayed where he was, disheveled in the wind. But soon, Klin was a little excited again. Luo Tian said that I can get rid of singleness soon. Could it be will I find a girlfriend this year? Who will my girlfriend be? Will it not be number 21? That woman is pretty but a little cruel. She crushed Dr. Gro with her own hands. Every time Klin thought number 21 was cruel, there was always a villain in his mind saying, Dr. Gro is a bad guy, and it is normal for number 21 to crush him. Klin suddenly thought number 21 was a little cute again. Klin's idea was too normal. After all, it was not easy for a girl to kiss him, which was a treatment that Klin had never had before. As for Li Ping's suggestion to take Klin out to play, Klin would retreat every time he reached the door. Klin felt that he was not that kind of person. Klin, you are not really in love with number 21, are you? Li Ping asked in surprise. Don't mind your own business. Klin snorted. She is a man-made person, and there is a great possibility that she has given birth to a child. Li Ping hurriedly advised. We haven't even started yet, how can we? Klin hurriedly shook his head. In short, don't hug her. You have fantasies, you find such a girlfriend. I'm not saying anything bad about you, I might as well go to that kind of place to find one for you. Li Ping thought for a while and said seriously. Krillin, women in that kind of place love money. I don't have any money. Krillin lowered his head. Ask Shenlong before Piccolo assimilates with the gods. Li Ping suggested. Tian Xinyan couldn't listen anymore, and quickly pulled Son Gohan away from the scene. Do you want to teach Gohan bad things? Didn't you see the gossipy expression on Son Gohan's face? Piccolo turned into a golden light and flew quickly towards the direction of the temple. Pop! Piccolo flew to the edge of the temple, and suddenly a new cloak appeared on his body, and he slowly landed in front of the God of Heaven. The God of Heaven looked at Piccolo with a complicated expression. Mr. Bobo was sweating coldly on his face. Mr. Bobo knew clearly that Piccolo's main purpose for coming to the temple was to come. You know why I came here, right? Piccolo looked at the God of Heaven and asked. I know that a long time ago, you and I know, to be precise, I should be your father and I were once the same person. I believe you know this too. The god of heaven sighed, to be honest, I didn't expect that we would assimilate again. This is the best opportunity for you to give me super energy. Your existence now is only for the Dragon Ball. Piccolo said without mercy, looking at the god of heaven and said, the Dragon Ball is only for resurrecting the dead companions, but the Dragon Ball on Earth cannot resurrect people who have died once. The ability of resurrection alone is not as good as Luo Tian's ability. God, I don't know what kind of god Luo Tian is. He can bring people back to life, which is far beyond the resurrection ability of Shen Long. The god sighed, but having a god like Luo Tian by your side is also a great help to you. Let's not talk about him. Piccolo said. The gap between you and me is getting bigger and bigger. In front of a powerful enemy, I am powerless. The god said in a deep voice. Wukong was taken to the future by Trunks and has not returned yet. Vegeta successfully became a Super Saiyan through hard training, but he still can't deal with the androids. I think the situation will not change much before Sun Wukong and Trunks come back. Pico didn't answer. It seems that you know everything. Maybe, the time for the god and the great demon king to merge into one has finally come. The god of heaven smiled, but his smile looked a little sad. That's right. What the earth needs now is not God, but me who can defeat the androids and has super energy. Piccolo clenched his fists, his expression becoming more and more solemn, and Luo Tian once said that he wanted to train me to be the greatest god, so I can help you realize your dream of becoming a god. The greatest god? The god of heaven was stunned. Don't you know? It's the king of the worlds. Piccolo replied. Luo Tian wants to train you to be the king of the worlds? Interesting. The god of heaven smiled, if that's the case, it couldn't be better. So you agreed? Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes also showed some expectation. I agreed, I'll give you my body. The god of heaven nodded, and added, but I want to see the situation first. Piccolo felt that he was not well at the time, and asked hurriedly, you said you want to see the situation? Yes, are those 4 androids really endangering the earth? Asked the god. Why are you still hesitating? Piccolo couldn't help but shouted. You were the first to challenge, and those 4 androids didn't put you to death. The god pondered. Indeed, that's what I saw. I know that history may have changed, and maybe they have really become good people. Piccolo gradually calmed down, but, it is an unstoppable trend for you and me to be recombined into one person. Sooner or later, this day will come. The god didn't say anything. Okay, I'll wait for you here, until you make up your mind and never regret it again. Piccolo snorted, sat on the ground, and waited patiently. Luo Tian had just flown into the sky, but suddenly heard Bulma's call. Luo Tian immediately checked through the scepter. Luo Tian, where are you? Asked Bulma. What's the matter? Luo Tian asked. I went to see the androids before and just came home. Bulma explained, as soon as I came back, something amazing happened, so I wanted to tell you about it. You tell me. Luo Tian nodded. A few days ago, farmers in the west came to our company to inquire about something. They found a strange flying object in the mountains. They wanted to take it home, but they couldn't drive it away, so they called our company. Bulma explained in detail. They couldn't explain the style of the aircraft clearly on the phone, they only said that the Universal Capsule Group logo was printed on the body. Later I asked them to take a photo and send it to me. When I saw the photo, I was shocked. It was Trunks' time machine. And it was broken. Luo Tian, well, because of my appearance, history has changed. That's why Bulma called me. I know. Luo Tian nodded. Ah? Just no? Bulma asked angrily, you are too calm. Let's talk about it when we meet. After Luo Tian finished speaking, he appeared beside Bulma in a flash. Bulma, you came back so fast. Bulma wiped her sweat and slowly put down the communicator. Luo Tian smiled. Bulma quickly handed the photo to Luo Tian and asked, take a look, is this Trunks' time machine? Yes, it is. Luo Tian nodded. Why does this time machine seem to have been washed by the years? Have Goku and Trunks met with an accident? Bulma asked curiously, or did I make several time machines in the future? Let's go and take a look at the scene. Luo Tian suggested. Okay. Bulma nodded, shall we fly over? Let's fly over. Luo Tian did not object. Swoosh. Luo Tian held Bulma and flew quickly towards the dilapidated time machine. In just a few seconds, Luo Tian and Bulma slowly landed next to the time machine. Have you put on that invisible armor? Luo Tian asked. Yes, just in case. Bulma laughed, is my current defense at the level of a god of destruction? Yes. Luo Tian nodded, before the matter of the androids is over, you should wear it first. Okay. Bulma responded. Of course, Luo Tian would not mind Bulma wearing armor. Although these two sets of armor were prepared by androids number 17 and number 18, there is no rush to give them now. And the other set of armor was placed in Luo Tian's alien space. It looks like Trunks' time machine. Bulma said while looking at the time machine. It is indeed Trunks' time machine. Luo Tian nodded. What is going on? It feels like this time machine has been here for a long time. Bulma pondered. As she spoke, Bulma slowly flew up and soon noticed the hole on the time machine. This hole is very strange, as if it was melted by high temperature. Bulma felt more and more that something was wrong. Is this a switch? Bulma muttered to herself and pressed the hatch switch of the time machine again. Click. The hatch slowly lifted up. Bulma looked down and saw two empty shells. What is this? Bulma picked up the two empty shells and studied them carefully. It feels like the eggshell of something. Well, that makes sense. Luo Tian smiled and nodded. You should analyze it too, don't let me guess here. Bulma snorted. Your analysis is quite correct, I won't say anything. Luo Tian smiled, look at the data on the dashboard and see which year he is from. You are right, let me see. Bulma nodded, operated on the dashboard, and pondered, the energy is almost used up. He is from the 788th year of the age. 1 year earlier than Trunks. That is to say, before Trunks came to this era, he had come here 1 year before Trunks came here. Luo Tian nodded. Yes, who is he? Why did he come to our era? Bulma was surprised. Temple. Are you still watching the lower world? Piccolo snorted, after you assimilate with me, you may not be able to see it if you want to, so hurry up and enjoy it. In the past 4 years, I have been very uneasy, not just because of the artificial people. The god did not care about Piccolo's sarcastic words, but said in a deep voice, I don't know who came here in a time machine. What did you say? Piccolo was slightly stunned. I only know that a creature more terrifying than the android has come to Earth. The god spoke in a heavy tone, with fine cold sweat oozing from his forehead. What are you talking about? Piccolo could no longer sit still, and immediately stood up from the ground. Can you explain clearly what is wrong? You are right, our assimilation is a matter of time. The god sighed, the day when I will be one with you and become a real warrior has finally come. Soon there will be a huge disaster on Earth, which is an unprecedented crisis. I have a premonition of despair. Pico's face changed again and again. People who come to our time will show up one day, don't worry. Luo Tian smiled. What should we do with this time machine? Bulma asked, let's take back the capsule first. As she said that, Bulma stepped forward and pressed the capsule button of the time machine. In fact, Bulma can basically handle these things by herself. The reason why she called Luo Tian to her side is to give her a sense of security. Although Bulma already has the defense ability of a god of destruction, she is still very scared when encountering such a strange thing. Bulma is not afraid of the Emperor of the Universe and the artificial man, but she is afraid of such unknown and strange things. I am such a genius. I can make such a good time machine in the future. Bulma laughed, picked up the capsule and put it in her pocket. This thing should be usable after repairing it. Don't change time without authorization. It's okay if you don't know it in the future, but you can't do it now. Luo Tian warned. Hey? Why? Bulma was stunned and asked in confusion. It is a serious crime to change time without authorization. If a big change happens in our time and space, there is a great possibility that the god of time and space destruction will destroy the entire time and space. Luo Tian said in a serious tone, when that time really comes, even I will not exist. Ah? So serious? Bulma stuck out her tongue and exclaimed. Let's go back. Luo Tian said. Well, I know the seriousness of the matter. I won't do research on the time machine for the time being. Bulma nodded obediently and whispered, at the same time, I will tell my father not to study time anymore. Yes. Luo Tian touched Bulma's head. Let's go. Bulma nodded obediently. Luo Tian stepped forward and hugged Bulma's slender waist, and slowly flew into the sky. Temple. The face of the god of heaven suddenly changed again and again, and his eyes were full of horror. What happened? Tell me quickly. Piccolo asked hurriedly. What is that? What is that monster? The god of heaven's voice was low, and fine sweat oozed from his forehead. Monster? Piccolo was stunned. The god of heaven nodded, but his body trembled violently. What kind of monster is it? Tell me quickly. Is it related to the time machine you just mentioned? Piccolo asked anxiously. This monster went in the direction of Luo Tian. The god of heaven said in a deep voice. Going in the direction of Luo Tian? Piccolo was a little confused. Isn't he going to die? It seems that there is nothing for us to do. As soon as Luo Tian flew into the sky, he saw a green figure flashing and appeared in front of him. Luo Tian recognized it at a glance. The other party was the android Cell. Ah, what a disgusting monster! Bulma exclaimed. Bulma, the eldest lady of the Universal Capsule Group? Who is the other person? Cell looked at Luo Tian and asked curiously. He spoke. Bulma said in a deep voice. Hey, you scared my girlfriend, how should I punish you? Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Cell. Girlfriend? Bulma's cheeks were flushed. Cell, who is this kid? He is quite good at pretending. I just appeared here and scared your girlfriend? Where did Bulma find such a little boyfriend? Interesting. Cell laughed, since you can do the air dance, I will play with you, go down. Luo Tian landed slowly on the ground with Bulma. Cell landed calmly in front of Luo Tian. Very good, you should know that no matter how hard you try, you can't run away under my nose. Cell said with a smile. Yet. Luo Tian nodded. You shouldn't be here, now you can only blame your bad luck. Cell sneered, and the tail behind him swayed gently. You, who are you? After Bulma asked, she suddenly realized something and asked hurriedly, does that time machine have a lot to do with you? You guessed right. Cell smiled lightly, but it's a pity, neither of you can run away. I was playing in Zhongcheng, and I saw you flying into the sky from a distance. So I came here to play with you. What do you want to do? Bulma asked vigilantly. Just watch, let's start with your little boyfriend. Cell snorted coldly, and the tail behind him moved slightly, poking towards Luo Tian. However, just when Cell's tail just came out in the direction of Luo Tian. Wait a minute. Luo Tian spoke. Cell stopped slowly, with a playful smile on his face. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I can let you go if I'm in a good mood. Cell snorted. Look, what is that? Luo Tian pointed to the sky. What? You don't want me to look up at the sky, and you take the opportunity to escape, right? Cell smiled coldly, your speed is nothing in front of me. Even if I look up, you can't slip away from under my nose. After saying that, Cell calmly raised his head and looked up at the sky. Just at this glance, Cell suddenly showed a look of surprise. I saw a dark green stream of light flashing in the sky. Swoosh! The dark green stream of light was extremely fast, whistling towards this side. In just a moment, the dark green stream of light had appeared beside Luo Tian. Hey! Broly? Xiao Ai! Bulma hurriedly greeted with surprise, you are back? Bulma, I miss you so much. Xiao Ai's round body flew over, and the light on her body kept flashing. It's been a long time since we last met. You are finally back from your trip. Bulma stepped forward and hugged Xiao Ai. Broly dispersed the dark green light on his body and immediately bowed to Luo Tian. Broly, it seems that you have grown a lot in the past few years. Luo Tian smiled. Well, I have traveled to various universes in the past few years and gained a lot of knowledge. Broly nodded seriously. The speed is quite fast. When I sensed you before, you were still in the 7th universe, and you have returned to the 6th universe so quickly. Luo Tian smiled with satisfaction, you came back from the Earth in the 7th universe through the channel, right? Yes. Broly replied, scratched his head again, grinned foolishly, this time I come back, I don't plan to leave for the time being, I will follow you. Okay, then follow me. Luo Tian did not object. With such a little brother around, I can solve many problems with just a glance. I am an angel with such a high level of prestige, sometimes I don't take the initiative to hit people. Cell, you really know how to chat. Didn't you see that the situation on the scene was very tense? You actually treated me as if I didn't exist. Also, who is this Broly? Bulma's boyfriend seems to be called Luo Tian? I have never heard of this name. I have never heard of Broly. It doesn't matter. But I feel that this Broly has a strong aura, and he must have very powerful energy. If I can absorb his cells, I feel that my strength will grow rapidly. My luck is so good. I just woke up and met such a powerful person. You are so unlucky. You just met me after a long time. Cell smiled proudly. Luo Tian, I am level 59. Broly scratched his head with his fingers with a silly smile. I have sensed it. Now you have surpassed Beerus and are a well-deserved great destroyer. Luo Tian smiled. It feels like the upgrade is slower as time goes by, Broly said. Keep working hard. The last time I met the god of time and space destruction, he said he wanted to hold a time and space power conference. At that time, you may represent our universe to participate in the competition. Luo Tian said solemnly. Okay. Broly nodded and agreed readily. Are you listening to me? Cell's face darkened. You really treat me as air? Very good, now I will let you see the horror of air. First absorb the cells of this guy named Luo Tian. Then absorb the cells of this guy named Broly. Broly looked in Cell's direction very unhappy. My boss and I have been reunited for a long time, why are you running to us to join in the fun? Broly raised his hand in the air. Who are you? Cell frowned and asked. I am Luo Tian's sharpest sword. Broly replied lightly. Cell, what? Do you want to attack me? Do you think you can defeat me with your ability? Cell was happy at that time. Then the next moment, Cell saw a green light spurting out of Broly's hand. Pop! The dark green light in Broly's hand condensed into a flashing shadow in an instant. The shadow quickly transformed into the image of Broly. Swoosh! The dark green shadow opened its big hands and whistled towards Cell. What's going on? Cell widened his eyes and looked surprised. What is that? Bulma was also stunned for a moment. Condensation of chi and transformation. Luo Tian pondered, not bad, Broly, I didn't expect you to have understood this. Hee. Broly smiled embarrassedly. Luo Tian was a little surprised. Broly's condensation of chi and transformation is indeed from the plot of Dragon Ball Super. However, this move is not from Broly, but from Son Goku's ultimate freedom. In the plot, Son Goku and Moro's battle uses this condensation of chi and transformation. Yes, the name is condensation of chi and transformation. Of course, Son Goku's condensation of chi and transformation is to enlarge the body after transformation. However, Broly's chi condensed form made his body appear in the same proportion as himself, and looked like a clone. A clone with dark green light flashing all over his body. Cell was confused. What was that? However, before Cell could fully react, Broly, who was formed by dark green light, instantly appeared in front of Cell. Snap! The transformed Broly stepped forward and pressed Cell's head, and slammed it to the ground. Boom! Cell's head came into close contact with the ground. Cell felt a buzzing in his head at that time. Then, the transformed Broly pressed Cell's head and rubbed it on the ground. Cell screamed in pain. Bang! The transformed Broly lightly punched Cell and knocked out several of Cell's teeth. Then, the transformed Broly grabbed Cell's tail and threw his body back and forth. I just condensed a little bit of chi, so it will hurt him more, but he won't die easily. Broly smiled at Luo Tian. Luo Tian was very pleased. It is worthy of being the sword in my hand. Bang bang bang. The transformed Broly continued to hit Cell. Although Broly only condensed a little chi to transform, Cell couldn't stand it. He felt as if his whole body was falling apart and soon died. Poor guy. Bulma sighed slightly, why did you have to mess with Luo Tian and me when you can mess with anyone else? The transformed Broly stepped on Cell's face, and then rolled on his face. Broly hooked his finger at his transformed self. Pa! The transformed Broly disappeared on the spot, turned into a green light spot, and quickly returned to Broly's body. Bulma, you and Xiao Ai go back first, I'll take care of something here. Luo Tian ordered Bulma. Okay. Bulma was particularly obedient, and even when Luo Tian said this, her face turned red. Luo Tian was slightly stunned. Why are you blushing? But Luo Tian did not check Bulma's inner world. Then I'll leave. Bulma's voice was very gentle. Luo Tian nodded. Swoosh! Bulma and Xiao Ai flew into the sky and left the scene. On the way, Xiao Ai couldn't help looking at Bulma and asked curiously, Bulma, why is your face so red? Don't worry about it. Bulma replied. Is it because Luo Tian confessed to you? Xiao Ai asked with some gossip. Xiao Ai, I haven't seen you for a few years, why do you have so many questions? Bulma rolled her eyes at Xiao Ai. Hehe, it's because I have experienced a lot of things and gained a lot of knowledge. Xiao Ai laughed, I feel your heartbeat has accelerated a lot just before Broly and I came back. Did Luo Tian kiss you? Bulma, don't talk nonsense. Bulma's face became even redder. A short silence. Luo Tian just said I am his girlfriend. Bulma blushed and whispered. Does he already regard you as his girlfriend? Xiao Ai was surprised and happy, and was really happy for Bulma. He said so himself. Bulma nodded vigorously. Luo Tian walked towards Cell. Cell lay on the ground, feeling as if his whole body was falling apart, and looked at Broly in horror. Who is this guy? How could he be so powerful? I underestimated him. It's over, I'm going to die. How pathetic. I finally traveled from the future to this era, and it took me another 4 years to hatch from the eggshell. As a result, I just came out and went to Zhongcheng to absorb a circle of human essence. Is it going to be here without fulfilling my ambitions? I'm not willing. I'm very unwilling. Who is he? Broly walked up to Luo Tian and asked. The android created by Dr. Gero, Cell. Luo Tian smiled. Cell's eyes widened at the time, revealing a look of astonishment, and looked at Luo Tian in surprise. How did he know my identity? Haven't the androids been dealt with yet? Broly asked. Wukong and Trunks haven't come back? Cell, you haven't seen Goku, have you? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Son Goku? Is Son Goku still alive? Cell was stunned. Then he hasn't seen him. Luo Tian nodded. It means he is not in the same time and space as Goku and Trunks. Broly? Broly was a little confused. But Broly is not the kind of person who will break the casserole to get to the bottom of things. Since he doesn't understand, he doesn't need to understand. You just scared my girlfriend. How do you think I should deal with you? Luo Tian asked with narrowed eyes. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. Cell used up his last strength and knelt down to Luo Tian. Since you have a good attitude in admitting your mistakes, I will give you a small punishment. Luo Tian said, and the crystal ball on the scepter flashed an invisible angelic power, which quickly covered Cell's body. Hey! 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 Cell felt that the cells in his body seemed to be undergoing drastic changes, and the whole person was in great pain. This change made Cell feel as if his soul was shattered, which made people extremely painful. Aha, I won't dare to do it again, please let me go. Cell was heartbroken. You can't hold on now? Luo Tian smiled and slowed down. Cell's pig-killing voice echoed in the empty wilderness. It lasted for 10 minutes. Okay. Luo Tian took back the scepter. Huff, hi, Cell panted heavily and immediately checked his body. My body seems to be no different from before. But for some reason, I felt like my body had been forcibly changed. What was going on? Who was this guy called Luo Tian? I felt like he was changing the cells in my body. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could someone change the cells in my body? However, when he thought of the intense and unbearable pain just now, cold sweat broke out on Cell's body. He knelt there obediently, not daring to breathe. Let's go. Luo Tian called Broly. Broly nodded. Swoosh. Luo Tian took Broly away quickly. Cell? Is that it? Won't he kill me? Cell was a little puzzled. But this is a good opportunity to escape from here. What if he changes his mind and comes back to kill me? I have to run away quickly. Cell endured the severe pain and quickly fled from here. Luo Tian, what did you do to him? Broly couldn't help asking curiously. I feel like I have changed his cells. You can see this level now? It seems that you have gained a lot of knowledge in the past few years. Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction. Broly scratched his head with his fingers embarrassedly. Indeed, I have changed his cells, but only a small part. Luo Tian smiled and said, Cell's body is not complete yet. He can only be complete after absorbing androids 17 and 18. I made a simple modification to his body and replaced android 18 with android 21. Although Broly didn't quite understand what he said, he nodded thoughtfully. It seems that this android named number 18 Luo Tian has feelings for her. Is she a girl? When I see her in the future, I must respect her like Bulma. On the narrow road, a van was moving slowly. There were 4 people in the van, namely androids number 17, number 18, number 21, and number 16. Number 17 was driving, number 18 was sitting in the passenger seat, and number 21 and number 16 were sitting in the back seat. Number 21 looked at number 16 from time to time, with a gentle look, as if he was looking at his own son. Number 16 was looking at the scenery outside the window, but he ignored No 21's eyes. But then, No 21's body suddenly trembled violently, and he felt something was wrong. What's wrong with you? Number 21? Number 17 looked in the direction of number 21 through the rearview mirror and asked casually. Number 16 retracted his gaze and turned to look at number 21. No, nothing, I just feel uncomfortable suddenly, as if I have an inexplicable sense of crisis. Number 21 looked heavy. Is it your period? Number 18 said something out of the blue. Number 21 froze. Number 16 said nothing. Number 17 was speechless. Sure enough, women are nosy. Is it appropriate to say that in front of me? I got up a little late. The monthly tickets are awesome. More than 500 tickets yesterday. There are still 600 monthly tickets to reach 2,000, and today and tomorrow will be doubled, which is 300 tickets. Can you take me flying?